Monsters burst into the school, akin to wolves invading a flock of sheep, transforming the campus into a hellish nightmare. But in this moment of peril, the long-awaited external aid that Chen Nian had been anticipating for 3 years finally arrived. Divine persona awakened. Please draw authority. God of Slaughter, sequence 003, Blood Monarch. Ignores all sensations of pain, capable of transforming blood into any weapon. Each kill of a monster permanently increases blood strength by 1. As long as he slays these monstrous beings, he can grow infinitely stronger. Moreover, he can acquire new divine powers. Chen Nian chose to join the 749 Bureau, his sole objective being to seek out these monsters and eliminate them. In a world rife with monsters, while other extraordinary individuals merely sought to hide and endure, Chen Nian boldly engaged in the slaughter of these beasts. Is he some kind of lunatic? Quickly, get away from him. Don't let his madness drag you down. Subsequently, every mission that Chen Nian undertook for the 749 Bureau failed to contain any monsters. Chen Nian, are there any more missions available? Bureau Chief. Brother, how about you take a couple of days off? A paid leave. That is, note, there is a female lead, not a mere decoration, does not hinder the protagonist. Those who dislike may bypass. Chapter 1. Monsters invade the campus? The divine persona awakens. Morning, 9:50 a.m. in a university classroom. Chen Nian sat at the back row by the window, a countdown timer floating before him, visible only to his eyes. Task completion countdown, 10:00. Upon traversing into this world, he had received a system task. Survive for 3 years. Task reward, random divine fragment. Now, at the age of 19, Chen Nian was a mere 10 minutes away from completing the task and earning his reward. For 3 long years, he had rigorously trained to enhance both his psychological resilience and physical prowess, even achieving a black belt in Taekwondo, all in anticipation of this moment. Barring any unforeseen incidents, as long as he survived these final 10 minutes, he would unlock his external aid. What kind of mishap could possibly occur in the classroom? Chen Nian's mind conjured images that every boy had fantasized about: a sudden outbreak of a zombie crisis at school, or perhaps the apocalypse, resulting in hordes of monsters. Forget school. He longed to emerge as a hero in this new era. As he pondered, a chuckle escaped him. Was it even possible? Merely a fanciful daydream of youthful exuberance. Having traversed for 3 years, he had yet to witness any extraordinary events. Just as his thoughts wandered, he suddenly noticed the sky outside darkening ominously. Strange black clouds swiftly enveloped the heavens, with red lightning crackling within the clouds, the air seemingly draped in a dim gray filter, draining the world of its color. An aura reminiscent of the apocalypse descended upon him. Wait, is this for real? Chen Nian was not the only one to notice this abnormality. His classmates, not blind to the situation, erupted into a cacophony of confusion within the once quiet classroom. What's happening? Why has the sky turned like this? Could it be a torrential downpour? I've never seen such a bizarre sky before. Suddenly, Chen Nian leaped to his feet, for he witnessed the automatic sliding door at the entrance being smashed open. A monstrous figure of deep green burst through, its body covered in moss-like scales, muscles bulging like a cinematic behemoth. Like a rampaging war machine, several students were knocked aside, crashing heavily onto the concrete floor, bloodied and battered. Chen Nian, please do not openly disregard classroom discipline. The teacher's reprimand rang out abruptly: a monster has entered. I suggest you immediately organize an evacuation and contact the authorities. I am not joking. With that, Chen Nian bolted from the back door of the classroom without a glance back. Laughter erupted in his wake. Has Chen Nian fallen asleep and gone daft? Is he just trying to draw attention? Can't he find something better to do? Just as the oblivious students continued their mockery, roar! The beast's roar echoed from downstairs, silencing their laughter in an instant. There's a monster. It's really here. Yikes! The classroom descended into chaos. Students flooded the hallways, screams and cries reverberating throughout the building. Chen Nian chose to flee upwards. The classroom was on the 3rd floor, and the rooftop was on the 7th. He would endure the final minutes on the rooftop. Who knew what was unfolding below? It resembled the underworld depicted in horror films. The appearance of the underworld was similar to the real world, yet fraught with peril and teeming with monsters. Many shared Chen Nian's thoughts. A throng of students frantically surged towards the rooftop, clogging the sole iron door to a standstill. What on earth is happening? Damn it, damn it! Why would such a thing occur at school all of a sudden? In mere minutes, nearly 100 students had gathered on the rooftop. Chen Nian did not believe that hiding here would ensure safety. He surveyed his surroundings, contemplating the worst-case escape scenarios, determined to endure until the very last moment. That monster is climbing up. Quickly shut the door. If we don't lock it, we'll all perish. Right? Close the door. Just as the students prepared to secure the iron door, several girls rushed forward, desperately using their bodies to prop it open. Don't close the door, let us in. We beg you. One of the girls was Xie Yun, a classmate of Chen Nian. Not long ago, she had been among those mocking him, but now realizing the gravity of the situation, she was frantically trying to escape, tears brimming in her eyes. Quick, get inside. As the last few girls were admitted, the boys guarding the door quickly locked it and piled debris against it to reinforce their defenses. The moment Xie Yun entered, she spotted Chen Nian at the back. Fury surged within her as she approached him, her voice sharp and accusatory. You selfish coward. Only thinking of your own escape, leaving us girls behind. You didn't even offer any words of encouragement. Chen Nian scoffed. When I warned you about the monster, your laughter was hardly muted. Was it? Couldn't you have explained a bit more? We nearly got locked outside because of you. This is all your fault. Her anger escalating, she raised her hand, swinging it toward him, but her wrist was abruptly seized in midair. Chen Nian, what are you doing? Let go. You're hurting me. In the next moment, Chen Nian yanked her by the hair and slammed her head against the concrete wall. Thud. Blood trickled down her forehead. Does it still hurt now? If you keep shouting and attracting the monster, I won't hesitate to silence you. With that, Chen Nian casually tossed her aside, as classmates rushed over to help the bloodied Xie Yun to her feet. A tall boy suddenly stood up, glaring fiercely at Chen Nian. How can you bully a girl like this? You've gone too far. I am indeed excessive, so what will you do about it? I can't stand this anymore. The boy swung his fist, aiming to defend Xie Yun and assert his dominance. Chen Nian sidestepped, delivering a powerful knee strike to the boy's chest, followed by a swift trip that sent him sprawling to the ground. Planting a foot firmly on the back of the boy's head, Chen Nian looked down with a cool demeanor. If you can't stand it, then simply don't look. How could these individuals possibly be a match for Chen Nian? His 3 years of relentless practice were not in vain. After a brief moment, the classmates sensed an eerie silence enveloping the floor below, devoid of any screams or cries. The heavy footsteps of the creature approached with a menacing cadence. Ultimately, it halted before the iron gates at the rooftop entrance. Bang! A pronounced fist imprint marred the iron door. The classmates retreated in terror, their eyes wide with fear as they gazed at the door, covering their mouths with their hands, scarcely daring to breathe. Bang! 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 With each resounding thud, the iron door bulged outward violently. For the immensely powerful creature, breaching the iron door was merely a matter of time. Each impact reverberated like the ominous tolling of a death knell. Xie Yun glared at Chen Nian with her bloodshot, vengeful eyes. If you were a man, you would block that door now. What sort of prowess is it to bully women? Chen Nian was too preoccupied to heed her words. The agonizing task he had endured for 3 years was finally complete. Task completion countdown. Midnight. Congratulations on completing the hidden task. Reward divine fragment acquired. Would you like to activate it immediately? In an instant, Chen Nian's consciousness plunged into chaos. As if he were seated upon a throne of blood, rivers of crimson flowing beneath him, surrounded by countless corpses. The divine essence god of slaughter has awakened. Please select the authority of this deity. Within the realm of his consciousness, hundreds of cards materialized around him, swirling in an erratic dance. Without hesitation, Chen Nian turned over one of the cards. The card flipped. Golden inscriptions sprang forth. Authority sequence 003 Blood King. Unique. Primary effect Blood Mastery. Ability to manipulate one's own blood and transform it into any form. Secondary effect Royal Bloodline. Immune to all pain. Will not perish from excessive blood loss. Accelerated wound healing. Secondary effect Hunting Desire. Killing demons and monsters permanently increases blood strength by 1. This effect is amplified when slaying formidable foes. Secondary effect Divine Resonance. For every 10 increase in blood strength, receive Divine Gift, allowing the selection of sequence abilities or talents. Extraordinary Power. It certainly appeared to be rather formidable. Let me test its efficacy. Chen Nian raised his index finger, brushing it against his teeth, causing a bright crimson droplet to emerge. With a mere thought, that droplet transformed into a slender, sharp spike at his fingertip. The ability proved useful and remarkably potent. Just as Chen Nian reveled in his newfound strength, a resounding bang echoed. The rooftop iron door was flung open. The grotesque, dark green creature charged in like a wolf among sheep. In an instant, screams filled the air. One terrified boy even leapt from the top floor. Better to face death from the fall than to be torn apart by the monster. It was a werewolf. Divine Series task initiated. Current task, eliminate any demon or monster. A smile crept across Chen Nian's lips. Splendid. A perfect opportunity to test my skills. As everyone else retreated, Chen Nian surged forward, seizing a fruit knife from a boy's hand. Let me borrow this. What are you doing? Are you out of your mind? The women targeted by the creature huddled against the wall, nearly fainting from fear, their white socks and plaid skirts splattered with blood. Please, don't come any closer. Help. Mommy. No, no. The demon paid no heed to their pleas, striding forward with its powerful legs. Hey. Chen Nian's voice rang out from behind. A fragment of stone flew from his hand, tracing a parabolic arc in the air, striking the creature's broad back with precision. Is he insane? In that moment, all present shared the same thought. Chapter 2. Joining 749. Receiving survival mission. The demon no longer paid heed to the several girls who were paralyzed with fear. Instead, it turned back. Clearly provoked by Chen Nian. A fierce glint flashed through its pupils as it charged at Chen Nian like a frenzied war chariot, causing the entire rooftop to tremble under its heavy footsteps. Chen Nian swiftly slashed his wrist with a fruit knife, blood gushing forth. This crimson fluid suspended in midair solidified into a blood-red long blade, which Chen Nian grasped firmly in his hand. In the split second the demon lunged at him. Chen Nian struck with precision. The blade cleaved through the air, and with a sickening crunch, a grotesque head rolled on the ground, landing right in front of Xie Yun. She was so startled that she collapsed to the ground, clutching her head and screaming in terror. The blood blade transformed back into liquid, flowing into Chen Nian's body, and the wound on his wrist healed at a visibly rapid pace. Divine mission completed. Blood strength permanently increased by 6. Slayed the demon. Triggered hunger effect. Blood strength permanently increased by 2. Since blood could morph into any weapon or armor, an increase in blood strength meant an enhancement in both attack and defense. As long as I continuously hunt monsters, my blood strength will rise, thereby elevating my combat prowess in every aspect. Furthermore, every increment of 10 in blood strength grants an opportunity to draw cards. The more monsters I slay, the more chances to draw cards. The excitement of endless draws surged through Chen Nian as he began to grasp the newly acquired powers. Everyone stared at Chen Nian in disbelief. Did he truly slay that monster? Thank you. Thank you for saving us. The girls, having narrowly escaped death, wept profusely, showering him with gratitude. One strike to dispatch the creature? Chen Nian possessed such abilities. Had it not been for him, they would have undoubtedly faced dire consequences. Grateful gazes were directed towards Chen Nian, while the previously incapacitated Fei Yangyang sat dazed, his mind a blur. The sharp pain in his chest reminded him that this was no film. Thank goodness he hadn't resorted to such measures against me. What a fool I would be to stand up for an ungrateful woman. Before long, the dark clouds in the sky dissipated, the lightning ceased, and clarity returned to the azure expanse. The ominous atmosphere that had pervaded the air vanished, as if they had returned from the underworld to the realm of the living. Chen Nian speculated within himself. Yet, the deceased remained lifeless, never to rise again. At that moment, a man in tactical gear rushed onto the rooftop. Halting abruptly upon seeing the corpse of the demon sprawled on the ground, his trembling gaze filled with incredulity. He had come to rescue, only to find the demon had already been slain. This was a second-tier green giant, corresponding to the second realm of psychics, the mountain-moving stage. How could a mere university student have dispatched it? It was absurd. He immediately noticed Chen Nian, whose calm demeanor stood out among the panicked students. However, it was not the time for conversation. The man quickly informed the cleanup crew. Hurry up and assist the injured, erase memories as needed, soothe the families, and ensure all aftermath procedures are in order. Soon, everyone was escorted away by the team, except for Chen Nian. Hello, I am Zhou Lin, an intern investigator from 749. 749. Upon hearing this enigmatic name, Chen Nian raised an eyebrow. They were an organization dedicated to managing supernatural incidents. Chen Nian, did you slay this demon? Would you believe me if I said no? Chen Nian shrugged casually. Impressive. Zhou Lin couldn't help but commend him, then curiously inquired, Chen Nian, did you truly just awaken? Awake? Zhou Lin's palm ignited with flames. He possessed extraordinary abilities too. Individuals like him were referred to as psychics, capable of awakening at any moment to gain a sequential ability. For instance, I belong to the Fire God series, Sequence 78, Fiery Sphere. Most people could only attain a sequence ability of 11,100, while a select few could secure a position among the top 10 sequences, known as the Chosen Ones. Naturally, they could also cultivate additional techniques and combat skills to aid in battle, with sequence abilities typically reserved as trump cards. Chen Nian did not deny his awakening. He then inquired, so what exactly happened earlier? Why did the sky suddenly darken, and how did the demon appear? Zhou Lin, What's the situation? Another woman in a black uniform rushed over. I received an urgent dispatch and came immediately. Is it resolved? It is resolved, but not by me. Zhou gestured towards Chen Nian. This is Chen Nian, who just awakened and managed to take down a second-tier green giant. Truly astonishing. Wow, that's incredible, senior, she exclaimed, introducing herself. Hello, I'm Zhao Qian, an intern from 749, and a senior who graduated 2 years ago. You were wondering what happened, right? Zhao Qian. Please explain while I report to the bureau. Zhao Qian cryptically uttered a term, reverse world. It is a realm that mirrors our own reality, akin to the reverse side of a mirror, where demons and monsters abound. The school encountered a rift, essentially a tear between the two worlds, resulting in a misaligned fusion. Chen Nian pondered. So we faced monsters from the reverse world, and everything will revert to normal once the rift closes. Brilliant. You possess remarkable comprehension, Zhao Qian praised. Then sighed. However, such occurrences are rare. I never imagined our alma mater would suffer such a calamity. So, you 749 are specifically tasked with addressing these events and training psychics, correct? Indeed. Joining 749 offers generous benefits. A base salary of 30,000, plus task bonuses. We have specialized training facilities, instructors to guide your cultivation, and channels to exchange various techniques and skills. Once you become a formal investigator, the Bureau will even provide you with a residence in the city. You will be legally permitted to carry firearms and have the authority to request local police cooperation during extraordinary events. Additionally, considering the mental strain of joining 749, we have beautiful psychologists available to assist you at any time. If needed, we can even arrange partners for you. After hearing all this, Chen Nian thought to himself, this is indeed an official state organization with such treatment. The opportunity to grow stronger, access resources, and enjoy various conveniences. What reason do I have not to join? However, he still asked, what if I choose not to join 749? Well, it's not a big deal. You'll just need to register in the files. And there will be regular follow-ups to ensure you pose no threat to society. At that moment, Zhou Lin, who had completed his report, hurried over. Zhao Qian, why are you being so friendly to him? Chen Nian was discovered by me first, and if he decides to join, it should be credited to my merit. Don't even think about stealing my thunder. If we successfully recruit a member, the Bureau offers rewards. If we manage to recruit someone with exceptional talent like Chen Nian, there will be extra incentives. Zhou Lin certainly couldn't let anyone snatch him away. Please, I'm not as mercenary as you are. I graduated from here, and isn't it only natural to look out for a junior? Who knows, if he becomes exceptional, he might remember my kindness, Zhao Qian retorted. At this moment, Chen Nian posed the most pressing question. Now that I have awakened, how can I cultivate to become stronger? Zhao Qian revealed her wristwatch, and a blue holographic interface instantly materialized. Name, Zhao Qian Realm. Moving Mountains Realm, LV34. This is our Bureau's terminal, equipped with numerous functions, including but not limited to recording personal information and identity verification, summoning the super AI, and redeeming resources with contribution points, she elucidated. What does level 34 signify? Chen Nian inquired. Each individual possesses 100 spiritual orifices within their body. Once filled, one can transcend their current realm. The super AI, AI-me, can digitize this data, which translates into levels. Understood. Reaching level 100 allows for a breakthrough. So, how does one level up? Chen Nian's curiosity about the cultivation methods was piqued. Zhao Qian began to explain meticulously. The first method involves the normal absorption of spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth, circulating it within the body, akin to the practice of immortality. However, the daily intake of spiritual energy is limited. Chen Nian grasped the concept instantly, having read similar narratives before. The second method entails utilizing various cultivation resources for assistance, which can expedite the process. We at 749 can exchange contribution points for resources. Is that akin to consuming elixirs? He queried, finding it quite comprehensible. The third method is relatively perilous. One can absorb more spiritual energy in the reverse world, and also acquire it by vanquishing demons and monsters. No wonder he felt a surge of warmth within after slaying that demon, Chen Nian pondered. The fourth method is the most challenging, completing missions. Zhou Lin interjected. Any awakened individual may randomly receive tasks. These can range from survival missions to extermination missions, and even high-risk combat missions. Tasks will transport you into the reverse world, though you can refuse them and choose to cultivate at a leisurely pace instead. Therefore, the swiftest way to level up is to venture into the reverse world. Chen Nian felt a flicker of curiosity regarding the origin of these tasks. Are they dictated by world rules, higher dimensional beings, or perhaps even deities? He dismissed the thought. After all, he had already traversed into another realm. At that moment, a notification appeared before Chen Nian. Survival mission received. Survive for 8 hours. Teleport countdown. 168-0000. I have received a survival mission. When does it commence? In 7 days. But don't worry, you can opt to forego it and take a month or 2 to acclimate. Typically, newcomers train for over 3 months before considering entry into the reverse world. Let us go? Take me to 749. Chen Nian was eager to commence his cultivation journey and prepare for the impending entry into the reverse world. After all, the divine power he had awakened necessitated the slaying of monsters to grow stronger. Upon hearing Chen Nian's willingness to join 749, Zhou Lin was elated. Come, I will escort you to the bureau. Rest assured, the aftermath here is managed by specialized units, as we are officially organized. Of course, numerous civilian sects also shelter spiritual practitioners, but I can assure you that we at 749 are more professional and legitimate. Zhou Lin spoke animatedly, keen to maintain Chen Nian's interest. The group arrived at the subway station. Is this the route? Chen Nian asked curiously. Indeed, but we want to be using the regular platform. There's a zero platform dedicated solely to 749. Follow me. Zhao Qian responded enthusiastically. After passing through a security door, they reached the zero platform, devoid of any outsiders. Soon, the train arrived. Chen Nian entered the carriage and noticed a modest number of passengers, approximately 10, likely other agents from different regions of 749. 2 hours later, the train came to a halt. Exiting the station, Chen Nian realized they were already outside the city, confronted by a vast canyon. The 749 Bureau was established within this canyon, serving as a colossal underground base. Zhou Lin's face bore a hint of pride as he introduced their headquarters, evidently filled with a sense of honor. After completing the registration at the entrance, Chen Nian officially entered 749. Well then, we shall leave you here. I'll give you my number. Feel free to reach out if you have any questions. Thank you, Chen Nian replied, as Zhou Lin and Zhao Qian watched him depart. What do you think his newcomer assessment will yield? Zhou Lin inquired. I believe his average score will exceed 90, Zhao Qian remarked. To achieve above 90, one must pass the highest difficulty assessments. Many join 749 each year, yet only a handful attain 90, each one a prodigy. Are you truly so confident in him? Zhou Lin expressed his astonishment. Just a woman's intuition, haha. Perhaps he will soon surpass us all. Guided by the receptionist, Chen Nian completed the necessary procedures. Considering this is your first visit to 749, let me give you a brief tour, she offered. Under the receptionist's guidance, Chen Nian delved deeper into the base, finally catching a glimpse of this enigmatic organization. The glass corridors housing various demons and monsters instilled a shiver down his spine. The technologically advanced hall was filled with cutting-edge equipment, fully armed soldiers, and training facilities for spiritual practitioners, complemented by a cafeteria, basketball courts, dormitories, and entertainment amenities, everything meticulously arranged. 2 words encapsulated it: magnificent. Chen Nian, this is our terminal distribution room. You may select a design that appeals to you, the receptionist indicated. Surrounded by an array of display cases containing wristwatch, earring, necklace, ring, and even neckband models, Chen Nian chose a sleek black wristwatch terminal. Excellent. You may don it now. The Super AI, Me, will automatically register your information. As Chen Nian fastened the terminal, a virtual silver-haired girl with bare feet promptly appeared before him. Her voice devoid of emotion as she stated, "Welcome, Chen Nian. To summon Me in the future, please either call my name or tap the terminal 3 times. Scanning data. Soon, a data card illuminated on the screen. Name, Chen Nian. Permission level, none. Contribution points, 0. So, after slaying that demon, I filled 8 spiritual orifices in one go, rising 8 levels. Not only does monster hunting yield rapid leveling, but it also enhances blood intensity. I must strive to eradicate demons henceforth. Hey, AI me floated in the air, her silver-haired, barefooted, lowly visage quite endearing. Please refrain from comparing me with that inferior artificial intelligence, she replied monotonously. All right, let me pose a question to assess your intelligence. Am I handsome? According to me's objective assessment based on vast data regarding human aesthetics, you possess considerable height. Chen Nian burst into laughter. While the female receptionist could not contain her amusement, our super AI tends to be quite blunt with everyone, so don't take it to heart. In truth, you are rather handsome. Chen Nian deactivated the terminal and inquired, what should I do now? All newcomers to 749 must undergo a potential assessment, the results of which will determine their benefits. Scores range from 0 to 100 and are classified into various tiers, with 60 as the baseline. Scores below 60 are deemed unqualified, preventing one from becoming an intern investigator, necessitating extended training until reevaluation. Scores above 60 are considered qualified, with every 10 points representing a potential tier. Generally, scores above 80 are regarded as future stars, while those above 90 are deemed top-tier geniuses. Exceptional assessments yield enhanced benefits across the board. Chen Nian nodded. Lead me to the assessment. A moment later, they proceeded onward, pushing open the heavy metallic door. What greeted Chen Nian was an expansive training ground, its surface cloaked in gray concrete, surrounded by towering metal structures. At the center of this arena lay the newcomer evaluation area, which was encircled by dozens of onlookers, fervently cheering for the participants. The evaluation zone resembled a square cage, within which stood a muscular man, bare-chested, being relentlessly pursued by 4 bowling balls. Indeed, bowling balls, crafted from metal and weighing several tons. A direct hit could prove fatal. Go. Wang Gu. It's almost over. Just 10 seconds left. Hold on. Soon, the evaluation concluded, and the pale blue screen above displayed the man's score. Wang Xiao 87 points. Wow, 87 points. A new record. That's incredible, exclaimed the crowd. Wang Gu is truly impressive. Here I am, struggling to even reach 60, let alone pass. It was quite common for newcomers to falter. After all, those bowling balls were no trifling matter. Wang Ji's innate talent and months of dedication allowed him to achieve such a remarkable score. Chen Nian recognized Wang Xiao. He was the captain of the basketball team from the neighboring university, having dominated their match against Chen Nian's school with a wild and commanding presence that captivated countless girls. It was later learned that he had dropped out, leaving female students despondent, only to discover he had joined the 749 organization. As Chen Nian's gaze shifted, he spotted a familiar figure in the audience, a petite girl sitting alone. Lulin? At the freshman gala, she had been the star performer. With delicate features and an air of cool elegance, she had mesmerized the audience while playing Big Fish on stage, thus earning the title of the school's piano goddess. Unforgettable to every boy, even Chen Nian admired her. After all, appreciating beauty is a natural inclination for men. Yet, she had abruptly withdrawn from school 3 months ago, similarly conscripted into the 749. Next up is Yu Songgu. Let's see who can secure the top spot this month. The reward is 3 bottles of cultivation elixir. After Wang Zhao's turn, a more refined, tall boy with glasses entered the arena. It seemed these two were vying for the #1 spot on the leaderboard, constantly breaking records, while the others merely watched. The evaluation leaderboard was updated monthly, and the top scorer received rewards to motivate everyone to surpass their limits. Both of these individuals were among the more exceptional newcomers, yet they had been with the 749 for several months, so Chen Nian needn't rush. I am indeed anxious. In just a few days, I'll be entering the reverse world. How could I possibly forego such valuable cultivation resources? Amy, register me. Chen Nian instructed the terminal. Instantly, a message appeared. Newcomer evaluation registration successful. You have been entered into the queue. Soon, Chen Nian's name appeared on the large screen. Chen Nian, highest historical score, 0. As his name flashed, a wave of discussion erupted around him. What is this? A newcomer has arrived? Who is he? Can't you see Wang Gu and Songgu are locked in a duel? Before long, the crowd's attention shifted to the unfamiliar face of Chen Nian. Wang Xiao approached him, a hint of displeasure etched across his brow. Newcomer, please remove yourself from the queue. If you wish to evaluate, you can return tomorrow. I am currently setting records and need to continue my challenge. He had even injected adrenaline to enhance his physical capabilities for the competition. This substance's effects would wane over time, and naturally, he was frustrated that Chen Nian had interrupted his progress. Who are you? Do you not recognize me? The leaderboard clearly states, Wang Xiao. His patience was wearing thin. You are Wang Xiao. So what? Wang Zhao's expression darkened immediately. Newcomer, disrespecting me will make your days quite difficult ahead. Perhaps you are being overly cautious. I can make your experience unpleasant right now. Chen Nian raised his right hand. Sequence 3, Blood Monarch, activate. In an instant, blood surged from his fingertips, transforming into a massive crimson hand that clutched Wang Zhao's throat tightly. The 200-pound man was hoisted off the ground by his neck. Ugh! Wang Xiao coughed violently, his neck already marked with red, his face turning an ashen hue. He could hardly believe that this newcomer possessed such formidable strength. The surrounding spectators were equally astonished. What is happening? The newcomer is actually going head-to-head with Wang Gu. Even Wang Gu is at a disadvantage. This is unbelievable. Wang Zhao's pride was shattered, yet fear flickered within him at the sight of Chen Nian's overwhelming power. Amy. He called upon the super artificial intelligence. Please state your request, replied the silver-haired little girl, appearing instantly. This individual has openly attacked other students in the training ground. I demand a ruling and a deduction of his conduct points. Conduct points were crucial. If one fell short, not only would they be barred from assignments, but they would also face disciplinary measures. Amy replied expressionlessly, ruling complete, self-inflicted humiliation. With that, she vanished, leaving Wang Zhao's face contorted in a manner reminiscent of someone who had just tasted something foul. Please have Chen Nian step forward to begin the evaluation, announced the broadcast. Chen Nian paid no heed to Wang Zhao, striding through the protective steel netting and confidently entering the evaluation area. Wang Ge, are you all right? A girl rushed to support Wang Zhao, clearly one of his admirers, eager to cling to his side. Everything is fine, Wang Ge. You surely don't want to stoop to the level of a newcomer. You are magnanimous. I'm curious to see what score he will achieve. Within the arena, a male instructor approached, holding a heavy gray suit. Chen Nian, right? This outfit is made from impact-resistant material, designed to protect you during the evaluation. Please put it on. Is it possible to forego it? Don't be deceived by what you just saw. Those individuals have undergone numerous evaluations already. Typically, newcomers are required to wear it for their first attempt. Otherwise, they might find themselves in the infirmary. Thank you, but I prefer to remain agile. Such a proud young man. Very well. The evaluation levels comprised 5 tiers. With each ascending level, an additional ball would be hurled at you. Your task was to evade the attacks and endure for 1 minute. Should you wish to elevate your testing level, you could call out. If you found yourself unable to continue, you could shout for it to cease, or the system would automatically terminate the test if it deemed you incapable. All right, please proceed. The instructor lifted his walkie-talkie. Control room, you may begin. He then exited the arena. Outside, dozens of observing intern investigators were keenly focused on this testing. They were eager to discover just how well the newcomer, who had clashed with Wang Zhao, would perform. Boom. The steel gate opened, and a bowling ball, approximately 2 meters tall, rolled forth, charging directly at Chen Nian. Despite the seemingly unhurried pace, at least 50 individuals could not even withstand the initial impact, resulting in dismal scores. It is hoped that he can endure a little longer. Chen Nian remained stationary. Ever since he became a Lingnings, he felt a significant enhancement in his physical prowess, coupled with the ability to manipulate blood, allowing him to confront this challenge with confidence. Blood seeped from the capillaries in his wrist, transforming into a crimson armor that enveloped his arm. With a powerful punch, he sent the metallic bowling ball flying, crashing heavily into the net. Increase the intensity, Chen Nian shouted. Remarkable, exclaimed the staff in the control room as they elevated the control lever. At the second level, another identical ball surged forth from the gate, flanked from both sides. Moreover, the speed was evidently greater than before, indicating a stronger impact. It was not uncommon for careless individuals to have their bones shattered by 2 balls colliding. Yet, this young man exhibited remarkable audacity. Chen Nian transformed the blood in his hand into a massive hammer, akin to bowling, to send 1 ball flying, and then reverted it back to a fist to strike the other ball away. Increase the intensity. Strength level 3. Is this his first assessment? To reach level 3 upon first appearance? This lad is indeed extraordinary. If memory serves, Brother Wang only summoned 2 balls on his initial attempt. Sure, don't speak too much. With 3 balls attacking in a crisscross pattern, the frequency of their assault escalated exponentially. However, Chen Nian maintained his composure, exhibiting no signs of panic. Continue to raise the intensity. Strength level 4. The spectators below were left agape. The 4th level assessment was a feat only achievable by Wang Zhao and Song Chong when present among the audience, excluding the icy beauty in the stands. Is this newcomer even human? Could he possibly be some monstrous prodigy? The 4 balls pressed the attack, with their frequency reaching an almost unfathomable rate, where a moment's inattention could lead to being flung aside. Yet, Chen Nian's mastery over his abilities was also improving. Initially, he required a blade to cut his wrist to induce blood flow, but now he could directly manipulate the blood to pierce his skin, allowing for more agile transformations. At times, it morphed into a fist, other times into a hammer, and occasionally into protective armor, yet the 4 balls failed to inflict any harm upon him. Increase. All right then, I shall push it to the limit. The control lever was pulled to the maximum of 5 levels, and even the operator felt a thrill, having not witnessed such a prodigious newcomer in a long while. In the 749 Management Command Room, several notable figures were observing Chen Nian's assessment. This young man is a newcomer? Indeed, it is said that he dispatched a 2nd-tier demon shortly after awakening. Truly a promising talent. Zhou Lin's return with him is commendable. This lad's ability is blood manipulation? Quite rare, indeed, a combat-oriented skill, and surely not of a low rank. He might even be one of the top 10 chosen ones. If so, we have struck gold. Thankfully, he wasn't snatched away by those sections. Let us first see if he can pass this 5th level assessment. At the 5th level intensity, the difficulty increased exponentially, with all balls reaching their peak operational power, even hovering in the air. In this scenario, Chen Nian resembled a small figure on a billiard table, being relentlessly struck by 5 balls. The other trainees below were left bewildered. I'd be crushed into a pulp if I were in there. This is absurd. I have never witnessed a 5th level test before. At that moment, the 5 enormous balls surged simultaneously from various directions. Bang! Chen Nian was caught in the midst of them. Although he had promptly donned his blood armor for protection, he could not entirely evade the impact, and a mouthful of blood was uncontrollably expelled. Is he done for? Is the 5th level indeed pushing too far? Unfortunately, the operator sighed. Nonetheless, he is a rare genius. We must hurry him to the infirmary for treatment. We cannot afford to lose such a promising talent. As he prepared to deactivate the mechanism, a tremendous noise arose from below. What is happening? He sprang to his feet and gazed downward, only to witness 5 metallic spheres pierced through by enormous blood spikes. They resembled skewered tonghulu, accompanied by a crackling electric sound, a sign of damage. Chen Nian emerged unscathed from within. The greater the bloodshed, the stronger his sequence ability, Blood Sovereign, allowing him to execute such a maneuver. The management team in the command room could not contain their cheers. Well done. Splendid work. With such a remarkable newcomer in our ranks, we must celebrate with a few drinks. Simultaneously, the training ground display screen revealed the scores. Chen Nian, 100 points. In that instant, the entire venue erupted. Good heavens, a perfect score. Is he even human? Cried one individual, clutching their head in disbelief. Under normal circumstances, even if one could barely withstand the 5th level trial, the score would only hover around the low 90s. The high score was solely due to his destruction of those spheres. A girl supporting Wang Xiao stared intently at Chen Nian, her gaze losing focus. She suddenly realized that being Wang Xiao's sycophant was no longer appealing. This prominent figure did not seem as formidable as she had imagined. As for Wang Xiao himself, after a moment of shifting expressions, he could only storm out of the training ground in indignation. After Chen Nian's entrance, his efforts to boost his ranking that evening appeared rather comical. AI me, how would you evaluate my performance just now? Acceptable, AI me replied expressionlessly. Never thought I would witness AI me compliment someone. She used to call us novices. Impressive. Brother Chen, let us get acquainted. Take me along on missions in the future. Suddenly, an ice crystal shot toward Chen Nian. He caught it deftly in his hand. Who lacks martial ethics, resorting to sneak attacks? This ice crystal originated from the petite pianist seated in the back row, Lu Lin. She turned and left in silence, leaving Chen Nian perplexed. Wait, is there something sealed within this ice crystal? Upon closer inspection, he discovered that at the center of the ice crystal lay an object resembling a pill. Once the ice melted, the pill rested in the palm of Chen Nian's hand. AI me, please scan this item for me. Align the terminal with the item you wish to scan. Scanning in progress. Item identified as a Ling Yu Dan produced by 749. Consuming it can rapidly heal injuries, requiring 5 contribution points for exchange. A healing elixir? What is the meaning of silently gifting me this pill? Chen Nian pondered, feeling bewildered. Though he had indeed sustained injuries, his body was in turmoil from the intense impacts he had endured. However, upon consuming the pill, a warm flow coursed through him, significantly alleviating the internal injuries he had sustained. The effect was remarkable. There was no need to visit the infirmary. Yet, he was indeed indebted to her, and Chen Nian was not fond of owing favors. He resolved to repay her kindness when the opportunity arose. After Lu Lin exited the training ground, she encountered her instructor and aunt, Zheng Xian. Every intern investigator is required to follow a mentor, much like how graduate students seek guidance from a supervisor. Lin, how about you mingle with everyone? In the future, tasks will be executed in pairs, and not having a friend could prove to be quite a challenge for someone who is not adept at socializing. Zheng Xian is equally troubled. She had brought Lu Lin on board 3 months ago. In terms of talent, there is no doubt. She is among the top 10 of the Water God sequence, having scored 98 in the freshman assessment. However, she is perpetually cold and uncommunicative. The crux of the matter is that she favors high-difficulty challenges. Hence, she desires a teammate of equal strength. Yet, how many can match her prowess? Have you made any friends? Lu Lin nodded. How did you manage that? Zheng Xian's expression brightened. I gave them a pill. And then? Did you exchange any words? Perhaps something like, let's team up for our next mission. I am not good at socializing, and I hope you can assist me. Lu Lin shook her head. No? Oh dear, you extravagant girl. You contributed a precious pill without uttering a single word. Lu Lin puffed her cheeks slightly, expressing her dissatisfaction. Wait, a call is coming in. Zhang Xian answered the phone. Oh, you are selecting new members for the conference room. I will be there shortly. After hanging up, she hurriedly said, My dear, do you have any preferences for whom to invite? I aim to secure someone for my side, making it easier for you to team up and communicate in the future. Lu Lin pondered for a moment, then raised her index finger, using her frosty breath to inscribe a character in the air. Chen, you are still shy? Is your surname Chen? I must investigate this Chen and see what strength they possess to catch your discerning eye. Zhang Xian rushed to the conference room in a flurry. A long table was set, with 7 mentors, including herself, seated around it, and the deputy director presiding. Once everyone was present, the deputy director spoke loudly. Amy, please display the profiles and assessment scores of the students who currently lack mentors. At once, the projection screen illuminated with the newcomers' avatars, information, ages, and assessment scores. No need to look further. I want Chen Nian. A male mentor was the first to speak, having already learned of Chen Nian's assessment score through his channels. Deputy Director. I also want Chen Nian. Another mentor raised his hand. The deputy director frowned. What is the rush? Let us adhere to the rules. We will review all new students' information before making selections. Zhang Xian pondered. Could Chen Nian be the companion Linlin has her eye on? What is happening that everyone is clamoring for him, as if he were a treasure? Soon, Chen Nian's information appeared on the screen. Chen Nian, male, 19 years old. Ability prediction, slaughter sequence, assessment score, 100 points. What? Zhang Xian immediately slammed her hand on the table, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. I apologize for my outburst. As she retook her seat, a tempest of emotions surged within her. No wonder that girl would be interested in this lad. A perfect score of 100 indicates he is indeed an extraordinary talent. I also want that Chen Nian, Zhang Xian declared, raising her hand. No, Zhang. You recently took on Lu Lin, a rare chosen one, and now you wish to snatch away another likely genius? Isn't that a bit greedy? Well, what can I do? My 3-no girl wishes to befriend this fellow. She is not interested in other rookies. The deputy director raised an eyebrow. What does 3-no girl mean? No chest, no face, no figure? It means no expression, no emotions, and no social skills. Come now, deputy director. I oppose this. I have yet to accept such a talented newcomer. And I cannot let you monopolize him. I am stating this clearly. Anyone who wishes to contest for Chen Nian must face me in a duel. Is this a joke? Come, let us meet in the training ground. Whoever wins can have Chen Nian as their mentee. As the mentors were poised for a showdown, the deputy director cleared his throat twice, exasperated. Aren't we all adults here, engaging in such antics? In the spirit of fairness, let us draw lots. Whoever picks the right slip wins. 7 pieces of paper were placed on the table. Each person selected one. Ah, what a pity, it wasn't me. Who has drawn Chen Nian's slip? A neatly dressed male mentor unfolded the crumpled paper, revealing the name Chen Nian. Li Xiao, you've got lucky. Deputy Director. This draw isn't rigged, is it? Everyone knows your daughter is under Li Xiao's tutelage. Assigning Chen Nian to him would help curb your mischievous daughter's antics. It is indeed a possibility. Everyone knows she is fearless and unmanageable. If she sees such a talent, she might just settle down to focus on cultivation. Deputy Director. Ahem. If there is nothing else, let us continue selecting other students. Deputy Director, your plans are quite clever. You might not even realize when your daughter gets swept off her feet. The deputy director raised an eyebrow. If I remember correctly, you were 2 minutes late to the meeting the other day? Chen Nian arrived at the newcomer dormitory. Upon scanning the terminal, his information was promptly registered. The dormitory matron greeted him warmly. Chen Nian, your assessment score is excellent. You may choose either a single room or a shared room. The single room is quieter, while the shared room offers individual compartments, promoting friendship and teamwork. Chen Nian contemplated. He could enjoy solitude at home during his breaks, while at 749, he could make friends. I'll choose the shared room. Dormitory 304, proceed there, and simply scan the terminal to open the door. I wish you a pleasant stay at 749. The dormitories are allocated based on the mentors assigned, ensuring that roommates share the same mentor for mutual support. Chen Nian arrived at room 304. After scanning, the door opened with a chime. The living space exceeded his expectations, with a beautifully decorated living room. A girl was sprawled on the couch, engrossed in her phone, a lollipop in her mouth. Upon noticing Chen Nian, she removed her headphones and stood up. You must be Chen Nian. She had vibrant orange-red hair, and her loose sweatshirt gave her a laid-back appearance, her denim shorts showcasing her long, slender legs. She was dressed quite fashionably, resembling a character from a manga. I am Yaya, From now on, we are roommates. You need not regard me as a girl. We can be good buddies." The girl extended her fair right hand, exuding a relaxed familiarity. "Hello, Chen Nian. Our rule in 304 is that the one with the most strength becomes the leader. Their essay task tomorrow. Would you like to join? I would relish that." Chen Nian realized that to become stronger, he must hunt monsters. So he was more than eager to partake in the mission. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Chapter 6, The First Mission. The Case of the Blood-Sucking Demon. The door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man in glasses, dressed in a crisp white shirt and suit pants, holding a thermos. It was their mentor, Li Xiao. "Greetings, Teacher Li." Li Xiao nodded, entering the room and surveying the surroundings, casually picking up a strand of hair from the floor. He has obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Approaching Chen Nian, he produced 3 vials of liquid from his storage bag. "Chen Nian, these are your ranking rewards. With your score, no one can surpass you, so I brought your rewards directly. Pour them into the bathtub while bathing. In 30 minutes, you can absorb it all, effectively accelerating your cultivation speed." Chen Nian accepted the items, expressing gratitude to Li Dao. "Let us proceed. I will take you to the logistics department, and in the meantime, assist you in selecting appropriate combat techniques." Just as he was about to depart, Li Xiao abruptly halted at the entrance of Yi Ya's room. Through a narrow crack in the door, he glimpsed the disarray within: socks, undergarments, cosmetics, and plush toys scattered about. "Oh no," Yi Ya exclaimed, covering her face. "How many times have I reiterated that the room and one's appearance must be kept tidy? Only then can one cultivate a meticulous character. Should I see this again? You shall run 30 laps around the playground." "Understood, understood," Chen Nian replied nonchalantly, fastening the buttons of his collar. As they made their way to the logistics department, Chen Nian absorbed a wealth of knowledge, such as the 6 principal realms: Tongling Jing, Banshan Jing, Pashao Jing, Xingxian Jing, Qingguang Jing, and Riyao Jing. There were indeed more realms to explore, but they were beyond his current reach. Each awakened ability of a spiritual practitioner was attributed to a particular deity, such as the god of thunder, the god of fire, or the god of water. The logistics department served as a treasure trove, housing various cultivation resources, spiritual treasures, and martial techniques. "Chen Nian, I have observed your abilities. The slaughter sequence is indeed a top-tier combat sequence," Li Xiao remarked. "You need not divulge specific effects, as that is personal information. However, I surmise you can transform your blood into weaponry. Thus, I recommend you select suitable weapon techniques for cultivation to effectively enhance your combat prowess." Chen Nian mused to himself about the meticulous nature of his mentor. "Very well, I shall choose a blade technique." Soon, they passed through identity verification and arrived at the martial arts division of the logistics department. "These are the blade techniques you seek. Ordinary freshmen may select techniques worth up to 10 contribution points. Since your assessment results are exceptional, you may choose a technique valued under 50 contribution points at no cost." 50 contribution points? That would require completing several tasks, Chen Nian thought, realizing the benefits of high assessment scores. He began to carefully select, perusing through numerous options until his gaze landed on a technique entitled Jing Hong Yu Long Dao. The description read, "This blade technique is as graceful as a startled swan and as fluid as a swimming dragon, swift and ethereal, able to slay foes in the blink of an eye." The first form, Ba Dao Shi, allows for a preemptive strike with a swift blade. The second form, Jiao Long Zhen Hai, is a chaotic dance of blades, akin to a dragon thrashing in the sea, capable of both offense and defense. The finishing move, Jing Long Pakong, strikes with the speed of thunder, delivering a fatal blow. The contribution points required were listed as 100 points. What a pity. It is a bit too expensive. I shall opt for a more affordable choice. Just as Chen Nian contemplated returning the technique, Li Xiao intercepted him and approached the logistics administrator directly. "Old Li, this exceeds the limit," the administrator stated. "I will cover the excess with my 50 contribution points. It is a trivial matter." "Haha, it seems you are quite fond of this newcomer." Li Xiao quickly handed the Jing Hong Yulong Dao to Chen Nian. "Take it, and practice diligently." "Thank you, Li Dao," Chen Nian replied, grateful yet mindful of his principle to repay kindness in due time. With this blade technique, he could transform his blood into a blade without resorting to mere haphazard slashes. He planned to practice the blade first, and then delve into the various knowledge of the 749 Bureau. Tomorrow, he would persuade Yi Ya to undertake a mission. After bidding farewell to Li Dao, Chen Nian ventured alone to the training ground to practice with his blade, returning to dormitory 304 only at midnight. He had made minor progress with the first form. Exhausted, he made his way to the bathroom, filling the tub with water before pouring in a bottle of cultivation liquid. The surface shimmered with a pale yellow hue. Upon immersing himself, He felt his pores open, a warm current flowing through his body as the spiritual channels absorbed the spiritual energy. As the energy filled his channels, Chen Nian could see his level rising on the terminal, LV9, LV10, LV11. He estimated that after an hour of soaking, he could increase his level by at least 10. Hey, Chen Nian. Yiya's voice called from outside the bathroom. I just secured a mission. We depart at noon tomorrow. Sounds good. Chen Nian replied loudly. How long will you occupy the bathroom? I also want to take a shower. Come on. Let us wash together. I can let you soak in the cultivation liquid. Silence ensued from outside. After an hour of soaking, Chen Nian emerged refreshed and glanced at the terminal information. Name, Chen Nian Realm. Tong Ling, LV18. Permission level. Intern investigator contribution points. 0. However, he realized that excessive use of the cultivation liquid could lead to resistance in his body's meridians, diminishing its effectiveness over time. The next day, Chen Nian practiced with the blade for the entire morning, noticing further improvement in his technique. After lunch, the two officially boarded the Bureau's subway for their mission. The mission site is in Tianhai City. Add me as a friend, and I will send you the mission details, Yi suggested. They exchanged terminal scans, and the mission information promptly appeared before them. Case file number, CA 8300, location, Tianhai City, Chaoyang District. Overview. Recently, 3 murder incidents have occurred. All victims being young women around 20 years of age, found as desiccated corpses with all blood drained. It is suspected to be a blood-sucking demon, the blood-sucking centipede. Current progress. According to local law enforcement investigations, a man named Zhang Wei has been found to have traded with the demon, luring young women to hotels for the demon to feed on. Zhang Wei has been apprehended and is currently being interrogated. Mission objective. Assist in interrogating Zhang Wei to identify the demon and either eliminate or contain it. Reward. 10 contribution points. 30,000 currency. Many demons can inhabit human bodies and even assume human forms, making them exceedingly difficult to apprehend. The duo prepared to visit the Law Enforcement Bureau to assess the situation. Chaoyang District, Law Enforcement Bureau, Interrogation Room. A disheveled, overweight man sat slumped in his chair, a scar running across his face revealing his rough nature. He was Zhang Wei, the man responsible for luring young women and indirectly causing their deaths. Zhang Wei, confess where you met the killer. Where can we find him? Officer Lin Feng shouted. Big brother, I truly do not know. You have unjustly tied me here and interrogated me all night. I am innocent. Slap. Several photographs were slammed onto the table. Do you see these 3 girls? Their blood has been drained. The monster that killed them is a matter of life and death. Lin Feng furiously pointed at Zhang Wei. How can you live with yourself? Zhang Wei tilted his head. Can conscience be eaten? I'm starving. I can't go on like this. He closed his eyes and slumped in his chair. I need food. Bring me food. Lin Feng clenched his fists, but ultimately had to order a meal for him. However, as soon as Zhang Wei took a bite, he spat it out. What is this pig food? Is this what you all eat? Do you have any Coca-Cola? Damn it. Lin Feng raised his fist, only to be restrained by a subordinate behind him, who whispered, Captain Lin, reinforcements from 749 have arrived. Lin Feng then withdrew his fist and turned to greet the 749 Bureau's personnel. Zhang Wei chuckled from the back. Chief, without evidence. Detention can only last for 24 hours at most. Please handle this efficiently. After saying that, he settled down and began humming a tune. Outside, the grim-faced Lin Feng welcomed the representatives from 749, Chen Nian and Yi. Upon reviewing their profiles, Lin Feng's expression darkened further. They were merely 2 intern investigators. Was 749 truly treating this case so lightly? Nevertheless, he suppressed his anger and informed them of the case details. It's infuriating. I could just beat him into submission. Yi exclaimed, rubbing her fists together. Let me handle it. It's not appropriate for a girl to be so violent. Chen Nian replied as he pushed open the interrogation room door, stepping into the small, dimly lit space. Oh, Zhang Wei greeted Chen Nian with a whistle. Is there no one competent at your public security bureau? You send a barely grown lad to interrogate me? I suddenly feel a bit thirsty. Could you fetch me a bottle of water? Without a word, Chen Nian approached Zhang Wei and, without hesitation, delivered a sharp slap to his chubby face, causing the flesh to ripple. Zhang Wei was sent sprawling to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth and nose, 2 bloody teeth flying out. Just as he was about to speak, a black leather boot came crashing down on his face, grinding down forcefully. My apologies, just finished in the restroom. Hope you don't mind me using your face to wipe my shoes. In Chapter 7, the arrest of the demon at the hotel, Chen Nian was drained of blood. You hit me? This is violent enforcement. Someone come. There's violent enforcement happening. Chen Nian extended his index finger, and a slender blood needle suddenly emerged. Don't worry. This is quite thin. It won't be fatal, nor will it make you faint, he stated, plunging the needle into Zhang Wei's arm. It felt akin to the excruciating pain of a skin test injection. Aya! The piercing pain made Zhang Wei scream like a dying pig. I swear, I truly don't know. The blood needle twisted within Zhang Wei's flesh, sending shivers down the spines of the nearby security personnel. When did 749's intern investigators become so ruthless? I'll talk. I'll confess. Just stop, please. After a moment, Chen Nian withdrew the blood needle, casting a casual glance at Zhang Wei, who was now slumped in his chair, pale and drenched in sweat. I'll step out for some tea. Confess whenever you feel ready. There's still 3 hours left before the 24-hour mark. Take your time. With that, he exited the room. Once outside, Yi couldn't help but give Chen Nian a thumbs up. That was satisfying. You can call me Chingu, can't you? That's not acceptable. The mission has only just begun. The outcome remains undecided. Shortly after, Lin Feng approached Chen Nian. He has confessed everything. They arranged to meet every Friday night at the hotel, where Zhang Wei would deliver the girls he lured in exchange for money. To associate with demons for a bit of cash, what a disgrace. Yi scolded. Tomorrow is Friday. Let him maintain contact with them. And we will confront him at the hotel. Chen Nian decided. On Friday, under a gloomy rain, Chen Nian and Yi shared a black umbrella, standing by the rain-soaked roadside. Across the street was a hotel, the designated meeting place for Zhang Wei and his accomplice. At that moment, the latter awaited inside. If events unfolded as anticipated, another young girl would be drained of her life today. However, it was Chen Nian and Yi who arrived. Old Yi, you'll play the role of a beautiful young lady to lure him into opening the door. We'll take care of him inside. Chen Nian instructed. Could you refrain from calling me that? Old Yi sounds so outdated. Everyone calls each other that. Let's go. The two crossed the dark road and entered the hotel, taking the elevator to the 10th floor. Stepping onto the soft carpet, they arrived at room 1009. Chen Nian hid behind the wall with the umbrella, while Yi knocked on the door. After a moment, the door swung open. A bald, greasy man stood before them, and upon seeing Yi, his eyes nearly bulged out. Oh, I didn't expect this lovely lady to be a real gem. Come in quickly. Yi entered the room, with Chen Nian closely following, shutting the door behind him. Who the hell are you? The bald man glared at Chen Nian. Her brother. With that, Chen Nian delivered a powerful kick to the bald man's chest, sending him flying 2 meters backward. Chen Nian then sauntered in, plopping down onto the soft sofa. Go ahead. Old Yi, ladies first. Their contest commenced, with the one who defeated the monster first gaining dominance in the dormitory hierarchy. Yi cracked her neck and smiled mischievously. I want to hold back. In the next instant, her body began to crackle with electricity. Thunder God Sequence 005, 5 Thunder Execution. Yi transformed into a Pikachu radiating with 100,000 volts. The lights above flickered and short-circuited, while various electrical appliances around them crackled. Even the television screen exploding. After 10 seconds, Yi ceased her electric discharge, panting heavily, her hair standing on end. The bald man lay on the ground, his body charred black, smoke wafting from him, leading one to wonder if he had been roasted. This girl possesses formidable abilities. She must be a genius. Chen Nian thought to himself, unable to suppress his admiration. It's done. From now on, I, Yijia, will be the head of dorm 304. You have no objections. Right, Xiaochen? Yi clapped her hands, beaming with pride. At that moment, a voice filled with malice suddenly resonated from behind. Do you think you can disregard me? The bald man slowly rose, his eyes bloodshot with rage, his body convulsing unnaturally, as if a monster within him was stirring. How is this possible? Yi gasped in disbelief. With a loud bang, the man's head exploded, and a massive blood-red centipede burst forth from his body. As the demon fully manifested, the super AI me, was able to provide a quantitative assessment based on its appearance and power. LV-24, blood-sucking centipede. The creature was ranked at the 2nd tier, surpassing the 2 in strength. Be careful. In a flash, Chen Nian pulled Yi back to the sofa, shielding her. You're seeking death. The blood-sucking centipede's tentacles pierced Chen Nian's chest, beginning to siphon his blood. Chen Nian, regardless of whether you hail from 749 or elsewhere, anyone daring to trouble me today will find no way out. The monster spoke, laughing maniacally. Yi's face turned pale, as she had not anticipated such a sudden turn of events. What is happening? My body won't move? Suddenly, the blood-sucking centipede's body froze, feeling as if every blood vessel within it had been sealed, its limbs deprived of blood and vitality. What on earth is happening? Chen Nian seized the blood-sucking centipede's tentacle, pulling it from his chest. How dare someone attempt to drain my blood? This is intriguing. Chen Nian, you've lost so much blood and are still unharmed? Yaya was bewildered when Chen Nian suddenly threw a black umbrella at her. What are we doing with the umbrella? Just follow my lead. Chen Nian commanded. Reluctantly, Yaya complied, opening the large umbrella. Chen Nian cast a glance at the grotesque centipede, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. With a crisp snap of his fingers, the hundreds of blood vessels within the creature exploded, showering the room with a deluge of crimson, reminiscent of a watermelon bursting. Fortunately, Yaya was shielded by the umbrella, her eyes wide in shock as she grasped Chen Nian's intent. Strangely, the blood splatters that came closest to Chen Nian seemed to hover around him, as if restrained by an unseen force, leaving him untouched. Countless droplets coalesced in his palm, forming a blood dagger. With a swift thrust, Chen Nian pierced the monster's thorax. Are you pretending to be my mother? Chapter 8. Acquiring a new sequence. Blood Moon Great Bow. Chen Nian had decisively eliminated the centipede. Containment? Not at all. Why not kill the monster and grow stronger? Blood Strength Permanent 2. Current Blood Strength 10. Divine Resonance Effect activated. Divine Gift received. Concurrently, the splattered blood returned to Chen Nian's body. Reclining on the sofa, he felt no pain from the wounds, although such a significant injury would still require treatment. Wow, Chen Nian, you're incredibly impressive. Yaya couldn't help but praise him. Who do you think you are? You must have mistaken me for someone else. All right, Chen Gu. She observed his smug demeanor. Are you hurt? I have a Ling Yu Dan here. Take it quickly. Yaya handed him a pill. Another pill? Chen Nian chuckled, realizing that the beauties of 749 had a penchant for gifting him with elixirs. What do you mean another? Besides you, who else is so generous? This costs 5 contribution points. Indeed, someone who isn't even acquainted with me tossed it my way and left. So generous that it makes me wonder if she has ulterior motives. Does that imply I'm stingy? Chen Nian chose not to bicker further, summoning AI Me. Mission accomplished. Summon the cleanup crew. Target confirmed deceased. Mission complete. Rewards received. You may check the 749 app for details. Chen Nian opened the terminal app to find his funds and contribution points had been credited. Next, he pondered what the so-called divine gift entailed. With a thought, 3 cards appeared before him. 1. Acquire a random ability from the slaughter sequence. 2. Blood regeneration speed increased by 5. 3. Fill 10 spiritual apertures. 3 choices. It was clear that only the first option was a precious ability worth pursuing. Such an opportunity to draw from the card pool was invaluable. Who could resist? Without hesitation, Chen Nian selected the first card. In an instant, blood light erupted. Authority Sequence 015. Ratani's Blood Moon Great Bow. Description: Ratani, a general under the god of slaughter, excels in range combat. His signature ability, the Blood Moon Great Bow, once felled an army of 100,000 with a single arrow. Primary ability: manifest the Blood Moon Great Bow and shoot a powerful arrow. This ability consumes 70 units of blood. Sequence 15, a commendable rank indeed. Ordinary individuals could only draw sequences up to 11,100, which was considered quite exceptional. However, the cost of this ability was steep. Consuming 70 units of blood could prove fatal without the Blood King's talent. Fortunately, he possessed that talent, making it a perfect fit. Additionally, this was a ranged ability, compensating for the Blood King's limitation, as blood transformations beyond a certain distance would lose potency. He hoped its power would not disappoint him. In the 749 office, the deputy director remarked, I've heard your precious daughter and the newcomer Chen Nian undertook a mission together. After reviewing the report, it seems he was quite effective. The deputy director nodded with a smile. It appears you have achieved your goal. Chen Nian has indeed outperformed your daughter. Completing the task in less than 2 days was impressive, especially as it involved slaying monsters, a promising talent. However, the deputy director added, there is a slight blemish. The monster's demise was rather gruesome. The scene was unbearable. If only it could have been contained. Come now. It was the child's first mission. Finishing it is commendable. In time, containment will be a breeze. Hearing the mentors praise their students filled Li Xiao with satisfaction. The contribution points he had given were not wasted. As a mentor, he would also receive contributions when his students succeeded. He smiled as he sipped his goji berry tea, only to notice Director Zheng approaching. Is there something on your mind, Director Zheng? Li, could you arrange for Chen Nian to join my little prodigy on a mission? I'll treat you to a meal another day. No problem. But Director Zheng, your button is undone. You lecherous old man. Where are you looking? Countdown, 74 hours. This marked the countdown to the initiation of the Reverse World mission. In the ensuing 2 days, Chen Nian diligently prepared. Under Li's guidance, He underwent intensive training during the day and soaked in a tub of spiritual liquid at night. His combat abilities and level advanced rapidly. 2 days later, Chen Nian's level had risen to LV37. While the progress was encouraging, an insatiable urge gnawed at him. He wanted to slay monsters. Only through monster hunting could he enhance his blood strength and combat prowess. That day, Li informed Chen Nian and Yaya, tonight there will be a simulated training exercise for intern investigators. Simulated training? You'll be training against virtual monsters generated by AI me in the training grounds. Virtual? How dull. Chen Nian immediately lost interest. Only by defeating tangible demons could he truly improve. Hold on, don't dismiss it just yet. Many interns will participate. And the first prize is quite generous. An ascension pill, a valuable elixir that can only be consumed once by each person, with the best effects at the spirit communication realm. Yaya nodded. Indeed, my father gave me one before, and it opened 30 spiritual apertures in an instant. Damn those connections. Chen Nian couldn't help but scoff. Once I become your subordinate, I'll have Sister Yi secure one for me. How about that? I'll still compete for the top spot in this simulated training. Li Xiao chuckled. Aren't you eager to take on missions? If you secure first place, I'll make an exception and put in a good word for you. Sure. Chen Nian felt invigorated. He heard that Xie Yi was also returning to participate in the training. Yaya added, He the bottom feeder of our 304 group, particularly fond of spouting nonsense. I haven't had the chance to beat him up in a while. It was a bit dark in 304 before I arrived. Soon, the evening arrived. The training grounds buzzed with excitement, teeming with nearly 100 intern investigators. Among them were Wang Xiao, with whom Chen Nian had clashed previously, and the aloof Lu Lin. Many formidable individuals were present, including several experts who had joined 749 within the past year. Yaya rubbed her hands in anticipation. At that moment, AI Me announced the rules for the simulated training. Rules dictate that 3 individuals form a squad to defend a designated stronghold against waves of zombies. For each zombie eliminated, 1 point is awarded, while a point is deducted for each zombie that breaches the stronghold. The team with the highest score emerges victorious. Xiaoya, along with your brother Chen, shall join forces. We shall undoubtedly be invincible. Yet, Yaya's forehead twitched with irritation. It is far too simplistic to assume that team formations can be freely chosen. Rather, Amy assigns teams based on extensive data analytics. Data analytics? The stronger individuals will be paired with the weaker ones to ensure an equitable distribution of abilities. Thus, every team has a chance at victory. Just wait and see. The groupings will be announced shortly. Soon enough, Amy revealed the team assignments on the terminal. All participants, please locate your teammates. Simulated training will commence in half an hour. As expected, Chen Nian and Yaya were separated. Although she was not as formidable as Chen Nian, she was still among the top 10 elite candidates, surpassing 99% of the trainee investigators. Chen Nian, should I emerge victorious, you will have to call me Sister Ya. No problem, Xiaoya, Brother Chen will not go easy. The two parted ways, each seeking their respective teammates. While on his quest, Chen Nian brushed past a girl named Lu Lin. Hey, thanks for the elixir last time. Chen Nian initiated the conversation. Lu Lin nodded slightly. Feeling a flicker of happiness within, though she lacked eloquence, her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. We attend the same university. I saw you play the piano at the freshman gala. Shall we be friends? This was a sentiment Lu Lin harbored in her heart, her expression remaining placid and unperturbed. After rehearsing this thought in her mind several times, Chen Nian was called away by others. A failed attempt at friendship. What? You are Brother Chen? Incredible. I cannot believe I am on the same team as you. It feels like divine favor. The exuberant voice belonged to Cheng Su, one of his teammates, clearly ecstatic. What are your abilities? I am worthless, ha ha ha. If I were not, how could I possibly be matched with you? After some discussion, Chen Nian learned that he possessed wind-based abilities. Advanced wind powers can be lethal and intangible, yet he could merely create wind barriers, some utility, but of limited effectiveness. Before long, the third teammate arrived, a girl with a doll-like face and large, round glasses, clad in a black tracksuit that accentuated her curves. Greetings, everyone, my name is Tang Ji. Her timid demeanor suggested she was shy, her gaze fixated on the ground, unable to even glimpse the tips of her shoes. What abilities do you possess? Chen Nian inquired. I belong to the War God series. My gene liberation enhances physical strength. You? Cheng Su chuckled. You appear delicate, yet you possess physical enhancement abilities? Come, try to hit me. I apologize. Tang Ji bowed, her fingers clenched into a fist. With a resounding thud, her punch struck Cheng Su's chest, almost bending him backward. The rush of air was palpable. Cheng Su knelt, visibly shaken. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Tang Ji repeatedly bowed in apology. Cheng Su's expression conveyed his defeat, while Tang Ji's bore a look of regret. What a mess. Amy, I suspect I am being targeted. Is this grouping truly fair? Chen Nian had intended this as a jest, yet it was overheard by a passing figure, whose derisive voice echoed. This is Amy's impartial judgment based on data. It does not target or favor anyone. Turning to face the speaker, Chen Nian found himself confronted by a striking young man with red-streaked hair, clad in black gloves and leather boots, resembling a super agent. Who are you? Ren Xiaojia. I arrived here 6 months prior. I have heard of your recent prominence. And what do you imply? Rather than lamenting the unfairness of your team or bemoaning your teammates' weaknesses, it would be more prudent to strive for improvement. That is my point. Ren Xiaojia, hands in pockets, assumed the role of a mentor. There is a saying, the emperor is not in a hurry, yet the eunuchs are. Perhaps you should take your leave, for I have no interest in your counsel. Are you insulting me? Chapter 9, Simulated Training, New Powers Unleashed. Ren Xiaojia belonged to the Fire God series, and the stereotype associated with fire abilities is often a simple-minded brute. He was no exception. His temper was notoriously volatile. No sooner had he spoken than his fist, engulfed in flames, was poised above Chen Nian's head. Yet, his action halted mid-air as a crimson spike hovered ominously before his eye, mere inches away. Should he dare to strike, the spike would pierce his eye. Both parties stood at an impasse, the atmosphere thick with tension. Suddenly, the intercom blared. All teams, please proceed to the holographic simulation training room. The simulation will commence shortly. Heh. Ren Xiaojia lowered his fist. I have no desire to intimidate you. I will instruct my 2 teammates to remain still during the training. I hope you do not fall too far behind. Brother Chen, let us make haste. It is time to enter. Indeed. Inside the office, the mentors of 749 had already begun the live broadcast of the spectacle. Who do you think will claim first place? Deputy Director, your daughter Xiaoya's team appears formidable. At least her teammates are competent. It is difficult to say. Many skilled investigators returning from missions are present. Is that Ren Xiaojia from the Fire God series? He joined 749 half a year ago, and his destructive capabilities have surpassed the earnings from his missions, even enduring confinement for misdeeds. He is not only strong but possesses a wide range of abilities. Zheng Xian, I have long heard of your niece's prowess. We shall see her abilities on display. What do you think Chen Nian can achieve? If this were a personal challenge, I believe he could rival Ren Xiaojia, who has been here for half a year. Alas, this is a team battle, and Chen Nian's teammates do not seem adept. Indeed, it is unclear how Amy orchestrated the groupings. It appears grossly uneven. I suspect that Chen Nian's team will be lucky to place in the top 10. As Chen Nian's squad entered the holographic simulation room, they were surrounded by stark white walls, devoid of any extraneous objects. Simulation commencing, scene generation in progress. Suddenly, the surroundings morphed into a desolate wilderness, covered with fallen leaves and dry grass, the earthy scent pervading the air, accompanied by a gentle evening breeze and rustling sounds. So lifelike, one could hardly discern this from reality. Abruptly, a colossal zombie matriarch appeared in the distance, its mouth agape, dripping corrosive saliva that sizzled upon contact with the ground, wafting clouds of white mist. Simultaneously, a horde of grotesque, decaying zombies surged forth. Tang Ji let out a startled scream, her legs trembling. 1 point for each zombie killed, and a point deducted for each that breaches. The matriarch appears immobile. Hold the line, Chen Nian asserted, charging directly into the throngs of zombies, transforming blood into blades and unleashing a flurry of strikes. In a scene of dismembered limbs and flying heads, the score of the team began to rise incessantly. In the adjacent room, Ren Xiaojia's team entered the fray. He cast a casual glance back at his 2 teammates and instructed, stay put. Brother Jia, although we may not be strong, we can still help you score some points. No need. He was determined to win this simulated training single-handedly. Relying on his teammates would only give Chen Nian an excuse to maintain face by claiming their inadequacy, leaving no room for argument. With fervor, Ren Xiaojia plunged into the horde of monsters, delivering a powerful punch to the ground. In an explosive display, nearly 10 zombies were sent flying. Meanwhile, Lu Lin from another team was also a lone wolf, disregarding his teammates as he charged in to wreak havoc. Yi Yao was fuming, stamping her feet in frustration. Damn it, why aren't these zombies electrocuted? Is this setting really reasonable? The simulation lasted 10 minutes, and they were now in the final minute. The rankings stood as follows. 1. Ren Xiaojia's team, 1,823 points. 2. Lu Lin's team, 1,659.3. Wang Xiao's team, 1,599.4. Yi Yao's team, 1,522 points. 12. Chen Nian's team, 999 points indeed. Chen Nian's team was trailing the leader by a staggering margin. The instructors made their assessments, concluding that Ren Xiaojia would undoubtedly take first place, his inherent abilities allowing him to maintain a significant lead even without the aid of his teammates. After all, he had trained for half a year. It was only natural for him to outpace the others, albeit a bit unfairly. Zhang Xin's niece was also impressive, managing to secure second place. However, Chen Nian's situation was rather dismal. His team was at a natural disadvantage, and their abilities were ill-suited for dealing with large hordes of monsters. Ever since he entered 749, this kid has been on a meteoric rise. A little hardship isn't a bad thing. At that moment, Li Xiao suddenly stood up, gazing intently at the large screen. Wait, what does this kid intend to do? Chen Nian was aware that his team's score was far from impressive. He pondered a pressing question. If our objective is to eliminate small zombies for points, what purpose does the appearance of the gigantic zombie mother serve? Is it merely to intimidate us? Coupled with the necessity to defend the designated area, one would assume the logical approach would be to remain stationary, thwarting zombies from entering the area to avoid losing points while eliminating them for gains. But what if I were to slay the zombie mother? How intriguing. With this thought, Chen Nian retreated. You two hold the line, buy me some time. Understood. Cheng Su's wind wall became instrumental at that moment, effectively repelling the influx of zombies. Tang Ji dealt with the stragglers, smashing their heads with powerful punches. As for Chen Nian, he initiated his new ability. Kill Sequence 015, Blood Moon Bow of Ratani. Assuming the stance of drawing a bow, a blood-red bow materialized before him. Simultaneously, 70% of his blood transformed into countless droplets, coalescing at the bowstring to form an arrow. This crimson projectile glowed with a faint dark red hue, resembling a blood moon in the night sky, breathtakingly beautiful. With the charge complete, Chen Nian released his grip. Boom! A circular shockwave erupted. The arrow soared through the air, striking the zombie mother's head with pinpoint accuracy. Another deafening roar resonated, momentarily illuminating the room in a blinding flash, akin to a shattered television screen. The holographic projection of the desolate wilderness vanished, and all zombies disappeared, restoring the room to its former state. What just happened? Did the simulation facility break? Cheng Su was left dumbfounded. Chen Nian smirked. He hadn't anticipated that this simulated training would have a method to break through. In the next moment, a cold, emotionless voice echoed through the speakers. Chen Nian's team has completed the hidden achievement in the simulation training. Total score, 5,000, Chapter 10, securing first place. Accepting the task, haunted house disturbance 1 minute prior. Ren Xiaojia had found the competition somewhat tedious. He was comfortably perched at the top of the leaderboard, with Chen Nian nowhere to be seen among the top 10. He eagerly anticipated the expression on Chen Nian's face when they would meet. It would surely be a sight to behold. Just then, the score rankings shifted. Every team in the top 10 dropped one position, while one team surged forth like a dark horse, catapulting to first place. 1. Chen Nian's team, 5,999 points. 2. Ren Xiaojia's team, 1,823 points. His pupils contracted in shock. What was happening? Did AI me encounter a bug? Chen Nian's team has completed the hidden achievement in the simulation training. Total score, 5,000, a hidden achievement? Had such a thing existed before? He had never heard of it. This meant that Chen Nian was the first to complete a hidden achievement? Ren Xiaojia staggered back 2 steps, his emotions plummeting from elation to despair upon seeing the vast score gap. How could he possibly catch up now? In the office, even the instructors exhibited expressions of disbelief. Is this for real? Even I was unaware of any hidden achievements. It's quite normal. Under standard logic, everyone would defend the perimeter of the area, abandoning the unconventional approach of actively attacking the zombie mother outside the defensive zone. Li Xiao adjusted his glasses, his tone calm, yet pride seeped through his words, as if to say, did you see that? This is my student, haha. This kid is incredible, managing to excel even in areas outside his comfort zone. He possesses talent, strength, and intellect. His future achievements are boundless. The deputy director remarked, I believe the previous draw was somewhat flawed. I request a redraw. The simulation test officially concluded, with Chen Nian's team leading by a staggering margin, leaving all other teams in their wake. Even now, his 2 teammates were still in a state of bewilderment. Don't just stand there, let us go, Chen Nian urged. Cheng Su snapped back to reality, practically bouncing off the ground in exhilaration. Wow, that was amazing. I can't even begin to express my feelings. Brother Chen, are you filming a movie? Initially, he had merely latched onto a strong player, and had no complaints about his low ranking, but now he found himself in first place. This was an unexpected delight. Although the reward for securing first place, the spirit elevation pill, would only go to the MVP, those who had merely coasted along would still receive other rewards. I'm sorry for holding you back, Tangji said, biting her lip sheepishly. Forget it, we're in first place now. Cheer up. Chen Nian replied with a smile. And you were quite impressive. Tangji's eyes sparkled with delight, her happiness at Chen Nian's acknowledgement surpassing even the joy of claiming first place. Teams departed the simulation training room, buzzing with chatter. No one had expected Chen Nian to triumph, let alone achieve a hidden accomplishment. It was utterly outrageous. Ren Xiaojie, who had returned from afar to compete, found himself facing a significant setback, overtaken by a new investigator who had just entered the bureau. He would likely have trouble sleeping that night. Wang Xiao, as the first to experience friction with Chen Nian, initially believed himself to be quite gifted. However, he has now realized the considerable gap between himself and Chen Nian. Even someone as formidable as Ren Xiaojie was met with defeat, leaving Wang Xiao feeling utterly inadequate by comparison. To persist in rivalry would be nothing short of self-degradation. Just as fate would have it, upon Chen Nian's exit, he spotted Ren Xiaojie emerging not far from him. With a stern expression, Ren Xiaojie strode past Chen Nian, remarking, "This time you were merely fortunate. I hope for the opportunity to face you directly next time." Indeed, he viewed this assessment as inconsequential, firmly believing that in actual combat, he would decisively prevail. "No problem. Lu Wenjie, we can spar when the chance arises." "You?" Ren Xiaojie was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the fact that the other party had failed to remember his name. His anger surged, his face reddening as he hastily departed. At that moment, Yi Yaya rushed over, delivering a hearty slap on Chen Nian's back. "Incredible. I never imagined you could surpass and take first place. You truly are one of us from 304. There was no need for further praise. Chen Nian would always be Chen Nian. You look splendid. Let's grab a late-night snack. It's on me, and I'll introduce you to Lao Xie, who still doesn't know you're his roommate. All right, you all head to the cafeteria. I'll join shortly." Chen Nian first went to claim his reward for ranking first, receiving the Sheng Ling Dan. With this in hand, he could further elevate his realm, a most gratifying prospect. Simultaneously, Directorly called. "Chen Nian, your application has been approved. You can commence your official mission tomorrow." "Great, thank you, Directorly." Chen Nian felt that his choice to come to 749 was indeed astute, with a reliable mentor and intriguing friends. At the cafeteria, Yi Yaya ordered an extravagant spread of barbecue, already happily indulging. Yayaji, a young man clad in a yellow tracksuit, sprinted over. He was Xie Yi, one of the roommates from 304. "We've not seen each other in 7 days. It feels like an eternity. Sit down and eat." Yi Yaya cast him a glance. The barbecue exuded a rich aroma. "Would it kill you to stop rambling? By the way, Yayaji, that guy named Chen Nian is incredibly strong. I heard he's a recent newcomer, and I never expected him to finish first. Look, here he comes." Xie Yi turned abruptly, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Chen Nian, our new roommate from 304, also under Directorly. Xie Yi, your flaw is excessive chatter. You lack any notable strengths." Yi Yaya succinctly introduced both parties. "Hello. Chen Xiong appears quite formidable. You are, in fact, no weakling at all," Xie Yi exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. "Pleasure to meet you. We shall be comrades from now on." Chen Nian unceremoniously took a seat and began to eat. "You've thrown this celebration for me, Xiaoya. How generous." Xie Yi stared at Chen Nian in disbelief. Did he just dare to address Yayaji in such a manner? Even more astonishingly, Yayaji seemed unperturbed, merely casting him a disdainful glance. "What is happening? Has 304 undergone a revolution? From now on, you must refer to him as Chen Gu. As for me, it depends on my mood," Yi Yaya casually remarked. "Chen Gu, the former tyrant's oppression has lasted too long. Now that you have ascended, 304 is finally poised for a new ethos and appearance. Stop your incessant babbling, buzzing around like a fly," Xie Yi chuckled, adding mysteriously, "Did you know? According to scientific studies, individuals who frequently consume barbecue at night tend to eat more than those who do not." "How dare you?" Yi Yaya kicked Xie Yi away. That evening, Chen Nian consumed the Sheng Ling Dan, replenishing the abundant spiritual energy within his 30 spiritual apertures. His level surged from LV37 to LV67. The most evident sensation was the restoration of the spiritual energy expended during the rigorous assessment, now more abundant than ever before. A robust supply of spiritual energy meant prolonged endurance in combat, as utilizing sequential abilities relied heavily on this energy. Naturally, his fundamental physical attributes also experienced a notable enhancement. Simultaneously, Chen Nian received a new task from the Divine Series. Current task: eliminate any second-tier monster. Note: this task is a prerequisite for realm breakthrough. The prerequisite task indicated that he must complete this mission before elevating his level to LV 100 for a proper breakthrough. Upon inquiring with Director Li, he learned that such tasks were exclusive to the chosen ones. Ordinary individuals need not fulfill prerequisite tasks. As long as their understanding and talent were sufficient, they could surpass their limits. Consequently, he informed Director Li of his status as a chosen one, though this was no longer a secret, as many had speculated due to his exceptional combat prowess. Xiaoya, have you ever encountered a similar prerequisite task for a breakthrough? Indeed. I was instructed to confront a lightning strike head-on, so during a thunderstorm, I ascended a mountain and was struck, akin to enduring a thunder tribulation. Yaya, being of the Thunder God series, found this quite reasonable. I belong to the Slaughter series, where simply exterminating monsters suffices. However, it appears deceptively simple. The key is where to find second-tier monsters. Chen Nian opened the app to browse the task section, and suddenly, a task titled Ghostly Abode caught his eye. Case file number, CB9822. Location, Tianhai City, Suishir Ancient Town. Overview. Within the ancient town lies a dilapidated, uninhabited old house. A few days prior, university students ventured into the abode for an exploration. 3 males and 1 female, with only the female managing to escape, claiming to have seen a ghost. Current progress. The local security bureau dispatched 2 officers to investigate, yet they too have not returned. It is presumed that supernatural beings are present within. Thus the task has been transferred to Bureau 749. Task objective: ascertain the whereabouts of the 3 missing male students and the 2 officers, and uncover the reasons behind the disturbances in the ghostly abode. If supernatural beings are found, contain or eliminate them. Reward: 15 contribution points, 30,000 currency. Chapter 11. I have arrived. This matter falls under my jurisdiction. Chen Nian reviewed the task file. It appeared quite challenging, which explained why no one had taken it on. Firstly, several individuals had gone missing without a trace from the ghostly abode, likely lost forever. Moreover, the scant information available left them unaware of the supernatural entities within. Should they prove formidable, even seasoned investigators could easily meet their demise. In contrast, investigators preferred clear-cut tasks with lower risk and simplicity. However, senior investigators at 749 were often preoccupied, traveling nationwide, making it improbable for them to immediately assign such a task to the high-level district, resulting in it becoming a hot potato in the lower district. I'll take it. As long as it was clear that supernatural beings existed, Chen Nian was not overly selective. The task required 2 individuals, as mandated by higher-ups. 2 could mutually support one another, increasing the likelihood of success while reducing the risk of fatality. Just accepted the ghostly abode task, seeking a partner. Must be afraid of ghosts and obedient to commands. Chen Nian posted in the forum. Within 10 minutes, dozens of responses flooded in. X, no way. Isn't this my Chengge? X, Chengge, look at me. X, I can shout 666. My emotional value is off the charts, and my combat ability is decent. X, sister can be sweet or fierce, and can even wear black stockings. Can I join you, brother? X, who is Chengge? I haven't heard this name in the bureau lately. X, to the person above, Chengge has only been here a few days. He scored 100 in the newcomer assessment and crushed Ren Xiaojia in the simulation exercise. Incredible. 28L, can I join? I'm afraid of ghosts and very obedient. Why did Chen Nian choose someone fearful of ghosts to venture into the haunted house? It is because supernatural entities possess awareness. Should there really be a ghost in that residence, it might hide upon seeing those from 749, making it impossible to confront it. Thus, the most prudent course would be to enlist a genuinely frightened individual to lure the spirit out. The 28th layer poster is an acquaintance, Tang Ji. Reflecting on the mission brief, it becomes evident that of the 4 participants, 3 men and 1 woman, only the woman survived. There might be some hidden agenda. Finding a female teammate could be an excellent opportunity to test this theory. At that moment, Tang Ji lay on her dormitory bed, her gaze fixated anxiously on the screen. She typically refrained from joining others on missions, fearing her incompetence would be a burden, opting instead to practice on training dummies daily. After a month, she had already damaged 10 dummies, leaving the maintenance worker quite exasperated. When she saw Chen Nian seeking teammates, she recalled their previous collaboration during a simulation drill, which emboldened her to leave a bold message. However, she soon chastised herself for being naive. The replies to Chen Nian's post had already exceeded 100, filled with individuals far more capable than herself vying for a chance to join her. How could she possibly be noticed? Just then, a message popped up. Chen Nian, assemble at the subway station at 10 a.m. Tang Ji's large eyes widened in astonishment, and once she confirmed she had not misread, an overwhelming sense of joy erupted from within her. Tang Ji. Yes, Captain. The following day, at 10 a.m., Chen Nian arrived punctually at the subway station and spotted Tang Ji sitting on a bench, her gaze fixated on her shoelaces in deep thought. Good morning, Captain. Tang Ji exclaimed as she sprang to her feet, still clad in black sportswear with her hair styled into pigtails, her excitement evident behind her black-framed glasses. What time did you arrive? 8 o'clock. Why arrive so early for a 10 a.m. gathering? I am sorry. There's no need to apologize for arriving early. Just get on the train. The two boarded the train heading to Tianhai City, where the special subway for 749 was a high-speed maglev train, serving various suburban stations across major cities nationwide. Captain, I've brought many items. I wonder if they will be useful during the mission? What items? This is a ghost-repelling talisman I exchanged at the logistics department. We can each attach one to ourselves, and it will repel any supernatural attacks with a golden light. Tang Ji explained. No, it's a waste of contribution points to exchange for such things. And this is black dog blood, and this is a calming pill. If we accidentally inhale too much ghostly energy, it can cause discomfort or even fainting. This can be taken. Chen Nian was left speechless. The rewards from completing this mission would not even equate to her expenditures on these items. She is so eager to improve, it's quite distressing. Listen well. Accompanying me on missions is quite simple. You merely need to lure out the demons and vanquish them. However, these items of yours are of little worth. Observing Tang Ji's pitiful expression, Chen Nian reluctantly accepted her goodwill. Before long, they arrived at the Zero subway station in Tianhai City. Chen Nian had previously called Amy to arrange an SUV, and they proceeded to drive to Tsuishir Ancient Town. Drive. Yes, Captain. Tsuishir Ancient Town was adorned with quaint streets and tiled houses, devoid of the hustle and bustle of towering skyscrapers, instead exuding a sense of antiquity and warmth. They made their way directly to the haunted house. This residence was a traditional Sihiyuan, undoubtedly a classic mansion. Yellow caution tape surrounded it, and there were no residents nearby, reportedly having moved away for fear of the haunting. As Chen Nian and her companion approached the entrance, a figure resembling a Taoist priest approached, dressed in a blue robe and simple cloth shoes. Fellow Taoist. The priest called out to Chen Nian and Tang Ji. Have you come to investigate this haunted house as well? Who are you? I am Xiao Dao Lu Yun, from a small Taoist temple 10 miles up the mountain. I heard rumors of hauntings in this ancient town and came to see for myself. Lu Yun smiled mysteriously and said softly, if I am not mistaken, you two must be the capable individuals from 749, considering a murder incident occurred here just a few days ago. Chen Nian raised an eyebrow. And so? I entered earlier this morning and found no spirits. You might be making a futile trip. Chen Nian chuckled. Do you take me for a fool? The door is locked, and the dust at the entrance is undisturbed. You claim to have entered? Even if there were no spirits, why are you lingering here? Are you simply idle? Lu Yun was taken aback. This youth, seemingly young, was unexpectedly astute and not so easily deceived. In truth, he intended to subdue the spirits within for his own cultivation, planning to concoct a reason to trick Chen Nian and her companion into leaving, but he had been seen through immediately. Haha, just a jest. Spirits typically appear after midnight when the Yin energy is at its peak. Why not let me accompany you two inside later? More hands make light work. Do you think you're worthy? A single remark from Chen Nian caused Lu Yun's smile to vanish abruptly. Although Lu Yun was merely a loose cultivator without any organizational backing, there were still rules to follow in their line of work. Does 749 think it can act without regard? Not at all. Chen Nian replied nonchalantly. Now that I am here, this place is under my jurisdiction. If you have an issue, I do not mind resolving the source of the problem first. You. The priest was instantly rattled. Had the young people of 749 become this audacious? He harbored 9 spirits hidden in his mountain temple, and if he could capture this spirit, refining 10 souls would allow him to break through to a higher realm. He lacked the courage to confront those from 749, but was unwilling to abandon his objective. Reluctantly, he withdrew to observe from a distance. Chen Nian did not rashly enter to avoid alarming the spirits. He believed Lu Yun had a point. The likelihood of encountering spirits was higher when the Yin energy peaked at midnight, and they would act then. However, before long, another unexpected visitor arrived. A tall and robust man approached, clad in loose cotton garments, clearly a martial artist. I am Lei Zhe, a lay disciple from Jinfo Temple, here to subdue the demons and spirits. Is this the haunted house? Another individual seeking to claim the spirits. Chen Nian, growing impatient, rubbed his ears and said to Tang Ji, tell him to scram. Oh, all right. Wait, let us be polite. After all, we are from an official organization and shouldn't be too unreasonable. So how should I phrase it? Ask him to leave. Chapter 12. Beasts Together. Let us slaughter them all. Tang Ji obediently stepped forward, gazing up at the towering figure before her. I'm sorry, please leave. The muscular man, surprised by her audacity, retorted, You seem familiar, but I didn't expect you to be so brash. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of my elders. Laze raised his hand. In the next instant, a flash of crimson light sliced through the air. Swish! Vivid droplets of blood floated past. What? Laze staggered back 2 steps, looking down to find his tunic torn, revealing a ghastly wound on his chest. I have cultivated the Vajra body of Buddhism. My flesh can withstand bullets. How could I be so easily harmed? He lifted his gaze to the young man before him, narrowing his eyes. This youth was impressive. When did 749 produce such a gifted investigator? Moreover, his methods were rather ruthless. Did the official forces have no qualms about acting against us, the civilian organizations? Chen Nian nonchalantly flicked the blade, blood seeping onto the ground. Regardless of whether it is you or the Taoist lurking behind, heed my words. Those who cross the line, I have no qualms about dispatching. A flicker of trepidation crossed Laze's countenance, and the Taoist observing from the shadows trembled. I apologize for the disturbance. With that, he turned to leave. Chen Nian sheathed his bloodied blade and smiled at Tang Ji. Well done. Thank you for the praise, Captain. Just as Laze departed, the Taoist Lu Yun suddenly obstructed his path. Fellow Taoist, since they are working together, why not form an alliance with us and see if we can benefit from this situation? Very well. At midnight, Chen Nian glanced at the time. Let us proceed. With that, he kicked open the door, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Captain, do you still want the black dog blood? Keep up and refrain from idle chatter. The shadows of the courtyard were particularly deep under the moonlight. The stone path was cloaked in moss, and a solitary, withered tree stood in the corner. The wind swept through the yard, carrying a chill that made one feel as though an unseen entity brushed past. Tang Ji huddled closer. Captain, may I tug at your sleeve? No, you may not. Tang Ji. QQ, what if the ghosts inside do not emerge? Chen Nian strode into the main hall, beginning to search the surroundings, occasionally hearing rustling sounds from the shadows. Nothing on the first floor, let us ascend to the second. As they reached the corridor on the second floor, Chen Nian's steps suddenly halted. Tang Ji, not paying attention, bumped into him. Oh, I'm so sorry. Take your phone out and take a picture. Only then did Tang Ji notice the 2 corpses lying in the corridor, those of the 2 missing security guards. With trembling hands, she began to snap photos, knowing they would need to be included in the mission report. After capturing the images, the duo continued deeper inside. Chen Nian pondered whether the ghosts here were being overly cautious by not revealing themselves. It seemed he would have to resort to extraordinary measures. Xiao Tang, you investigate the innermost room. Wait, alone? Follow orders. Though her heart raced with fear, Tang Ji resolutely complied, timidly moving towards the innermost chamber. Chen Nian intentionally let her act independently to lure out the danger. He then pushed open another room's door. Creak. The faint moonlight illuminated the dust swirling in the air. This appeared to be a bedroom. Chen Nian's gaze fell upon a dusty photo frame on the bedside table, revealing a picture of a man and a woman. Just as he picked up the photograph for a closer look, a thud resounded as a corpse fell from the ceiling. Hanging upside down, the ghastly visage confronted Chen Nian directly. Although his demeanor was already steeled, he stumbled back 2 steps, only to find 2 more bodies descending behind him. 3 missing male university students had all appeared. A spectral mist escaped their lips, coalescing in the air to form a ghostly figure of pale gray. A woman with disheveled hair, unaware of her own demise. She dared to come here to meet her end. Any man who dares to trespass here, I shall slay without exception. Chen Nian was taken aback. The first target of the ghost's wrath was not the terrified Tang Ji, but himself. It seemed she harbored deep-seated resentment towards men, as if all men deserved to perish. Contemplating this did not hinder Chen Nian's actions. Blood transformed into a blade, striking forward. The spectral woman let out a piercing wail as Chen Nian's blade found its mark, her form dimming considerably. How infuriating! The ghost fled from the room, colliding directly with Tang Ji. A ghost! Tang Ji screamed, scattering the black dog blood. Another shriek echoed as the ghost emitted a cloud of white mist, clearly wounded. To his surprise, it was indeed effective. Chen Nian stifled a chuckle, swiftly advancing with his weapon drawn. Clean and decisive. The ghost dissipated into nothingness, defeated by his strike. Hunting desire effect triggered, blood strength permanently increased by 1. Are you all right? Chen Nian helped Tang Ji to her feet. Is it over? She was still frightened, clinging to Chen Nian's arm. By the way, Captain, was my black dog blood truly effective? Yes. But Captain, why didn't you contain that ghost? If we brought her back to 749, there might have been a bonus. Chen Nian chuckled. I have no interest in containment. The job is done. As they descended the stairs and emerged into the courtyard, they found the two individuals from earlier waiting for them, Taoist Lu Yun and the lay disciple Lei Zhe. We meet again, fellow Taoist. Chen Nian said coldly. It seems you have forgotten that I drew a line at the entrance earlier. We climbed over the wall to enter. Lei Zhe replied earnestly. I must insist that you hand over the ghost. Otherwise, do not blame us for joining forces against 749. Lu Yun threatened coldly. Tang Ji mustered her courage and shouted. The captain has already killed that ghost. How can we give her to you? What? You killed her? Lu Yun and Lei Zhe were simultaneously taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief. No. Why did you kill her? Lu Yun was momentarily thrown off balance. He had intended to use this ghost to aid his own breakthrough, and his plans had now been utterly thwarted. Aren't you 749 supposed to prioritize containment? He bellowed in accusation. Chen Nian grinned. I killed her because I wished to, be it the ghost or you. However, Lei Zhe did not react with anger upon hearing this news. He merely sighed softly and raised his hand. Amitba, may you rest in peace. To everyone's astonishment, the stalwart man unexpectedly shed tears. Why is he crying? Tang Ji's face was a mixture of confusion. What was unfolding here? Even the Taoist was bewildered, wondering why they had agreed to lay low, only for Lei Zhe to gaze skyward with tears streaming down. It was because the deceased was his wife. Chen Nian held up a photograph, the very one he had seen in the room, a man and a woman. The woman was the ghost, the man was Lei Zhe. Generally, one only transforms into a ghost when filled with hatred and resentment at the time of death. 4 university students ventured out for this exploration, 3 men and 1 woman. Yet only the woman survived to escape. The 2 deceased security guards were also male. Furthermore, the fact that the ghost had attacked me first, rather than you, Xiao Tang, indicates that she possessed a profound loathing for men. Why? Therefore, you were the one who killed your wife. Lei Zhe made no denial. After a brief silence, he sighed. Ever since I married her, my heart has been burdened, and I have not been able to break through my limits. A lay disciple ultimately walks a path untainted by desire. A glint of coldness appeared in his eyes. To seek rebirth, one must sever all ties to the mortal realm. Recently, I heard that this ancient town was haunted, particularly in the place we once resided, and I knew it could be her vengeful spirit lingering. Thus, I came here intending to send her off one last time. To seek enlightenment, you would harm your own wife. How monstrous! Lu Yun could not help but exclaim in outrage. Chen Nian laughed aloud. Aren't you the same? Knowing full well that there are ghosts here, you still allowed her to kill, merely to strengthen her for your own purposes. How do you know? Lu Yun stared incredulously at Chen Nian. You mentioned that the Taoist temple is merely 10 miles away, so it seems you've arrived quite late. This implies that spirits tend to roam during the early hours. Upon hearing that I had slain the female ghost, your agitation clearly indicates your intention to exploit her. Blood trickled slowly from Chen Nian's hand, forming a crimson blade. Therefore, since you are all beasts, let us slaughter you all. Chapter 13. The Catastrophic Demon and the Birth of the Ghost Infant. Just as Chen Nian prepared to take action, a thunderous crash resounded as the house behind them suddenly collapsed into ruins. Thick plumes of smoke mingled with a palpable aura of malevolence. Captain, the Qingxin pill. Tang Ji handed over the elixir, and Chen Nian was surprised that it would indeed prove useful. Upon consuming the pill, his mind felt significantly clearer. However, the female ghost had clearly been vanquished by him, and even the reward had been received. Why was there still such a heavy presence of ghostly energy? In the chilling evening breeze, no one dared to act hastily. At that moment, a frail little hand emerged slowly from the debris. Crawling out was an infant, its face pale as death, and its eyes were dark voids, reminiscent of a bottomless abyss, sending chills down one's spine. A ghostly infant. Lu Yun exclaimed in shock. That woman was pregnant before her demise. The unborn child perished alongside its mother, harboring immense resentment, compounded by the absorption of its mother's abundant yin energy, resulting in this nefarious ghost infant. This is the most vicious of spirits. As it crawled closer, its form began to swell, transforming into a giant resembling a child. The onlookers felt their scalps tingle with dread. Lu Yun had indeed known of the female ghost's presence. He had intended to wait until she had claimed more lives to grow stronger before capturing her. However, he had no idea about the ghost infant. Chen Nian called out to AI Me, assess its level. A line of green text appeared. LV-26, Ghost Infant, catastrophic. Among humans, there are prodigies, similarly, among demons. Strength varies greatly within the same realm. The official ratings are ordinary, catastrophic, calamitous, dragon, and ghost, with catastrophic monsters being at least 30 stronger than their ordinary counterparts. Immediate retreat is advised, AIME cautioned, determining from the data that the adversary before them was beyond the capabilities of Chen Nian and his companion. Ouch, it hurts. The ghost infant wailed loudly, its terrifying vocalizations causing pain to their eardrums. Just then, Laze stepped forward and softly called out, "Son, I am your father." He coaxed gently. "Come here, son. Daddy won't harm you, come." "Daddy." The enormous ghost infant slowly crawled toward him. Just as they were within a meter of each other, Laze suddenly produced a golden talisman and pressed it against the infant's head. The talisman burst forth with golden light, and the ghost infant let out a chilling scream. "Let me extract some final value from you, to refine my magical artifact." Laze quickly took out a string of Buddhist beads and began to manipulate them, attempting to subdue the ghost infant. Unexpectedly, the ghost infant extended a chubby hand and seized Laze's head with great force. "It hurts, Daddy, it hurts." With a sickening crunch, Laze's head was crushed, akin to a bursting watermelon, juices spilling from the gaps between the ghost infant's fingers. "Insane. I must take my leave. This little demon is too formidable." Lu Yun dared not linger a moment longer and fled. However, Chen Nian and Tang Ji remained. If this ghost infant were to escape, the surrounding ancient town would likely be doomed. Even Tang Ji, trembling in fear, stood her ground. For the investigators of Bureau 749 had the duty to protect the safety of ordinary citizens. "Xiao Tang, you should leave." "What about my captain?" "Naturally. I will stay behind to slay it." A smile of excitement crept across Chen Nian's face. Blood flowed from his palm, yet he felt no pain. In midair, it transformed into a long blade, which Chen Nian grasped firmly. Suddenly, the ghost infant lunged forward like a beast. With a swift draw, he unleashed a blood-red blade of light, as swift as lightning and infused with fierce momentum. Crack! One of the ghost infant's hands was severed on the spot. "It hurts." Amidst its wailing, the ghost infant retaliated with a fierce blow. Chen Nian intended to block with his blade, but was unexpectedly aided by Tang Ji, who appeared at his side and raised her right arm to deflect the strike. The gene liberation ability significantly enhances physical strength and durability once activated. The dull thud of impact reverberated as air exploded around them. Tang Ji was sent flying, crashing into the rubble, yet within moments, she rose again. Blood at her lips, but her gaze resolute. "Captain, I will buy you some time. You use that technique. All right, take care of yourself." Tang Ji affixed the ghost-repelling talisman she had purchased earlier to her body. She clenched her right fist, raised her left hand, took a deep breath, and lowered her center of gravity. "Mommy and Daddy, I will avenge you." The ghost infant charged wildly at Tang Ji, initiating a fierce melee battle. The talisman was effective, ensuring her safety for the time being. As for Chen Nian, he had initially considered taking a reckless risk to maximize the activation of Blood Monarch through significant blood loss. However, it seemed unnecessary now. He leaped onto a nearby rooftop and drew his bow. Slaughter Sequence 015, Blood Moon of Latani. Countless blood droplets coalesced into arrows, their dark crimson glow reminiscent of a sanguine moon in the night sky. The charge completed, "Xiao Tang, move aside." "Yes." Tang Ji leaped aside just as the arrow was released, striking the ghost infant directly. Boom! Dust and debris erupted, creating a massive crater in the ground. The ghost infant lay in the pit, the scarlet arrow piercing through its form. "It hurts, Daddy, it hurts. Good night." Chen Nian swiftly plunged a blade into the ghost infant's head. Finally, the ghost infant's cries faded, dissipating into black mist within the air. Divine mission completed. Blood Intensity 6, slain a powerful demon, triggering the hunting desire effect. Blood Intensity 3, upon the demise of demons. They release a significant amount of spiritual energy for a brief period. Chen Nian and Tang Ji, being nearby, could absorb it. They both ascended a remarkable 10 levels, with Chen Nian's level rising from 67 to 77. He descended, feeling the blood return to his body, and his pale complexion improved slightly. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, Captain. It seems my realm has broken through." Tang Ji was both astonished and elated. Her mindset had been elevated, and coupled with the influx of spiritual energy, she had seamlessly achieved her breakthrough. Congratulations. Chen Nian had completed the prerequisite for his own breakthrough, needing only to fill all 100 spiritual cavities within his body. "Thank you, Captain." Tang Ji expressed her gratitude with a bow, realizing the immense rewards she had gained from this mission. The two prepared to rest briefly and notify the relevant teams to handle the aftermath. Current blood intensity increase. 20. Divine gift available. With a thought, Chen Nian summoned 3 cards into his consciousness. 1. Blood intensity 3-2. Enhanced blood monarch effect. While blood is present in the body, any attack will automatically be defended against. Acquiring the ability of the ghost infant S whale, sitting on the ground, wailing loudly, unleashing a powerful sonic wave to attack enemies. What a ludicrous ability this is. Naturally, Chen Nian chose the second option, as enhancing mechanisms is of paramount importance. The ability to automatically defend with blood sounds quite impressive. Is it not akin to the automatic defense of sand by my arrow in Huaying? Unbeknownst to him, should someone fire upon him, the blood would form a barrier to defend without Chen Nian's manipulation. But the situation is not yet concluded. Chen Nian summoned AI Me. AI Me. Use your positioning to locate the nearest Taoist temple within 10 miles. Positioning complete. Shall I initiate navigation? Initiate. It is time to settle accounts with that Taoist. Chapter 14. What? He slaughtered the ghost infant. A small Taoist temple stood atop a green hill, 10 miles from the ancient town. Lu Yun returned to the temple in haste, panting and shaken. He had only intended to capture a female ghost, never expecting to find a ghost infant hidden away. Thankfully, he had not encountered it earlier, otherwise he would have been doomed. Now, reflecting on it, those two should not have survived either. The ghost infant's resentment is too intense. It would kill upon entering the world, and they could not possibly be its match. With this thought, Lu Yun sighed in relief. He stretched and prepared to sleep in the temple before making further plans. Just as he lay down, a tremendous crash erupted outside. Who could it be? Lu Yun hurriedly rose, only to see the wooden door had collapsed, and 2 figures stepped through the threshold. It's you. You're not dead? Lu Yun was astounded. Indeed, the visitors were Chen Nian and Tang Ji. Should I perish? Chen Nian replied with a smile. You fled? As a member of the 749 Bureau. Do you not care for the safety of the residents in that ancient town? Lu Yun instinctively assumed they were deserters. Tang Ji interjected. The ghost infant has been eliminated by the captain. We are not like you, indulging in ghosts for personal gain. No, that is impossible. How could you possibly defeat that ghost infant? Does it matter whether you believe it or not? What matters is that I am quite displeased. Blood swirled around Chen Nian as he advanced step by step. Lu Yun, terrified, fell to his knees. Brother, I was wrong. I am willing to be taken back to the 749 Bureau for judgment. That ghost was not my doing. I merely turned a blind eye. Do you think I traveled all this way to bring you back to the Bureau? You intend to kill me? Lu Yun's heart skipped a beat. He had not anticipated encountering such a deranged investigator from the 749 Bureau, who had chased him home in the dead of night to fulfill the threat, those who cross the line shall die. He composed himself and stood tall. Perhaps I may not be your match outside, but here, winning against me is no easy feat. Seal the ghost furnace, activate. Boom. The temple behind him suddenly exploded, and 9 malevolent spirits burst forth. Kill him. Oh, unexpected gains. Chen Nian's eyes sparkled with delight. In an instant, the 9 malevolent spirits lunged at him. The fastest among them collided with a crimson barrier, mere inches from Chen Nian. The remaining 8 spirits attacked from various angles, but most were accurately repelled by the blood barrier, failing to harm Chen Nian in the slightest. The automatic defense proved effective immediately. Standing in the center of the temple, with one hand in his pocket, he absent-mindedly scratched his ear. Could you exert a bit more effort? I'm nearly dozing off. You seek death. Let us see how long you can last. Lu Yun again summoned his spiritual power, urging the talismans within the bodies of the malevolent spirits to their utmost, causing them to attack Chen Nian recklessly. Chen Nian extended his hands, and blood flowed down his arms, intertwining to form 2 long blades. Jinghong Yulong Dao. Second style, Jiao Long Zhenhai. Chen Nian danced with the twin blades, resembling a furious dragon thrashing in the sea, unleashing an array of slashing energies. Countless cuts marred the ground and walls. Even the old tree in the courtyard crashed down. Blood strength permanently increased by 1. Blood strength permanently increased by 2. With the twin blades in a frenzy, all 9 malevolent spirits were slain by Chen Nian. 8 were low grade, and 1 was high grade, perfectly augmenting his blood strength by 10. Lu Yun was utterly dumbfounded. The 9 malevolent spirits he had painstakingly gathered had simply vanished. Wait. The 749 Bureau does not possess the right to execute humans. This is against the rules. You cannot harm me. Stay back, if you desire any benefits. You may tell me, and we can negotiate slowly. Not interested. Chen Nian swiftly severed the Taoist's head with a single stroke. Too bad it wasn't a demon or ghost. No rewards. Let us wrap it up and return to 749. By the way, Captain, I have always had a question. Why does blood often spew from your body? Doesn't it hurt? It doesn't hurt. My wounds heal quickly. Oh. Tang Ji quietly withdrew the medicinal pills he had intended to offer to the captain. As they departed, Chen Nian activated a new round of divine gifts. 3 cards appeared instantly. 1. Instantly fill 10 spiritual acupoints. 2. Enhanced the blood monarch effect. Range increased by 4 meters. 3. Increased blood production speed by 5 without hesitation. Chen Nian selected the second card, for its effect was truly formidable. Currently, blood can only extend about 2 meters from his body, meaning he can generate weapons of similar length, thus limiting his attack and defense range to within 2 meters. Therefore, he lacked area attack capabilities. Increasing the range by 4 meters would effectively double his attack and defense radius. Now, with Chen Nian at the center, a radius of 6 meters would become his attacking distance. At the 749 Bureau, in the conference room, the deputy bureau chief, who was to host the morning meeting, had yet to arrive, and the mentors engaged in casual conversation. Chen Nian is back. Have you seen his task report? Zheng Xian inquired, having always been attentive to Chen Nian. What is so interesting about the report of an intern investigator? Indeed, Zheng, you shouldn't dwell on Chen Nian. Wait until he grows before paying him more attention. Zheng Xian shook his head. You wouldn't believe it. He went to investigate a haunted house and encountered a second-tier ghost infant. What? A ghost infant? Surely, you jest. That creature is no mere foe. Thank goodness Chen Nian is safe. Otherwise, we would lose a genius. Zheng Xian shook his head. He didn't flee. He killed the ghost infant. The mentors exchanged glances, and the conference room fell into a brief silence. A ghost infant is a calamity. Moreover, it surpassed Chen Nian by an entire realm. He killed it? Indeed. While the slaughter sequence is strong in actual combat, I have never seen one so formidable. It's indeed somewhat monstrous. During his mission, he also encountered other rogue cultivators, and he eliminated them all. None were left alive. This lad is ruthless. Li Xiao adjusted his glasses. There's no issue. Investigators of the 749 Bureau possess the authority to make flexible decisions against other spiritual beings obstructing their investigations. In emergencies, they may directly strike to kill. The task report indicated that the Taoist commanded a multitude of spirits to besiege Chen Nian, nearly cornering him. He barely escaped with his life. That sounds a bit dubious. Chen Nian returned safely to the 749 Bureau. In approximately 1 day, the inaugural survival mission shall officially commence. He has resolved to refrain from venturing out, opting instead to diligently supplement his knowledge and experience regarding the reverse world, while also honing his practical skills. He aims to prepare comprehensively to avert any potential mishaps. After extensive research on the app, Chen Nian's understanding of the reverse world has deepened significantly. Each individual possesses a tiered point system that symbolizes their proficiency, starting with an initial score of 1,000 points. Should one decline the mission to the reverse world, points will be deducted. Likewise, failure in a task results in a decrease in points. When one's score reaches 0, the divine favor is lost, and the sequence abilities vanish permanently. Novices perceive the reverse world as a nightmare to be avoided at all costs, while the strong view it as an opportunity, something to be sought after yet often elusive. This disparity in strength is thus established. Those who frequently traverse the reverse world, as long as they survive each encounter, experience breakthroughs in their realm at a pace several times faster than the average person. Depending on the tier of points, the level of the reverse world varies. Currently, the reverse world consists of 7 levels, ranging from simple to complex. Simple level, 1,100 points. Ordinary level, 1,200 to 2,000 points. Difficult level, 2,000 to 3,000 points, and so forth. Naturally, some individuals of higher caliber attempt to deliberately lower their scores. However, they find that exerting themselves in lower tiers yields no growth, ultimately rendering their efforts futile. As for my initial foray into the reverse world, I am destined for the simple tier, where I will be paired with novices possessing scores below 1,000. What is there to fear? Just get it done. With time still on my side, I shall head to the training ground to practice. Little did Chen Nian expect that shortly after arriving at the training ground, he would witness a dramatic confrontation between 2 girls. Chapter 15. Provocation leading to disciplinary point deductions. In the training ground for intern investigators, Zhao Qian was engaged in shot-put practice with her close friend, exchanging throws to enhance their strength. She was the senior who had previously introduced Chen Nian to the 749 team. Recently, after completing a regional patrol task, she had returned to the bureau. Qian, you won't believe there's a monstrous newcomer. He scored a perfect 100 in the assessment, astonishingly strong. Haha, Is that person named Chen Nian? Zhao Qian smiled proudly. How could I not know? We attend the same university, and I consider myself his senior. No way, really. Her friend exclaimed incredulously. Do you know how formidable he is? The deputy director's daughter, Yaya, who is usually unruly, has been completely subdued by him. I know. Although I just returned, I've seen quite a bit on the forum. Since you know him, doesn't that mean you can latch onto a big shot? It's merely a brief acquaintance. He is a genuine genius, and it's uncertain whether he even remembers my name. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. One must be strong oneself. Let us continue training. At that moment, 3 girls entered the training area. Xiao, you're back? Why didn't you greet me? How unfriendly. Upon seeing the newcomers, Zhao Qian's smile instantly faded. The leader, a blonde named Song Jinxiu, was her former roommate. Every time Zhao Qian went to the cafeteria, Song Jinxiu would demand she bring food back to their dormitory. What's worse, she wouldn't even pay for it. Unable to endure it any longer, Zhao Qian confronted her, to which she merely sneered. We're sisters in the same dorm. Why be so petty about trivial money? How small-minded. From that point on, their relationship soured, leading Zhao Qian to request a transfer to another dormitory. What are you doing here? Oh, nothing much. Just a few of us sisters want to train here. How about we train together? You wouldn't refuse, would you? She was trying to take over the space. Zhao Qian frowned immediately. Don't go too far. Oh, come on. Good sisters don't make things awkward. I just want to practice with you. As she spoke, she bent down and picked up a shot put from the ground with one hand. Suddenly, she hurled it. Her sequence was strength enhancement. With immense force, the shot put soared through the air like a bullet, striking Zhao Qian squarely in the chest. She staggered back 2 steps, clutching her chest as blood surged within her. Great shot. So accurate, Sister Song. The other 2 girls clapped and laughed from the side. Song Jinxiu tossed her hair over her shoulder, chuckling. Don't think about asking Amy for a ruling. This is just normal practice. You simply can't handle it because you're too weak. Don't you think being here is a waste of training facilities? Zhao Qian had no retort and could only grit her teeth and swallow her anger. Her talent was indeed rather mediocre, even weaker than Song Jinxiu. Forget it, Qian. Let us practice somewhere else. Don't stoop to her level. As her friend tugged Zhao Qian away, another boy entered the training area, striding directly towards Song Jinxiu and her companions. Is that Chen Nian? Zhao Qian gasped. Not everyone had seen Chen Nian. Most had only come across discussions about him on the forum, while Song Jinxiu had never encountered him. Oh, you're not that woman's toy, are you? Trying to defend her? Chen Nian did not engage in unnecessary chatter. He swiftly extended his finger, causing blood to materialize into a blood-red hand. With a flick of his finger, the blood hand struck down from several meters away. A sharp crack echoed in the air. A large red handprint instantly appeared on Song Jinxiu's fair face. She clutched her stinging cheek in disbelief, glaring at Chen Nian, her voice rising to a shriek. You dare hit me? My father has never hit me. How dare you? No worries, I can play the role of your father today. What a pretentious act. Song Jinxiu summoned the heavy shot put from the ground into her hand. Channeling all her strength, she launched it like a cannonball towards him. The blood defense mechanism activated, forming a barrier that perfectly intercepted the shot put midair. What? Song Jinxiu stood frozen for a moment, bewildered that her previously unleashed force, capable of collapsing a wall, had been effortlessly blocked. The girl beside her trembled, whispering, Sister Song. He seems to be Chen Nian. Upon hearing his name, Song Jinxiu's pupils dilated. Although she had never seen him, she had heard of his reputation. How could that wretched Zhao Qian have a connection with Chen Nian? Ah, so it's Brother Chen. Why didn't you say so earlier? I didn't recognize you, my apologies. Her demeanor shifted instantly. She had always been adept at navigating social situations, which had served her well. No problem. I merely wish to practice with you. Chen Nian replied with a slight smile. Song Jinxiu's forced smile faltered as she suppressed her rage and said sweetly, Brother Chen, our little matters should have nothing to do with a strong man like you, right? Such eloquent words. The reason why a charming vixen thrives is clear. She could both flatter and allure, making it difficult for ordinary individuals to compete. Chen Nian nodded, acknowledging her reasoning. You're right. It really doesn't concern me much. Then how about you step aside first? I'll treat you to a meal another day. Next time you want to hit me, just say the word. With that, the blood hand struck Song Jinxiu's left cheek once more. Now does it matter? This time, my left and right faces have finally achieved symmetry. If Director Li, who is rather obsessive-compulsive, were here, he would surely be compelled to praise me. Chen Nian thought. You Chen, you truly lack self-awareness. Do you believe me to be easily bullied? Indeed you. By the way, I consider you to be utterly worthless. Do you not realize how wasteful it is for you to occupy the training grounds? In Chen Nian's eyes, everyone present was indeed a waste, indistinguishable from one another. The harsh words she had just spoken returned to her like a boomerang, leaving Song Jinxiu with a burning face and a completely tarnished reputation. Typically, when encountering such a man, who wouldn't be flustered by a charming smile and a playful demeanor, they say one should never strike a smiling face. Yet Chen Nian truly knows how to take action. Amy, he is openly assaulting a colleague. I demand an immediate disciplinary ruling. Song Jinxiu was beside herself with rage. Amy's virtual image flickered into existence, retrieving surveillance footage. The ruling is in progress. Determined to be instigating trouble, 50 behavioral discipline points deducted. Ruling complete. A smile appeared on Song Jinxiu's face. Serves you right. In the next moment, her terminal flashed a notification. Instigating trouble, 50 behavioral discipline points deducted. Indeed, she got what she deserved. Zhao Qian behind her couldn't help but chuckle. Amy, I was the one who got hit. Why am I losing points? Cursed Song Jinxiu. Damn this worthless artificial intelligence. Insulting Amy, 100 behavioral discipline points deducted. Notice, your behavioral discipline points are too low. All external duties are temporarily suspended. Please engage in public service to improve your behavioral points. Song Jinxiu's face turned completely green. Just wait, someone so arrogant will regret it. You won't have it easy. Goodbye, dear daughter. With that, Song Jinxiu stormed off, and the onlookers dispersed. Thank you, Chen Nian. I've disliked her for a long time, and today, thanks to you, I've finally vented my frustration. It feels truly satisfying. Senior sister, you are too polite, Chen Nian replied with a smile. In this day and age, still indulging in schoolyard bullying? She brought this upon herself. However, Song Jinxiu knows many people. She may come to find trouble for you later. No problem. It will be an opportunity for some amusement. All right, I shall head to training as well. After Chen Nian departed, her close friend rushed forward. Whoa, I never expected you to have such a connection with Chen Nian. He is incredibly handsome. I was utterly captivated just now. Connection is an exaggeration. It merely shows that he possesses good character. After Song Jinxiu returned, that very night, she arranged to meet Ren Xiaojia. Brother Ren, I have been bullied by Chen Nian. She clung to Ren Xiaojia's arm. If you don't help me with this, I won't be able to hold my head high in 749 in the future. Chen Nian. Ren Xiaojia took a puff of smoke. He is indeed a bit too arrogant. It just so happens that I want to find an opportunity to spar with him. Brother Ren, do you want to fight him in real combat? Song Jinxiu was overjoyed. All right, I will send him a challenge tomorrow and stir up some excitement on the forum, ensuring he gets mocked on the ground if he loses. Chapter 16, No More Nonsense. I'm in a hurry in the living room of dormitory 304. Chen Nian and Yi Yaya sat on the sofa, snacking. Xie Yi was cleaning the dormitory. But no one forced him. It was entirely due to Li Zhao's teachings, which instilled in him a newfound love for cleanliness. Chen Nian, you are being rather inconsiderate, aren't you? Yi Yaya munched on potato chips. You didn't even call me Sister Yu for that good deed. I've long disdained that pretentious woman, and I could have taken the chance to bully her. Haha, who doesn't know you are the daughter of the deputy bureau chief? With you here, the other party wouldn't dare to be arrogant, and there wouldn't be any of this aftermath. You little rascal, you have quite the dark heart. Chen Nian laughed. By the way, I plan to go to the reverse world tomorrow. I wanted to give you all a heads up. What? Both Yi Yaya and Xie Yi exclaimed in surprise. You just awakened not long ago, and you are eager to go to the reverse world? Isn't that a bit hasty? I've only been once myself. Chingu, I may not be a professional, but I'd like to offer you some advice. This suggestion may not be very mature. Just as I mentioned at the beginning, I am not a professional. Have you completed your first mission? Chen Nian asked Yi Yaya. I have. Then what is there to worry about? If you can do it, why should I be afraid? You really are asking for a beating, aren't you? Yi Yaya playfully kicked Chen Nian with her bare foot. After kicking him, she retrieved a technologically advanced gray-white sphere from her storage artifact and tossed it to Chen Nian. What is this? Press the button on the side, and 5 seconds later, it will explode and release a large amount of lightning. I've even enhanced it with my own ability. It can at least paralyze monsters. Sister Xie. The way she called her sister touched Yi Yaya's heart. And the gift was indeed valuable. Subsequently, Chen Nian also informed Li Xiao about his plan to go to the reverse world. Director Li did not dissuade him, but meticulously shared many experiences and lessons, providing him with a simultaneous translation earpiece since encountering foreigners in the reverse world was a possibility. The next day, bright and early, Chen Nian had not yet risen when Yi Yaya burst into his bedroom. What is wrong? Quick, check the forum. That woman Song Jinxiu is challenging you. She challenged me? Is her brain malfunctioning? To be precise, she is challenging you on behalf of Ren Xiaojia. Those two often collude together. It seems Ren Xiaojia is still feeling disgruntled after losing to you in the last assessment and wants to prove himself through real combat to wipe away the humiliation. Chen Nian glanced at the forum, where the hottest post read, "Challenge. Who is the strongest in-turn investigator?" Ren Xiaojia formally invites Chen Nian to battle. Time, 10 o'clock, location, arena. The replies had already exceeded 100. Wow, this is going to be entertaining. This is a true peak showdown. Isn't Chen Nian still at the mountain moving stage? Isn't Ren Xiaojia a bit of a bully? He seems to have said he would suppress his spiritual power to the spirit communication stage. Enough talk. I've already woken up everyone in the dormitory. Hurry up. The key is whether Chen Nian will accept this challenge. Of course he must accept. You all know how arrogant Chen Nian is. If he doesn't accept, won't he be a coward? Chen Nian quickly discerned that many comments were deliberately stirring up drama against him. Forget them. Aren't you about to head to the reverse world? How can you waste time on him? Starting at 10 o'clock? Chen Nian checked the time. He just so happened to enter the reverse world at 10. It was a little past 8, with less than 2 hours remaining. If you truly feel ashamed, I can help you accept the challenge. Just say that he can only challenge you if he wins. How about that? Yi Yaya patted her chest. You are even willing to lose for me. I'm moved to tears. Go away. This is a special circumstance. Besides, you saved me last time. Consider this a favor returned. Chen Nian replied to the post with his own account. I can fight, but only 2 minutes in advance. I have something to attend to at 10 o'clock. Additionally, I do not engage in meaningless fights. Let's wager 100 contribution points. His personal response instantly elevated the anticipation for this battle invitation to its peak. Chen Nian accepted. What the heck, he even proposed a wager. How bold. 100 contribution points is no small sum. Some people take half a year to accumulate that much. It could be exchanged for a rather good martial arts technique. Brothers, charge forth. The arena awaits the spectacle. However, there is a matter I find perplexing. He mentioned having something to attend to at 10 o'clock. What could it possibly be? I have no idea. Could it be that he is preparing himself? Yaya, upon reading Chen Nian's reply, exclaimed in astonishment. You genuinely intend to finish fighting him before heading to the reverse world? Enough of this. Moreover, you are wagering 100 contribution points with him. Where will you procure such a sum? Do you not have it? If you lose, you shall assist me. And if you win, I will share half the spoils. It is settled. In the office, Li Xiao tuned into the arena's live broadcast, his expression somewhat stern. Director Li, I have heard that one of your students is about to engage in a grand battle. Chen Nian is set to face Ren Xiaojia. It promises to be intriguing. Unexpectedly, Li Xiao maintained a composed demeanor, stating, This lad is utterly oblivious to the importance of timing. What do you mean, Director? Do you lack confidence in Chen Nian? Surely not. He is among the elite in combat prowess, particularly in one-on-one confrontations. Yet, Li Xiao shook his head. No, I do not believe he will lose this duel. Then why the lamentation? Because he is about to be transported to the reverse world. What? Upon hearing this, the other instructors in the office widened their eyes in disbelief. Is that lad truly heading to the reverse world so soon? Why would he even bother with a duel? Knowing he ought to maintain peak combat readiness for his entry, I refuse to believe he would dare to play such a risky game. Come. Let us all watch the live stream together. Several instructors pulled their chairs closer, joining Li Xiao as spectators. In the arena, even at dawn, the crowd had amassed to over 100. Within room 749, nearly all stationed interns were present, with some even munching on buns. The seasoned warrior Ren Xiaojia was set to face the rising star Chen Nian amidst underlying grievances. The orchestrator of this duel, Song Jinxiu, also had a conflict with Chen Nian. Furthermore, the stakes included a wager of 100 contribution points. The victor would reap both fame and fortune, while the loser would suffer considerable loss. The anticipation surrounding this duel was palpable. I had been preoccupied elsewhere, but rushed over immediately. Could you keep your distance? I am trying to have breakfast. Ren Xiaojia had already arrived, yet Chen Nian was still absent, with only 10 minutes until the match commenced. No, 8 minutes. Did Chen Nian not say he had something to attend to? Surely he does not intend to resolve this in merely 2 minutes. Of course, Xiao Qian had also arrived, aware that this duel was intertwined with the previous day's conflicts. The cool and aloof beauty Lu Lin made her entrance, creating a near vacuum around her. No one dared to stand beside her for fear of the chill. Additionally, Cheng Su and the bespectacled girl Tang Ji, who had previously teamed up with Chen Nian, were also present. Time, 9:55. The trio of Chen Nian, Yi Yaya, and Xie Yi made their appearance together. They have arrived. Finally here, go for it, Brother Chen. Oh, I have faith in you. A chorus of cheers erupted for Chen Nian. Song Jinxiu cast a scornful glance at him, arms crossed, sneering, what a farce. Ren Xiaojia had already taken his position in the center of the arena, his dyed red hair styled with gel, clad in black gloves and leather boots. Wearing a confident smile. Upon Chen Nian's arrival, Ren Xiaojie casually inquired. I must ask, what is this matter you mentioned? Nothing of consequence. I am merely going to the reverse world. After a brief silence, Ren Xiaojie erupted into laughter. If you win, you are impressive. If you lose, you have a convenient excuse to conserve your strength for the reverse world. What a flawless rationale. Did Chen Nian truly claim he was heading to the reverse world? Is that true? Song Jinxiu scoffed. A grown man contemplating his retreat before a battle. How cunning. Xie Yi whispered to Yi Yaya. Is Brother Chen serious? Indeed, just wait. These fellows are about to be thoroughly embarrassed. The thought alone is amusing. Ren Xiaojie shrugged. Speaking of which, I too have matters to attend to. I did not sleep well last night and need to catch up on rest. Ha ha ha. Laughter rippled through the crowd. Chen Nian raised his hand. Blood pooled in his palm, transforming into a crimson blade. Enough with the chatter. I am pressed for time. Chapter 17. Crushing Victory. Chen Nian enters the reverse world. Flames ignited in Ren Xiaojie's palms. He too was a chosen one of the Fire God Sequence 010, True Flame Explosion. He could ignite the flames in his hands, unleashing a powerful wave of fire. Winning was a trivial matter for him. He merely needed to close the distance and trigger the flames to send Chen Nian flying. Rest assured, time is ample. Ren Xiaojie's center of gravity lowered, his palms directed backward. Boom! A tempest of flames erupted from his hands, akin to two fiery boosters, imbuing him with formidable momentum. In the blink of an eye, he surged toward Chen Nian. How swift! Can he even react? Ren Xiaojie was holding nothing back. Various thoughts raced through the minds of the spectators, instinctively holding their breath, not daring to blink. It is over for you, lad. Ren Xiaojie's fist hurtled toward Chen Nian's face, a grin of victory already forming on his lips. To him, the outcome was inconsequential. The explosive flames that followed were unavoidable. Boom! An ear-splitting explosion resonated as flames engulfed both combatants. Did Chen Nian not evade? Engaging in close combat was Ren Xiaojie's forte. His abilities were utterly unreasonable. Wait, something is amiss. As the flames dissipated, the scene left everyone in stunned silence. Chen Nian remained standing, unscathed, while Ren Xiaojie's fist had struck a blood-red wall. Perfectly thwarted. Even Ren Xiaojie's eyes were filled with disbelief. The Fire God Sequence was renowned for its destructive power. His high-tier abilities were typically unstoppable, often requiring just a single punch to vanquish foes. Yet, it was the first time his attack had yielded no effect whatsoever. Chen Nian's thoughts stirred. The blood barrier morphed into chains, ensnaring Ren Xiaojie's right hand in midair. Then, with a swift motion, he drew his blade. The style of the blade was akin to a dragon emerging from the depths, soaring into the heavens. Crack! Ren Xiaojie's right hand flew off, landing on the ground. The audience erupted in gasps of shock. Their eyes trembled, mouths agape, utterly unprepared for how swiftly the victor had been determined. Amy, serving as the referee, promptly declared, the outcome is clear, the match is concluded. Chen Nian is the victor. Ren Xiaojie, enduring the agonizing pain of his severed hand, still struggled to accept the reality of his defeat. While a severed hand could be reattached swiftly at the infirmary, his pride and ego had been utterly shattered. Chen Nian found the situation laughable. The slaughter sequence was the strongest in practical combat, designed expressly for killing. His Blood Monarch ability allowed for the fluid manipulation of blood, elevating his combat prowess to near-peak levels. Ren Xiaojie possesses a distinct advantage in terms of realm, which might allow him to prolong the engagement. Yet, it is simply disgraceful for him to suppress his spiritual power to match Chen Nian in combat. Has Chen Nian truly emerged victorious? Am I not mistaken? The battle concluded with such swiftness. Brother Jie has even lost in actual combat. It is utterly unbelievable. Bravo, Brother Chen. Applause erupted from Tangji below, her small face radiating with joy. Zhao Qian also felt a sense of relief, as the weight in her heart finally lifted. It appears she had underestimated Chen Nian. His talent and strength are among the finest among geniuses. Perhaps genius merely grazes the threshold of his capabilities. In a world where some rejoice, others lament. Song Jinxiu, witnessing Chen Nian's accolades, nearly ground her pearly white teeth to dust. She had endured grievances, expending considerable effort to challenge him on the forum, all in hopes of reclaiming her dignity through Ren Xiaojie. Yet, instead of regaining her standing, she unwittingly provided a platform for his glory, an exercise in futility. Just as she contemplated departing, she was unexpectedly called back by Yi Yao. Why the hurry? I recall we wagered 100 contribution points. Who will pay up? You or him? Surely, you wouldn't default, would you? I will. 100 contribution points. How many tasks must one undertake to accumulate such an amount again? To part with it so easily is akin to shedding a layer of skin, The pain is palpable. After finishing the transaction, Yi Yao cheerfully waved her off. As a favored individual, she would not lack contribution points or resources, generously transferring her own 50 to Chen Nian. Chen Nian, when you return, a feast is in order. No problem. At that moment, the countdown reached its conclusion. A string of text materialized in the air, a task presented by an unknown entity, be it a deity, a high-dimensional being, or the rules of the world. Do you accept the survival task and wish to be immediately transported? Yes. In the blink of an eye, Chen Nian vanished. Silence enveloped the surroundings. What just transpired? Where is Chen Nian? How could a living person simply disappear? Suddenly, it dawned on the crowd. Chen Nian had previously mentioned he would venture into the reverse world. At the time, they thought he was speaking whimsically, yet now, with his sudden disappearance, had he truly been transported to the reverse world? He has indeed gone. The clock striking 10 explains his insistence on starting 2 minutes early. Those 2 minutes were meant to humiliate Ren Xiaojie before entering the reverse world. My goodness, shouldn't one prepare thoroughly for such a perilous place? How is he so nonchalant about it? Ren Xiaojie stared blankly at the empty space ahead, suffering yet another blow. Thus, Chen Nian did not seek an excuse. His earlier words were genuine. His audacity to spar with me at such a time indicates he holds me in utter disregard. Damn, Brother Ren, we know you held back. Deliberately suppressing your own realm. Do not take this lightly next time. He is currently only using one hand, indeed holding back. In the office, the mentors also witnessed this spectacle. Although Chen Nian emerged victorious, Li Xiao maintained a serious demeanor. Director Li, rest assured, the first venture into the reverse world assigns one to the simplest layer. Given Chen Nian's current combat power, accomplishing the task will be exceedingly easy. Li Xiao nodded slightly. While evading tasks may be simple, what if he does not wish to merely complete the task? Are you suggesting that defeating the demons could also expedite his cultivation? Knowing this young man's character, he may very well provoke the demons of the reverse world. Current ladder score, 1000, entered the simple layer of the reverse world. Current task, survive for 8 hours. Chen Nian immediately surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in a confined small room, a dim yellow chandelier hanging overhead, with only a round table as the sole piece of furniture upon which he was seated. One by one, others were transported in, taking seats around the table. Among them were not only the spiritual practitioners of Daxiao, but also foreign individuals with fair skin. Chen Nian promptly donned a simultaneous interpretation headset. If my deductions are accurate, this should be the safe house, correct? What is your ladder score? 500 points. This is my first task. I previously declined all offers. Haha. Me too. I was always too afraid to come. Now that I've been reduced to 300 points, I finally dared to show up. Seeing that everyone was a novice, he felt reassured. Soon, all in this batch had been transported in. Safe house deactivation countdown, 30 minutes. Current survival count, 10. Once the safe house becomes inactive, it signifies that they will be vulnerable to monster attacks. Thus, the group actively began discussing strategies. At that moment, Chen Nian abruptly interjected. Have you not noticed a peculiar issue? What issue? I trust you all received the notification regarding the current survival count, which indicates 10 individuals. Yet, how many of us are seated here? The group began to look around, counting. 11 people? How could this be possible? We have 11 individuals. Chapter 18. You didn't think I wouldn't strike the final blow, did you? The survival count cannot be erroneous. So why is there an extra person? It is utterly terrifying. Chen Nian stated solemnly. It is quite simple. One among us is not human. You mean to say, there is a demon masquerading as a person, blending in among us? How could that be possible? Is this not a safe house? Indeed, it is a safe house, but that does not preclude demons from being present. They may refrain from harming us during this time, but once the safe house is deactivated, all bets are off. A cold sweat trickled down everyone's backs involuntarily. The notion of a demon lurking among them is chilling. It feels akin to having someone who could turn into a zombie at any moment, ready to bite you. Who wouldn't he be terrified? There exists a notion that if someone possesses extraordinary strength during a task, such as being a chosen one, the task's difficulty may randomly increase. Damn, I am merely a novice. I just wanted to complete some tasks and earn rewards. Now it's all over. Fear not. I am an experienced hand who has successfully completed a task before. I shall lead you through this survival mission. A tall foreign man stood up, introducing himself. I am Jackson. After declining 2 tasks, I succeeded in one, currently holding a ladder score of 998. The others turned their gazes towards him. So what is your plan? Speak up. I have no desire to be cooped up with a monster. Indeed, once the safe house deactivates, if the monsters suddenly go berserk and attract others, we could all perish. Jackson declared robustly. We can present items that authenticate our identities and recount our life stories. If one is a demon, they will lack the requisite proofs of humanity. I, Jackson, was born in the state of California, parents alive and well. My father works at an auto repair shop, and I have a younger sister in elementary school. Enough with the lengthy tales. Are you composing a biography? At that moment, an impatient voice interrupted Jackson's narrative. Chen Nian rose, instantly capturing the attention of everyone. Do you realize what you are doing? Disrupting our investigation for demons only heightens your own suspicion, you damn yellow-skinned scoundrel. Oh yes, yes, yes. Recounting tales will surely identify the demons. Do not take us for fools. Chen Nian's fingertip manifested a blood spike. As you can see, my ability allows me to manipulate blood. In a moment, I will pierce this object into your bodies to sense your blood. If one of you is a monster, the blood should differ significantly from that of a human. Of course, this is merely a bluff. At this juncture, with the identity of the werewolf uncertain, Chen Nian must feign the role of a seer. The crowd displayed expressions of joy. Is that true? If so, we can swiftly identify the infiltrator. I concur. Time is of the essence in this safe house. We must commence promptly. Several Xia spiritual practitioners chose to stand with Chen Nian, urging him to initiate the verification process immediately. However, Jackson quickly voiced his opposition. Wait, do not be so easily swayed by his words. What if he himself is the monster, attempting to deceive us into trusting him? That would be utterly terrifying, my God. This statement effectively pulled everyone back to a state of caution. It makes perfect sense. If he is indeed the monster, and we place our trust in him, wouldn't that spell our doom? In that moment, all eyes turned skeptically towards Chen Nian, their expressions tinged with wariness. With a sharp clap, Chen Nian slammed an identification card onto the table. An investigator from Bureau 749. Oh my, there truly exists a Bureau 749. Beside him, a girl in a student uniform, named Luo Xiaoka, was ecstatic, her eyes sparkling like stars. She had just awakened and had yet to be contacted by any extraordinary organization, embodying the quintessential naive newcomer, stepping into the reverse world without a clue. However, she held a deep admiration for supernatural events, particularly for Bureau 749, and could hardly believe her luck in encountering them. How wonderful! It is beyond my expectations to meet someone from an official organization. No monster could possibly infiltrate 749 to obtain credentials. What is Bureau 749? A foreigner inquired. Puzzled. It is the largest organization in Xiagor responsible for managing extraordinary phenomena. Chen Nian asked, who will go first for the examination? I will. Luo Xiaoka eagerly raised her hand, firmly believing in her nation's Bureau 749 as a Xia spiritual practitioner. She rolled up her sleeve, exposing her fair, delicate arm. Very well. Chen Nian proceeded to insert the needle. A soft hum escaped her lips as she felt a tingling pain in her arm. After approximately 10 breaths, Chen Nian withdrew the needle. Next, he would not disclose the results, for he could glean nothing from the examination. It was merely a show of bravado. Next, Chen Nian moved clockwise, soon having pricked 7 individuals. Next, it was Jackson's turn. He appeared tense, refusing to present his arm. Instead, he slammed his hand on the table. This is unfair. You are from the Xiagwa Spiritual Practitioner Organization. Naturally, you will be biased towards your own. What is this 749? It holds no credibility for me. Such a vehement reaction? Could it be that you are harboring guilty secrets? Chen Nian inquired with a smirk. You won't provoke me with such words, cunning yellow-skinned monkey. I know I am human, not a monster. I do not require your validation. You are unworthy. Jackson's agitation escalated, and he forcefully shoved Chen Nian. In an instant, blood-red hands sprouted from Chen Nian's back, gripping Jackson's neck, lifting him off the ground. What are you doing? Release me, let go of me. I am prepared to end your life, but I shall grant you a moment for your last words. Why? I am not a monster. Because I am in a foul mood, white-skinned pig. Chen Nian thrust the blood needle into Jackson's chest, slowly advancing towards his heart. Who decreed that I can only slay monsters? No. Jackson's complexion grew increasingly ghastly. Suddenly, scales sprouted across his features, his muscles bulging, transforming him into a hideous gray-white monster. He is a monster. What the hell? The crowd recoiled in terror, many retreating against the wall. A smirk curled upon Chen Nian's lips. Such a fragile psychological defense, and they are already frightened. Crack! The crisp sound of bones snapping echoed as the blood hands twisted Jackson's neck, his body collapsing, head dangling lifelessly beside him. In truth, this monster was not dead. Although its neck had been broken, its true life core resided within the heart, now merely in a state of apparent death. You vile human! I will make you regret this. Just wait. Once this safe house disappears, I will immediately call upon the monsters outside. You are doomed. He cursed Chen Nian in his heart. Thank goodness we have someone from Bureau 749 here. Without him identifying the monster, the difficulty of this mission would have escalated immensely. Indeed, it is fortunate he was trusted earlier. Everyone believed the monster to be dead, the heart that had been lodged in their throats now settling. Yet, Chen Nian approached the monster's side, grinning. Having clearly slain me, what do you intend to do? The monster's heart sank. Everyone is praising you now. Should you not relish this moment of acclaim? Chen Nian crouched down, the blood morphing into a dagger, plunging forcefully into the monster's chest. Your life is quite resilient. Isn't it? Did you truly believe I would spare you? To kill requires a follow-up strike. This was a truth Chen Nian had gleaned from countless mindless novels and television dramas. Those protagonists expend tremendous effort to defeat their enemies, only to stand there rambling on. It was utterly nauseating. Besides, my reward has yet to materialize, and my blood strength remains unenhanced. Would I be a fool? What are you doing? The others were bewildered by this bizarre scene. What is the meaning of stabbing a corpse? Moreover, he was laughing while doing it, which was utterly terrifying. Stab, stab, stab. One after another, he pierced the monster's body. After a dozen stabs, a notification appeared. Hunting desire effect activated. Blood strength permanently increased by 1. Contentment washed over him. Chapter 19. Now, it is my turn to hunt monsters. Current survivors, 10 at last. The number of survivors aligned with the heads present, confirming that Chen Nian had not erred in his actions. Do not look at me like that. I am merely a cautious individual. Chen Nian sheathed the blood dagger, and the wounds on his hands and back healed rapidly, posing little impact on him. Such is the might of the royal bloodline. Only 10 minutes remained in the safe house. My good sir, how should I address you? Chen, Brother Chen. You are a Bureau 749 investigator and have helped us identify the lurking monster. You shall lead us henceforth. We shall heed your command. That is unnecessary. I may not align with your group. Upon hearing Chen Nian's words, Luo Xiaoka's expression fell. She had hoped to learn more from the Bureau 749 investigator. Perhaps even see if she could join in the future. Moreover, this Brother Chen was handsome and cool. After all, she was a naive young girl in the throes of adolescence, and such a dangerous environment would not deter her from harboring a crush. We must ascertain what the outside world is like. Once the safe house vanishes, we must find cover immediately. Yes, everyone, please keep quiet. To avoid chaos from too many people, we shall split into 2 groups. We will adapt to the situation. Our goal is to survive for 8 hours and earn the mission reward. Let us strive. Excluding himself, Chen Nian led them into 2 smaller groups. Finally, the countdown in the safe house reached 0. In an instant, countless cracks spread across the floor and walls of the room. With a thunderous roar, it crumbled into ruins. Chen Nian quickly assessed his surroundings. The sky was dark and overcast, heavy clouds roiling with crimson lightning, eerily reminiscent of the scene he had witnessed at school that day. He found himself standing in the middle of a street, flanked by buildings, as if in a city. Scatter into the buildings. 2 small teams hastily took refuge in the structures on either side. They covered their mouths tightly, fearful of making a sound. Chen Nian also sought shelter in a nearby residential building, peering out through the corridor windows to survey the environment. At that moment, the survival mission's countdown had begun. With 8 hours on the clock. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy in this reverse world was remarkably abundant, at least 3 times that of the real world. This meant that staying here for a full 8 hours would allow for significant absorption of spiritual energy. It was no wonder that the reverse world was known for its rapid advancements. Suddenly, a strange cry echoed from the sky, prompting Chen Nian to look up. 2 large black birds soared overhead, circling the urban area as if patrolling. AI scan the information on those creatures. Currently offline, database retrieval initiated. Carnivorous black crow. LV-21, common grade, a typical second-tier demon. For Chen Nian, who had dealt with calamity-level demons before, they posed little challenge. However, for the other newcomers, they were likely a nightmare. Just 2. At that moment, Chen Nian felt akin to someone who had starved for 3 days and nights, rushing into a grand banquet only to find merely 2 fried dough sticks on the table. He quietly ascended to the top floor and climbed onto the rooftop through a window. The expansive rooftop revealed several demons. Some crawled along the street. Others lurked on the walls of the buildings, and some even hid within the structures, resembling beasts lying in wait deep within a jungle. Excellent. Now this was intriguing. Chen Nian finally felt a spark of excitement. He hoped that once he eliminated all the monsters in this area, he could successfully break through to a higher realm. First, he would deal with those 2 flying creatures, Their expansive field of vision posed a significant threat. Why is Chen Gu acting alone? One of the others whispered. I don't know. Logically, more people means greater strength. Even if demons do target us, it would be easier to handle. I suspect he fears that a larger group would attract attention. It's easier to hide when you're a lone target. Suddenly, Chen Nian dashed onto the rooftop, leaping from one building to another just as the patrolling birds approached. Is he trying to get himself killed? My heavens, this is the reverse world. Has he lost his mind? Everyone hide. Hold your breath. Don't make a sound. Hurry. I suddenly feel the urge to pee. Shut up. Hold it in. Don't make a sound. In the perilous reverse world, even the slightest misstep could lead to life-threatening consequences. They dared not peek to see what Chen Nian was doing. The only thought in their minds was to hope he wouldn't drag them down with him. Standing atop a tall building, the night breeze tousled Chen Nian's bangs. Based on his observations, the blackbirds would soon pass by, coming within approximately 10 meters. In the distance, a spider clung to the wall of a high-rise, while a humanoid demon prowled below. He mentally reviewed his targets and a smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Now it was time for me to hunt demons. Here they come. The two carnivorous black crows swooped in from the distant sky, their forms growing larger in Chen Nian's view. After a running start, he leaped from the rooftop of the 18th floor. Simultaneously, his hands extended, transforming his blood-red tendrils to ensnare the oncoming black crow. With a swift motion, Chen Nian seized it, using its momentum to swing around. The tendrils morphed into blood-colored blades in midair. As he flew past the black crow, his weapon struck with the speed of a striking dragon. With a sharp crack, the creature's neck was severed, its bloodied head tumbling down. But there was more to come. The second black crow followed closely behind. As Chen Nian swung back, he collided with it head-on. His blood transformed into tendrils once more, grasping its body and propelling him upwards again. With a swift slash, another crescent blade of blood flashed through the air, and yet another demon's head fell. Having dispatched two second-tier creatures in midair, Chen Nian's body continued to soar towards another building, where a 2-meter-long black spider awaited on the wall. With a thunderous crash, Chen Nian collided, his blood naturally forming a protective barrier. The spider was instantly crushed into a pulp. Then, he slid down the wall, grounding himself as he landed with bent knees. Boom. He propelled himself forward like a cannonball. The finishing move, dragon breaking the void. 20 meters away, a monkey demon was still oblivious to the situation when its head abruptly separated from its body. A torrent of blood gushed from the severed neck, yet Chen Nian, now armed with a blood umbrella, left without a backward glance, ensuring not a drop stained his garments. Hunting desire effect triggered, blood strength permanently increased by 2. Blood strength permanently increased. At this moment, the others remained breathlessly hidden within the buildings. They had clearly heard the commotion outside and feared that Chen Nian had been discovered by the demons. If they ventured out now, they might also be implicated. However, Luo Xiaoke was unwilling to sit idly by. She resolved to join the 749 team in the future. After all, Chen Gu was both her colleague and senior. Their encounter in the reverse world was a fateful connection, and she couldn't simply ignore it. What are you doing? A man glared at Luo Xiaoke. I just want to see Brother Chen. See what? If he wants to get himself killed, that's his business. Our only responsibility is to survive this mission. If you go out now, you'll drag us down, do you understand? The man gritted his teeth, but he dared not shout. His reprimands reduced to a fierce whisper. After receiving the scolding, Luo Xiaoke finally relented. Fine. Suddenly, 2 loud crashes echoed outside. Everyone's hearts leaped into their throats as they covered their mouths tightly, scarcely daring to breathe. Demons. The demons have come. Some sweated profusely, others felt their hearts racing, while some offered silent prayers for protection. Yet, after a moment, the noise ceased entirely, not even a sound of footsteps could be heard. What is going on? After a prolonged wait, someone could no longer contain their curiosity and cautiously poked their head out to assess the situation. Then, they saw 2 severed heads of the blackbirds, still oozing blood. What is happening? More and more people cautiously peeked out to investigate. In the distance, on the street, lay 2 unmistakable demon heads. Those were the very birds that had been circling above. Realization dawned upon them, and they quickly looked up. But the dark sky was now devoid of the blackbirds. They're dead. Both of them were killed. Good heavens, that's the brother from 749. He just took down 2 second-tier demons. Is that for real? His remarkable strength raises the question of why he matched with us in such a shallow region. This indicates that his T-on-T score has not exceeded 1,000. Is it possible that this is his first venture into the inverse world? A sense of dread crept over the crowd as they contemplated this. On Luo Xiaoke's delicate face, admiration was evident. Thus, Chen Nian's decision to act independently was to hunt down the monsters alone. Truly impressive for an investigator of level 749. Little sister, not every investigator at 749 is so formidable. Someone remarked, that lad is at least a genius within the ranks. After this exchange, the group's vigilance diminished. Encountering a powerhouse felt reassuring. Meanwhile, after vanquishing several demons, Chen Nian's blood intensity officially surpassed the 40 threshold. He received another divine gift. Once again choosing from a familiar 3 options. 1. Increase blood regeneration speed by 5. 2. Instantly restore a small amount of spiritual energy. 3. Instantly fill 10 spiritual orifices. After a brief contemplation, he decided that only the first option held merit. Although he would never perish from excessive blood loss, blood represented his combat prowess, akin to a mage's mana bar. Thus, accelerating recovery was essential for sustained performance. Not long ago, Chen Nian was at level 77. Now he had reached level 90. The abundance of spiritual energy in the inverse world, combined with monster slaying, facilitated a remarkable upgrade speed. It wouldn't be long before all his orifices were filled. With a fervor for battle, Chen Nian entered the underground parking garage. In the inverse world, darkness prevailed, rendering the parking area utterly devoid of visibility. "AI me, illuminate," he commanded, and immediately, a strong white light emanated from his wrist terminal. After walking for a moment without encountering any monsters, he was about to leave when a flicker of red light in the depths of darkness caught his attention. Was there something within? As he pressed deeper, a swirling vortex of eerie red light materialized before him, sealed by several black iron chains. Could it be a lair of a powerful monster? Intrigued, Chen Nian reached out to touch the chains. Hidden task triggered. Destroy the seal to enter the lair and eliminate the demon lurking within. Once inside the lair, one cannot leave voluntarily until one side is vanquished. Blood transformed into a blade. With a resounding crash, he swung down, the clash of metal resounding. The black chains remained unscathed, and Chen Nian felt a jolt reverberate through his hand, causing his blood blade to contort. So sturdy? After several attempts, Chen Nian concluded that, with his current strength, breaking the seal was beyond his capabilities. It would be wise to advance his realm first and then return. Departing from the parking garage, he continued his search for demons. For hours swiftly passed. Chen Nian reveled in the thrill of killing demons. Not only did it facilitate rapid upgrades, but it also enhanced his bloodline strength. With each demon he felled, he felt a tangible surge in power. In the past, hunting a single demon required undertaking a task and searching for an extended period. However, this was not the case in the inverse world, which served as both a haven for demons and a paradise for Chen Nian. After a near-total sweep, the entire cityscape was devoid of living demons. At this moment, Chen Nian felt his limbs and bones brimming with spiritual energy, every meridian filled with surging strength, a fiery flow circulating around his heart. Level 100. The realm of Tongling was fully realized. It was time to find a place to break through to the next level. Chen Nian chose to regroup with the main force. Although he had cleared the area, there could still be demons lurking, necessitating the protection of his comrades during his breakthrough. At this time, the remaining 9 members had completely relaxed, no longer as cautious as before. Chen Gu is back. Upon Chen Nian's return, everyone was particularly excited and gathered around him. Impressive, brother. Did you slay every demon in this area? You've turned this survival mission into a monster hunt. This is my first time completing a task so effortlessly, haha. The petite Luo Xiaoke finally squeezed her way through the crowd. I'd like to join 749 in the future, if that's alright. I've always yearned for such an organization. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Nian was merely a newly joined intern investigator. Chen Nian remembered that she had been particularly cooperative during his blood test. If you truly wish to join, I can arrange an internship task for you right now. Great. What is the task? I'll do my utmost. Follow me. Chen Nian led Luo Xiaoku into a nearby building, and they exchanged names. Chen Nian Gu, what are we doing here? I am about to break through to the next realm and need to focus for a while. During this time, you must guard the entrance and ensure no one disturbs me, Chen Nian instructed softly. Understood. Luo Xiaoke nodded vigorously. Don't worry, Chen Nian Gu. I'll stand right here and ensure no one interrupts you. Good. Take this. If there's danger, press the button and throw it. Chen Nian handed her a bomb, reputed to incapacitate monsters. With preparations complete, he ascended to the second floor and began to prepare for his breakthrough to the mountain-moving realm. Breaking through a significant realm is a somewhat esoteric endeavor, intertwined with one's innate talent and comprehension, as well as mental state. Perhaps a fierce battle or a night of epiphany could lead to a breakthrough. However, for lower realms, A standard spiritual practitioner merely needs to have filled spiritual orifices to facilitate a breakthrough. Chen Nian held his breath, focusing his mind, and began to mobilize all the spiritual energy from his orifices, converging it into one point for refinement, before redistributing it throughout his body. This process further refines the body, ensuring that a successful breakthrough would markedly enhance both physical constitution and strength, referred to as mountain moving. Outside on the street, two men walked into an alley, casually relieving themselves against the wall. Had we known, we should have mingled with Chen Gu. Maybe we'd have been able to siphon some demon energy from him. Come off it. Look at him. He wouldn't want us around. To him, we're just insignificant novices, not worth his time. But wasn't he quite kind to that little girl earlier? Haha. That girl is adorable, petite, and delicate. What man wouldn't be tempted? I'd love to pin her down. As the two men chatted animatedly, they remained oblivious to a putrid mass stealthily creeping from the dark corner of the alley. When the men finally noticed, the grotesque mass was already before them. What the hell? As soon as the words left his mouth, the decaying mass lunged, enveloping the man's face entirely. MMPH. His mouth and nose were completely blocked, rendering him voiceless. The mass began to infiltrate his body through his nostrils, mouth, and ears. A parasitic demon. In a matter of moments, the man's brain was devoured, completely overtaken by the monster. Brother, what is wrong with you? What are you doing? Chapter 21. Breakthrough successful. Extracting the divine sequence of limitless slaughter. After a while, two dazed figures stumbled out of the alley, like walking corpses. Visible lesions marred the skin. Saliva flowed uncontrollably, pupils were devoid of life, and an overwhelming stench of decaying flesh permeated the air. Meanwhile, the others remained blissfully unaware, engaged in leisurely conversation. What on earth is that foul smell? What have you two done? Surely you didn't neglect to clean up after yourselves. Wait, something is amiss with them. Before the words had left his lips, the two lunged at him like ferocious beasts, one woman being immediately knocked to the ground. No, stop. Let me go, ah. Just as the woman's terrified scream pierced the air, her head was enveloped by rotting flesh, her limbs twisting in a futile struggle before falling still. What has happened to you? They have been possessed by monsters. Run. A man attempted to flee, only to find his legs ensnared by the very woman he had just seen fall. Pus and blood oozed from her eyes, and her once fair skin was now marred by grotesque patches. Damn it. Let go of me, damn it. The man stomped repeatedly on her hand. Yet despite twisting it and breaking bones, she would not release her grip. Soon, he found himself surrounded by several others. The rotting flesh invaded his body, and after a violent convulsion, he too became a puppet of the monsters. This fiend can proliferate infinitely through human hosts. What is happening outside? Luo Xiaoke heard the anguished screams and cries from beyond and instinctively peered out. What she beheld was a horrifying tableau of madness, as people mercilessly turned on one another, transforming the street into a nightmarish scene of carnage. Why has everything suddenly devolved into this chaos? Luo Xiaoke quickly withdrew, her back pressed tightly against the wall. Her breaths quickening, heart racing. The monsters are controlling them. No, I must help Chen Nian defend this entrance. She promptly secured the massive iron door. Before long, silence enveloped the outside. Luo Xiaoke cautiously moved to observe the situation beyond the door. Upon glancing out, her heart nearly stopped. Outside, the grotesquely decayed faces of the possessed drew ever closer. I know you are hiding inside. Come out, little sister, become one of us. We are friends. Aren't we? If you do not emerge, we shall come in to find you. Sinister voices echoed from outside. Bang! A putrid, bloodied hand shattered the iron door, revealing a bloodshot eye that fixated on Luo Xiaoke, hidden behind the wall. Found you. With a swift motion, a dagger pierced the monster's hand, pinning it firmly to the door. Luo Xiaoke's gaze hardened, her voice resolute. Arnos, come forth. She belonged to the Spirit Summoner Sequence, a summoner of formidable beings. Summoning Sequence 27, the rampaging black bear Arnos. Roar. A colossal black bear appeared beside Luo Xiaoke, its massive form nearly blocking the entrance. Hold them back. We cannot let them disturb Chen Nian's breakthrough. The possessed surged forward, but the bear's might was undeniable, swatting them aside with ease, leaving behind shocking trails of blood. Yet even as limbs were severed, they pressed on, for they had already been wholly consumed by the monsters, their movements now dictated by the flesh within. Such a lovely little sister possesses such a powerful summoned beast. Haven't you heard? Lolas should be paired with ferocious beasts. The woman twisted her crooked neck back into place, grinning wickedly. I underestimated you. Luo Xiaoke hurled a lightning orb. The orb exploded midair, crackling with electricity, instantly scorching the crowd outside. However, the subsequent scene was one of revulsion. The individuals transformed simultaneously into a mass of rotting flesh. The grotesque remnants coalesced, merging into a towering flesh golem, its chest faintly revealing the faces of those consumed. Its size dwarfed even that of the black bear. The game is over. The flesh golem struck with a single hand, sending the bear flying, dissipating into ethereal motes. How could Arno's Luo Xiaoka stumbled back, her face drained of color? The golem's hand descended once more, casting a terrifying shadow that loomed larger in her vision. Bang! Luo Xiaoka instinctively closed her eyes, bracing for impact. Yet, the anticipated blow never came. She felt unscathed. Slowly, she opened her eyes to find a strikingly handsome figure standing before her. Chen Nian. He stood firm, blood swirling above his head to form a protective shield, successfully deflecting the attack. The game has indeed concluded. His realm had successfully transcended to the mountain-moving stage. With this breakthrough, his physical strength, spiritual energy, and sequence abilities were significantly enhanced. Though newly ascended, Chen Nian was confident that no one at the same level could rival him, and he could easily overpower most across realms. Die, 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 die. Bang, 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 bang. The flesh golem relentlessly rained down punches upon Chen Nian. The ground shattered under the force of its blows, yet the blood shield held firm. An impenetrable barrier. As the monster's fist came crashing down once more, the blood shield morphed into a colossal hand, firmly grasping the monster's fist. Had enough? The monster's fist was crushed in an instant. Chen Nian raised his right hand, summoning a 6-meter-long crimson blade. Charging forward, he leapt as the monster's other fist came crashing down from above. With a swift motion, crack, the blade sliced cleanly through the monster's arm. Chen Nian soared an astonishing 10 meters high. Thrust. The blood blade pierced the creature's head, the tip emerging from its eye and exiting through the back of its skull. With a single decisive stroke, the flesh golem collapsed entirely. In an inconspicuous corner, a small clump of flesh cautiously attempted to flee. This was its true form. Squish. Chen Nian crushed it underfoot. Hunting desire effect triggered, blood strength permanently increased by 1. Is that all for blood strength? Clearly, this monster's true form is not formidable at all. Had those people been more vigilant, one stomp could have ended it. They likely felt secure with me present, which led to their collective demise. So impressive, Chen Nian. Luo Xiaoka clapped her hands enthusiastically, her face alight with joy. By the way, I think I did well on my task, right? Chen Nian smiled. Quite well, leave your details. I will recommend you when I return to the bureau. Now, Chen Nian's blood strength had increased by 50, allowing him to joyfully draw cards once again. 1. Draw a random sequence ability. 2. Acquire the ability of decaying transformation. Can transform into a mass of rotting flesh. 3. Permanent blood strength increased by 3. What is there to ponder? Choosing option 1 is a no-brainer. This is a new power. Drawing this is a stroke of fortune. In the moment after Chen Nian completed his selection, he had already entered the realm of consciousness. Hundreds of cards floated around him, each embodying a lethal sequence of abilities. He flipped one of the cards, and in an instant, golden characters appeared. Authority Sequence 009, Realm of Infinite Slaughter. Description: the inherent domain of the god of slaughter, capable of forcibly implanting the murderous thoughts of billions into the enemy's mind, rendering them incapable of action and even driving them to madness and self-harm. During the Divine War, the god of slaughter infiltrated the enemy's stronghold, unleashing his domain and causing a million foes to turn upon one another, leaving a sea of corpses. To his astonishment, it was a card from the top 10 sequences of the gods. Chen Nian's heart surged with joy. Unlike ordinary spiritual practitioners who lacked the talent of the Blood King and could only draw one card throughout their lives, Chen Nian possessed multiple abilities, including 2 divine sequences. With his recent breakthrough, he had acquired a new sequence ability, and it was time to revisit that previous lair. Chapter 22. Encounter with a Tier 3 Canine Demon. Domain Unleashed. Chen Nian headed straight for the underground parking lot he had just been in. Everyone else was dead, and Luo Xiaoka had followed Chen Nian to the sealed lair. Previously, Chen Nian's powers were insufficient to break the chains sealing this place. Now, however, he felt ready to try again. He drew his bow, fully stringing the Blood Moon bow. With a resounding thud, an arrow was released. The black iron chains sealing the lair shattered upon impact. It felt remarkably effortless. Indeed, his power had significantly increased after the breakthrough. Brother Chen Nian, are you going in? Yes, it's very dangerous inside. You should wait out here. All right. Chen Nian stepped confidently into the swirling black and red vortex. After a brief moment of complete darkness, the surrounding scenery shifted, accompanied by the sounds of fierce battle. Before his eyes lay a dark, damp lair, filled with twisted and sharp rocks. In the central open area, a fierce battle was unfolding. Several humans were engaged in combat with a demon. This demon, bearing human-like features, possessed a grotesque dog face and wielded a gleaming curved blade with astonishing agility. Captain, we are no match for it. We must fight back. There's no way out. Either it dies, or we all perish here. On the ground lay several severely injured individuals, while a few others struggled to hold on. Defeat seemed inevitable. Chen Nian felt puzzled. Where did these people come from? He quickly deduced that they likely hailed from another reverse world area, where there was also an entrance to a sealed lair, leading to this very place. Clearly, they had entered in large numbers, only to find themselves on the brink of annihilation. IME, scan its level. Chen Nian directed his terminal towards the front. A line of information appeared. LV-31, human-faced canine demon. Calamity level. Calamity level. This was significantly more formidable than disaster level. A Tier 3 calamity demon was indeed fearsome. No wonder they stood no chance against it. Suddenly, a figure soared toward Chen Nian, a burly man, crashing heavily to the ground. He bore several ghastly knife wounds across his chest. It was the leader of this group. Total collapse. The battle ceased. The dead lay still. The wounded suffered, and they had entirely lost their combat capability. The man lay on his back, coughing up blood. He looked at the unfamiliar face before him. Flee. This monster is too powerful. We cannot defeat it. However, he then gave a bitter smile and shook his head. Once we entered here, there was no way out. He must have entered from another area under the same rules. We're doomed. Another severely injured woman leaned against the wall, murmuring, "Damn it. How could anyone below a score of 1,000 defeat a Tier 3 calamity demon? This hidden task is impossible to complete. I'm sorry. I encouraged everyone to come in. I brought you all to ruin." Besides the group of injured individuals, numerous skeletal remains lay scattered on the ground, remnants of previous challengers. It was a scene of utter carnage. The canine demon rested the gleaming black blade on its shoulder, its two ferocious azure eyes locking onto Chen Nian. "Look, another one has come to die. This place truly lacks for company." It approached Chen Nian step by step, a grin growing wider on its dog-like face, as if to say Chen Nian was already a corpse in its eyes. "Newcomer, see them? They arrived just a few minutes before you, and now they're barely clinging to life." "So," Chen Nian shrugged, appearing nonchalant. "Aren't you afraid of death?" The canine demon grinned, revealing rows of sharp, white teeth. "You will soon be like them. Of course, I won't kill you easily. In this dark abyss, you will be rare toys for me to play with, unless you kneel and beg me to let you go." Chen Nian, growing impatient, interrupted. "I have no interest in listening to barking. Perhaps you should utter fewer empty words." "Very well. I hope your bravado holds up when the time comes." With a sudden burst of energy, the canine demon lunged at Chen Nian, its blade slicing through the air with deadly precision. Boom. Chen Nian was sent flying by the strike, crashing heavily against the cave wall, nearly embedding himself within it. The speed and strength of this human-faced canine demon were on an entirely different level compared to other demons. How formidable! Encountering such a powerful demon exhilarated Chen Nian. It implied greater rewards for vanquishing it. Since this canine demon was so strong, it was perfectly suitable as the first experimental subject for his new skills. Chen Nian dropped from the wall, casually wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Quite resilient. The canine demon was astonished that its attack had only inflicted minor injuries. It appeared that this human could provide some amusement for a while longer. But in the next moment, it met Chen Nian's blood-red, enchanting gaze, and a shiver ran down its spine, causing its fur to bristle. What is happening? Such terrifying, murderous intent. The canine demon instinctively took 2 steps back, feeling a chill run down its spine. How can a human exude such a dreadful aura? What is this person? Chen Nian raised 2 fingers, his pupils glowing with crimson light. The domain unfolded, infinite slaughter. In an instant, the world transformed. The canine demon looked around, realizing the once dim lair had morphed into an unimaginable expanse of blood. Each step it took sent ripples across the vast sea of crimson beneath its feet. Above, a blood moon loomed ominously, exuding an overwhelming aura of slaughter that nearly blinded it with fear. What kind of ability or illusion is this? Regardless, that human is right ahead. If I kill him, the spell will surely break. The canine demon charged forward once more, blade raised. Chen Nian pointed forward with his fingers. In that moment, the murderous intent of billions surged forcefully into the canine demon's mind. No living being could withstand such a colossal and terrifying wave of slaughter. Their minds would be thrown into chaos, utterly losing the capacity for thought and action. From the perspective of the others, the scene remained unchanged, as they had not been drawn into the domain. Clang! The canine demon's blade clattered to the ground. No, no, no. The canine demon knelt upon the ground, cradling its head with both hands as it relentlessly struck it against the earth. Not only did it bash its skull until it bled profusely, but its bloodshot eyes also began to weep crimson, with dark blood oozing from its ears and nostrils. Chen Nian approached, wielding a blade forged from blood. With the first strike, crack, the demon's left arm was severed. Yet, it remained unresponsive, persistently ramming its head into the ground. Crack. The right arm fell away. The onlookers stood dumbfounded, their mouths agape, scarcely daring to breathe. What was unfolding? How had the formidable canine demon suddenly devolved into this state? They exchanged bewildered glances, unable to fathom the cause, merely feeling a chill as they observed this bizarre spectacle. Ultimately, Chen Nian drove his blade into the ground, pinning the demon in place. The realm of torment ceased. The panting demon finally regained its wits, gasping for breath, an acute dread washing over it, accompanied by excruciating pain throughout its body. It soon realized that both its arms had been cleaved off, and a knife was lodged in its back, rendering it immobile. Before it, Chen Nian slowly crouched down. I preferred your earlier defiant demeanor. Perhaps you could revert to that? Curse you. What have you done? The demon nearly ground its teeth to dust in fury. In truth, I could have ended your existence with ease, as effortlessly as slaying a stray dog by the roadside. Do you comprehend why I have spared your life? It is because I yearn to humiliate you thoroughly, you worthless creature. Chen Nian raised his hand, transforming the blood into a pair of scissors. With a snip, he severed the demon's ear. A piercing scream erupted, a blend of rage and humiliation. Chen Nian smiled slightly. It is said that a dog cornered will leap over walls. Why not give it a try? If you execute a commendable leap, I might consider indulging you for a while longer. After all, you are a rare plaything. The onlookers instinctively swallowed hard, astonished yet inexplicably exhilarated. The demon that had just tormented them was now being mercilessly tortured by another madman. Chapter 23. Slaying the canine demon and acquiring the blood fusion crystal. Just as Chen Nian was inflicting torment upon the demon, an unexpected transformation occurred. A surge of formidable demonic energy erupted from its being, and cracks began to spread across the ground. This is bad. We must eliminate it, shouted the man lying on the ground. Before their eyes, the demon's form rapidly expanded from humanoid to beastly, breaking free from its constraints, revealing a towering 2-meter-tall black hound. Oh, Chen Nian remarked with intrigue. Is this the result of your second phase? The others, who had just begun to relax, were plunged back into despair. It was over. The demon could transform. The 2 severed forelimbs regenerated at an astonishing speed. It bared its teeth, its azure eyes filled with malice. Human, your decision to spare me was the gravest error of your life. I am terrified. I am about to die. Come, kill me. As the forelegs restored, the infuriated demon lunged forward, eager to rend the human into shreds. When the demon was within 5 meters of Chen Nian, a sharp snap resonated. Bang! The demon's head exploded like a watermelon. Its massive body crumpled to the ground, devoid of life. For just a moment prior, Chen Nian had infused his blood into the demon, effectively setting a timed bomb within it. At his whim, he could detonate that blood, resulting in the current outcome. Fragments. Kill powerful demon. Trigger the desired effect. Blood intensity permanently increased by 5. Chen Nian stretched his neck and turned to depart. The individuals on the ground, splattered with blood, gazed in disbelief at Chen Nian's retreating figure, their hearts finally settling after hanging precariously in their throats. This individual was utterly terrifying. A third-tier demon stood no chance against him. Was he truly someone with a score below 1,000? Perhaps he was a powerful being deliberately holding back. Regardless, we have narrowly escaped with our lives. Let us support one another. The male captain pondered. Our strength is still insufficient. I must return to 749 and consolidate my skills. Hidden task completed. Obtain the legendary item Blood Fusion Crystal. After slaying the canine demon, Chen Nian ascended 8 levels, also earning a reward for the hidden task. In the palm of his hand lay a diamond-shaped transparent crystal, radiating a pearlescent glow. I wonder what use this trinket serves. Blood Fusion Crystal can forcibly seize the bloodline abilities of any creature. Upon swallowing the crystal, one can perfectly acquire the corresponding bloodline ability. So, I can obtain the bloodline abilities of those monsters. AI me, which supernatural beings possess special abilities. The canine demon's bloodline significantly enhances olfactory senses. The werewolf's bloodline allows transformation into a werewolf on nights of the full moon, greatly augmenting physical strength. The fire-type demon's bloodline increases fire resistance. In the future, should I encounter a supernatural being with an exceptional bloodline, I could absorb it. It would serve as a valuable enhancement to my abilities. Chen Nian exited the lair and returned to the previous underground parking lot via the portal. A glance revealed Luo Xiaoka huddled in a corner, clutching her knees like a frightened kitten. Chen Nian whistled. Hey, you're back, brother Chen Nian. Luo Xiaoka hurriedly stood and ran over, her little nose flushed. Wait, you weren't here crying alone, were you? Of course not. Really? You're not just saying that. I'm joining 749. My willpower must be resilient. Chen Nian suppressed the urge to retort. All right, once the time in the reverse world concludes, we can return. Before long, only a few hours remained. Once the task time concluded, the two would be teleported back to their original locations. Brother Chen Nian, pinky swear. You must keep your word. Where do you live? 77, Huangshui Road, Haigang District, Tianhai City, Unit 21. We're from the same city. Really? What a coincidence. All right, await news at home. Goodbye. As time elapsed, the vision morphed into chaos once more. Survival task completed, Tianji points, 100. Hidden task completed, Tianji points, 300. Current Tianji points, 1400. Simultaneously, a torrent of spiritual energy surged into his limbs, instantly filling several spiritual apertures. This must be the fundamental reward for completing the task. Mountains and Rivers Realm, level 20. It took Chen Nian merely a few hours to elevate his rank by 20 levels, without venturing into the reverse world for training. An ordinary person would require over a year to achieve a similar level of growth. After the rewards were tallied, Chen Nian blinked and returned to his prior location. The 749 competition arena. The surroundings erupted with exclamations. Look, Chen Nian is back. Goodness, he appears completely unscathed. Isn't that obvious? With his strength, entering an area below 1,000 points would be akin to a sheer dimensional suppression. True, his combat prowess is monstrous. Of course, they were unaware that Chen Nian had decisively carved through the reverse world S-domain. Directorly, Chen Nian has returned safely. Regarding Chen Nian Pinyin. The mentors were not surprised. If someone with his combat prowess were to perish in the reverse world, what hope would others have? Li Xiao suddenly recalled something and summoned AI Me. AI Me, please check Chen Nian's current level. Authentication passed. Permissions verified. Retrieving data on Chen Nian, Shan Jing, LV20. At that moment, Li Xiao's action of drinking water froze midair. This lad not only broke through in the reverse world, but also ascended so significantly. I recall he was quite far from a breakthrough before entering the reverse world. How did he progress so swiftly? As a newly awakened intern, he is nearly catching up to those who have trained for a year. Li Xiao adjusted his glasses. There is only one explanation. He must have leveled up by slaying monsters in the reverse world, and given the number, it is highly likely he has exterminated every creature in the mission area. The other mentors gasped in unison. Such a little monster. At that moment, Chen Nian's call came through the terminal, and Li Xiao answered. Director Li, it's me. Congratulations on passing the first trial of the reverse world. Beware of arrogance. As your ladder score increases, challenges will become increasingly arduous. Understood. By the way, Director Li, I would like to recommend someone to our 749 team. Li Xiao smiled. No problem. 749 welcomes any talented individuals. Who do you wish to recommend? A young girl named Luo Xiaoku. I will send you her details. All right. I will arrange for someone to visit her. That night, they gathered for a late-night meal, with Chen Nian treating. Cheers. Just as they had taken a couple of bites, Yi punched Chen Nian in the chest, annoyed. What's wrong? Why did you hit me? I must say, ever since you joined the bureau, the pressure has been immense. What do you mean? Chen Nian chuckled. Xia added, after all, Sister Ye is the daughter of the deputy director, and her father is her boss, so they have a father-daughter relationship. Shut up. Yi retorted. My dad just scolded me recently. He said, with your talent and the best resources, you'll be surpassed by Chen Nian. It's utterly humiliating to need someone else to save you on missions. Haha, Chen Nian laughed, surprised to be compared to someone else's child. So he assigned me strict training tasks, forbidding me from going on field work until I master Thunder Law. It's all your fault. Chen Nian shrugged helplessly. Enough about that, we're friends. So I'll drink one for my punishment. By the way, do you remember the vampire case we handled last time? After investigation, it was found that the monster bore a Blood Clan curse mark. Blood Clan? You mean vampires? They can place curse marks to mutate other creatures, like that blood-sucking centipede. After feeding, it returns the refined blood to the Blood Clan, making it merely a pawn, while the vampire lurking behind remains uncaptured. Chen Nian's eyes sparkled. Now that's a valuable asset. I was just contemplating which supernatural bloodline to absorb. A vampire's bloodline would undoubtedly be powerful. Shall we continue the investigation? I want to join too. But if I don't master Thunder Law, old you won't let me go out to avoid embarrassment. Perhaps I should sneak out? No. If the deputy director finds out, they'll say I abducted you, and I can't bear that. Chen Nian poured himself another drink. You train in the bureau while I go on a mission. We both have bright futures. Cheers. You really ask for it, don't you? Chapter 24. I see both of you are hard of hearing. What about now? Tianhai City, Haigang District. Luo family. Hello. I am an investigator from 749. Get out, get out. This investigator was dispatched by Director Li specifically to recruit Luo Xiaoku. However, upon arrival, he was met with immediate rejection and was promptly ejected from the Luo residence. Luo Xiaoku insisted, "Dad, I want to join 749. I've already promised them." "How can you do this? Join what, 749? Our Luo family has resources to train you. Why would you want to go to 749? The family head retorted. "But that's the official organization of Xia. I want to serve the country." "Official organization, my foot. The Haiging district already has 2 investigators from 749. They take bribes and do no real work. You don't understand. These organizations aren't as noble as you think. But not all 749 investigators are like that. I know one who's particularly good. No need to say more. Going into the reverse world without telling the family. We haven't even discussed this properly. You are grounded for the next month." "Fine, I won't go out. I hate you." Not long after, the investigator returned to 749 and reported the situation to Chen Nian. That girl is the youngest daughter of the Luo family in Haiging district. They have their own agenda and look down on us at 749. I barely managed to say 2 sentences before being thrown out. "Sorry, Chenggu. No worries. I appreciate the effort." Luo Xiaoku genuinely wants to join 749, but is under strict parental control, like a caged canary. I'll personally visit her when I have time. For now, I need to inquire about task-related matters. Chen Nian was keen on that vampire. He had already reviewed the information on AI-Me. The vampire bloodline could enhance physical regeneration speed and possibly grant the ability to absorb strength, which aligned perfectly with his goals. Thus, Chen Nian approached Li Xiao. "Director Li, I would like to consult about the vampire matter you mentioned. That matter is not simple. It may involve the 10,000 Demon Hall. 10,000 Demon Hall. The most powerful demon organization spanning the globe. Numerous demons lurk within human society, making it the greatest enemy of 749. Li Xiao adjusted his glasses. The goal of the 10,000 Demon Hall is to seize control of the world from humanity. Vampires, being adept at infiltrating human society, are likely to have been recruited by the 10,000 Demon Hall. I see. However, a single vampire does not pose a significant threat. Do you wish to get involved? I very much do. The Bureau conducted a reverse energy trace of the Blood Clan curse and only managed to identify a general area where the Blood Clan is hiding, which is in Haiging district of Tianhai City. Currently, the investigation has been assigned to 2 formal investigators stationed there. Isn't Haiging district where Luo Xiaoku is? Chen Nian, still an intern investigator, needed to complete 5 missions to advance to a formal investigator. If you want to go, you can only assist those 2 formal investigators and must follow their lead. No problem. Chen Nian readily agreed. All right, I will arrange for a strong teammate for you to look out for each other. How about Lu Lin? Director Zheng had been urging for Chen Nian to meet Lu Lin, as other intern investigators could hardly keep pace with him. While Lu Lin's strength was entirely up to par, Chen Nian envisioned the image of the cool beauty in his mind. Sure, that works perfectly. Go prepare. We set off tomorrow. Lin, good news. Due to her personality, Lu Lin lived alone in the dormitory, with only Zheng Xin visiting her. At that moment, she was squatting on the floor sculpting an ice rabbit, her few hobbies being ice carving and playing the piano. You like challenging tasks, right? I've got one for you, investigating a vampire. What do you think? Oh, Lu Lin continued to carve the rabbit with an impassive expression. Chen Nian accompanied her. Setting off tomorrow morning. Crack. The rabbit's ear broke. Lu Lin glanced at Zheng Xin, tilting her head as if to inquire. Really? I will send the task details to your terminal. You and Chen Nian will primarily coordinate with the 2 formal investigators, so please refrain from acting independently. Are you happy, Lin? This is an opportunity Annie has worked hard to secure for you, so make sure to cultivate friendships. Lu Lin remained silent, merely carving a smiling face on the ice sculpture of the rabbit. In truth, she yearned deeply for companionship, yet due to her inherent abilities, a barrier naturally separated her from others. Shui Shin Shulia, 003 Jue Due Ling Du. This sequence encompasses all water and ice-type abilities, which fluctuate with her emotions. One night in university, she had a nightmare that caused 3 of her roommates to catch severe colds. Ultimately, several roommates chased her out of the dormitory with pillows, leaving her to sit alone in a corner of the hallway with a pillow for an entire night until Auntie, who worked at 749, came to retrieve her. The following day at the 749 train station, when Chen Nian arrived, he saw Lu Lin standing at the very edge of the platform. Dressed in a black long dress beneath a white wool coat, her slender legs were encased in black stockings, and her skin was the fairest Chen Nian had ever seen among all the girls. Her face was excessively exquisite, resembling a temperatureless artwork. setting aside her personality. She was undeniably a stunning beauty, with the only flaw being her slightly undernourished figure. "Good morning, Lu Lin." As Chen Nian approached her, a chill enveloped his skin. However, he was unafraid, even capable of coating his skin with blood to fend off the cold or heat. "Good morning." Lu Lin impassively regarded Chen Nian, instinctively tugging at her skirt. She cautiously observed Chen Nian's reaction, fearing he might find her icy demeanor off-putting. "The train has arrived. Shall we board?" The two boarded the train. Chen Nian sat beside Lu Lin, beginning to discuss the details of their task. Although Lu Lin did not fully comprehend the specifics, she felt a sense of joy, causing her abilities to subdue significantly. "In summary, once we arrive, we will first greet the two formal investigators. Is that acceptable?" "All right." Lu Lin obediently nodded. Before long, Chen Nian returned to the familiar Tianhai city, and the two headed straight to the harbor district. At the 749 office, Yuan Zhen and Han Feng were lounging on the sofa, munching on snacks while playing games. They were both D-level formal investigators. The formal investigator ranks range from DS. And to be promoted, one must undertake tasks of varying difficulties. Theoretically, higher-ranked investigators possess greater strength. These two had recently been promoted, both at the late stage of the mountain-moving realm. "Han Feng, I heard that the Bureau is sending us 2 interns for assistance. Do you think our affairs might be exposed?" What fear do we have of 2 interns? As long as we don't exert ourselves, can they uncover any secrets?" "That's true, haha. Once we complete this task, the benefits from the Wang family will be plentiful." Foolishly investigating vampires? What a reckless way to court death. They clinked their lemon juice glasses together, smiles of contentment gracing their faces. Within 749, not all members exert themselves like Chen Nian. There are plenty who exploit their positions for personal gain. It seems the newcomers are almost here. I hope they know how to express gratitude to their hard-working seniors, Soon, Chen Nian and Lu Lin arrived. Entering the office, they saw the two engrossed in an intense game of Wang Zhe, indeed the stationed Han Feng and Yuan Zhen. "Ah, you noob, how did you die so quickly? Capture him, capture him. We absolutely cannot lose this qualifying match." Chen Nian spoke up. "Hello? We are the interns sent to assist." The two did not even lift their heads, fully absorbed in the game. Of course, they were not solely focused on gaming. They also intended to impart a warning to the newcomers to keep them in line. Suddenly, a blood-red spike pierced through a smartphone screen. Both phones were instantly ruined, and the office fell silent. "I see that your hearing might not be very keen. Can you hear me now?" Chapter 25. What a coincidence. We meet again. Yuan Zhen and Han Feng simultaneously looked up. Their immediate reaction was confusion rather than anger. An intern dares to act against formal investigators upon arrival? Who granted him such audacity? Liang Jingru. Moreover, these two were empty-handed, arriving without any gifts for their first visit, clearly oblivious to social etiquette. In this case, they certainly needed a good reprimanding. Interns. Quite the fiery tempers, aren't they? Han Feng stood up, chuckling, before suddenly grabbing the remnants of the damaged phone and aiming it straight at Chen Nian's face. However, in the next instant, his arm froze mid-air, rendered immobile. The temperature in the room plummeted. Han Feng's arm was encased in ice, and before his eyes floated a sharp blood spike. Both Chen Nian and Lu Lin had taken action. In an instant, the atmosphere in the office became tense. The situation had far exceeded Han Feng and Yuan Zhen's expectations. They had intended to intimidate the two interns to ensure they behaved, but unexpectedly encountered such a headstrong character who immediately acted against them. Even more astonishing for Han Feng was that both interns possessed the strength of the mountain-moving realm, showing no signs of weakness. Caught up in their gaming, they had forgotten to check the newcomers' profiles. Hey, we are all colleagues in 749. Why the tension upon first meeting? Let us all relax a bit. Yuan Zhen attempted to act as a mediator. Han Feng also lowered his fists, though a hint of coldness remained in his eyes. And in turn acting all high and mighty in front of me? Just wait until I deal with you. Yuan Zhen smiled. My apologies, gentlemen. I genuinely didn't hear you earlier. Old Han, you needn't get so worked up. They were merely joking, right? Was it merely a joke? Chen Nian remarked incredulously, smiling. Yuan Zhen's smile immediately froze. He had not anticipated the newcomer to be so audacious, refusing his olive branch and essentially spurning his kindness. Chen Nian directly sat in the office chair, turning to face the two. Before coming, I reviewed the profiles, despite your prolonged duty in the harbor district. You have yet to uncover any information regarding vampires. It was only after tracing the Blood Clan curse that we discovered this place harbors vampires. Do either of you have something to say? Yuan Zhen wore a face of disbelief. Vampires? I haven't heard of such a thing. Are there extraordinary beings like that in our district, Old Han? I haven't heard anything either. Right, We patrol every day and have not caught wind of anything. If there are truly vampires, they must be hiding exceptionally well. Yuan Jin chuckled. How about this? Tonight, I'll treat you both to a welcome dinner. You both should apologize to Lao Han. The earlier friction can be put behind us. Only through amicability can we accomplish great things. Apologize? Chen Nian couldn't help but find it amusing that someone dared to suggest such a thing. Ah, I see. The senior is merely jesting with me, right? Do not deny it. Haha, you young lad. Yuan Jun, seeing that Chen Nian was not going to soften his stance, promptly shifted his gaze to Lu Lin. Beauty, why don't you mediate a bit? The two of us will surely look out for you. Lu Lin remained silent, her icy aura intensifying, causing frost to shimmer in the air. Yuan Jun immediately shivered. Who were these two? When did the interns at 749 become so audacious? Shouldn't interns typically be meek and cautious, lacking both power and connections, striving to please their superiors to avoid being undermined? That was how all interns had navigated their way through. They would frequently bring gifts, treat others to massages and entertainment, hoping to secure their positions at 749. This was no mere brawl, but a matter of interpersonal relationships. Who exactly were these two? Yuan Jin swiftly accessed the terminal to examine their profiles. The moment he looked, his eyelids began to twitch in shock. Chen Nian, chosen one of the slaughter sequence. Newcomer assessment, 100 points. Completed 2 missions flawlessly, eliminating all demons, including a second-tier ghost infant. Lu Lin, chosen one of the water god sequence. Newcomer assessment, 98 points. During a mission, her abilities spiraled out of control, freezing an entire building. What monstrous beings are these? This information was recorded by AI Me in the archives. After reading, Yuan Jun took a deep breath and summoned Han Feng. Lao Han, these two interns are chosen ones. They are not to be trifled with. Chosen ones. Han Feng replied. Ah, that explains their arrogance. We should tread carefully during this period. Chen Nian briefly skimmed through the information, but found no useful clues. It seemed that discovering the vampire hidden in the Haigang district would require a more gradual approach. Just then, a phone call came in, the landline buzzing insistently. I'll get it. Yuan Jun hurried to the phone and answered. Hello? Yuan Go, our families are disputing the ownership of an underwater relic, and we would like to request 749 to provide notarization. Rest assured, there will be benefits in return. Once this is settled, I will treat everyone to massages. All right. No problem. We'll be over shortly. After hanging up, Yuan Jun turned to Chen Nian. Here's the deal. We need to handle something urgently. Would you two care to join us? Afterward, we can all dine together. No, please go ahead. What about you, Xiaolu? Lu Lin, uninterested in replying, merely stepped closer to Chen Nian, indicating her preference. Very well. We shall reconvene if matters arise. Yuan Jun and Han Feng hastily departed in their vehicle. Chen Nian pondered. Since he had no leads, visiting Luo Xiaoka's residence might yield some insights. I'm heading to a friend's house. Care to join? Lu Lin nodded without expression. Half an hour later, Chen Nian and Lu Lin arrived near the Luo family mansion. To his surprise, Luo Xiaoka was indeed the daughter of a wealthy family. However, what were all these black business vehicles doing parked outside? A glance into the courtyard revealed 2 groups facing off. Was a brawl about to ensue? In the courtyard, the Luo and Wang families stood at odds. Since the relic was discovered by both our families, I have invited 2 investigators from 749 to provide notarization today. 749? Huh. Who doesn't know you're close to these two? Having them notarize is no better than letting the big yellow dog in the yard do it. The head of the Luo family spat angrily. Yuan Jin stepped in, proclaiming, Rest assured, old man, 749 is always impartial. If both families seek the rights to the relic, the simplest solution is to settle it with a fight. After all, we're dealing with supernatural beings. Money holds no value. Only strength matters. Otherwise, if we enter the relic and find nothing, while losing lives, isn't that a foolish notion? It turned out both the Wang and Luo families were engaged in maritime exploration. Many areas of this world had quietly become supernatural, including relics, ancient tombs, and caverns, all possessing immense exploratory value. Recently, the Wang family had discovered a cave in the sea, fortuitously unearthing a sentient clam and reaping a fortune in pearls, estimated to be worth tens of millions. Not long ago, both families' exploration teams stumbled upon a mysterious underwater relic, leading to a dispute over ownership. Consequently, Yuan Jun and Han Feng were summoned for notarization. Oh, what a lively scene. At that moment, a voice captured everyone's attention. Both groups turned their gazes. What a coincidence. Here we meet again. The appearance of Chen Nian startled both Yuan Jun and Han Feng. How could he be here? Chapter 26, The Vampire. Baron Alan, upon seeing Chen Nian, Luo Xiaoka's eyes sparkled with delight. Chen Nian ge. She had not anticipated Chen Nian would visit her home, filling her heart with joy. Yet, upon noticing the exceptionally stunning young lady beside him, an inexplicable sense of jealousy surged within her. Don't run around. Just as Luo Xiaoka intended to rush to Chen Nian's side, her father's stern grip pulled her back. Chen Nian's grand entrance immediately drew ire from both factions. Who are you? Outsiders should leave. When someone attempted to block Chen Nian and Lu Lin, Yuan Zhen was terrified. These two were no ordinary individuals. No, they are not outsiders. They are our colleagues from 749. How fortuitous, indeed. Yuan Zhen greeted them warmly. What brings you here? Visiting a friend. Chen Nian glanced at Luo Xiaoka, who was eager to wave at him but was met with a fierce glare from her father. The head of the Luo family had always harbored disdain for 749. Now, seeing Chen Nian associating with those two, he would never allow his daughter to approach. As it happens, these two families have some friction, and we from 749 are here to notarize. Since you are already here, why not enjoy the spectacle? Proceed, then. Yuan Zhen inquired with a smile. Do either of you family heads have any objections? The head of the Wang family declared. Those with spiritual abilities resolve issues through strength. Naturally, I have no objections. Wang Xiao, you go meet the talented youth of the Luo family. Yes. A young man named Wang Xiao stepped forward, a wicked smile gracing his face, with a hint of bloodlust flickering in his pupils. The head of the Luo family turned to his son. Ming Cheng, you go. Both families dispatched their eldest sons. Good luck, brother. Luo Xiaoka cheered from below. The crowd began to murmur. Luo Mingcheng was at the late stage of the mountain-moving realm, while Wang Xiao was merely at the mid-stage. He should not lose, right? That was the consensus. After all, young Master Luo had a talent deemed near genius. Soon, the duel commenced. Spiritual energy surged. The two clashed. Luo Mingcheng seized the opportunity, delivering a palm strike to Wang Xiao's chest. The impact reverberated, causing Wang Xiao to spurt blood. At that moment, a flash of crimson light flickered in Wang Xiao's pupils. His veins swelled, muscles tensed, and he retaliated. Is that it? He countered with a punch that struck Luo Mingcheng's face, sending blood flying. Chaotic lion fist. A flurry of punches rained down upon Luo Mingcheng's chest like a torrential downpour. Chen Ting Luo Mingcheng collapsed in a pool of blood, unconscious. Wang Xiao spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground, exclaiming, Useless. Is this all the strength you possess? Brother, how could this happen? We actually lost. When did Wang Xiao become so formidable? Luo Mingcheng was taken away for treatment, while the other members of the Luo family fell into a chilling silence, as if mourning a loss. Since the outcome is clear, congratulations to the Wang family. Yuan Jin stepped forward to oversee the situation. Thank you for your hospitality. Let us return and celebrate. Haha. After the Wang family departed, Yuan Zhen and Han Feng followed closely behind. Just as they exited the gates of the Luo residence, their eyes met, clearly indicating a prior collusion. In the courtyard, the head of the Luo family turned to Chen Nian and Lu Lin. What are you still doing here? Those from 749 are not welcome. See them out. Luo Xiaoka hurriedly stepped in front of them. Dad, Brother Chen saved me before. Even if you harbor prejudice against 749, you cannot disregard his life-saving grace. The Luo family head snorted coldly, but said nothing further, hastily leaving. I'm sorry, Brother Chen. Don't mind my dad. He.s. just very set in his ways. I wanted to join 749 too, but he wouldn't let me. Sigh. It's all right. I wanted to ask you something. Yes, Brother Chen, what is it? I'll definitely tell you what I know. I'm investigating a demon. Has anything unusual happened recently? Perhaps someone has gone missing, or there have been reports of blood-drained corpses. Well, Luo Xiaoka pondered. There have been incidents, but they all involve people at sea. I've heard that many from the Wang family's maritime expeditions have met with misfortune. Though, that is somewhat normal. Supernatural creatures frequently inhabit the ocean. The Wang family? Yes. Speaking of the Wang family, their patriarch, who was bedridden for years, now seems more spirited than the young ones. Also, Wang Xiao was never a match for my brother, yet suddenly he has become so powerful, almost as if he encountered a fortuitous event recently. From Luo Xiaoka's recollections, Chen Nian sensed something amiss. There was something suspicious about the Wang family. Individually, these signs might be mere coincidences, but when considered together, they hinted at a more sinister connection, such as collusion between the Wang family and demons. Having been here for less than a day, he had obtained this information. Did Yuan Zhen and Han Feng truly remain oblivious? Chen Nian was unconvinced. Were they genuinely unaware, or did they choose to remain silent? It appeared that the waters of the harbor district ran deeper than anticipated. A thorough investigation was warranted. By the way, Brother Chen, may I ask you a question? Go ahead. Luo Xiaoke whispered. What is your relationship with this beautiful sister? She is a colleague from 749. We generally operate as a duo. Why do you ask? Oh, it's nothing. It's getting late. You must not have eaten yet. If you don't mind, I'd like to treat you. Chen Nian glanced at Lu Lin, confirming she had no objections, and smiled. You're not just trying to treat us, are you? I definitely want to join 749 in the future. So it's good to establish a rapport with two esteemed seniors and learn more. Hehe. All right then, I also wish to gather more information from you. Chen Nian obliged her request. Great. I will share everything I know and fully cooperate. At the harbor, a luxurious yacht lay anchored. This was the Wang family's vessel. The patriarch of the Wang family boarded, traversing the red-carpeted corridor, arriving at the VIP room. Upon opening the door, he found a golden-haired man in a white shirt, languidly perched by the window, a glass of red wine in hand, enjoying the evening breeze. On the floor lay the lifeless body of a naked woman, her pale skin stark against the vivid pool of red blood. Clean this up. Yes. Two subordinates hastily placed the woman in a black plastic bag and discarded it in the ship's hold, where dozens of similar bags containing corpses were stored. Esteemed Baron Alan, I am grateful for your blood curse on my son, which enabled him to achieve great victory in the competition. Alan took a sip from his glass of blood and replied, I desire a girl. Acquiring a woman is simple. We have a dozen women locked in cages in the hold, all prepared for you. Bring me a clean one. Unexpectedly, Alan shook his head, a look of ecstasy on his face. A few days ago, while enjoying the sea breeze on the deck, I spotted a lively girl on the shore. She appeared as pure as the sky and sweet as cake. She has occupied my thoughts day and night. Saying this, Alan produced a photograph. Unable to resist placing a kiss upon it, I longed to strip her of her garments, kiss her snow-white neck, and gently pierce her vein. The photograph flew from his hand, landing precisely in the hands of the Wang patriarch, whose pupils dilated in shock. Bring this girl to me. The Wang patriarch's eyes widened. But that is the Luo family's daughter. Baron Alan, this may prove difficult. The Luo family possesses considerable influence. Bang! The wine glass shattered against the Wang patriarch's head, crimson liquid splattering his face. Do not forget, it was this Baron who saved your life, and your son bears my curse. I want her now? Immediately. Why yes. I will find a way to bring her to you. After exiting the room, the Wang patriarch produced a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his face, instructing his subordinates. Find a few capable individuals to infiltrate the Luo family. Use every means possible to capture that girl. We may sever ties with the Luo family, but we must not offend Baron Alan. Chapter 27. Midnight Assault. Chen Nian and Lu Lin strike. That night, Chen Nian and Lu Lin remained at the Luo residence. The table was laden with snacks as the three sat together, holding a discussion, with a heater to counter Lu Lin's chill. Lu Lin, please help chill the cola. Sure. Lu Lin's fingers brushed the glass, and ice cubes immediately floated to the surface of the cola. Wow, impressive. Luo Xiaoke applauded. After several hours of dialogue, with the assistance of the Luo family's connections, Chen Nian acquired a wealth of useful information. Synthesizing all the data, he drew conclusions. The vampires are likely being concealed by the Wang family. What? Luo Xiaoke gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. She had not anticipated the Wang family to have the audacity to harbor demons. Lu Lin remained calm, quietly munching on ice-cold chips with a stoic expression. Each time the Wang family set sail, they hire several fair-skinned, beautiful young women, yet numerous accidents lead to the disappearance of several. An isolated incident may be just that, but repeated occurrences are no coincidence. The two investigators from 749 stationed in the harbor district have uncovered no abnormalities. Instead, they maintain close ties with the Wang family. Likely due to bribery. Lu Lin, we shall investigate the Wang family tomorrow. Okay. Hee. It's a pleasure to assist Brother Chen. This will also serve as a contribution to 749. Just then, the tranquil night was abruptly shattered by the sharp sound of gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Nian immediately rushed to the balcony to assess the situation, only to hear the roar of motorcycle engines as a red tail light swiftly disappeared into the distance. It appeared that someone had shot at the Luo family and fled on a motorcycle. Damn it, they injured our brother and still want to escape? Chase them. The cicada, serving as bait, fled, prompting the mantis to give chase. Next to appear was the yellow Oriole. Two black SUVs parked by the roadside, their doors swung open, and a group of men clad in black hastily disembarked, making their way towards the Luo family estate. Brother, my tactic of drawing the tiger away from the mountain was effective, wasn't it? Remember, capture the girl alive. Everything else is expendable. Understood. Go. The gate of the Luo estate was kicked open. Who are you? Stand bang. Before the question could finish, a cold bullet struck the bodyguard's forehead, causing him to collapse. Not everyone possesses psychic abilities. In the presence of most ordinary people, a firearm is the most effective weapon. Soon, all the bodyguards remaining in the mansion were dealt with. Just as the men in black prepared to storm the estate, the door creaked open. A bright orange light flooded the dim courtyard. Chen Nian strolled out with her hands in her pockets, her gaze sweeping over the men in black. Who are you? Bang, 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 bang. The men in black had no intention of answering, raising their cold firearms and emptying their magazines towards Chen Nian. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder as gunfire and flashes of light intertwined. When the gunfire ceased, the ground was littered with brass bullets. The blood barrier dissipated, and Chen Nian reappeared before them, unscathed. It seems you all are not fond of conversation? Brother, she is a psychic. No more chatter, kill her. Two men in black lunged at Chen Nian, one with a fist, the other with an open palm, attacking from both sides. The force unleashed was akin to mountain-shattering fury. Bang! Their attacks were suddenly blocked by an emerging blood barrier. What? The two were taken aback, astonished by the barrier's formidable defense, capable of stopping bullets as well as psychic techniques. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced their chests. The blood shield transformed into sharp blood spikes, violently piercing through their hearts, their hot blood gushing forth like a fountain. With a mere thought, Chen Nian commanded the blood spikes to morph into a blood hand, lifting one of the men in black by the neck. Let me ask you again, who are you? Brother, help. How rude, not answering someone else's question. Crack. The blood hand swiftly snapped his neck, leaving him lifeless on the ground like a discarded dog. In that instant, several onlookers felt their hearts skip a beat. How could someone so young be so decisive and ruthless? Chen Nian seized another man in black, smiling as she inquired, Please tell me, where do you come from? And what is your purpose? The man trembled, having witnessed his companion's fate. We are from the Wang family. Bang. A bullet lodged itself in his skull, fired by a comrade behind him, clearly intent on preventing him from revealing the mastermind behind their actions. Stubborn, retreat. The men in black prepared to flee. But as they reached the door, a chilling mist enveloped them, sealing the entrance with a thick layer of ice. A petite girl stood at the entrance, her expression devoid of emotion. Seeking death, the men in black raised their firearms, frantically pulling the triggers until no more fire erupted. Lulin stood there, ice crystals sprouting from her forearms, effortlessly deflecting every bullet with movements so swift they left afterimages. With the gunfire at an end, she remained unharmed, her exquisite features illuminated by the moonlight. What are you waiting for? Go. Two men in black exchanged glances and charged forward, but before they could reach Lulin, their feet were frozen in place. The ice rapidly spread across their bodies, encasing them like sculptures. Lulin raised her hand, fingers clenched. Boom. The ice sculptures shattered, scattering fragments of ice into the air. Damn it. When did the Luo family acquire such fierce fighters? What should we do, brother? The remaining three men in black felt their hearts race, as if a guillotine loomed over their heads, ready to drop at any moment. Finally, one man's psychological defenses crumbled. I'll talk. As Chen Nian brushed past him, the blood-red blade left a crimson arc, and his head rolled away. I hadn't even asked yet. Why the eagerness to answer? This scene struck terror into the hearts of the remaining two. Damn, this youth is ruthless. Chen Nian turned to the last man, smiling gently. I'll give you a minute. Speak. Where do you come from, and what do you want? We are from the Wang family, sent to capture Luo Xiaoka. The specifics of what we intend to do, I don't know. But we were ordered to seize her even if it means tearing apart our relationship with the Luo family. Ah, so you came to capture Luo Xiaoka? Anything else? And no more, brother. I've told you all I know. Spare my life. And if you deceive me, I wouldn't dare. The blood blade suddenly pierced through the man's heart, and he collapsed, quickly losing his life. Chen Nian withdrew her blade and turned to the last remaining man. Are you their leader? You were quite decisive in shooting your comrade. It's true. The man immediately fell to his knees. We are from the Wang family, and we want to capture Luo Xiaoka. I swear, not a word of deception. Hearing the same from both, Chen Nian inquired further. Where do you plan to take her? To the cruise ship docked by the harbor owned by the Wang family. Suddenly, the blood blade plunged into the man's back, eliciting a scream. I ask a question, you answer. Seems your will to survive is lacking. Brother. The Wang family secretly collaborates with a vampire that resides on the cruise ship, specifically wanting this girl. Chen Nian activated her phone to record. Continue. The lower decks of the ship hold many women, all prepared for that vampire. He nearly drains the blood of one woman each day, and several times. I was the one delivering them. Where is that specific location? In the VIP room on the top deck. At the end of the corridor is his room. He is a blonde, white-skinned man. I swear that is all I know. Please, brother, I can be of use to you. Very well, good night. With a swift motion, Chen Nian sent him to the afterlife. Had she not been present tonight, Luo Xiaoke might have truly been captured, with unimaginable consequences. On the balcony of the mansion, the Luo family patriarch witnessed everything unfold, his heart shaken to its core. During the ambush, he had already prepared to escape with his daughter through the back door. But his daughter insisted they could not abandon their people, forcing him to remain and witness the slaughter. The people from the 749 Bureau are so ruthless. These two are completely different from those stationed in the harbor area. For the first time, the Luo patriarch revised his perception of the 749 Bureau. Soon, the remaining members of the Luo family who had pursued returned, horrified by the scene of carnage. Thank you both for your gallant assistance. Where did these scoundrels come from to employ such tactics? No need to concern yourselves. The 749 Bureau will handle it from here. Chen Nian called to Lu Lin. We located the vampire. Let us pay a visit. Okay, we'll work in tandem. I'll deal with the vampire, while you rescue the others. Got it. Chapter 28. Seizing the vampire's bloodline, Chen Nian and Lu Lin arrived at the harbor. At a glance, one could see the luxurious cruise ship docked at the shore. The two individuals divided their tasks, one ascending while the other descended. Chen Nian proceeded to the top-tier VIP lounge in search of the vampire, while Lu Lin ventured below to locate the imprisoned girl. In the ship's surveillance room, the monitor detected their presence and immediately reported to the head of the Wang family. Sir, someone has intruded. It is the 749 investigator from earlier. How did they find this place? Where are they? The male has gone to the top VIP lounge, while the female is heading downward. Seeking death, are they? AI Erlan will naturally deal with them. There is no need for concern. Within the VIP lounge, Baron AI Erlan reclined on the sofa, his legs crossed. An elegant goblet sat on the coffee table, filled with a sweet mixture of fresh blood and red wine. His favorite blend at a ratio of 7-3. This drink was prepared for the delightful indulgence of a little cake tonight. He could hardly contain his excitement, with every cell in his body resonating with exhilaration. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Come in, quickly, AI Erlan exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. However, the figure that entered was not the anticipated delicacy, but rather a stranger, a young man with an unfamiliar face. Who are you? Where is the girl I requested? The golden-haired man coldly demanded. Chen Nian sighed. Oh, esteemed Baron. My apologies, but it appears I am the only simple lad here. Would you consider making do with me? I shall grant you 10 seconds to provide a reason for sparing your life. Otherwise, you shall witness your intestines spill forth. As expected of a noble baron. Even threats are delivered with such grandeur. Seeking death, are we? AI Erlan raised his hand, and the immense spiritual power of a third-tier demon surged forth instantaneously. Just as he prepared to tear Chen Nian apart with his power, he was met with a pair of blood-red eyes. Those pupils glimmered like the most exquisite rubies, brimming with murderous intent and a scent of blood that even vampires could not rival. Domain, infinite killing realm. Chen Nian was not inclined to engage in a protracted confrontation. He unleashed his ultimate ability directly. In an instant, AI Erlan was pulled into the realm's space. He stood upon an endless sea of blood, with a blood moon hanging ominously above. What is this? What is happening? My head, The overwhelming killing intent of countless beings surged into AI Erlan's mind, rendering him incapable of thought or action. No, kill me, Damn it, I will kill you. His words were chaotic and illogical. As he clutched his head and repeatedly slammed it against the ground, his eyes filled with terror, as if experiencing the greatest horror imaginable. Chen Nian approached AI Erlan, thrusting a blade into his chest and injecting blood into his body. This ensured that even if AI Erlan regained control from the realm, he would still have no means to retaliate. Next, he severed AI Erlan's hands and pinned him to the floor with dozens of slender blood spikes. The next critical step involved retrieving the blood fusion crystal, a diamond-shaped gem meant to seize AI Erlan's bloodline ability. Before long, the crystal absorbed the blood, transforming into a ruby-like appearance. Success! The vampire's bloodline had been successfully extracted, and by swallowing it, he could perfectly merge with its capabilities. Chen Nian promptly consumed the blood crystal. Bloodline vampire is merging. Merge complete. Gain talents. Physical regeneration, bloodlust. Physical regeneration was a straightforward enhancement, significantly accelerating the recovery of physical injuries. Even severed limbs could heal autonomously. Simultaneously, the talents of bloodlust and hunting desire emerged, merging into a new ability, Blood Hunt Feast. In addition to the original effect of increasing blood strength when slaying monsters, it now possessed an additional effect. When absorbing another's blood, perfectly assimilate the power contained within it. If I were to absorb Yi Ya's blood, I could temporarily gain her lightning attribute energy. When employing the slaughter sequence Blood Moon Longbow, would I not be able to shoot arrows infused with lightning? This new talent holds promise. I shall seek an opportunity to test it out. At that moment, AI Erlon finally regained consciousness, only to discover his severed arms pinned to the ground, unable to move. The very individual he had encountered earlier was now nonchalantly seated on the sofa, watching him with an amused expression. Esteemed Baron, why do you lie on the ground like a dead dog? Although this is our first meeting, there is no need for such grand gestures. Human, dare to provoke me, and you shall meet your demise. Oh, do enlighten me on the manner of my death. Haha, you could never kill me. I possess a noble bloodline. Even if you sever my head, it would be futile. Furthermore, I will have you placed on the pursuit list of the 10,000 Demons Hall. You will face endless persecution. Chen Nian clapped his hands in mock applause. Impressive, my dear Baron. By the way, why have your hands not yet regenerated? AI Erlon remained silent, for he too had noticed this alarming fact. Why? Why has the severed tissue not healed on its own? Why is there no sign of recovery? This is unusual. What on earth has happened? A sudden chill coursed through him. Had his bloodline ability been rendered ineffective? AI Erlon jerked his head up, glaring at Chen Nian, and bellowed in near rage. What have you done to me? What have you done? Chen Nian smiled, causing his blood to morph into a dagger, and with a swift motion, he severed half of his own index finger. AI Erlon questioned his own sanity. Am I dreaming? How can such a madman exist in this world? Oh look, my finger is regrowing on its own. Does that not resemble the abilities of your bloodline? Esteemed Baron? How can this be? How can this be? AI Erlon stared in horror as he witnessed Chen Nian's finger rapidly restoring itself. A wave of dread washing over him, raising goosebumps all over his body. I have seized your bloodline ability, and now, should I desire to kill you, you will perish utterly. You cannot do that. No. Chen Nian stood. Unfortunately, I am a rather timid person, and since you threatened me earlier, I would find it impossible to sleep soundly without eliminating you. He approached the door, glancing back with a smile. Good night. At the moment the door closed, blood within AI Erlan's body swelled rapidly, culminating in a violent explosion. In his final moments, he beheld the grotesque sight of his own entrails scattered across the floor. The splattered blood and flesh contained within the room, not a single drop reaching the corridor outside. Blood strength permanently increased. The Wang family was aware of the intrusion by Chen Nian and his companion, given the surveillance cameras. However, upon seeing Chen Nian approach AI Erlan, they assumed he was doomed. Little did they expect him to emerge alive. Consequently, the Wang family dispatched individuals to investigate AI Erlan's condition. Upon opening the door, they were met with a horrific scene. No trace of AI Erlan remained. Only blood and dismembered flesh strewn about. Lord AI Erlan seems to be deceased. What? The head of the Wang family was taken aback, unable to fathom that the vampire he had regarded as an ally had been so easily slain. A chill gripped his heart. In his understanding, the two investigators from 749 stationed in Haigang City could never be a match for AI Erlan. Who exactly were these new investigators, possessing such terrifying power? There was no time for further contemplation. He made a call to Yuan Zhen and Han Feng. At that moment, the two were still in a KTV private room, surrounded by beautiful women, indulging in the pleasures of life. Yuan Zhen. The two from 749 have already infiltrated the cruise ship. What on earth is happening? If our Wang family falls, you two cannot escape unscathed either. Think of a solution quickly. Yuan Zhen's intoxication faded significantly in an instant. Old Han, we have a situation. What kind of situation? Those two interns are causing trouble in our territory. Let's move. If we can't clean up this mess, we're in deep trouble. Chapter 29. Acting first and reporting later. Not bad. After Chen Nian dealt with the vampire, she prepared to find Lu Lin below. AI me, please help me locate Lu Lin's coordinates. When the two were teamed up to execute a mission, they could utilize the super AI to obtain each other's location in real time. Location acquired. A virtual map with a blue light appeared before Chen Nian. She glanced at it, understanding the direction, and hurried on her way. Along the route, she encountered numerous corpses, and the corridor was still littered with ice crystals. It seemed that the Wang family members blocking her path had all been dispatched by her. What a remarkable personality. This girl was indeed a cold-blooded killer, quite fitting for her team. After a while, Chen Nian found Lu Lin, who was standing before a massive alloy door. How's it going? Inside, Lu Lin raised her hand, and an ice blade shot forth, striking the dark alloy door. The ice blade shattered, yet the door remained unyielding. Let me give it a try. Chen Nian transformed her blood into a blade, intending to make a show of strength, but she too failed to breach the door, leaving her momentarily embarrassed. Clearly, this door was specially designed to withstand spiritual abilities and could not be easily forced open. Of course, Chen Nian could use her Blood Moon longbow to break through, but considering there might be ordinary people imprisoned inside, it would likely result in collateral damage. An idea sparked in Chen Nian's mind. Water permeates all, and so does blood. Although the door was tightly shut, there were still gaps at the joints. She promptly controlled her blood to flow into the crevice of the door, and after a certain amount had infiltrated, she immediately manipulated the blood to reshape itself. With a snap, the joint was pried open by the blood. Chen Nian kicked the alloy door open and said, "Let us go." As they entered, an overwhelming stench assaulted their senses. It was not only a damp odor, but also the foul smell of excrement and spoiled food. A nauseating combination that could make one vomit on the spot. Chen Nian felt her stomach churn and quickly used her blood to block her nostrils. Breathing through her mouth instead, she glanced at Lu Lin, who remained expressionless, her delicate features as calm as a tranquil lake. Such a stoic demeanor. How could she endure this? Just as she thought this, she saw Lu Lin clutching her abdomen and dry heaving. "You feel nauseous too? How peculiar. I'm not a doll." As the two delved deeper into the room, they were struck by a shocking scene. There were nearly a dozen iron cages piled up, each containing a woman. They were scantily clad, sitting in the cages like domesticated livestock. They ate, drank, and relieved themselves in their confinement. No wonder it was so foul. Only when the vampires above required them would they be dragged out. This was the Wang family's clandestine dealings. It was no wonder the door was sealed so tightly. They were hiding their misdeeds from being discovered. If it were merely a vampire baron, it would not be enough to bring down the Wang family. They could simply deny knowledge of the vampire's existence. However, once these women were discovered, it would serve as irrefutable evidence. Not only the Wang family, but also the two investigators, Yuan Zhen and Han Feng, who turned a blind eye, would be implicated. At that moment, a thick smoke poured in from outside, rapidly increasing the temperature within the cabin. AI-Me issued a warning. Based on real-time environmental analysis, the ship is on fire. Please evacuate immediately. Quickly save them. The two hastily broke open the iron cages. Don't pull me out, please." The women cowered in fear within their cages, desperately striking Chen Nian's hands. They understood that those taken away never returned, and evidently, there was no good ending. Chen Nian immediately displayed her credentials. "Don't be afraid. We are law enforcement personnel, here to rescue you." "Really? The fire has already broken out. Everyone, please follow us in an orderly manner. Rest assured, I will ensure your safety." After some persuasion, the women finally relaxed their guard. Soon, all 10 or so of them were rescued. "Let us go." Chen Nian and Lu Lin guarded the group as they fled. Just as they escaped the storage room, thick smoke engulfed the corridor. Cough, cough, cough. In such smoke, one would quickly lose consciousness. Most people perish from asphyxiation rather than flames. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed above. The corridor's ceiling collapsed, and a torrent of flames rushed in. It seemed those outside were intent on completely incinerating the cruise ship, leaving no survivors to eliminate any evidence. "What do we do? I don't want to die. Please, save us." In this life-threatening situation, several individuals broke down in despair. "Lu Lin, I'll blast open the ship's hull, but it's water outside. You freeze the surface to get them to shore." "Okay, everyone stand back." Chen Nian activated her sequence ability. The Blood Moon longbow materialized before her, countless blood droplets converging on the bowstring, gradually forming a crimson arrow. Outside, Yuan Zhen and Han Feng were also present. The fire engulfing the cruise ship was their doing, aimed at ensuring all evidence would be forever buried beneath the sea. For once exposed, not only would the Wang family face charges for harboring monsters that harm civilians, but the two 749 investigators would also be implicated. Complicity in crime. To burn this thing, we even used the explosive incendiary rounds produced by the Bureau. Indeed, we poured in quite a bit of gasoline. Otherwise, it wouldn't burn so quickly. Do you think they can make it out alive? A mere fire shouldn't be able to stop them. But those ordinary people trapped inside likely want to escape. Yuan Jin chuckled. "Let us pretend to extinguish the flames a bit, so nobody gets suspicious." Suddenly, a tremendous crash resounded. The blazing cruise ship was breached, and a massive splash erupted on the ocean surface. This was Chen Nian's doing. As the cabin burst open, a deluge of seawater surged in, and Lu Lin took action. Water God Sequence 003, Absolute 0. The incoming seawater transformed into an ice crystal corridor, extending all the way to the shore, resembling the glass tunnels in an aquarium. Go! Chen Nian urged the women to climb onto the ice corridor and run towards the shore. Witnessing this scene, Yuan Jun and Han Feng lost their composure. I can't believe they truly managed to save so many people. What should we do? Eliminate them. Han Feng whispered. It is unwise to sever ties here. Should they relay information to headquarters via their terminal, we would find ourselves ensnared as well. What then shall we do? We must feign ignorance. Yuan Jun rushed over, his face etched with anxiety. Are you all unharmed? Quickly, come here. Old Han, call for an ambulance. Someone has been burned. Rest assured, we are from 749. And we are fine. An ambulance will soon take you to the hospital. He kindly removed his suit jacket and draped it over the shoulders of a disheveled girl, his tone imbued with concern and warmth. Chen Nian and Lu Lin successfully returned to shore. Yuan Jun, astonished, exclaimed, Xiao Lu, Xiao Chun, how is it that you two were on that boat? Are you both unscathed? Moments ago, we received news that someone had deliberately set a fire here, but regrettably, by the time we arrived, the arsonist had already fled. Han Feng concurred from the side. Indeed, it is fortunate you are all right. We will extinguish the flames and then pursue the arsonist together. Yuan Jin nodded. I suspect that individual harbors a grudge against the Wang family. Otherwise, such a deranged act would be unfathomable. Chen Nian chuckled. So you all graduated from Beijing? Why not forego your roles as investigators at 749 and embark on a career in film? Upon hearing this, Yuan Jin's expression turned icy. Xiao Chen, what do you mean? While you possess exceptional talent, you are merely here as intern investigators to assist. Enough. What do I mean? Chen Nian inquired with a smile. Aren't you curious about the origin of the numerous disheveled girls aboard that ship? Yuan Jun and Han Feng exchanged glances. Surely. The two esteemed seniors are aware of the reason, hence the unspoken understanding. It seems that they had overlooked this detail. We were merely concerned for the injured. We had no time to investigate further. Such inquiries will have to wait until their emotions have stabilized. What do you mean? Are you doubting us? Originally, I intended to bring you two back to 749 for processing, but I have changed my mind. Blood trickled from Chen Nian's palm, a bloody blade clutched tightly. It seems that acting first and explaining later might not be a bad strategy. Chapter 30, One for One, just right. The atmosphere was fraught with tension. As bystanders hastily retreated, Yuan Jun envisioned many scenarios, but he never anticipated that Chen Nian would harbor murderous intent. An intern investigator executing a formal investigator was not merely a question of authority, it posed a significant challenge in terms of power. Even if he suspected the two, protocol dictated that he should report to 749 and await the dispatch of a higher-ranking investigator, a standard procedure indeed. This lad is audacious to disregard the rules so brazenly. At this juncture, both parties recognized the futility of pretense. Chen Nian, what is the purpose of this? Severing ties with us offers you no advantage. If you were to turn a blind eye, we could cooperate quite harmoniously. Yes, we have dealings with the Wang family, but is it not natural for one to seek personal gain in their position? You may consider today's events as though they never transpired, and the benefits you reap shall far exceed those of a standard mission. Chen Nian frowned. As a final statement, your verbosity is excessive. You. Han Feng glared at Chen Nian, astonished that this fellow was so impervious to reason. Chen Nian turned to Lu Lin. How are you? If you are fatigued, take a moment to rest. I can handle this. Lu Lin raised a finger, expressionless, pointing at Yuan Jun, indicating, I will deal with him. Very well. Then let us each take one. Excellent. Today you shall witness the weight of our experience. Yuan Jun retrieved a colossal hammer from his storage artifact. Old Han. Silence them forever. He had long desired to eliminate this brat. Han Feng wielded a cerulean sword, his dark hair billowing with a surge of spiritual energy. Combat for spiritual practitioners relies not only on divine abilities, but also on the techniques honed through rigorous training. With sufficient experience and a slight edge in realm, he believed his chances of victory were considerable. Draw your sword. Nongqiao's sword. First stance. Breaking waves. The swift sword light surged forth. The suffocating sword aura sealing Chen Nian's surroundings like a tsunami. Clang. 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 The sword lights intertwined incessantly, the angles impossible to discern. Yet Chen Nian's blood barrier repelled all with ease. This lad's abilities are remarkably peculiar. Just as Han Feng was taken aback, Chen Nian's blade moved. When still, he was calm. When he moved, it was like thunder. With astonishing speed, he drew his sword towards Han Feng. Clang. Sparks erupted where blade met blade. What swiftness! Han Feng was startled. This fellow possesses skill and swordsmanship as well. Chen Nian's blade did not cease. A torrent of crimson blade light, resembling a blood-soaked dragon surging through the sea. Jiaolong Zhenghai style. Han Feng's sword did not yield. The Nongqiao sword technique conjuring towering waves to suppress the dragon. The clash of blades echoed relentlessly. In the midst of this rapid close-quarters combat, Chen Nian had to focus intently, unable to simultaneously manipulate his blood for other purposes. Thankfully, the blood surrounding him could automatically defend. Thus, Han Feng accumulated numerous wounds. On his arms, face, and chest, deep and gruesome cuts emerged, yet Chen Nian remained unscathed. He could attack recklessly, wielding his blade without hesitation. Furthermore, even if injured, his royal bloodline and vampiric heritage would allow for rapid healing, devoid of any pain. To Chen Nian, Han Feng served merely as a means to hone his close combat skills. Nothing more. Clang. Another resounding crash echoed. Wounded, Han Feng retreated swiftly, creating distance between himself and Chen Nian. Let us see if you can take this strike, brat. He channeled all his spiritual energy into this one blow, forsaking all defense. Prepared for a life-or-death struggle with Chen Nian. This strike was the last stance of the Nongqiao sword, the wave-cutting slash. Once he completed the charge, it would unleash the might of a wave soaring through the heavens. Come at me. Chen Nian would not allow him to finish charging. The blade was drawn. Final stance, Jinglong Poko. In an instant, he dashed behind Han Feng, so swift that even his afterimage was indistinguishable. The blade was sheathed. A head rolled upon the ground. On the other side, Yuan Jun was no match for Lu Lin either, were it not for his superior realm. Resisting the terrifying cold would have long turned him into an ice sculpture. When Yuan Jun witnessed Han Feng's demise, his pupils constricted, realizing the tide had turned against him. Wait, I surrender. Yuan Jun immediately raised both hands in surrender. AI me, as he shouted. A virtual image of AI me, a silver-haired, barefoot girl, appeared above his terminal. I, Yuan Jun, classified as a D-level investigator of 749. Confessed to colluding with the Wang family and harboring demons. I plead guilty. I have violated the regulations of 749 and am willing to accept punishment from headquarters. He made the most prudent decision in that moment. Continuing the fight would surely lead to death. Surrendering and confessing, allowing AI me to relay the message to headquarters, offered a glimmer of hope. At the very least, it would be the bureau that interrogates and deals with oneself, rather than these two terrifying killers before me. Although it is highly likely that I might be dismissed or even imprisoned, it is still preferable to preserving my life. Please, do not act rashly. Amy has already synchronized with 749, and the headquarters will dispatch personnel to detain me and take me back. If you harm me now, it would be a blatant violation of the law. Amy, keep a close watch. These two are interns from 749's investigative team. I have already confessed and surrendered. If they kill me, it would be a serious breach of discipline. Lu Lin, with a stoic expression, raised her hand, an ice spike rapidly forming. As a girl with no discernible qualities, she disregarded any rules. Chen Nian had already killed one person, and now she felt compelled to eliminate another. Otherwise, how could she befriend Chen Nian? Suddenly, her wrist was caught midair by Chen Nian. Wait. Lu Lin looked at Chen Nian, confusion evident in her gaze. He was right. Having surrendered, killing him now would be a flagrant breach of discipline, subject to punishment from the bureau. Oh. Lu Lin obediently heeded Chen Nian's words. The ice spikes swiftly vanishing. Chen, my brother, you certainly possess a sense of compassion. Yuan Jun let out a sigh of relief, grateful to have saved his life, planning to seek revenge on these two wretches later. But at that moment, he noticed Chen Nian approaching him. The smile on his face evoked a chilling arch that sent shivers down Yuan Jun's spine. What do you intend to do? You do not think that just because it is a breach of discipline, I would hesitate to kill you, do you? Allowing demons to slaughter so many innocent lives. Do you truly believe you can escape unscathed? Wait. With a sickening sound, a blood spike pierced Yuan Jun's chest, until his final breath. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He had been slain before Amy's eyes, a fellow 749 colleague. He had not anticipated that this intern investigator would be such a lunatic. He collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open in death. Only then did Lu Lin realize that Chen Nian had prevented her from taking action to spare her from breaching discipline. For a moment, she felt displeased, her cheeks puffing up in irritation. Shouldn't friends share both joys and hardships together? What else with that pout? Are you unhappy? Chen Nian chuckled. Lu Lin remained silent, turning her head to express her discontent. TSK quite stubborn. As for the girls who had been rescued, they had already been escorted away by an ambulance and the Public Security Bureau. However, the matter was not yet resolved. The culprits, the Wang family, remained untouched. Should we not pay them a visit and eliminate them? Otherwise, if we delay too long, I genuinely fear they might escape. All right, this time I shall let you take the lead. Let you also breach a rule, and we shall face punishment together. Very well. Lu Lin instantly agreed. The Wang family. The head of the Wang family paced back and forth, feeling as if he were sitting on pins and needles. After all, the vampires had been slain. He hoped Yuan Zhen and the other two could be relied upon. If they could settle the matter, the Wang family might weather this storm. For the benefits I promised. These two should undoubtedly go all out to clean up after me. At that moment, the door was suddenly kicked open, sending a cloud of dust swirling into the air. A voice rang out, resonant and commanding. 749 is here to investigate. Everyone get the hell out. Those who resist or attempt to flee will die. Chapter 31. Mission completed. Punishment is paid leave. Sir, the people from 749 have barged in. Where did those two useless Yuanjin go? Hurry and exit through the back door. The Wang family understood that falling into the hands of 749 would bring dire consequences. Escaping offered a slim chance of survival. Father, what on earth is happening? Aren't the people from 749 on our side? Wang Xiu hurriedly arrived. Enough nonsense, we must escape quickly. The Wang family hastily made their way to the back door, preparing to flee. There, they saw a cold, petite girl standing behind them, expressionless as she stared at them. It was the beautiful girl from that day. Wang Xiu's eyes lit up suddenly. What time is it to still be thinking about women? She is a 749 investigator. The elder Wang could not help but want to slap his son. Understood, father. I will knock her out and take her away. Wang Xiu rolled up his sleeves, his arm muscles bulging, veins appearing like coiling dragons. Offending the girl. With a flurry of punches, rain-like fists surged forward. Lu Lin summoned an ice crystal blade on the back of her hand, standing motionless as she swung the ice blade with such speed that it seemed to create afterimages. After dozens of exchanges, Wang Xiu's arms were covered in intersecting wounds, while Lu Lin remained unscathed. Damn, this woman is formidable. Just as Wang Xiu attempted to retreat, he realized that his legs had inexplicably frozen. Wait, with a sickening sound, the ice crystal blade pierced Wang Xiu's throat. The blood that gushed forth solidified into crimson ice crystals midair. Xiu, the elder Wang's eyes bulged in rage. What are you all doing? Kill this woman. Several subordinates exchanged glances, not foolish enough to challenge her. The woman's strength was terrifying. They were no match for her. Why would they throw their lives away like the mindless villains in novels? Sister, we are merely here for the money. The true mastermind is the elder Wang. He is the one colluding with demons, endangering innocent lives. We'll leave the people to you. We're out of here. The elder Wang was furious, clutching his chest. You fools. My apologies, elder Wang. It's every man for himself in a crisis. Please take care of yourself. With that, several subordinates attempted to flee through the back door, having already earned a fortune and looking forward to a comfortable life. So why should they risk their lives? Lu Lin slightly lifted her foot clad in white socks and black leather shoes, then stomped down. With a whoosh, several massive ice spikes erupted from the ground, instantly impaling the subordinates and suspending them in midair. They spat blood, the sight harrowing as crimson flowed down. In their final moments, they lamented their fate. This woman had silently executed them without a word, contrary to their expectations. Lu Lin, expressionless, declared, 749 is investigating. Those who attempt to escape shall die. You should have said that sooner. The few men widened their eyes, dying with unblinking stares. The elder Wang, terrified, collapsed to the ground, utterly devoid of thoughts of escape. Under the control of Chen Nian and Lu Lin, all members of the Wang family were taken away by the Public Security Bureau, marking the downfall of a significant menace in the Haiging district. News of this swiftly reached the Luo family. Sir, good news. All members of the Wang family have been captured by the Public Security Bureau. It is said that Wang Xiu was slain on the spot by a 749 investigator. The Wang family had been secretly colluding with demons, and now they have been exposed. No wonder Wang Xiu's strength had been so abnormal that day. They are utterly finished. The head of the Luo family could not have imagined that his arch-rival in the Haiging district would so easily fall. What about Yuan Zhen and Han Feng? They are also part of 749. In the eyes of the elder Luo, the Wang family was closely allied with these two, and they could not possibly remain indifferent. Those two are worse off. They were also slain on the spot by the newly arrived investigators, one of whom seems to be a friend of the young lady. Again them. The head of the Luo family could not help but gasp in shock. The group of black-clad individuals that had intruded into the Luo family previously had been rescued by them. They have only recently arrived in Haiging district. Yet they have swiftly and decisively dealt with the Wang family, even executing the two previous ineffectual investigators. The ruthlessness of their methods and the speed of their actions are truly alarming. To my surprise, aside from the scoundrel Yuan Zhen, there are indeed diligent investigators within Bureau 749. This incident has completely changed the Luo family's perception of the Bureau. Regarding his daughter's desire to join Bureau 749, he is no longer as opposed as he once was. The following day, Chen Nian and Lu Lin did not linger, preparing to return to the Bureau to report their findings and also to receive their penalties. Unexpectedly, not only did Luo Xiaoke come to bid farewell, but the elder of the Luo family also arrived. Chen Nian, you are leaving already? Yes, after all, our purpose here was work. By the way, Chen Nian, my father has agreed to let me join Bureau 749. However, I must first learn some combat techniques, as I can only currently summon my Ling sequence abilities and cannot adequately protect myself. That sounds wonderful, so strive to train hard. Bureau 749 awaits your arrival. Indeed, the elder of the Luo family signaled to a subordinate, who brought forth a bulging black tote bag. What is this? You two have greatly assisted the Luo family this time. This is a token of my gratitude, the elder stated. Chen Nian smiled and replied, there is no need for that. I helped the Luo family because Xiaoke is my friend, and dealing with the Wang family was my duty. Very well. Since that is the case, I will not insist. As Chen Nian and Lu Lin departed, the elder watched them go with undisguised admiration in his eyes. What an outstanding young man. Xiaoke, if you join Bureau 749 in the future, it would be reassuring for you to follow Chen Nian. He is quite reliable. Of course. I have already told you, father, that Chen Nian is incredibly formidable. In the conference room of Bureau 749, the deputy director sat at the head of the table, surveying the assembled mentors. You have all reviewed Chen Nian's task report, so please share your thoughts. Allow me to begin. Zhang Xian spoke first. I believe Chen Nian has accomplished a significant feat. Not only did he eliminate the demons lurking in Haiying district, but he also uprooted the Wang family, who colluded with them. He has far exceeded the task's expectations. Zheng Dao, your praise for Chen Nian is transparent. You wish to shield your niece Lu Lin from repercussions, someone interjected. To be honest, I truly did not expect Chen Nian to kill a vampire. After all, that is a third-tier demon, and he has only just entered the Ban Mountain realm. When did crossing realms become so effortless? At this moment, Li Xiao spoke up. As a strict and just mentor, he directly pointed out the issue at hand. According to Bureau 749's regulations, when an investigator commits a violation, the remaining investigators have the authority to deal with it. However, if the offender surrenders, they should be escorted to the Bureau for interrogation and handling. Chen Nian has violated this regulation and should be dealt with according to the rules. You are being overly pedantic, Zhang Xian retorted, rolling her eyes. Moreover, the excessive violence displayed during their mission resulted in numerous casualties. According to the investigators' regulations, such behavior should be avoided as much as possible. Enough of this, Li Xiao. Our Lin Lin is quite well behaved and would never kill indiscriminately, Zhang Xian murmured in dissatisfaction. The deputy director then inquired, Old Li, how do you suggest we handle this? Li Xiao took a sip of goji berry tea. I merely provide an explanation of his violations. The disposition is beyond my purview. Just a deputy director. If you want to address Chen Nian's actions, then the next time Yi violates the rules, she too must be dealt with severely. The deputy director found himself momentarily at a loss for words. AI me, what is your evaluation of Yuan Zhen's surrender and subsequent execution by Chen Nian? A fitting end. Then how do you propose we punish Chen Nian? Investigator Chen Nian completed his task in record time, preventing further innocent casualties. Why should he be punished? I suggest the questioner undergo a neurological assessment. Laughter erupted from the audience. The Bureau 749 must maintain clarity in its rewards and punishments. Chen Nian and Lu Lin have flawlessly completed their mission, and they should receive their due rewards. As for Chen Nian's public display of misconduct, which could negatively influence the Bureau's reputation, I will arrange for him and Lu Lin to take administrative leave. Administrative leave, colloquially known as paid leave. In dormitory 304. Chen Nian, I can't believe you executed a mission with that ice-cold girl next door. Yi exclaimed, visibly astonished. Clad in a trendy hooded sweatshirt, her vibrant appearance radiated sunshine and liveliness. What is it like working alongside her? Is she particularly difficult to get along with? I feel she is more capable than you. She is tough and speaks little. On the sofa, Yi could not resist, kicking Chen Nian in the chest with her bare foot. How dare you say I am inferior to the ice-cold girl? Are you even my brother? Instantly, Chen Nian used his blood-red tendrils to bind Yi, grasping her foot and beginning to tickle her. What are you doing? It tickles. Ah, stop it. Do you hear me? Despite her vigorous struggles, she remained firmly restrained. Call me daddy, or I want to let go. My father is the deputy director. Do you really want to die? Hearing the commotion outside, Xie Yi peeked in. Chenggu, Yijia, are you two playing like this? I admire you, little brother. Finally, Yiya exploded. Zzz. A powerful current erupted, filling the room with crackling sounds as the lights flickered out and the television screen distorted. Chen Nian suffered too, the electricity coursing through his veins, leaving him smoking and with torn clothes. You wanted to show off? Now you know the consequences. Do you really think I can't handle you? Just as Yiya was reveling in her triumph, the door of 304 swung open, revealing Li Xiao, who entered with a thermos in hand. Upon witnessing the chaos in the room, his expression darkened immediately. Directorly, while all of this is the fault of Yiya, I bear the responsibility for not stopping her as her roommate, Chen Nian stated earnestly. Chen, you will run 100 laps around the playground as punishment. Now go. Yiya gestured a fist at Chen Nian, as if to say she would deal with him later, before begrudgingly heading to the playground. Li Xiao called Chen Nian into the hallway. Chen Nian, you are aware that you violated regulations during your mission, correct? You have now been placed on administrative leave. Take a few days to rest, and do not show your face at the bureau. Upon hearing this news, Chen Nian felt as though the sky had fallen. If I am on leave, how can I take on missions? How can I hunt monsters? After all, I need Bureau 749's intelligence system to find demons and monsters. Directorly, is there no other work you can assign me? I want to work. Are you born to be a workaholic? Indeed, directorly, if I am not working, I feel unwell all over. Li Xiao, feeling helpless, had no choice but to submit a request to higher-ups. Given that 2 station investigators in Haiying District have died, we need to assign new investigators to fill the vacancies. You will take their place. Does this mean that I can independently handle supernatural incidents? That sounds splendid. Thank you. Directorly. By the way, how is Lu Lin? Zheng Dao will look after her. You need not worry. However, I must remind you of one thing. Han Shuang has called the bureau inquiring about her brother's cause of death. She is Han Feng's sister and has the right to know the truth. Are you suggesting that Han Shuang may seek revenge on me? Precisely. Han Shuang is from Yuzhu Mountain, which is also a spiritual energy practitioner sect. Years ago, she intended to take Han Feng to Yuzhu Mountain for training. But Han Feng was unwilling to exert himself, so he did not go. Yuzhu Mountain? A small sect of spiritual energy practitioners. This sect does not undertake external missions and focuses solely on cultivation, producing a number of formidable individuals, and should not be underestimated. Understood. Li Xiao nodded and prepared to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he turned back with a grave expression and said, There is something very important that I have yet to share with you. Your sequence ability is remarkably strong, but do not rely on it excessively. Chen Nian looked puzzled. What I mean is, do not neglect the cultivation of other skills and techniques. They are the foundation upon which you stand. Sequence abilities are akin to buns falling from the sky. If one day they cease to appear, some may find themselves starving. This profound advice resonated with Chen Nian, who committed it to memory. Chen Nian decided to first spend contribution points at the logistics department to exchange for some techniques before reporting to the Haiying District. Thus, even in the absence of monsters to slay, he could still cultivate new skills and steadily enhance his strength. Contribution points, 140, for an intern investigator. This was quite a substantial amount. Upon arriving at the logistics department, Chen Nian scanned his terminal, and an array of rare treasures and martial arts techniques immediately unfolded before his eyes. When considering what to exchange for, he first assessed his own deficiencies. Following Li Zhao's advice, he aimed to enrich his combat capabilities, for one must be strong in their own right to forge ahead. After browsing for a while, a martial technique named Siyuan Jin caught Chen Nian's attention. Its name was overly simplistic, yet the exchange cost a staggering 200 contribution points. Wasn't he that exorbitantly priced? Driven by curiosity, Chen Nian glanced at its description. Description, Chu Wuwang, having comprehended the way for 3 days, unleashed a total of 3 punches. On the first day, he struck a mountain before him, causing it to collapse. On the second day, he punched towards the ocean, splitting it apart. On the third day, he aimed his fist at the boundless sky, dispersing the clouds for miles. After these 3 punches, he broke through to a new realm, achieving sainthood. This technique was named Siyuan Jin, comprising 3 forms. 1. Siyuan Jin Bungshan, Siyuan Jin shattering the mountain. 2. Siyuan Jin Lai Hai, Siyuan Jin splitting the sea. 3. Siyuan Jin Kai Tian, Siyuan Jin opening the heavens. Merely reading the description filled Chen Nian with an exhilarating wave of emotion. This was a martial art created by a martial saint. It was customary for martial artists to lack sophistication, so a simple name was understandable. yet its power was undeniably formidable. At that moment, a cough interrupted his reverie. Young man, you should not dwell on this. Your realm is too low, and you are aiming too high. Chen Nian turned to see an elderly gentleman overseeing the department. What do you mean, sir? Is it because my realm is low that I cannot learn this? Chen Nian retorted. Haha, if you exchange for this and attempt to comprehend it, you would merely be wasting your contribution points. It contains the residual will of the martial saint. Not long ago, an investigator of the Qinguang realm also exchanged for this. He barely opened the first page before he was struck and spat blood. The Qinguang realm was the 5th level. Is the power of this punch truly that overwhelming? Chen Nian's interest piqued even further. If this was indeed a secret technique, it must be worth mastering. Learning something inferior would be a waste of time, and he would have to start over if something better came along later. Sir, do you mean that if I can withstand the will within, I can practice this technique? Chen Nian inquired. That is indeed the case, but this is the punch of a saint. Your current realm may very well leave you gravely injured. Recovery would take at least a month in the medical department. Chen Nian pondered for a moment. Sir, if I can withstand that well, could you perhaps offer me a discount? I currently have only 140 contribution points. Haha. The elderly man chuckled heartily, stroking his beard. I know who you are. The recent prodigy, Chen Nian. But this is not bravery. It borders on reckless arrogance. Very well. If you wish to court disaster, I shall acquiesce to your request. Agreed then. Chen Nian took a deep breath, and a strange bloodlight suddenly ignited in his eyes. His domain unfolded, engulfing him in an immeasurable realm of slaughter. What is happening with this lad? The elderly gentleman suddenly sensed a chilling aura approaching and instinctively took 2 steps back. At that moment, Chen Nian opened the first page of Siyuan Jin. In an instant, a surge of golden light filled with immense power pierced into Chen Nian's forehead. It was the martial saint's will left behind. In that moment, Chen Nian found himself within his own domain, standing upon an endless sea of blood. With a crimson blood moon overhead, he raised his fingers and pointed to his brow. In an instant, the violent will of countless beings surged like a tidal wave into his mind. Indeed, he intended to use this boundless killing intent to counter the martial saint's will. In his mind, the martial saint's will loomed like a general sweeping across the battlefield, annihilating the countless waves of murderous energy. As the 2 forces clashed, Chen Nian's nose bled profusely. He was merely bleeding from his nose. The elderly gentleman stood nearby, and in his estimation, Chen Nian would last at most 2 breaths before he would be bleeding from all 7 orifices and would need to be rushed to the medical department. Yet, 20 breaths had passed, and he still stood firm. The martial saint's will was indeed invincible. Each move could obliterate thousands of murderous thoughts. However, it is said that 2 fists cannot compete with 4 hands. After an intense clash, the martial saint's will was finally subdued. This signified that Chen Nian could barely bear this will and could begin cultivating Siyuan Jin. After a moment, Chen Nian opened his eyes. Wiping away the blood from his nose, he noticed the elderly gentleman gazing at him as if he were a monster, hesitating to speak. Sir, our wager stands. I shall take this. Well done, lad. I underestimated you. Go on, take it. Since you can endure it, it proves you are indeed qualified to cultivate it. To practice the martial saint's Siyuan Jin at the Mount of Moving Mountains is quite an eye-opener. The waves of the Yangtze River pushed the previous waves. Chen Nian curiously asked, Senior, is this so-called martial saint truly the foremost figure in martial arts today? In terms of martial arts prowess, he is indeed the foremost figure of our time. Are there any exceptions? There exists Mr. Li, the master of the star-picking tower. Regardless of blades, spears, swords, or martial arts techniques, none dare claim absolute supremacy. However, that is not a realm you can currently approach. Focus on your cultivation. Outside the outskirts of the capital, amidst the misty and towering mountains, a high peak stood out like a crane among chickens. The mountain was named Fei Xian. On the cliff, 2 figures faced each other. One was a rugged middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, his fists wrapped in bandages, dressed in light, agile clothing, with muscles as hard as steel exposed. Opposite him stood a petite girl, scarcely reaching 1.40 meters in height. She wore a pink and white dress, her hair tied into adorable braids with pink ribbons, resembling a chubby little girl. With her eyes slightly closed and her weight lowered, she raised her small hand. Siyuan Jin lie high? In an instant, her 5 fingers formed a fist and struck forward by an inch. Bang! A tempest brewed. The terrifying force of the strike toppled the 1,000-meter forest, and even the clouds in the sky were shaken into disarray. Ha! Your Siyuan Jin still lacks a bit of fire. You need more practice. The middle-aged man laughed heartily with his hands behind his back. No more practice. Old Chu, have you lived too long and grown bored? Why must you come and teach me this difficult Cunjin? The little girl pouted in dissatisfaction. Little girl, I am the contemporary martial saint. Others seek my teachings, but are refused. Yet you dare to complain. The middle-aged man, named Chu Wuwang, was indeed the contemporary martial saint who achieved sainthood through 3 punches. Wu Xing is of no consequence. Can he truly compare to my master? If you wish to instruct me, you must plead, for I have no desire to learn from you. Indeed, he pales in comparison to Mr. Li. Yet your master cannot be as leisurely as to teach you, can he? Ningming, you possess an innate martial arts body. Do not squander your time on frivolous techniques, for the fist is the ultimate truth. Enough of this chatter, let us conclude for today. If you wish for me to practice again, do remember to bring some milk tea next time. At that moment, several ethereal presences descended from the summit of the pavilion, transforming into an elder clad in white, exuding an aura of celestial grace. His hair was as white as snow, and though his visage bore the marks of time, he still radiated a refreshing warmth. Master, Ningming exclaimed, bounding towards him. Greetings, Mr. Li. Chu Wuwang also offered a respectful salute. The master of the Zhaixing Pavilion, Li Bai-yi, regarded them with a gentle smile. Chu Wuwang, you frequent the Zhaixing Pavilion. Are you intent on competing with me for disciples? Haha. I would never dare to vie for Mr. Li's students. I simply take a liking to this girl. Her temperament mirrors my own, and I wish to teach her a few moves. Having imparted renowned techniques, it cannot merely be said to be a few moves. Let us conclude today's training here. I have matters to discuss with this girl. Then I shall visit again another day. Young lady, I will treat you to milk tea next time. As Chu Wuwang departed, Ningming stuck her tongue out at his retreating figure. Master, what tasks do you wish to assign to me? Last night, I divined the celestial alignments and discerned that this sea region may harbor the emergence of dragon energy. You must investigate. The last true dragon of this world must not fall into the hands of outsiders. Understood, Master. I am descending the mountain now. Ningming leaped down the mountainside and swiftly vanished into the forest. Her destination was Tianhai Shi in the Haiging district. In the Haiging district, Chen Nian was taken aback by how swiftly he had returned, still in the capacity of an investigator for the 749 Bureau. To facilitate his work, the Bureau had even arranged a residential unit for him, a spacious 4-bedroom seaside apartment. However, Chen Nian was not in the mood to relax. He had commenced training in the newly acquired technique of Cunjin, for it was only by becoming stronger that he could eradicate demons and monsters effectively. On the second day of his appointment, at the 749 office, a group of visitors unexpectedly arrived. Brother Chen, congratulations on your appointment. We look forward to your guidance. These individuals wore beaming smiles, each bearing an assortment of gifts, ranging from fine liquor to premium cigarettes. Excuse me, who are you? Chen Nian inquired. We are from the Haiging District Public Security Bureau. We have heard of your reputation, Brother Chen. We hope to seek your assistance in the future. So we have come to greet you. Is it customary to bribe without wearing uniforms? Chen Nian remarked with a smirk. When the previous 2 were in office, we had to present gifts during festivals. It's merely a way to build rapport, not bribery, Brother Chen. Chen Nian scoffed. That sort of conduct is not welcome here. Take your gifts back. The security officers exchanged glances, astonished that this investigator was so incorruptible as to reject their offerings. Before long, Luo Xiaoko arrived. Upon hearing the news of Chen Nian's appointment, she could hardly contain her delight, albeit arriving a bit late due to her need to prepare, being a girl after all. Brother Chen, you are now the stationed investigator in our Haiging district. How wonderful. I can learn so much from you. Following me will not yield much knowledge. Do you wish to learn about fighting and killing? That is fine too. You are quite dashing when you fight. Luo Xiaoko, like an innocent starry-eyed girl, was utterly enamored with Chen Nian. Soon, the number of visitors grew. Various families and factions came to pay their respects. The stationed investigator of the 749 Bureau held significant authority, who would dare not show face and curry favor for future dealings. Consequently, the entrance of the office became cluttered with gifts. A crowd gathered at the door, eager to meet Chen Nian and exchange greetings, hoping to add him on WeChat. The most outrageous was an elderly man who brought his shy daughter to him. Investigator Chen, I hear you are still single. My daughter is fair-skinned, beautiful, and clever. Please, spare me. Luo Xiaoko quickly intervened to usher them away. Although she deeply scorned such behavior, she also lamented that her father did not make a similar move. Was she not also a fair-skinned beauty in her youth? After a long day of managing the visitors, Chen Nian finally concluded the encounters. As for the various gifts received, he returned what could be returned and donated the rest to charity. After all, what use were insincere gifts? It would be better to find a good place for a foot massage, he mused. By the way, Brother Chen, Do you remember the dispute between our Luo family and the Wang family over the rights to exploit the underwater ruins? The exploration team is setting out tomorrow. My father wants to know if you are interested in joining. Oh, Chen Nian's eyes lit up. Who would have thought that good fortune would come so quickly upon his appointment? Of course, I must go. To explore the underwater ruins, slay extraordinary creatures, and uncover secrets and treasures sounds splendid. All right, Brother Chen, if the exploration team discovers anything valuable, be sure to take your share. Isn't the exploration team from your family? Not a problem. Our family thrives thanks to you, so you must receive your fair share. Did your father instruct you to say that? Not at all. It's simply my own thought. Besides, my father invited you for a reason, recognizing your formidable strength. Since he wishes to leverage your abilities, do not hesitate. Good daughter. After work, Chen Nian escorted Luo Xiaoka home, and then continued to practice through the night. The profundity of Tsuanjin lies in its speed. It harnesses the body's energy from 100 spiritual orifices in the shortest possible time, culminating in an explosive force in the fist. It can only be said that the technique created by the Wusing is indeed remarkable. It appears unadorned, yet conceals profound mysteries. After 2 days of training, Chen Nian had merely grazed the threshold of understanding. The following morning, at the harbor, Chen Nian boarded a cargo ship that spanned over 10 meters, preparing to set sail with the exploration team. Be careful on your journey, Luo Xiaoka called out, waving from the shore. Old Luo had not permitted her to join, as such exploration teams often faced considerable danger. Standing on the deck, Chen Nian began assessing the team's strength. In addition to the regular crew, there were also a dozen spiritual practitioners. Their abilities varied. Most were at the Shanshan and Tongling realms, with the strongest barely surpassing the third realm. After 2 hours of sailing, it was noon, the sun shining brilliantly. The surroundings had transformed into a vast expanse of azure ocean, approximately 40 nautical miles from the harbor, with a refreshing sea breeze and seagulls occasionally soaring overhead. We have arrived. Drop anchor. A muscular man approached Chen Nian. Brother Chen, this is the location of our previous discovery. Could you elaborate on the situation? 7 days ago, our ship anchored in this area for exploration, and coincidentally, the Wang family's vessel also arrived. They intentionally provoked us, remaining here to compete for resources. Before long, an earthquake suddenly struck the sea. After the earthquake, we were taken aback to discover the sudden emergence of a well-structured corner of a building from the seabed, resembling some ancient ruin. Our two families stumbled upon this simultaneously, which led to subsequent claims of rivalry. After listening to the introduction, Chen Nian nodded. What are your plans? He inquired. Currently, we have only uncovered the tip of the iceberg. We intend to employ the most rudimentary methods to excavate the surrounding silt, which may reveal what lies beneath. Came the response. Very well, let us proceed. Thus, the group promptly equipped themselves with tools and descended into the water. As psychics, their physical forms had transcended the ordinary, allowing them to forego cumbersome diving apparatus. The entire team submerged to commence their excavation, while Chen Nian continued his practice on deck. Hours swiftly passed. The underwater team grew increasingly discontented. Captain, that fellow is lounging on the ship while we toil away. Should we share the rewards with him? The captain frowned. Silence. Our opportunity to explore this ruin is thanks to his efforts with the Wang family. Despite this, a hint of displeasure lingered in his heart. Old Master Luo insisted he join us for a reason. Let us focus on the task at hand. Before long, half a day had elapsed. Even with a dozen psychics working in unison, extracting a colossal structure from the silt proved to be no small feat as dusk fell. Chen Nian decided to plunge into the ocean to assess the situation. Upon reaching the seabed, he observed a large pit that had been excavated, revealing glimpses of the structure within. The jade-white, smooth stone edifice shimmered with a pearlescent glow in the dim depths. When he reached out, the surface felt polished and the patterns were consistent, indicating it was not a natural formation. I can hardly believe there is indeed something here, he thought. Look, the young master from 749 has come down to inspect. Well, he is an official. He is far more esteemed than us. Chen Nian had little interest in squabbling with such minor figures. Suddenly, from a distance, a massive dark shape surged toward them, a black shark nearly 5 meters long. In an instant, a man's hand was severed, blood staining the water crimson. This is bad. A bull shark has arrived. Everyone, be cautious. How unfortunate to encounter such a beast. Prepare for battle. Even the captain of the exploration team wore a grim expression. The bull shark, a monstrous creature, though only at the second tier, was immense and swift, claiming many lives. During its first assault, it had bitten off a team member's hand. Turning, it prepared for a second strike. As everyone retreated to regroup, Chen Nian boldly advanced to confront the massive predator. He struck with a palm. sharp blood spikes erupting from his hand. The bull shark measured only 5 meters, while Chen Nian's attack reached 6 meters. Thus, it was impaled from head to tail, dying on the spot. Blood feast effect triggered, blood strength 1. The onlookers gazed at the bull shark's lifeless body drifting in the water, the surrounding area awash in a sea of red, their hearts roiling in shock. Is it truly that simple to kill it? This is a bull shark. It usually takes several of us to subdue one. The captain stated solemnly. As I have said, his presence here serves a purpose. Do not waste time with idle chatter. Understood. Injured parties should return to the ship for treatment, and the rest of you, continue working. After several more hours of excavation, night enveloped the sea, rendering the surface nearly pitch black. During this period, the team faced several attacks from lesser sea creatures, all of which were effortlessly dispatched by Chen Nian. Consequently, his blood strength surged to 60, granting him another divine boon. Upon activation, 3 options appeared before him. 1. Blood strength 2. Acquire the ability like a fish in water, the ability to breathe freely underwater and swim with ease 3. Blood regeneration speed 5. The divine boon offered a chance to gain abilities from slain monsters. However, previous abilities had been relatively useless, making this seemingly useful option a welcome surprise. Without hesitation, he chose option 2. Acquired ability like a fish in water. Though Chen Nian was pleased to encounter the attacks, he sensed something unusual. Is it common to face so many assaults during an exploration? No, at most we might experience 1 or 2 encounters. If we faced this many, we would have turned back long ago. It is because of you, Brother Chen, that we have suffered no losses. He began to suspect that the waters held deeper mysteries. In the dead of night, a voice called out, Brother Chen, we unearthed it. Chapter 35, Dragon Palace? The revived Jiaolong. The good news echoed through the night shift. Chen Nian immediately plunged into the depths to inspect. With the talent of like a fish in water, swimming became immensely more pleasant, akin to that of a true fish. Before him lay a square structure of jade-white stone, its walls adorned with intricate patterns. Embedded within the sediment, excitement surged among the onlookers. To construct such a building underwater, this is beyond the capabilities of modern man. Could it truly be the legendary Dragon Palace? If we can enter, we might strike it rich. What folly! If it is indeed the Dragon Palace, wealth is secondary. What matters is that we, mere mortals, could ascend to greatness. The captain remarked, we have observed that the stone walls on either side are perfectly sealed, with only a narrow seam in the middle of the upper side, resembling a door. If we can open this door, we may enter. After surveying the surroundings, Chen Nian shared a similar thought, but found the door utterly immovable after several attempts. Everyone, muster all your strength. Opening this door signifies our victory. Everyone gathered on the stone wall's side, exerting their strength. 3, 2, 1, push. 3, 2, 1 again. Despite the collective effort of over 10 psychics, they could not budge it. This is frustrating. We have worked tirelessly all day. We cannot give up now. Damn it, if we can't get in today, I would rather perish in the sea. No one wished to see their hard-earned prize slip away. Now, you shall heed my command. Chen Nian spoke up. Having proven his strength in previous encounters, the others readily nodded in agreement, bracing themselves. With 4 fingers pointed at the center of the stone wall, Chen Nian took a deep breath. 3, 2, 1, act. The collective power surged once more, veins bulging on their arms. Simultaneously, Chen Nian transformed his palm into a fist, advancing an inch, channeling all his energy into the blow. Fist of destruction. With a resounding thud, the seam in the stone door finally yielded. A blinding golden light erupted from the crack, soaring through the water and piercing the sky to reach the heavens. Someone, roused from slumber, rushed to the window, gazing in awe at the golden radiance on the horizon. An elder from a certain sect stood atop a roof, hands clasped behind his back, peering into the distance. An elderly man from a secluded bamboo house ascended into the air, squinting toward the horizon. A formidable aura emanated, unmistakably the essence of a dragon. Who could have anticipated that such a presence existed in the world? It surely heralds the emergence of something extraordinary. Various factions stirred restlessly, and luminous streaks appeared in the night sky. A master and disciple stood atop a treetop, gazing at the dragon aura. Master, do true dragons really exist? Indeed, dragons were once the guardians of Daxia, divine beings. If all dragons were to perish, the dragon veins would be severed, and perhaps the world would be devoid of spiritual energy, leaving future generations unable to cultivate. The old man narrowed his eyes slightly. Since the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has not yet waned, it confirms that a true dragon must still exist in this world. This overwhelming dragon aura might signify the revelation of an ancient dragon relic. Why are they all so eager to rush forth? Dragons are treasures in themselves, especially in this era of declining deities. To acquire a true dragon would be akin to paving a magnificent path to success. Master, shall we compete for it? A dragon that appears once in a millennium. Haha, this is not something we are qualified to covet. Best not to wade into these murky waters. Chen Nian and his companions were still unaware of the significant commotion they had caused. Is it really happening? Brother Chen is incredible. We are about to strike it rich. Haha. People finally managed to push open the heavy stone door, revealing a shimmering curtain of water that emanated a mysterious blue glow. Chen Nian was the first to pass through the water curtain, followed closely by the others. Once inside, they stood in awe, mesmerized by the enchanting scene before them. The walls were adorned with numerous luminous crystals, radiating a dazzling brilliance akin to diamonds, filling the cavern with a dreamlike interplay of light and shadow. Dragon crystals. It's dragon crystals, someone exclaimed, unable to contain their excitement, and dashed towards the crystals. Wow, I've never seen so many dragon crystals in my life. Brothers, we're going to get rich. The crowd immediately dispersed, employing various tools to mine the dragon crystals. The leader explained, dragon crystals are precious ores rich in spiritual energy. If used to forge weapons, even a small piece can elevate the weapon-esque grade. In the past, we consider ourselves lucky to find a tiny fragment. Yet here there are so many. Brother Chen, take as much as you want. I won't hold back. Everyone was excitedly scavenging for dragon crystals, but Chen Nian remained calm. He sensed that this place held more than just rare minerals. Continuing deeper into the dragon crystal cavern, a palace of jade-white light and shadow revealed itself before them. The first thing to catch their eye were two stone pillars at the grand entrance, each adorned with a ferocious, clawed dragon. Chen Nian's heart raced. Could this truly be the legendary dragon palace? Those behind were not foolish either, having collected some crystals. They hurried to catch up, knowing that the deeper they ventured, the greater the treasures they might find. Incredible, a palace. I can't imagine what riches lie within. These dragons look so lifelike. If they weren't made of stone, I would fear they might come to life. Brother Chen, shall we enter together? The group hesitated, aware that greed often accompanies danger. Without Chen Nian leading the way, they felt uneasy. Let us take a look. Chen Nian was the first to step inside, but it was not without purpose. He had already resolved to seize the finest treasures within. Should anyone attempt to snatch them away, he would not hesitate to take action. As the group crossed the threshold into the palace, the dragon on the pillars suddenly revealed a yellow-brown eye, its pupil glimmering as stones fell away. They had entered the innermost main hall, which was desolate, devoid of artifacts or treasures. The only striking feature was a coffin resting at the center of the hall, radiant and exuding a holy glow. Someone instinctively swallowed hard. That coffin is made of pure dragon crystal. If we could take it, we would be immensely wealthy. Brother Chen, what do you think? We'll follow your lead, and you can take the lioness share while we take the smaller portions. Do not move. Chen Nian's blood began to levitate around him, creating a protective barrier. He cautiously approached the coffin. Finally, he stood above it, his gaze penetrating the glow of the dragon crystals, faintly revealing a woman lying within. Suddenly, a sound of cracking rock echoed from outside. Chen Nian turned abruptly. Oh no, the dragons are coming to life. Run. As soon as he spoke, the two dragons awakened fully. The nearest person was instantly pierced by a dragon claw, blood splattering everywhere. The dragons, guardians of this place, locked their yellow eyes onto Chen Nian, disregarding the others. This is bad, Chen Nian thought, feeling a chill. No matter how strong he was, he could not possibly contend with the dragons, especially now that he was trapped inside the main hall. In a moment of inspiration, Chen Nian concentrated, and the blood around him transformed into several large blood hands, effortlessly lifting the coffin lid. Excuse me. He dove into the dragon crystal coffin and swiftly closed the lid. Chapter 36. The Dragon Maiden Emerges. Encountering the cult of an evil deity. Run. The others were instantly paralyzed with fear, no longer caring for Chen Nian, as they desperately fled outside. Fortunately, the dragons did not pursue them but charged directly toward the coffin, allowing the others to escape. Captain, Brother Chen is still inside. We can't worry about that now. The dragons have awakened. Staying here means certain death. Let us hurry back to the ship and preserve our lives. Inside the narrow dragon crystal coffin, Chen Nian lay beside the woman. A deafening dragon roar resonated above him. He could distinctly feel the two dragons hovering over the coffin. Relieved that they dared not disturb it, for now, he was safe. He had indeed made the right choice. Had he fled earlier, he would have run headlong into the dragons. However, The current dilemma was that he could only hide inside. Any exposure would result in instant demise. Chen Nian began to examine the woman within the coffin. She wore a flowing water blue dress adorned with golden dragon patterns, her skin as pale as snow, her features exquisitely delicate. Scales of translucent dragon skin adorned her eyes and forehead, and a pair of charming little dragon horns graced her head. These traits only enhanced her beauty, adding a unique allure. A dragon maiden? Could she truly be a real dragon? Da Xiao, also known as the Dragon Nation, revered dragons as auspicious creatures and symbols. Yet, these were all legendary tales. The true existence of dragons was something even the 749 Bureau had never witnessed. Suddenly, a soft, melodious whisper reached his ears, reminiscent of a lazy girl just awakening. She is still alive. Chen Nian lifted the hand that had inadvertently rested on her chest. Outside, two ferocious Jiao dragons lurked, while within lay a living dragon maiden. What a peculiar situation. The dragon maiden slowly opened her drowsy eyes and suddenly sensed a tightness beside her. She turned her head gently and found Chen Nian lying beside her. Hello. Wow. Chen Nian hastily covered her mouth, locking eyes with her astonished, sparkling gaze. Don't ask why. I don't wish to disturb you. It's just that those two Jiao dragons outside suddenly came to life, and I had no choice but to take refuge here. I mean you no harm. And I hope you will not harm me either. If you understand, please blink. The dragon maiden nodded vigorously. I asked you to blink, not nod. She quickly blinked her eyes. I apologize. Only then did Chen Nian release his grip. The maiden paused for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, I'm so hungry. Dragons don't eat humans, do they? Chen Nian's eyes sharpened with caution. We do not. Then you shall remain hungry. The dragon maiden rolled her eyes in frustration, turning to stroke her flat abdomen. The two sat back to back in silence for a while. One question. Did we accidentally awaken you by intruding here? You think too much. My awakening was destined. You merely arrived at an opportune moment. Still hungry. Then it seems we bear no animosity. Why not allow those two Jiao dragons to spare me? And I will depart this place? They have long since lost their power. What you witnessed was merely a fleeting reflection of their former might. Now they have likely turned to dust, the dragon maiden replied with a hint of melancholy. Realizing the oppressive terror from above had dissipated, Chen Nian cautiously pushed aside the coffin lid. Indeed, the two Jiao dragons had transformed into white sand, scattered across the ground. Chen Nian hurriedly climbed out of the coffin. Sighing with relief, he prepared to close the coffin lid again. Hey, a delicate hand adorned with silver rings obstructed the lid. What are you doing? Just covering it for you. You can continue sleeping. Move aside. The dragon maiden sat up irritably, revealing her enchanting silver-white horns. Human, I advise you to leave promptly. Soon this place will be drenched in blood and chaos. With your strength, there's only one fate awaiting you. Why? The dragon's aura rises to the heavens. Driven by human greed, many are surely on their way here. And you? Such questions are futile. Or do you wish to extract something from a dragon? Excuse me. Chen Nian felt no avarice and turned to leave. When he resurfaced and returned to the ship, his companions were taken aback. What the hell, Brother Chen, you're alive. How did you escape those two Jiao dragons? Did you find any treasures? Chen Nian decided against revealing the existence of the dragon maiden. Prepare to set sail. This place is unsafe. Understood, Brother Chen. We will prepare to return. Just as the ship turned around, a thunderous sonic boom from an aircraft overhead captured everyone's attention. It was normal for planes to fly over the sea, but this one was in distress, plummeting headfirst at a rapid speed. Inside the aircraft, chaos reigned. Over 300 passengers and 10 crew members were engaged in a frenzied melee. Some wielded utensils as weapons, stabbing neighboring women, while others pummeled an elderly man on the ground. Blood splattered onto the windows and floor. These deranged individuals shared a common trait. Their eyes blazed with an eerie fire. Within the flames lay a dark core surrounded by ominous red hues, resembling the eyes of a demon. Ah, I will kill you. Ha ha ha. The screams, cries, and laughter intertwined to form a horrifying symphony. In the cockpit, the captain and co-pilot lay lifeless in their seats. Only a man in a black robe stood there, arms outstretched in madness, his eyes burning with the same sinister fire. Boom. The aircraft crashed into the ocean, erupting in a violent explosion that illuminated the night sky. The downed plane was not far from Chen Nian and his crew, and the resulting tidal wave sent ripples across the sea. What on earth happened? Why did the plane suddenly crash? It's too strange. Captain, do you think there will be survivors? Any survivor is worth saving. Let us go check it out. The crew hastily steered the ship toward the site of the crash, and the captain, peering through binoculars, soon spotted a survivor struggling to swim toward them. There is someone. Lower the rescue line. Pull him up. With collective effort, they managed to bring a man aboard. Soaked and clad in a black robe, he sat on the deck. You must be quite lucky to survive. What happened to the plane? Why did it suddenly fall? Indeed, I've only seen such plane disasters on the news. Witnessing it firsthand is a first for me. The man stood, smiling. I am fortunate. It seems your fates are not as fortunate. Welcome, embrace the madness of fire. As he spoke, the man clasped his head, and the ominous flame within his eyes erupted. Mad fire evil god. Sequence 008. Frantic flying serpent. Countless fiery serpents shot forth from his eyes, indiscriminately targeting everyone around them. In a critical moment, blood surged from Chen Nian's body, forming a protective barrier of blood that enveloped him completely, successfully blocking one of the fire serpents. He remained the sole individual unscathed, while all others had flames igniting within their eyes. Chapter 37. Battle against the evil goddess followers, the most dangerous fight. Oh, I didn't expect someone to react so swiftly. The man in the black robe turned his gaze to the blood-shielded Chen Nian, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. The others, in a frenzied state, charged toward Chen Nian. Nearly 20 individuals surrounded him, relentlessly assaulting the blood barrier. Chen Nian had anticipated such a development. It appeared the dragon maiden had spoken the truth. Chaos and bloodshed had indeed descended upon them, and he was caught in the midst of it. Though the blood barrier endured the relentless attacks, the assailants could not breach it. Chen Nian remained calm and immediately summoned AI Me through his terminal. AI Me. A man suddenly unleashed fiery serpents from his eyes, and everyone else seems to have lost their sanity, attacking me like madmen. Identified as the evil outer god Mad Fire Evil God Sequence Holder, a distress signal has been sent to headquarters on your behalf. Mad Fire can completely erode the sanity of ordinary people, and the effect is permanently irreversible. Please evacuate immediately. Repeating, please evacuate immediately. Evacuate immediately. If AI Me repeated the command to evacuate thrice, one could only imagine the horror awaiting him. It was easy for AI Me to say, but Chen Nian was now surrounded by a throng of people. If he were to lower the blood shield, he would be at risk of being consumed. AI Me. What is an evil god? The abilities acquired by normal awakeners include powers such as the god of fire and the god of thunder. Certain individuals, unable to awaken and possessing a twisted and deranged disposition, may fall prey to the sinister machinations of the outer gods, joining their ranks and becoming members of the outer god cult. They are invaders, terrorists, harbingers of calamity. They will indiscriminately hunt down anyone, acting without logic, with the ultimate goal of converting the entire world into followers of the malevolent deities. Their peril is akin to that of the demon organization, the 10,000 Demons Hall. This series of statements served to enlighten Chen Nian about the grave danger he faced. The recent explosion of the aircraft was likely orchestrated by these lunatics. He could instantaneously ensnare a multitude of mountain-moving energy users aboard the ship, suggesting that both his realm and abilities were formidable. Undoubtedly, this was Chen Nian's most perilous battle yet. At that moment, the terminal beeped. The 749 headquarters quickly established contact, and a female liaison answered. Investigator Chen Nian. This is the 749 Command Center. We have received your distress signal, and the nearest investigator is en route to assist you. Please do not engage in combat with the Outer God Sequence energy users alone. Understood. Suddenly, incredulous voices crackled from the other end. Wait, Chen Nian's coordinates are at sea. This position corresponds to Longqi Chongshao. The deputy director abruptly severed the call. Chen Nian, I am the deputy director of 749. Listen to me. The outer god follower is heading towards Longqi. I am issuing you an urgent mission. You must not allow him to enter. Another voice, that of Director Li, interjected. That is an outer god follower. Are you intending to send Chen Nian to his doom? Oldly, the dragon is the guardian deity of our great Xia. If it is defiled by the malevolent outer gods, the consequences are unfathomable. I accept this mission. Li Xiao bellowed. Chen Nian, ensure your safety above all else. If you truly cannot stop him, no one will blame you. Understood. Chen Nian ended the call, setting aside the grand ideals of protecting Great Xia. The previous friendly warning from the young dragon girl to leave resonated within him. For that reason alone, he could not bear to witness her being tainted and persecuted by the outer gods. Thus, he resolved to eliminate the threat. Chen Nian pierced his chest with a blood spike, causing a torrent of blood to surge forth. With a powerful explosion at his center, countless sharp blood spikes erupted, resembling a blossoming blood flower. The deranged individuals surrounding Chen Nian were instantaneously annihilated. Their bodies were impaled by the blood spikes, suspended in midair. And as Chen Nian absorbed the blood, they plummeted onto the deck. Oh, how intriguing. The man in the black robe, hands in pockets, grinned widely. Not bad at all. Why not consider joining the Outer God cult? Fear not. You won't become trash like them. You will receive the embrace of the new God, wielding new divine authority. Surrounding Chen Nian, some of the blood transformed into crimson blades. Chen Nian gripped the hilt tightly. The sequence of slaughter. Are you perhaps a chosen one? You seem quite confident. However, 3 chosen ones have already perished by my hand. It appears you have chosen the most unwise path. The man in the black robe locked eyes with Chen Nian's alluring crimson pupils. Those eyes radiated a palpable killing intent, seemingly suppressing his own deranged fire magic. Suddenly, he perceived the ocean transforming into an endless expanse of scarlet blood, a blood moon hanging ominously overhead, causing him to tremble at the mere sight. This young man possesses such abilities. Domain, the boundless realm of slaughter. Chen Nian dared not let his guard down for an instant. He unleashed his most formidable techniques right from the outset. To prevent any unforeseen accidents, he had to eliminate the threat with utmost swiftness. The murderous intent of billions surged into the mind of the man in the black robe. The blade strikes. The dragon roars through the void. With a swift and thunderous blow, Chen Nian aimed to sever his head, delivering a fatal strike without leaving any room for error. Yet unexpectedly, the blade penetrated only a few centimeters into his neck, cutting through only half of it. His head hung limply, skewed upon his neck, where dark red madness ignited. Was that what obstructed my blade? Chen Nian pressed down harder, but to his astonishment, a hand grasped the blade. This hand was marred with numerous dark red fissures. You truly surprise me. You have escaped the domain's power so quickly. This is a first for me. The reason being, this individual was a complete lunatic. His faith in the outer gods rendering his mind perpetually chaotic. Chen Nian's murderous intent would typically plunge a person into madness and paralysis. Yet this man had grown accustomed to his deranged state, drastically reducing the duration of its effectiveness. Come, let us descend into utter madness together. The bizarre flames in the man's eyes expanded tenfold. Countless dark red fire serpents erupted forth, careening toward Chen Nian with reckless abandon. As he retreated, Chen Nian conjured a blood barrier for defense, yet the frenzied demonic flames threatened to incinerate his protective shield. What's the matter? Don't run. Let me see just how long you can endure. With a splash, Chen Nian plunged into the sea. The man in the black robe finally came to a halt. Running away? How dull. He slowly propped up his severed head, the madness flames gradually mending his wound. At that moment, a deafening explosion resonated beneath him, shattering the ship's hull with terrifying force. Subtle force, mountain-breaking strike. With a single punch, Chen Nian stirred the ocean's surface, sending forth waves of monstrous proportions. The punch's shockwave propelled the man in the black robe into the air. Simultaneously, a massive blood spike erupted from beneath the water, piercing the man's chest as he soared. Impossible. A torrent of blood from Chen Nian surged through the blood spike into the man's body, transforming into jagged spikes that erupted from within. His hands, legs, chest, forehead, and even throat were simultaneously impaled. The man in the black robe was instantly transformed into a porcupine, riddled with countless wounds, blood pouring forth. Chen Nian raised his head, observing the perforated figure of the man in the black robe, and smiled. Did you not just claim that 3 chosen ones have perished by your hand? My apologies. I have never kept count of how many stray dogs I have slain. Chapter 38. Farewell, Longv, absorbing the true dragon's blood. Death, for those audacious enough to embrace the power of the outer gods, is not a source of fear. Thus, in his final moments, the man in the black robe did not plead for mercy, nor did he express terror or shed tears. A smirk graced his lips. The blood spikes that pierced his body ignited with an eerie flame. What is happening? Boom. The man's head suddenly exploded, resembling a watermelon rigged with explosives. Immediately, a surge of fire erupted from his body, revealing a profound darkness at its core, encircled by a bizarre dark red hue reminiscent of a demonic eye, an endless abyss. Without warning, it shot toward Chen Nian. That blaze contained the essence of the madness fire god and all the powers of the man in the black robe. Indeed, he was dead, yet he sought to pass on the fire. Followers of the outer gods persistently spread their influence until their believers permeate the world. Chen Nian was evidently a prime target. The onslaught came too swiftly and unexpectedly. Chen Nian scarcely had time to evade, relying solely on his blood shield for protection. Should that infernal fire breach his body, his divine essence would become dominated by the madness fire god, transforming him into a despised follower of the outer gods among all righteous individuals. Perhaps he might also lose the sequence power of the god of slaughter. The blood shield was evaporating at an alarming rate. The flames of the demon drew ever closer to Chen Nian. Although Chen Nian continuously replenished his blood within, he had already expended a significant amount during the previous battle, leaving him unable to recover. His entire body was nearly drained of blood. At last, the frenzied flames penetrated his brow. Ah! Chen Nian clutched his head and screamed, a flicker of madness igniting in his pupils. Under normal circumstances, he would have instantly lost his sanity and become a follower of the evil deity. However, at this critical moment, he infused his mind with a torrent of murderous intent to resist the encroaching flames. The man in the black robe had previously used the frenzied flames to counter Chen Nian's boundless realm of slaughter. Now, Chen Nian was employing the opposite method, albeit only as a temporary measure. The slaughter feast was triggered, granting a permanent blood intensity of 5. Upon slaying a follower of the evil deity, he could also activate his innate abilities. Yet, Chen Nian had no time to spare, as voices echoed incessantly in his mind. Descend, kill her, devour her, and you shall acquire supreme power to dominate all. The whispers of the demon reverberated in his consciousness. Chen Nian leaped back into the water, plunging downwards, returning to the ruins of the Dragon Palace. In the shimmering palace, the Dragon Maiden sat alone upon the steps, cradling her knees, as if she were the sole inhabitant of the world. From the moment she awakened, she had known that there were no kin left in the world, no kindred spirits. She was the last true dragon, burdened with the responsibility of safeguarding the dragon vein of the great Xia. Someone has arrived. She suddenly lifted her head, astonished. Why have you returned? Did I not tell you to leave quickly? Chen Nian grasped the Dragon Maiden's delicate neck, lifting her effortlessly. There is an exceedingly malevolent force within you. The Dragon Maiden closed her eyes, a glimmer akin to rippling water appearing on her fair skin. Instead of attacking Chen Nian, she sought to perceive his condition. At that moment, Chen Nian's consciousness regained the upper hand, and the strength in his fingers slackened considerably. Leave. Get away quickly. Chen Nian bellowed. One of his eyes glowed crimson, while the other blazed with frenzied fire, his spirit teetering on the brink of collapse. At this juncture, the Dragon Maiden comprehended the general situation. You just fought outside against the villains and unfortunately fell victim to the evil deity's invasion. If left unchecked, he might soon transform from a good person into a bad one. The Dragon Maiden was unwilling to witness such a fate. This intruder was the first person she had seen upon awakening. He had battled against the villains, effectively protecting her. She could not simply abandon him. With determination, she pressed her jade finger against Chen Nian's brow. In an instant, an invisible wave enveloped Chen Nian's body, rendering him immobile. The Dragon Maiden laid Chen Nian upon her lap, extending her fair wrist and drawing a line of blood upon it. Henceforth, the princess shall save you with the blood of the true dragon. The divine properties contained within the blood shall help you resist the malevolent thoughts of the otherworldly being for a brief period. With that, drops of pure dragon blood fell into Chen Nian's mouth. The blood of the true dragon, a divine substance on earth, enhances longevity, strengthens the body, refines the meridians, and expels impurities, all fundamental abilities. This is why so many were fervently rushing to seize it. As the dragon blood entered Chen Nian's body, it transformed into a warm current, infusing every limb and sinew. Instantly, his expression calmed significantly, and the frenzied fire in his pupils gradually extinguished. How curious. How could he absorb the power within the dragon blood so perfectly? The Dragon Maiden, of course, was unaware that Chen Nian possessed the bloodline ability of a vampire, enabling him to flawlessly absorb the power contained within another's blood. Thus, the effects of the dragon blood within him were magnified several times compared to others. While it could not eliminate the power of the frenzied fire, it was more than sufficient to suppress it. Simultaneously, on the surface of the sea, nearly 20 psychics had gathered. This group comprised primarily young frontline soldiers, sent to scout for information, while many older practitioners had yet to show themselves. Nonetheless, most were at the mountain-moving or sky-breaking realms, comprising a cadre of youthful heroes. What a lively gathering. It seems everyone has come in search of the dragon. Xin Yuan from the Transformation Shadow Hall. Greetings to all the esteemed practitioners. Su Qing from the Divine Treasure Courtyard. I am Qian Sanqing from the Seven String Cliff. Honored to meet you all. Since we are all here, why not dispense with the pretense and enter? That sounds reasonable. Let us venture inside to assess the situation. The 20-odd individuals hastily descended into the depths of the sea, entering the Dragon Palace. The mesmerizing dragon crystals and the resplendent palace left everyone in awe. Soon, they arrived at the main hall, where they beheld the Dragon Maiden seated, and a glint of greed ignited in their eyes. As graceful as a startled swan, as elegant as a gliding dragon, such a celestial being truly exists in this world. with dragon horns adorning her head and dragon scales gracing her skin. Could she be a true dragon? Ha! Our arrival here today could be an immense fortune, perhaps leading us to soar to great heights in the future. A true dragon is a legendary, auspicious beast, possessing treasures beyond measure. They say the dragon horns can be used to brew soup for longevity. I practice a martial art focused on palm techniques. I wonder if consuming a dragon's paw would enhance my abilities? Yet, she appears in female form. Are her dragon claws on her hands or feet? Esteemed guests, I, Qian Sanqing, the eldest disciple of the Fengyun sect, speak plainly. I desire her body. Such a beautiful maiden, and you all dare to discuss such crude matters? It makes one sweat profusely. I would cherish her dearly. Little dragon maiden, come home with me. I shall protect you. The dragon maiden regarded the group before her with unmistakable disdain. Just then, Chen Nian awakened. He stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the dragon maiden, cold murderous intent concealed within his gaze. Step back. Chapter 39. Chen Nian, I have given you a chance. Are you all right? The dragon maiden's eyes quivered with surprise. This fellow had regained his consciousness so swiftly, after perfectly absorbing the blood of the true dragon. Chen Nian not only suppressed the frenzied fire within, but also possessed a surplus of dragon power within him. Though this power was temporary, it was nonetheless usable. Step back. Chen Nian stood guard before the dragon maiden. His blood transformed into blades as his gaze swept over the assembly below. Who is this young man? I have not seen him before. A mere mountain-moving realm? Though his cultivation is not high, he moves rather quickly. We were discussing entering together to avoid conflict. Yet you have rushed in ahead of us. Which of you will deal with this young man? I find him rather displeasing. I shall. A burly man wielding a hammer stepped forward, the same coarse individual who had earlier expressed his desire for the dragon maiden. Spitting, he declared, I could defeat a twig like him without even using 30% of my strength. Ha! With that, he raised his hammer and leapt into the air, bringing it down heavily towards Chen Nian's head. Chen Nian made no unnecessary movements. With a swift motion, he drew his blade, executing the technique known as submerging dragon from the abyss. This technique was originally a metaphor for the momentum of the blade. However, this time, the blade truly bore the overwhelming power of the dragon. The glimmer of the sword swept through the air, and in an instant, the man's upper and lower body were severed apart. The warhammer crashed to the ground, shattering into two pieces. A profound silence enveloped the area. The cultivators gaped in disbelief at Chen Nian. Although the wielder of the hammer was merely at the late stage of the shifting mountains realm and not a formidable opponent, that young man was only at the initial stage of the same realm. To annihilate a late-stage opponent at the same level? What a jest! Could such a feat be accomplished by anyone other than a super genius? The dragon maiden stared blankly at Chen Nian's silhouette, her heart filled with confusion. He had dared to offend so many for my protection. Did he not fear death? Chen Nian produced his 749 investigator badge, striking it against the ground with authority. I will give you 10 seconds to disappear from my sight. Otherwise, this will be the last 10 seconds of your lives. A muffled chuckle escaped someone's lips. Ha ha. I apologize, everyone, but I simply cannot contain my laughter. Let me indulge for a moment. A 749 investigator, and still an intern. Brother, you have provided me with this year's greatest source of amusement. Do you know what I wish to do right now? I want to post on social media to vent my frustrations. Where do you find such confidence? Do you dare to act against us, even as an intern? The national system is more formal, implying greater constraints. These disciples from various sects have their backgrounds. To harm one of them would likely implicate their respective forces. Typically, 749 investigators do not act recklessly against others, focusing primarily on handling demons and monsters. Thus, they felt no fear. What is there to be afraid of? Even if this kid is tough, we can simply leave. Can he truly stop our departure? Even if we were to concede 1,000 steps. We are merely here to scout, with true experts observing from behind. Does a mere intern like you have the right to act here? Consequently, no one took Chen Nian's words seriously. Regrettably, time is up. Chen Nian took a deep breath, slowly raising 2 fingers. All of his spiritual energy, along with the remaining dragon power within him, surged forth at that moment. The domain expanded. Infinite killing realm. Instantly, all 20 individuals present were drawn into this realm. At that moment, the smiles on their faces froze. What is happening? Where's this place? Such an eerie atmosphere. Do you not sense the chilling aura? Some retreated a few steps, creating ripples in the boundless sea of blood beneath their feet. Others looked up at the blood moon in the sky, blood streaming from their eyes. Is it him? Impossible. How could he possess such power? Something is amiss. This place is not right. Chen Nian normally could not bring so many people into his domain at once, but now, With the support of dragon power, it was entirely sufficient. I offered you a chance. Regrettably, you did not take it. The murderous intent of countless beings began to invade their minds. Ah, help, help, no, no. Some knelt on the ground, repeatedly banging their heads against the floor. Others clawed at their faces, leaving horrific gashes. Some bled from their orifices, curling up on the ground. Babbling incoherently, none remained in a normal state. Chen Nian stepped forward. With no emotion, the sword danced as if he were butchering stray dogs by the roadside. Soon, the ground was littered with corpses, blood saturating the earth. As he slaughtered the last man, the domain's effect dissipated. The final man came to his senses, kneeling on the ground, pleading desperately. Spare me. I was wrong. You do not realize your mistake. You are merely aware that you are about to die. With a thrust, a bloodied blade pierced his chest. Chen Nian sheathed his sword. This time he was truly fatigued, his strength completely depleted. Unfortunately, these individuals were not demons. Killing them would yield no rewards. Just as Chen Nian closed his eyes to rest, the voice of the dragon maiden rang in his ears. Hey, what is your name? Chen Nian, you have killed so many. Do you not fear retribution? You must understand that there may be others coming. The higher-ups have given orders to protect you at all costs. Upon hearing this, the dragon maiden's expression dimmed slightly, realizing the reason behind it. However, even without such orders, I would protect you based on my own will, especially since you saved me earlier. This time, the dragon maiden's eyes sparkled. My name is Chen Nian. You are the first person I have met since I awoke. I hope you can live well. Their casual conversation, however, did not last long. For soon, more individuals entered the scene. This time, they were not foes but reinforcements sent by the 749 Bureau, a man and a woman. Both powerful figures at the 5th realm. You are Chen Nian? I am B-class investigator Zhou Hong. I heard you were attacked by a follower of the evil god cult. Oh, I already killed that one. What? Both senior investigators were taken aback. To slay a follower of the evil god cult single-handedly. What terrifying combat prowess. Are you truly an intern investigator? After the initial shock, Zhou Hong inquired, are you unharmed? Have you been tainted by the evil god's power? That stuff is quite dangerous. I'm fine. Chen Nian naturally could not disclose that he had absorbed the evil goddess power, lest he face immediate execution. As for the dragon maiden, she tacitly helped Chen Nian keep his secret. What happened to these people? The two pointed at the corpses strewn across the ground. It was done by this princess. These individuals harbored greed and deserved their fate. Qianlong willingly took responsibility for Chen Nian, fearing he might be retaliated against in the future. We must leave. This place is not safe for lingering. Chen Nian, take her back to the bureau. Just as they intended to depart, the vigilant powerful figures could no longer contain themselves. Having killed so many, what audacity the 749 Bureau exhibits. Look, is that not Zhou Hong, the one known for his gale legs? And the one beside him? What was her name again? Oh, I remember. It's Sunya, the Spear of the Rainbow. As the group entered the Dragon Palace, the atmosphere became tense once more. Xingxian Realm, Qingguang Realm, Riyao Realm. This time, all present were experts of the 6th Realm, seasoned veterans. Chen Nian, step back with her. The reinforcements from the 749 Bureau were still on their way. They needed to protect the Dragon Maiden. Zhou Hong did not bother to explain that these individuals were not slain by the 749 Bureau, as their mission was to safeguard the Dragon Maiden, making conflict unavoidable. He looked at the crowd and spoke solemnly. Are you all truly willing to tear apart the 749 Bureau for your own selfish interests? Wait. We are not acting for our own gain. We merely seek justice for the multitude of innocent young practitioners slain by your hands. They cloaked their actions in righteous pretenses, justifying their behavior. This was precisely why they had sent the younger practitioners to scout first. What a cunning group of old foxes. Everyone, words are futile. Let us first deal with these two, or else the night is long and fraught with uncertainty. Agreed. Let us take action. A grand conflict was about to erupt. Zhou Hong and Sunya, despite their formidable strength, found themselves besieged by the elite representatives of various sects, leading to an inevitable outcome. An elderly figure in black, his hair as white as snow, unleashed a devastating palm strike. The impact was thunderous. The terrifying spiritual energy sent both individuals crashing backward, blood spewing from their mouths as they collided violently with the stone wall behind them. Truly, he was Zhao, the esteemed elder of the Iron Palm sect, renowned for his King Kong bone-crushing palm. Zhao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a faint smile playing on his lips. At the 6th realm, the Sunlight Realm, he was the strongest present, and also the eldest, his years weighing heavily upon him. Thus, his desire for the true dragon was unparalleled. Even a mere drop of dragon blood could extend his life, and offer him a chance to break through to the 7th realm. A tempting prospect indeed. Within 10 breaths. Either depart or perish. Injured, Zhou Hong and Sun Ye retreated in alarm, astonished by the insatiable greed displayed by these individuals, daring even to target those from 749. Oh, how numerous they were. At that moment, a youthful voice, somewhat naive, echoed through the air. Who? Zhao scanned his surroundings. Entering was a young girl, clad in a pink and white dress, her hair styled into 2 adorable braids, appearing no older than 10. The little girl stepped boldly to the forefront, standing between the 2 opposing sides. Little girl, how fortunate you are to have found your way here. I shall not regard you as an ordinary person. State your name. Zhao's voice was cold. The little girl giggled mischievously. You dare inquire about my name? Upon sensing the girl's aura, the onlookers were left dumbfounded. 5th realm, the clear light realm. How could one so young possess such an exalted level of power? How had they never heard of such a figure in the spiritual energy realm? She surely wasn't one of 749. If such a prodigy existed, they would have known. Perhaps she had employed some transformation technique to achieve this effect. Otherwise, it was simply too abnormal. Zhao chuckled heartily. As a practitioner of the 6th realm, he naturally dismissed the clear light realm with disdain. What an arrogant girl. Unmindful of her elders. Regardless of whether you hail from 749 or another sect, today I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your guardians. Do not wail for your parents afterward. Come, old man, let me see what abilities your lifetime of cultivation has afforded you. The little girl taunted, beckoning with her hand. Zhao propelled himself forward, launching like a cannonball, his palm raised, gathering terrifying spiritual energy. King Kong bone-crushing palm. Fear gripped the hearts of the onlookers. Zhao was about to strike with lethal intent. The desire for the true dragon had driven him to such extremes, willing to eliminate any obstacle in his way. Facing this monumental strike, the girl raised her hand in response. Did she intend to confront Zhao's palm head-on? The girl was indeed audacious. Not only was her realm inferior, but Zhao specialized in physical cultivation. She would surely be obliterated by this strike, despite the general sentiment of pity, as humans are creatures guided by their values. The girl's endearing visage was far more appealing than that of a white-haired elder. As the girl extended her 5 fingers forward, they transformed into a fist with a swift motion. Inch force, sea-rending. The clash of their strikes resounded. In an instant, the air seemed to freeze, and the audience lost their hearing. The shockwave erupted, shattering Zhao's entire arm, the dreadful force tearing through his black fabric robe, leaving his frail skin marred and revealing glimpses of his withered bones. The spectators behind him were thrust backward by the force, some collapsing to the ground. If Zhao had been half buried before, after this collision, he was now left gasping for breath. Nearly disassembled, he sat on the ground, his sunken eyes filled with terror. Inch force. You are a disciple of Martial Saint Chu Wuwang. The realization struck the crowd. Martial Saint disciples had arrived. No wonder she could so effortlessly transcend realms. Such power was terrifying. Chen Nian recognized the technique as the 2nd form of inch force, sea-rending, as they all practiced the Martial Saint's boxing techniques. It felt familiar to him. Just then, amidst the astonishment, the girl burst into laughter. Chu Wuwang is not worthy of being my master. The proclamation stunned the crowd into silence. What was she saying? The Martial Saint not deserving to be her master? He was a sage, the pinnacle of human combat power, and countless individuals dreamed of studying under him. At that moment, in Kyoto, the Martial Saint sneezed dramatically. Could it be that Ning Meng is thinking of me? She's just stubborn. She must still want to learn my boxing techniques. He murmured to himself. Elderly realized his fate was sealed. To be struck down from the 6th realm by a 5th realm, the absurdity was almost comical. Yet before he departed this world, he sought clarity on one last matter. Who are you truly? Enough with your incessant prattle. Fine, to ensure you do not die with regrets, I shall enlighten you. The girl placed her hands on her hips. I am Ning Meng, the 6th in the Zhaixing Tower rankings. My master is Li Bai. Li Bai. Upon hearing this name, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. In this narrative, 749 is depicted as a civilian organization, with its main forces stationed in Kyoto, and most of its strong members dispatched to resolve incidents and confront demons nationwide, resulting in a dispersed personnel structure. In this world, 749 is classified as a T1 level organization, while Zhaixing Tower holds the T0 level, a detail expounded upon later, without spoilers. It is hoped that the established lore is respected, as the unfolding plot will only grow more captivating. Chapter 41. Members of the Genius Club, 8th Realm Powerhouses take action. The public's understanding of Li Bai lingered in the realm of rumor and legend. Zhaixing Tower, This was the second time Chen Nian had encountered this name. He inquired of Zhou Hong, what exactly is this organization? Typically, they did not concern themselves with the spiritual energy realm, yet when they intervened, it was always for significant matters. Presently, Jiaxing Tower boasted 6 disciples, each an unparalleled genius of the world. And what of Li Bai? Chen Nian pressed, noting the profound silence that followed the mention of his name. I have never encountered him, but it is said that one year, he rode alone through the countryside during spring, passing by a peach blossom mountain. In a moment of inspiration, he dispatched a single strike that sent the entire mountain of peach blossoms flying. That mountain is also known as Tianjin Mountain, the founding sect of the Sword Saint. Hence, the famous verse arose, the spring breeze is swift and the steed gallops. A single strike clears the peach mountain blossoms. Subsequently, the Sword Saint felt humiliated and sought out Jiaxing Tower alone to challenge Li Bai. The outcome of that battle remains unknown, but since the Sword Saint's return, he only dared to claim the title of second in the realm. In fact, the head of our 749 organization once aspired to join Jiaxing Tower, but was ultimately unsuccessful. After hearing all this, Chen Nian grasped the reality. Jiaxing Tower was essentially the most formidable force in this world, wielding the power to seize the sun and moon and pluck the stars from the heavens. Truly a name of great might. I remember now. Suddenly, someone exclaimed loudly, she is Ning Ming, the champion of the genius competition 3 years ago, who subsequently joined Jiaxing Tower. Despite her petite stature, it is merely a consequence of her cultivation method. In truth, she is a woman nearing her 30s. With a resounding thud, Ning Ming delivered a powerful punch, sending him flying. You speak too much. Since Jiaxing Lu has intervened, I shall take my leave. It appears I cannot afford to play this game any longer. Until we meet again. Employing the 36 stratagems, retreat is the best option. Many began to withdraw, yet a handful lingered, their greed causing hesitation. I shall count to 3. 1. In an instant, the remaining few vanished, reason triumphing over avarice. Ning Ming turned her gaze towards Chen Nian, tossing a black card his way. He caught it and noticed 2 lines of golden text inscribed upon it. Genius Club, current ranking, 100. Witnessing this scene, investigators Zhou Hong and Sun Ye widened their eyes, their envy barely concealed. This was an invitation to the Genius Club. Good heavens! Ning Ming, a super genius herself, had an unerring eye for talent. If I am not mistaken, those individuals below were all slain by you? Your merit in protecting the Dragon Maiden, coupled with your extraordinary talent, has rightfully earned you the status of the 100th member. Zhou Hong and Sun Ye finally grasped the situation. Chen Nian had not only vanquished a member of the evil god sect, but had also dispatched numerous second and third realm spiritual practitioners. To slay one from a higher realm is one thing, but to eliminate a group? Chen Nian, you truly are formidable. They held no resentment over Chen Nian receiving the invitation, for he undeniably deserved it. What is the significance of this? Chen Nian inquired. The Genius Club is limited to a maximum of 100 members, all of whom are young super geniuses selected by Jiaxing Lu. The relationship among these 100 talents is one of fierce competition. Only one victor will earn the right to join Jiaxing Lu. Ning Ming was the ultimate victor 3 years prior. It seems a new round of the genius gathering is about to commence. Chen Nian, you must seize this opportunity. Should you enter Jiaxing Lu, you will have the chance to apprentice under Li Bai. Chen Nian understood and accepted the black card with a smile. I have met your 6th senior sister. Bah, not yet. You must first secure first place. Ning Ming turned to the 2 investigators from 749. As for you, you may take your leave. The Dragon Maiden will be protected by Jiaxing Lu. Then we shall take our leave. The 2 investigators helped each other retreat. Once they departed, Qianlong appeared anxious. I can accompany you. But, given your prowess, could you possibly assist him? What is the matter with him? Ning Ming swiftly approached Chen Nian, grasping his wrist tightly, her eyes shut as if sensing something. Moments later, her eyes flew open wide. You possess the power of the evil god, as well as the blood of a dragon. He transformed in order to save me. Qianlong hastily defended. Ah, you young man managed to acquire precious dragon blood. Those old geezers outside will surely be infuriated. However, I am curious as to how you can harbor 2 divine essences simultaneously. Typically, such opposing forces would clash, leading to one's demise. Is your constitution inherently unique, allowing you to embody both divine attributes? Alas, I cannot comprehend. Ning Ming scratched her head, staring at Chen Nian. For now, I shall keep this secret. Should you successfully join Jiaxing Lu, you will be my junior brother, and I shall beseech my master for assistance. Qianlong eagerly added, even if you fail, I can utilize the dragon blood to suppress it. How can one continuously nourish him with true dragon blood? Ning Ming felt a headache coming on. Enough, let us leave. The trio, Ning Ming, Chen Nian, and Qianlong, emerged from the dragon palace, surfacing to the ocean's surface. But as they did, they caught sight of an individual riding the waves from afar, with hands clasped behind his back and feet treading upon the void. The fierce sea wind whipped his azure robe. Zhaixing Lu is excessively domineering. They show a blatant disregard for the world. This booming voice reverberated throughout the air, resonating in the ears of all present, even causing the ocean's waves to surge. An 8th realm Tianming strongman. Retreat, retreat. Many onlookers, frightened, hurriedly stepped back. Who could this person be, with such a terrifying aura? Zhang Sanxi from Qingcheng Mountain. He specializes in Taoist magic, capable of altering the world's phenomena with a mere snap of his fingers. Qingcheng Mountain is a prominent sect, with a sage residing within. It seems they are not easily cowed. They indeed possess the capital for such defiance, as Li Bai Yi of Zhaixing Lu has always remained aloof. If he does not intervene, the other disciples may struggle to dominate the spiritual realm under Zhaixing Lu's name. Zhang Sanxi hovered in midair, looking down at Ning Ming. In that moment, a tempest arose, dark clouds roiling with thunder. Even a monster like Ning Ming appeared somewhat pale before an 8th realm strongman, for she had only recently reached the 5th realm. What impudence! Given me another 10 years, I could single-handedly level your Qingcheng Mountain. Presumptuous. As soon as Zhang Sanxi finished speaking, a colossal wave transformed into a water dragon, surging forth. Suddenly, an unparalleled and domineering voice echoed from the heavens. If I do not regard you, then what of it? The water dragon was instantly obliterated, reverting to mere ocean water scattering about. Another expert? The crowd collectively gazed upwards. Chapter 42. The Genius Contest commences. Chen Nian earns special merit. In the air, a man in white stood with hands clasped behind him. Though he was already elevated high above, his gaze remained loftier still. Indeed, he did not look down, but rather regarded all present with disdain. Third senior brother. Ning Ming remarked with a hint of distaste. His preference for grandstanding was well known. He always observed others with a condescending air. Who are you? Zhang Sanxi inquired. Zhang Sanxi, you were but a defeated foe at the last Genius Conference. How quickly you forget. Xiao Changgu. Upon hearing this name, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The presence of such illustrious figures made this gathering truly worthwhile. Who is Xiao Changgu? He ranked 3rd within Zhaixing Lu. Despite his demeanor, he was indeed a super genius of his era. Yet, he was said to have a few screws loose. Upon entering Zhaixing Lu, he boldly proclaimed in the capital, "The heavens did not give birth to me, Xiao Changgu. The sword path shall remain in eternal night." Subsequently, the sword saint came and gave him a thorough beating. Even though he was battered, he persisted in regarding the sword saint with disdain. Among Zhaixing Lu, he was the most eccentric, but his strength was undeniably formidable. Xiao Changgu raised a finger, and the seabed erupted into a colossal wave, transforming into yet another water dragon. Zhang Sanxi met his challenge with equal fervor. The two water dragons collided fiercely in midair, creating tumultuous waves and shifting skies. With a thunderous crash, the water dragons shattered, splattering droplets onto Zhang Sanxi's garments. The victor was clear. Boring. Xiao Changgu nonchalantly rested one hand behind his back. Today, should anyone harbor any grievances towards Zhaixing Lu, feel free to challenge me. Xiao Changgu. Having finished his display, he approached Ning Ming. Junior sister, it is time to return to Zhaixing Lu. Must I accompany you? I would find it embarrassing. Junior sister. In this public setting, do not utter such words that undermine your senior brother's dignity. It would be quite shameful for me. Fool. At this moment, Qianlong stepped beside Chen Nian. Speak up. Do your dragon clans still indulge in farewell kisses? Speak up. The moment Chen Nian opened his mouth, a slender, verdant finger pressed against his lips. In truth, that finger had been bitten by Qianlong, and at this moment, droplets of blood were seeping out, enveloped by a surge of spiritual energy, entering Chen Nian's body. Thus, should Chen Nian exhibit any abnormalities in the future, he could directly absorb these few drops of true dragon blood, gaining formidable power while simultaneously suppressing the fire of madness. It serves as a precious life-saving trump card. Chen Nian, you are my first friend upon awakening. Do not perish, for I await you at Zhaixing Lu. Xiao Changgu inquired, perplexed. Junior sister, did you give him the last invitation to the Genius Club? Indeed. With that, 100 geniuses have gathered. Xiao Changgu declared with a booming voice. On behalf of Zhaixing Lu, I announce the commencement of the new round of the Genius Contest. The ultimate victor shall enter the Mountain Sea Pavilion of Zhaixing Lu. The new round of the Genius Contest heralds yet another tempest of blood and carnage. The world's top 100 geniuses vie for a singular position. A spectacle awaits. Alas, these prodigies are coveted by every faction, yet they are clamoring to enter Zhaixing Lu. Is it not obvious? With Mr. Li in Zhaixing Lu, who can rival him? Regrettably, I am too old. Otherwise, I might have been selected as well. As Ning Ming and the others departed, Chen Nian was escorted by Commissioner 749. The emergence of the true dragon marks the unveiling of the talent selection for Zhaixing Gu. The entire spiritual energy realm was set ablaze with excitement. Not just within the 749 Bureau, but across all sects, even in the capital and beyond. Many high-ranking officials stationed at the capital branch of the Bureau also attended the online meeting. Around a virtual round table sat nearly 10 prominent figures, including the Deputy Director of the 749 Bureau, the Director General of the 749 Bureau, the Tactical Commander, the General of Xia, and the Chief of the Public Security Bureau. Thankfully, it was Zhaixing Lu taking action. Otherwise, relying solely on our 749 Bureau would have made it difficult to gain the respect of various sections. The Dragon Maiden remaining in Zhaixing Lu is the safest course. As long as the true dragon lives, the dragon vein of Xia shall never wither. In fact, aside from Zhaixing Lu, a young man from our bureau has also made significant contributions. Deputy Director Yi spoke. His name is Chen Nian. First, he thwarted a cultist of the evil god. And then he repelled the intrusions of various sections. What a talented youth. He deserves commendation. Ha ha ha. This indeed brings glory to our 749 Bureau. The Director General declared, I shall personally award this young man with a special merit. Special merit. That is an honor bestowed only for significant achievements. Deputy Director Yi nodded. Very well, I will publicly commend this young man when he returns. On the journey back to 749, Chen Nian contemplated his future plans. Although his body had acquired a trace of evil god power, if he could suppress it, it might not be entirely detrimental. Perhaps, at a crucial moment, he could harness its strength. Thus, he would possess yet another trump card. The task ahead is simple. Continue slaying monsters to grow stronger. Additionally, he aims to defeat all geniuses. Soon, the train arrived at the station. As Chen Nian disembarked, he noticed a large crowd surrounding the train station. Not only were there Yi Ya, Xie Yi, and Lu Lin, but also dozens of investigators and several mentors. Even Director Li and Deputy Director Yi had come. Deputy Director Yi called out, applause. The applause thundered. Simultaneously, a banner unfurled. On a red background, 3 golden characters danced in an elegant script. Special merit. The applause erupted once more. What an impressive young man. This is the first time I've seen an intern investigator achieve special merit. Heroes emerge from youth. We mentors have likely never achieved such honors in our lifetimes. Huh? To be fair, some senior investigators have not either. This honor is indeed rare. Director Li stepped forward to adjust Chen Nian's collar. It is good to have you back safely. For Li Xiao, he did not care much for the accolades of his students. At that critical moment, his instinct was to let Chen Nian escape. Impressive, Chen Nian. Brother Chen is formidable. This is the mark of a true doer. I wonder how Ren Xiaojia, who had clashed with Chen Nian previously, must feel now. Is there even a basis for comparison between the two? Deputy Director Yi stepped forward. Chen Nian, you are now promoted to a formal investigator. Here is your tactical uniform from 749. Wear this, and wherever you go, others will recognize you as one of us. Additionally, a special medal of special merit has been custom-made for you to wear on your arm. This will be an honor that accompanies you for a lifetime. Yes. Chen Nian saluted and accepted the black tactical uniform. At this moment, he has officially become a D-level investigator. Moreover, your access rights to AI Me will also be elevated to B-level, and you shall enjoy a 30% discount when exchanging resources in the logistics department. The others were envious. What a celestial treatment. Normally, a D-level investigator only possesses D-level privileges, yet he has been directly promoted to B-level. Chen Nian felt that his earlier efforts had indeed been worthwhile. Not only had he contributed to the nation, but he had also gained fame and fortune. Only Yi Ya rolled her eyes at Deputy Director Yi. Look at that expression. It's as if Chen Nian were his own son. Sister Ya, there is something I'm unsure whether to say or not. I'll just refrain from mentioning it. Xie Yi covered his head with both hands, appearing as if he were bracing for a beating. Speak your mind quickly. Chapter 43 Chen Nian. I can learn to wield a flying sword in a day. If I say it, Sister Ya, please don't hit me. I want to hit you. I feel like the deputy director is looking at you like a potential son-in-law. You wish to reincarnate on the spot, don't you? Yi Ya promptly delivered a beating to Xie Yi. Meanwhile, Zheng Xin furrowed her brow. This situation is quite troublesome. Chen Nian is rising in prominence, and perhaps many female investigators have taken a liking to him. Your competition pressure will be immense. We are merely friends, Lu Lin replied expressionlessly. Yes, yes, other girls also wish to be friends, but they desire boyfriends. However, with your disposition, it seems unlikely you'll find a boyfriend in this lifetime. Auntie, to be honest, you're a bit angry, aren't you? Chen Nian glanced at his own file. D-level investigator. Chen Nian, realm, mountain moving realm, LV24, permission level, B-level, contribution points, 200. He had also received an additional reward of 200 contribution points, equivalent to the compensation for nearly 20 tasks, a tremendous gain. No newly arrived intern investigator could possibly be as affluent as Chen Nian. Li Xiao approached and asked, I heard you received an invitation to the Genius Club? Indeed. Very good. Li Xiao rarely displayed a smile. In the realm of spiritual energy practitioners, no one wishes to miss the opportunity to learn under Mr. Li. If he were to mentor someone who then entered Jiaxing Lu, that would be a legacy etched in history. What teacher does not aspire to cultivate an exceptional student? Let me explain the rules to you. The Genius Club consists of a total of 100 members, all young prodigies. However, it is limited to those who have interacted with Jiaxing Lu. For instance, Lu Lin did not receive an invitation due to limited exposure. You are currently ranked 100th. If you challenge and defeat 90 of your peers, you can replace their ranks. If two invitees duel, no outsiders may interfere, otherwise, they will face repercussions from Jiaxing Lu. When only 8 geniuses remain, the Grand Genius Contest will commence to determine the ultimate victor. Chen Nian, puzzled, inquired, what purpose does the ranking serve? Can't we just wait until only 8 individuals remain? During the final competition, those with higher rankings will possess certain advantages, such as the privilege to select their opponents first. Understood. I shall prepare to return to my post now. Li Xiao was taken aback. He thought to himself that other investigators required several days of rest after completing a mission. Yet, here was someone who had just accomplished a life-and-death task and was eager to resume work immediately. How industrious, talented and diligent, how commendable. Xie, come here. Coming, Director Li. You will shadow Chen Nian for a while, learn diligently. Really? That's wonderful. Brother Chen, I look forward to your guidance. I will follow your instructions without hesitation. Xie was overjoyed, babbling with excitement. To work alongside Chen Nian was a privilege. Surrounding them were numerous individuals eager to curry favor with Chen Nian. They were not blind and sought to attach themselves to someone influential. What? You two are just leaving me behind. Yi Yaya expressed her disbelief. Chen Nian chuckled. There is a term that aptly describes you. Emptiness syndrome. Darn it. I will head to the logistics department to exchange for some items. Brother Chen, I will accompany you. Me too. I'm familiar with the place. Xie and Yi Yaya followed closely behind. Lu Lin observed the trio from a distance, feeling a tinge of envy. At the logistics department, the old man exclaimed, Why are you back again? Upon seeing Chen Nian, he became flustered. Last time, he had wagered with this young man and had lost the precious Wushang's Cunjin. He had to make up the missing contribution points himself. Greetings, old Zhou. Chen Nian replied with a grin. Yaya. Upon seeing Yi Yaya, the old gentleman reacted as if he had encountered a plague, immediately rising from his chair. He vividly remembered how, during her childhood, she had once plucked his beard while he was napping. This time, I wish to exchange for a flying magical tool. Do you have any that can soar? We do, but flying magical tools are quite expensive. You spent a considerable amount of contribution points last time. Do you have enough? I have sufficient points. Thus, the group followed the old gentleman to the magical tool warehouse. The most favored flying magical tool among the youth is the flying sword. A flying sword? Does that mean I can soar through the skies on it? How splendid. Price, 300 contribution points. I've used this thing before. It was particularly difficult to control and left me with a headache. Yi Yaya expressed her disdain. Old Zhou nodded in agreement. Flying swords are quite challenging to maneuver. It requires extremely delicate manipulation of spiritual energy. A typical person needs at least a month of training at a flying training ground to grasp the basics. How about we place another wager? Chen Nian smirked. What? You believe you can master the flying sword faster? I believe you, for you are indeed a rare talent. I estimate you will grasp it in just over 10 days. No bet, no bet. Chen Nian raised a finger. 1 day? What? Did I hear you correctly? Old Zhou questioned, incredulous. Has this young man lost his mind, thinking he can learn to control a flying sword in a single day? If I can master it in 1 day, will you give me a discount of 200 contribution points? If I fail, I will forfeit 200 contribution points to you. Chen Nian, are you out of your mind? Yes, Brother Chen, This is truly no simple feat. I personally witnessed Sister Yi being taken to the infirmary after a mishap. Both Yi Yaya and Xie Yi were skeptical of Chen Nian's claim. All right, young man, don't blame me for using my age to outsmart you. This was your proposal. Old Zhou immediately agreed. Isn't this free money? He genuinely doubted anyone could master the flying sword in a single day. At the flying training ground, the vast open space was covered in grass, with a dome soaring dozens of meters high. Numerous other investigators were engaged in training. A glance around revealed many flying awkwardly, some colliding midair, others crashing into walls, bloodied and bruised, clearly novices just beginning their journeys. The instructor was vociferously scolding them. Where the hell are you flying to? And you? Don't know how to brake? You're like a bulldozer, about to kill someone. Can't you see the wall ahead? Can't you turn? If your brain is malfunctioning, go to the infirmary, lest you crash into a passenger plane someday. He resembled a driving school instructor. Upon noticing the newcomers, the instructor hurried over, exclaiming, Old Zhou, what brings you here? Heh, this young man claims he will master the flying sword in a day. I don't believe it. I came to witness the spectacle. A day? Young man, controlling a flying sword has nothing to do with your combat strength. It requires exceedingly precise manipulation of spiritual energy. I understand. You understand nothing. The instructor, unable to contain himself, berated Chen Nian, who was nodding earnestly. With your attitude, you'll crash and burn. And if you hit a civilian aircraft, what then? Can I begin? Go ahead. The instructor grabbed a megaphone and bellowed, everyone land. The remaining trainees complied and descended to the ground. What is going on, instructor? We have a genius here who believes he can master the flying sword in a single day. If he succeeds, then you all are worthless. One day? Ha ha. How presumptuous. Do you think this is a driving test? Wait, isn't that Chen Nian, the formidable intern investigator? Formidable? What does that matter? It's not the same. The instructor directed his gaze at Chen Nian. The field is cleared for you. Commence your performance. Now, Chen Nian had become the center of attention. If he failed to fulfill his boast, he would not only lose 200 contribution points, but also become the subject of ridicule for all. Chen Nian stepped onto the flying sword. The moment he infused it with spiritual energy, it shot upwards like a firework. The speed was astonishing. Chen Nian's flying sword traced an erratic S-shape in the air, nearly colliding with the wall. Laughter ensued. Next time, remember to draft a plan before boasting. Just as Chen Nian was about to crash into the wall, the flying sword inexplicably halted. It was less than a meter from the wall. What the heck? How did he execute such a sudden stop? Isn't that a high-difficulty maneuver? In that instant, the expressions of everyone transformed, including the instructor, who could not help but widen his eyes. Chen Nian's flying sword was enveloped in a layer of blood. Indeed, he could not control the flying sword at will. However, he could manipulate the blood as if he had installed a steering wheel. This was Chen Nian's physical advantage. Once he stabilized, he began to fly straight, gradually accelerating, turning. Initially, he had thought it would take a day, but now it seemed unnecessary. Controlling the flying sword with blood was simpler than he had imagined. What intricate manipulation of spiritual energy. No need for that. To accelerate, he infused more spiritual energy. To decelerate, less. Stability and direction were managed externally through blood. After mastering a few techniques, Chen Nian began to soar wildly, executing smooth turns and performing various high-difficulty maneuvers that resembled grand spirals. What the hell? What have I been practicing for the past half-month? This brother is human? No way, he truly just started an ISNT some seasoned veteran? What have I even practiced? People's gazes followed Chen Nian's trajectory, their mouths agape, exclamations of disbelief echoing around them. Even the instructor, with 10 years of flying experience, bore an expression of sheer astonishment. Zhou Lao, what has happened? My heart aches. Zhou Lao had not anticipated that this young man could truly achieve such feats, rendering his own contribution points utterly insignificant. Soon, Chen Nian landed gracefully. Wow, you possess quite a talent. Have you taken to the skies already? Truly, Brother Chen is remarkable. With him in our 304, the future is exceedingly bright. Chen Nian approached with a smile and clasped his fists. Your generosity is commendable, old sir. The flying sword, originally priced at 200 contribution points, was discounted to 140 due to Chen Nian's distinguished service. How delightful. After stowing the flying sword in his storage pouch, Chen Nian prepared to depart with Xie Yi. For remaining in the 749 could not yield any monster slaying. Their destination was Tianhai City, Haigang District. On the subway, Chen Nian activated his terminal. Amy, my permission level has been upgraded to B. What additional functions do I now possess? You can access confidential files classified below level B. Apply for big data investigations on individuals, and enable Amy to hack into certain electronic devices. Amy, please evaluate my appearance. I offer you 3 options. Handsome, very handsome. Exceptionally handsome. You are quite tall. Chen Nian found this rather dull and promptly closed the terminal. Turning to see what Xie was so engrossed in, he inquired, "What are you reading so intently?" "A novel titled Global Awakening. My words hold power, starting off invincible. I highly recommend it to you, Brother Chen." "What nonsense. What abilities do you possess?" "Like the protagonist of this novel, I belong to the sequence of the God of Words, but I only know the immobilization technique." Immobilize. As Xie spoke, a mosquito in the air was immediately frozen in place. "Oh, quite impressive. Brother Chen, you flatter me. It is not easy to immobilize someone stronger than I, but I can certainly assist you." Before long, Chen Nian returned to the familiar Haigang district. Upon arriving at the 749 office, they noticed someone waiting for them, a gentleman in glasses, presumably from the Public Security Bureau. "Brother Chen, you have finally arrived. Who are you?" "I am your junior, Yu Zhou, sent by the Bureau to find you, Brother Chen. There is a matter of great urgency." "Speak." "I would like to invite you to a footbath center." "What?" Chen Nian immediately erupted in anger. "Do you think I, an officer of 749, am here to indulge in leisure?" "No, Brother Chen, please allow me to explain," Yu Zhou stammered. "Old Xie, do you wish to go for a footbath?" "Sure." "You actually want to go? Fine, let us take a trip and inspect the livelihoods of Haigang district." At this point, Yu Zhou elaborated. "There is something suspicious about that footbath establishment. Several men who have visited fell gravely ill afterward, yet they continue to frequent it. I suspect something is amiss. Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Chen Nian's expression turned slightly awkward. "Are you suggesting there are demons lurking in the footbath center?" "It is possible. We shall investigate tonight." "Very well, Brother Chen, I will send you the location. You can make the arrangements. We from the Public Security Bureau will do our best not to raise any alarms." After Yu Zhou departed, Chen Nian suddenly felt a sense of unease. How did the Public Security Bureau know of his return to duty today? The information was rather too timely. "Amy, investigate the Public Security Bureau of Haigang District for an officer named Yu Zhou. Permission verification successful, conducting inquiry." Inquiry completed. No officer named Yu Zhou found in the Public Security Bureau of Haigang District. That night, at 9 o'clock, amidst the city lights and revelry, Chen Nian met with Yu Zhou. Across the street, a neon sign reading Chunfeng Foot Massage flickered invitingly. "Brother Chen, this is the place. Look at how busy it is. So many people rushing inside. With such a crowd, will we even get a chance? Of course, to facilitate our work, I have made prior arrangements." "Not bad, quite efficient. Old Xie, take notes." Chen Nian strode confidently toward the entrance, while Xie followed closely, appearing both anxious and curious. Upon their arrival, the front desk receptionist greeted them warmly. "Welcome, gentlemen. We offer packages for 88, 188, and 388. Yu Zhou promptly interjected. "I have made a reservation for 3 at 388. "Oh, please follow me." Before long, the 3 were ushered into a tastefully decorated room. Inside were 3 foot massage chairs arranged in a row. As they settled into their seats, 3 elegantly dressed young women entered the room. One exuded maturity, another donned a JK uniform with white stockings, while the last wore a floral long dress. The JK girl crouched before Chen Nian, a fragrant aura enveloping him. "Brother, extend your feet." The air was thick with a dreamy, ethereal pink essence, lulling one into drowsiness. It was evident that this foot massage establishment harbored something sinister. Chen Nian immediately summoned his killing intent to stimulate his nerves, regaining his clarity. Upon reopening his eyes, the 3 lovely women had transformed into hideous humanoid demons. Chapter 45. What brings you here? To kill. Before Chen Nian stood 3 fantastical figures, now revealed as demons. Though they bore human forms, their skin resembled decaying tree bark, devoid of any beauty. These demons were Mo Nu, creatures that thrived by absorbing the yang energy of humans, rendering the men who frequented this establishment weak and often seriously ill. They too were gripped by profound shock. Why had this human not succumbed to slumber? How could this be? At that moment, a glint of cold light struck from Chen Nian's right periphery. It was a poisoned, sharp dagger aimed directly at his neck. Just as the dagger approached within 10 centimeters of Chen Nian, a bloodied hand deftly seized it midair. What? The assailant was not one of the 3 demons. They wished to keep their identities concealed, preferring merely to drain yang energy rather than take lives. The assailant was Yu Zhou, who gazed at Chen Nian in disbelief, astonished that he had failed to strike. "Did you think I was unprepared?" Chen Nian chuckled. "You never trusted me from the beginning, did you? I reviewed the personnel roster of the Haigang District Public Security Bureau. Your name was absent. You are not one of them. To discern your intentions, I deliberately refrained from exposing you. Chen Nian smirked. It appears your aim is to kill me. The three demons? They were bewildered, yet understood that these two were anything but ordinary. Perhaps they were not mere humans. Flee. Just as the three attempted to escape through the door, Xie also regained his senses. Demons, where do you think you're going? Immobilize. 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 God of Word sequence. 030 Immobilization technique. The three demons were simultaneously frozen in place. Immobilize. Xie then turned to immobilize Yu Zhou as well. Chen Nian pierced Yu Zhou's chest with two bloodied tendrils, pinning him against the wall. Release him. Understood. Release. Yu Zhou regained his ability to move. Now I will ask a question, and you will answer, Chen Nian stated. Yu Zhou glared at Chen Nian with malevolent eyes. Having failed to kill you, I acknowledge my defeat. Do as you wish. I won't resist. Slap. A resounding slap landed on Yu Zhou's face, silencing him while two bloodied teeth flew out. What pretense are you putting on before me, tough guy? I will ask a question, and you will answer. The first question arises, why kill me? Yu Zhou let out a cold laugh, unwilling to respond. Suddenly, one of his fingers exploded, turning into a mass of flesh and blood. A heart-wrenching scream escaped Yu Zhou's lips, the excruciating pain causing him to break into a sweat. Meanwhile, outside, the proprietress heard the commotion and hurriedly rushed in, exclaiming, What happened? Why such a dreadful cry? My goodness, a monster. 749, handle the situation and ensure no one else enters, Xie commanded. Yes, yes. The proprietress fled in a panic. Old Xie, start recording, keep the camera on him, Chen Nian instructed. All right, Brother Chen, he replied with a sigh. Chen Nian remarked. I preferred your earlier defiant demeanor. Why didn't you maintain it? He continued. By the way, your body is infused with my blood, allowing me to detonate any of your organs at will. Soon, you will witness your fingers and toes explode one after another. Continue, why kill me? Yu Zhou gritted his teeth. I am a professional. I cannot. Suddenly, the second finger exploded. Xie was taken aback, realizing how ruthless Brother Chen truly was. Such methods were terrifying. The three other immobilized demons had already soiled themselves, thinking, we merely absorb men's vitality. How did we encounter such a terrifying man? Chen Nian yawned. Why kill me? I shall kill your mother. This time, two fingers exploded simultaneously. Why kill me? Yu Zhou scoffed. This level of pain, I can endure. You cannot force me to speak. Very well. Chen Nian nodded in admiration, snapping his fingers. With a pop, Yu Zhou's eyeballs burst. His scream was akin to that of a slaughtered pig. I will tell you. A woman hired me to kill you. I am part of the assassin organization Yimu. Who was that woman? Han Shuang. Ah, the one who killed Han Feng's sister not long ago. How bold of her to hire someone to kill me for revenge. She truly is a brother's keeper. Chen Nian suddenly realized. You intentionally lured me here to kill me and frame these demons? Quite a meticulous plan, but alas, still not as meticulous as mine. Do you have any last words? Let me go, and I shall work for you. In my next life, remember to become a locksmith. It would make key duplication convenient. Translated, it means, you think you are worthy? Chen Nian drove a knife through his heart. Brother Chen, what do we do with these three demons? If we bring them back to 749, we could earn extra rewards. Chen Nian chuckled. I will give you your share of the reward. These three I must kill. To grow stronger, one must eliminate demons. There is no other rationale. One knife for each. Blood strength permanent 2. Blood strength permanent 2. Blood strength permanent 2. I must thank this assassin for inadvertently helping me locate a few troublesome demons. Current blood strength, 71. Divine resonance effect triggered. Divine gift received. I can draw cards again. Old Xie, summon the Public Security Bureau to clean up the aftermath. Understood, Brother Chen. Tomorrow, I will be going somewhere. Will you stay or come with me? Where are you going, Brother Chen? I will accompany you. Now you are the boss of our 304. It is my duty to follow you into fire and water. Heh, someone wants to kill me. I ought to visit her to express my gratitude. Chen Nian recalled what Director Li had mentioned. Han Shuang was from Yuzhu Shan, a sect of spiritual practitioners. Thus, this journey would lead me to Yuzhu Shan. Later, as Chen Nian washed his hands and initiated a new round of divine gifts, three options appeared in his mind. 1. Draw a random sequence ability. 2. Blood strength 3. 3. Blood reconstruction speed 5. Without hesitation, drawing the sequence ability was an incredibly fortunate opportunity, the ultimate prize. Others may only possess a single sequence ability in their lifetime. But only someone with special talents like Chen Nian could draw infinitely. Instantly, hundreds of cards swirled around him. This one, as he revealed a card, a crimson light burst forth. God of Slaughter Sequence 032. The Execution Chain of Hour. Description: Hour, the executioner under the God of Slaughter, a merciless butcher. All prisoners in his hands suffer torment before death. Main ability: summon blood-red chains to ensnare enemies in space. While trapped, their life force continuously drains and transforms into spiritual energy for the user. Controlling damage to restore power. This ability's mechanism is rather perverse. Could it not be a technique for a comeback when near death? After a night's rest, the next morning, Chen Nian instructed, Amy, help me locate Yu Shan. Location acquired. Chen Nian ventured to a secluded place, summoning the flying sword he had just purchased. With blood enveloping it, the flying sword activated. Let us go. With a whoosh, the sword soared into the sky, creating a gust of wind. Incredible, Brother Chen. This is my first time on a flying sword. It feels like flying in the sky. Could you refrain from chatter? Chen Nian pushed the flying sword to its maximum power, the speed astonishingly swift. The only sound being the piercing sonic boom in his ears. After 2 hours of flight, he arrived at the designated location. Yu Shan, a mountain teeming with bamboo groves, housed the sect amid the verdant thicket. From afar, Chen Nian spotted the mountain gate inscribed with Yu. It was early morning, and dozens of disciples were practicing martial arts outside, indicating a considerable scale. Chen Nian landed the flying sword before the mountain gate, where 2 gatekeeping disciples immediately obstructed his path. Who goes there? 749 Investigator, Chen Nian. What brings you here? To kill. Chapter 46. Now, you are left with only one direct disciple. To kill. Those 2 cold, succinct words sent a tremor through the gatekeeping disciples. How audacious. How bold. A madman. You truly underestimate Yu Shan. Chen Nian summoned his blood hand and slapped the gatekeeper, sending him flying. Indeed, I do not regard it highly. Chen Nian swaggered into the inner sanctum of Yu Shan. The disciples in training noticed the commotion and hurriedly reported to their elders. Master, someone is causing trouble. Causing trouble? Indeed, that individual is exceedingly arrogant. Even the gatekeeper was struck. In the training square, Chen Nian reclined casually at a stone table, his feet resting on a stone bench, chewing on a blade of grass, while Xie Yi stood beside him. The disciples of Yu Shan retreated several meters away, whispering among themselves. Who is this person? He looks young, yet his strength seems formidable. I don't know him, but he must be here to seek his demise. Look, the second elder is coming. The disciples parted to clear a path for a middle-aged man clad in gray and white robes, his demeanor imposing, with thick, dark brows furrowed in anger. What an arrogant junior. To dare cause a ruckus at Yu Shan so early in the morning. Reveal your identity. 749 Investigator, Chen Nian. From 749? Ah, you individuals who wield the nation's resources, instead of vanquishing demons and restoring peace, dare to flaunt your power at my Yu Mountain? I, too, wish to eliminate evil, yet I have recently faced an assassination attempt, leaving me in profound unrest. The mere thought of someone plotting my demise keeps me tossing and turning at night. Chen Nian smiled. Thus, I have resolved to take a life. Nonsense. The fact that someone wishes to kill you has nothing to do with Yu Mountain. If you do not provide an explanation today, you shall not leave this door standing. You would do well to silence your tongue. Otherwise, I shall slay you alongside your brother. You, Chen Nian, daring to come alone, must possess some reliance. Not to mention his extraordinary combat prowess. His body harbors the chaotic fire infused with the power of the evil god, capable of annihilating this sect if fully unleashed. Furthermore, he also possesses the untapped blood of the true dragon within him, which could forcibly enhance his combat abilities and suppress the chaotic fire. Moreover, as an investigator of 749 and a member of the Genius Club, elders of higher realms generally refrain from taking action against him. The middle-aged man indeed hesitated to confront Chen Nian, rendered speechless. Lao Xie, show them the recording. Very well. Xie Yi activated the recording, projecting it into the air with a luminescent screen. It was a segment from the interrogation of the assassin last night. The content was exceedingly gruesome and horrific. The disciples watched in horror, some covering their eyes with their hands, others turning pale and biting their lips, instinctively holding their breath. Ultimately, the assassin revealed the mastermind behind the plot, Han Shuang. Instantly, an uproar ensued. Senior Sister Han Shuang? How could this be? Why would Senior Sister Han Shuang hire someone to kill an investigator from 749? Indeed, that was a member of the assassin organization, Yemo. How could Senior Sister Han have any ties with them? The disciples' gazes fell upon one woman among them. She wore a blue training outfit, her figure graceful, wielding a silvery long sword, fixed with a cold gaze upon Chen Nian. Han Shuang, the direct disciple of the Yuzhu mountain sect leader at the mounting mountain stage. Han Shuang, is this true? The middle-aged man inquired. If Han Shuang indeed hired an assassin to kill an investigator from 749, this matter would escalate significantly. No. He speaks nonsense. I have never seen that assassin. Han Shuang coldly denied it. I believe Senior Sister Han. Yes, it must be a smear against her. Several disciples began to defend Han Shuang blindly, as she was a direct disciple of the Grandmaster and held high popularity within the sect. Chen Nian could not help but laugh. Haha. So I traversed mountains and rivers to come here, just to slander a woman I wouldn't even spare a glance at? How amusing. You. Han Shuang's eyes nearly ignited with fury. You should know well, it was I who slaughtered your brother Han Feng. His so-called swordplay of the tidal wave was nothing more than a sight to behold. Killing him was akin to squashing a chick. You scoundrel, how dare you? The killer of my brother stands before me, and you remain unfazed? Inconceivable. I shall kill you. Han Shuang suddenly charged forward, her sword intent slicing through the air. Halt. Xie fixed her in place, her sword still raised high. A few words, and your defenses crumble. You truly lack composure. The middle-aged man's expression darkened considerably, for he realized that Han Shuang's action had substantiated the act of hiring a killer. This could never be cleansed. Foolishness, sheer foolishness. Collaborating with an assassin organization to kill members of an official body for personal vengeance. Utterly foolish. How could this be? Senior Sister Han truly. No, I refuse to believe it. Senior Sister Han's brother is dead. Seeking revenge is understandable. I believe she did nothing wrong, rather showing true sentiment. Chen Nian applauded. That brother speaks rightly. It is indeed understandable. Therefore, if I were to slay her, should that not also be justifiable? The blood blade was gripped tightly in Chen Nian's hand. At that moment, an ancient voice echoed from the rear hall. Hold your hand. Everyone turned to see an elder clad in a long robe. His face bore the marks of time. Yet his steps were light as the wind, evidently a formidable figure. Grandmaster, wasn't he in seclusion? How could he have emerged? The elder approaching was none other than the Grandmaster of Yuzhu Mountain. Yuzhu. He traversed through the crowd and stood before Chen Nian. Who are you? I am Yuzhu. I have dealings with several investigators from the 749 Bureau, and I believe they would grant me a modicum of respect. Therefore, young one, Han Shuang is one of my 2 direct disciples. Let this matter pass. One must not harbor excessive malice. Han Shuang, apologize. Han Shuang gritted her teeth. How can I apologize in this state? As the immobilization technique was released, Han Shuang regained her freedom. She coldly regarded Chen Nian. It was my oversight. I should not have hired someone to kill you. Yuzhu nodded and turned to Chen Nian. Young one. Are you satisfied now? Today, let your intrusion into my mountain cease. You may depart. Is that all? I have apologized. What more do you desire? Nothing further. Chen Nian smiled faintly. The dragon emerges from the abyss technique. The blade flashed faster than one could blink. With a swift motion, a head fell to the ground. Blood splattering 8 feet. A cacophony of gasps and shrieks erupted from the crowd. Han Shuang had thus perished before the eyes of the multitude. Alas! Now you possess but one direct disciple. Chapter 47. The Battle of Talents. The first battle. The suddenness of Chen Nian's strike and its astonishing speed caught everyone off guard. Just a moment ago, he was smiling, and the next he had erupted into violence. This was entirely unexpected. Even the Grandmaster of Yuzhu did not have time to intervene. By the time he reacted, his fury was palpable. You wretch you. Apologies. I inadvertently killed your disciple. I have expressed my remorse. What more do you desire? Chen Nian inquired. Yuzhu's complexion fluctuated between shades of blue and red, his hair standing on end. What is it, elder? Is an apology not sufficient to atone for a misdeed, as you just stated? Although Yuzhu seethed with rage. Being of advanced age, he understood that he could not recklessly strike a 749 investigator. This matter would have to be reported to their bureau. However, those hot-blooded male disciples were entirely different, especially the ones who admired Han Shuang. They immediately pointed at Chen Nian and berated him. How dare you openly kill someone at Yuzhu Mountain? You. Before the male disciple could finish, a bloodied hand swung heavily across his face. The terrifying force sent him spinning through the air, crashing to the ground. Do you believe that acting tough like this makes you particularly gallant? Chen Nian said coolly. Do not glare at me like that. If another word escapes your lips, I shall slay you as well. The male disciple dared not utter another sound, inching backward in fear. Excellent. Young one, I shall certainly report this incident to your 749 headquarters. While I may not deal with you, someone will. Chen Nian nearly chuckled aloud. At his age, he still sought to complain. I await your news. Then I shall take my leave. The disciples were filled with dissatisfaction. The Grandmaster is simply allowing him to depart? Indeed, Grandmaster. He killed senior sister Han Shuang right before our eyes. Zhang Min gritted his teeth, pondering the situation. If I intervene, it would appear as if I am declaring open war against 749, implicating the entire sect in personal vendettas. The only solace for Yuzhu was that although Han Shuang possessed commendable talent, she was still overshadowed by another direct disciple, Wei Shujin, who had recently ventured down the mountain for training. Wei Shujin was exceptionally gifted, recently earning the title of Chasing Wind Sword within the spiritual realm, a testament to the swiftness of his swordplay. Furthermore, it was rumored that he had received an invitation to the Genius Club, potentially paving the way for him to join the Zhaixing Tower in the future. Wei Shujin was the beacon of Yuzhu Mountain's future, and once he matured, he would surely avenge today's grievances. Just then, Chen Nian reached the entrance of the mountain gate, where he was met by a striking young man, wielding a sword with grace, garbed in flowing azure robes. It was the senior brother. Wei Shujin had returned. Wei Shixiang, that man just killed Sister Han Shuang. As soon as he arrived, a throng of disciples surrounded him. Upon seeing the lifeless body on the ground, his brow furrowed, and a chilling aura of murderous intent surfaced in his dark eyes. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, and with a resounding crash, the great gate closed before Chen Nian, blocking his path. Those who dared to harm Yuzhu Mountain thought they could simply leave unscathed. Shujin, Zhang Min approached with a sigh. He is one of 749's, and Han Shuang's hired assassin was unable to fulfill the task, leading to retaliation. This is a personal grudge, and we should not act openly against him. Do not worry. Master, I have a plan, Wei Shujin declared, producing a black card and proclaiming, "You shall duel with me. As fellow members of the Genius Club, I trust you won't shy away from battle." The black cards resonated with one another, and both Wei Shujin and Chen Nian felt the connection. Astonishingly, from a humble Yuzhu mountain emerged a prodigious disciple, coincidentally the second direct disciple of that old man. How fortuitous. In this contest of geniuses, outsiders were not permitted to interfere. Life and death were the responsibility of the contenders. Hence, if Chen Nian accepted the challenge, even if he were to perish here, no one could be held accountable. Intrigued, Chen Nian turned back. Very well, I accept. Yuzhu felt a glimmer of hope. If he could eliminate this young man here, 749 would have little to say. He immediately signaled Wei Shujin to be ruthless. Go for it, Shixiang. You must avenge Sister Han. Rest assured. Wei Shixiang is a pinnacle talent of the mountain-moving realm, having previously defeated formidable opponents in the Breaking Sky realm multiple times. His reputation precedes him. The disciples eagerly anticipated witnessing Wei Shujin's prowess once more. They had heard tales of his chasing wind sword, capable of unleashing 18 strikes in a single second, executing an all-encompassing assault akin to an uncontainable gale. The opponent before him appeared to be merely at the initial stage of the mountain-moving realm. Utterly outmatched by Wei Shujin, victory was inevitable. As the arena was cleared, Chen Nian and Wei Shujin faced each other, each standing on opposite ends. As the battle of geniuses was about to commence, the wind rustled, sending a cascade of fallen leaves fluttering. The moment the leaves touched the ground, Wei Shujin launched into action. His sword lunged at Chen Nian, weaving an illusionary floral pattern in the air, so swift that even the afterimages were indistinguishable. The swordplay was mesmerizing. The onlookers were left in awe as the sword flower relentlessly pushed Chen Nian back, creating indentations upon the blood barrier. He was struggling. Come on. Shixiang. Chen Nian was only focused on defense and retreat, leaving no room to counter Wei Shujin's onslaught. Such was the chasing wind sword, a tempestuous and splendid technique. At that moment, however, Wei Shujin's movements abruptly ceased. His sword hung suspended in midair, not by his own volition, but as a blood-red chain suddenly manifested in the space around him, binding his wrist. What is this? Wei Shujin attempted to channel his spiritual energy to shatter the chains, but to no avail. Soon, his other wrist was ensnared as well. Suddenly, blood-red chains erupted from the ground, pinning his feet in place, rendering him immobile. Killing sequence 032. Death sentence of hours chains. The blood barrier vanished, revealing an unscathed Chen Nian before the crowd. Do you think yourself impressive? Chasing wind sword. As if you were Yasuo? One control, and you become obedient. With only this bizarre sequence ability, you dare to be chosen by the Zhaixing Tower as a genius? Without a sequence ability, you are nothing. Wei Shujin was indignant. Oh. Chen Nian raised his right hand, thrusting it forward an inch. Inch force, mountain crumble. A punch slammed into Wei Shujin's chest. Boom. His back exploded, blood mingling with shattered organs spraying across the faces of the stunned disciples. Chapter 48. Am I qualified now? Receiving a direct blow from the inch force, Wei Shujin fell lifelessly to the ground. His tragic demise elicited screams of horror from several female disciples, their eyes wide in disbelief. Wei Shixiang, no. How could this be? The revered Wei Shujin, the illustrious chasing wind sword, the graceful senior brother, had perished just like that. Chen Nian instantly ascended the ranks, his status rising to 95. Yuzhu gazed at the scene, murmuring in shock, it's the inch force. The martial saint's inch force. How could someone of the mountain-moving realm possibly cultivate it? What a monster! He staggered back, nearly collapsing, his visage aging a decade in an instant. My apologies, old friend, but now even your last direct disciple is gone. Perhaps you should recruit a few more? Old Xie, descend the mountain. Coming, Chen Ge. The two departed Yuzhu Mountain on their flying swords. 749, Office. The old man from Yuzhu Mountain has come to report on Chen Nian's actions. What did he do? He first investigated a foot massage parlor harboring demons, eliminating several demonesses, and conveniently dispatched a killer from the Night Vale, who was hired by Han Shuang to avenge her brother. And then, Chen Nian did not relent. He single-handedly stormed Yuzhu Mountain and killed Han Shuang right before the old man's eyes. Wow, splendid. This lad is truly bold. The deputy director chuckled. Not only that, but Chen Nian also encountered Wei Shujin, who happened to be a member of the Genius Club, leading to a duel. What was the outcome? Chen Nian decisively defeated Wei Shujin, leaving no trace of him behind. Wow, this kid is ruthless. He has never left a single demon or ghost alive. The same applies to humans. Indeed, remember the last time when the true dragon emerged, over 20 young spiritual practitioners perished at his hands, with several still clamoring for an explanation from 749. What explanation? They brought this upon themselves by coveting the true dragon. You're unaware. Due to his powers often transforming into a blood hand, coupled with his mercilessness, he has earned the moniker Blood Hand Butcher. This title is typically reserved for the infamous killer Bai Qi. For Chen Nian to attain such a moniker is a testament to his formidable strength and undeniable talent. Regarding the matter of killing without a blink, that only applies to those who provoke his enemies. The investigators of 749 are still quite relieved that Chen Nian is their colleague. Deputy Chief, how do you plan to account for the old man Yuzhu? Account for what? Does he even deserve it? His disciple hired someone to kill the investigators of 749, and I'm already being generous by not asking for an explanation. Let him roll. All right, Deputy Chief, I will make him roll. Wait, never mind, let us be courteous. The Deputy Chief hastily corrected himself. What should we say? Please ask him to leave. After returning to the Haiging district, Chen Nian had barely half a day to rest before he was called to action again. However, it was not a task from 749, but a new mission in the reverse world. Chen Nian felt quite at home in the reverse world, having gained significant improvements during his last visit due to the abundance of monsters. However, this time the task was not a survival mission. Received combat mission, teleportation countdown, 240,000, a combat mission? Does that mean fighting against others? That does take away some of the excitement. Nevertheless, a trip to the reverse world is still necessary, as the speed of cultivation there would naturally increase, and rewards would be granted upon completion of the task. Chen Nian informed Xie Yi to temporarily oversee the 749 office in Haiging district. Soon, the countdown ended. Do you wish to accept the mission and teleport immediately? Yes. Current ladder score, 1400, entered the ordinary level of reverse world. Current mission, win 2 out of 3 matches. Chen Nian surveyed his surroundings. It was still the familiar safe house, with a round table in the center where teammates were gradually being teleported in. He mentally counted the heads, 10 in total. The number matched the survivors. It appeared that there were no traitors among the crowd, and they were all from Daxia. However, this time the teammates were noticeably more mature than the last, as this was the ordinary level of the 1K 2K ladder, where those who reached this score were seasoned veterans with considerable experience. Please select 3 combatants, a muscular man spoke up. Now? We need to select 3 out of these 10 people to participate in the upcoming battles. The rules are clear, win 2 out of 3 matches. There is nothing more to say. Just pick the 3 strongest fighters. The muscular man continued, I'm Gua Hao, with a ladder score of 1830. Fully accomplished in the moving mountain realm. I hope no one has an objection to my taking one spot. Jiang Yun, 1988 points. A beautiful woman spoke softly. Her presence was unmistakably that of a Breaking Sky realm expert. Incredible, a Breaking Sky realm powerhouse. We are fortunate indeed. Among the 10 present, most were in the moving mountain realm, making Jiang Yun the highest ranked among them. Then we're practically guaranteed to win 1 match. What an advantage. Now we just need 1 more person. Who will it be? I'll do it. At that moment, Chen Nian spoke up. Instantly, all eyes turned to him. Assessing his aura. Humph, moving mountain realm early stage? The man with the pompadour chuckled derisively. Little brother, go home and drink your milk. You're not even worthy to join us. Just lie down and don't make a fuss. With that, he stood up. I'm in the late stage. Let me take the spot. Indeed, having an early stage fighter would be like giving the opposing team a free win. Bro, it's not that we underestimate you. Youthful vigor is commendable, but you still need more practice. You should be grateful that we're choosing 3 out of 10, so you don't even have to fight. Chen Nian couldn't be bothered to argue with them. Suddenly, a blood-red hand emerged from his back, seizing the pompadour man's head and slamming it onto the table with a loud thud. What are you doing? Several voices shouted in unison, rising in anger to glare at Chen Nian. At that moment, the strongest among them, Jiang Yun, spoke up. Didn't you notice? He can't move. Everyone abruptly realized that the late-stage moving mountain realm pompadour man was pinned to the table like a helpless chick, unable to budge. This meant that if a fight broke out, he would be utterly outmatched. The late stage completely suppressed by the early stage. How terrifying. Am I qualified now? Chen Nian asked coolly. Yes. The 3 combatants were thus decided. Chen Nian finally released the blood-red hand. The pompadour man regained his freedom. His entire body tense as he glared at Chen Nian, evidently unsatisfied. You'd better not say a word. I fear I might not be able to resist killing you. The pompadour man's words got stuck in his throat, unable to be uttered. The chilling aura emanating from Chen Nian warned him that this young man was serious. He was the type who would act on his threats. This guy is too arrogant. The others felt a chill run down their spines. Having someone like him in the team was not a good thing. It could disrupt team morale and cohesion. Let us just have him go first. If he loses, he'll know his place. Everyone took some time to recuperate. The battle would officially begin in 1 hour. In the reverse world, the safety time ended. Before the group appeared a circular arena. The sky remained dark and ominous, with occasional flashes of lightning in the clouds, the air thick with a sense of despair, resembling an apocalyptic scene. The arena was divided into 2 sides, each representing the opposing teams. Next, the 3 selected members from each side would step into the center to battle. The team that won 2 matches would complete the task and receive rewards. The opposing team, doesn't seem to be our Daxia spirit practitioners? Their attire appears reminiscent of the Sakura Kingdom. We absolutely cannot afford to lose now. Who will go first? Brother, why don't you take the lead? Yes, we believe in you. All eyes focused on Chen Nian, curious to see what he would do after his earlier bravado. Chen Nian said nothing, confidently striding into the arena. Once he entered, everyone else would be barred from joining until this match concluded. The opponent stepped forward. That person's aura exuded the peak of the moving mountain realm. At least he was one of their strongest fighters. It seemed they were intent on winning the first match. Do you think that kid will win? I am more interested in seeing his expression if he loses. It should be quite entertaining. The pompadour man glared. In the arena, Chen Nian's opponent was a tall man clad in a kimono and wooden sandals, wielding a blade. You are my opponent? Too weak. Make your move. Otherwise, if I strike first, you won't even have a chance to react, Chen Nian conjured a blood-red blade in his hand. Dragon breaks the sky. In an instant, he had darted behind the kimono-clad man, moving so swiftly that it was beyond the naked eye's ability to perceive, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. The crimson blade flashed, and a wide-eyed head rolled to the ground, the opponent's knife still sheathed. At this moment, everyone fell into a profound shock. What just happened? I didn't see it. It was too fast. Is he truly at the moving mountain realm level? After the initial shock, the teammates began to show expressions of joy. They had already won the first match, and only one more victory was needed to triumph. This truly was an unexpected delight. As for the individual across from them, he was cursing something akin to Bagayaru, clearly seething with rage. Chen Nian returned. Wow, I underestimated you, my friend. The second match commenced, featuring the peak muscle-bound warrior of the mountain-moving realm, Guahao. His opponent was nearly his equal in strength. A fierce battle erupted, a pure clash of might. However, Guahao ultimately succumbed, sent flying by a single punch that caused him to spit blood. He hurriedly retreated to the audience, marking the defeat in the second match. I'm sorry, I lost, everyone. It's all right. The score is now 1-1. There's still the final match. Go for it. Sister, it all hinges on you. The last to enter was Jiang Yun, the highest-ranked contestant, the sole practitioner of the Breaking Sky realm. Her opponent was a man clad in a floral shirt, merely in the late stage of the mountain-moving realm. Woman, if you kneel and beg for mercy now, I might grant you a dignified way out. Let's talk. Jiang Yun's weight shifted as she lunged towards him like a nimble cheetah, delivering a soft punch aimed directly at his chest. Should this strike connect, her opponent would either perish or be gravely injured. Yet, an unforeseen event transpired. Boom. A bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the heavens, striking Jiang Yun. Her adversary belonged to the Thunder God sequence, wielding formidable abilities. The lightning paralyzed Jiang Yun, and her opponent seized the opportunity, delivering an uppercut to her chin with a powerful rising dragon punch. Blood spewed from her mouth as the tremendous force propelled her into the air, followed by a brutal kick from the man. Boom. The air shattered. Jiang Yun soared several meters, her consciousness fading. Is this the level of the breaking sky realm? Useless. The man from Cherry Blossom Country scoffed, hands tucked into his pockets. We lost. No one had anticipated that the next 2 matches would end in defeat. A chilling notification appeared immediately. Mission failed. The losing side will face annihilation by monsters. In the next instant, the 10 practitioners from the Great Xia were all transported to the center of the gladiatorial arena. A sense of dread enveloped the crowd. At that moment, only Chen Nian felt a surge of exhilaration. Monsters? How could this happen? I don't want to die. I don't want to die. You two useless fools couldn't win a single match. What a disgrace. Damn it. This isn't about disgrace. We are about to lose our lives. Look over there. A woman trembled, pointing ahead, her lips pale and her body shivering uncontrollably. People followed her gaze. At the edge of the beast arena, behind steel bars, lurked a ferocious, pitch-black, giant lion. The lioness body was taut, its fierce eyes locked onto the crowd, drooling uncontrollably, viewing them all as prey. Monsters. Boom. A deafening sound caused everyone's hearts to skip a beat. The steel bars enclosing the black lion were slowly opening. It was about to emerge. Not just there. In other directions as well. The crowd suddenly realized that monsters would attack them from all 4 corners of the arena. It was over. They were truly finished. Had I known, I would have declined this mission, damn it. Can't we unite to face these monsters? What a joke. The aura of these monsters is at least 3rd tier, likely catastrophic. 1 is enough to annihilate us, let alone 4. A cacophony of curses, infighting, blame, and despair ensued, overwhelming the crowd. In stark contrast, the spectators from Cherry Blossom Country watched with amusement. As victors, they could leisurely enjoy this spectacle of slaughter. How delightful. I never expected such entertainment on my first combat mission. By the way, those monsters won't attack us, right? Of course not. As long as we don't cross this light barrier, those monsters will only target the people within the arena. Chapter 50. Chen Nian, Wadaxi, is gravely injured. The cages on all 4 sides swung open entirely. 4 black lions charged forth. They stood 3 meters tall and measured 5 meters long, their bulk comparable to that of a large truck. Everyone huddled together, backs pressed against one another, their faces devoid of color. At that moment, a figure dashed out. Chen Nian. The practitioners from Cherry Blossom Country turned their attention, eager for entertainment. That kid dares to charge forward to his death. He won 1 match. And now his confidence has inflated. Haha. Oh, Mozirate. Chen Nian gripped his blood knife, unleashing a lethal arc of blade light. Yet, the black lion was not to be underestimated. Being a 3rd-tier demon, it clamped down on the blade with its sharp teeth. In the next instant, the knife melted into blood and entered the lioness' mouth. Boom. Blood erupted within the black lion, producing a horrific howl that momentarily dulled its savage gaze. Chen Nian leaped onto its head, thrusting a blood spike deep into its skull. Black blood gushed forth. The black lion collapsed, gravely wounded. Another slash severed the lion's head in 2. Blood Hunt Feast triggered, blood intensity 4. Nanny, that fellow is surprisingly strong. The Cherry Blossom spectators remained oblivious. This was merely the beginning. Meanwhile, the other 3 lions were slaughtering the remaining practitioners, with some already having their arms torn apart in a horrific display. Standing atop the corpse of the black lion, Chen Nian drew back his bow. Countless blood droplets coalesced into a mighty arrow, the blood moon great bow of Latani. Boom. The air erupted in a circular explosion as the arrow was released, instantly piercing the chest of 1 black lion. A swift kill. Blood Hunt Feast triggered, blood intensity 4. The crowd finally recognized Chen Nian as their true pillar of strength. The previously mocking individual, now terrified, sprinted towards Chen Nian, believing it safest to stay by his side. In the face of death, he had contributed nothing, even pushing others forward to confront the lion while he cowered behind. Brother, save me. The fearful individual reached Chen Nian. I knew you were the strongest. They are all worthless. Get lost. Chen Nian sent him flying with a single slap. Charging into the fray, the blood knife danced wildly, like a dragon subduing the sea. The 3rd black lion, riddled with gruesome wounds, was ultimately pierced through the head by a single thrust. Blood Hunt Feast triggered. Blood Intensity 4. Divine Resonance Effect triggered. Divine Favor received. After swiftly dispatching 3 black lions, Chen Nian ensured the safety of the majority. The 4th black lion had chased after the terrified individual, pinning him down with its massive paw, ending his life. Roar! It seemed that the final black lion was the strongest. Its muscles taut. It surged forward with explosive force, akin to a cannonball. Chen Nian stood firm, inhaling deeply. He slowly raised his right hand. Inch force, mountain crashing. His fist clashed with the lion's charge. Boom! In an instant, the black lion erupted in a mist of blood in mid-air. Blood Hunt Feast triggered. Blood Intensity 4. A profound silence enveloped the arena. All eyes were fixed on Chen Nian, gazing at him as if he were a monster himself. He had boldly slain the creature that had threatened them all, showcasing an unfathomable strength. Was this the prowess of the Shan Mountain realm? True mastery of the Shan Mountain realm should leave one powerless beneath the weight of an aircraft, crushed like a mere insect. Yet, he had engaged the monster head-on, obliterating it with a single blow, leaving no trace of its bones. How could he be human? Amidst their astonishment, a sense of relief surged through the crowd. They had survived. Indeed, without him, they would surely have met their demise. Thank you, brother. You are simply incredible. I am utterly in awe. The chorus of admiration echoed around them. At that moment, Chen Nian staggered, suddenly coughing up a mouthful of blood. Brother, are you all right? What is wrong with you? Wadaxi is gravely injured. Of course, Chen Nian was unhurt. He was merely feigning. Meanwhile, the observers from Ingwa witnessed this spectacle. They were astonished that the young man could actually defeat all the monsters, though it appeared he had sustained injuries. It seemed he had employed a potent forbidden technique, which often exacts a toll on the user, leaving them in a state of weakness. What shall we do now? Should we remain here and await the countdown, or? A man in a floral shirt rose, a sly smile gracing his lips. What do you think? We should take advantage of his condition and end his life. Such a formidable adversary, should we encounter him again, it would pose a great threat. Indeed. With that, the man swaggered out from behind the barrier, striding into the center of the arena, followed closely by a throng of others. What do you intend to do? Don't come any closer. Several Xia practitioners hastily shielded Chen Nian from behind. Nothing much, just heard an ancient saying from Xia. To eradicate the roots, one must strike the grass. We are here to eliminate the root. Huh? You are going too far. Do you not fear divine retribution for such wanton slaughter? Ha ha. It is sparing you that invites divine wrath. The man in the floral shirt beckoned toward Jiang Yun. Come here, woman, amuse me. If I am pleased, perhaps I shall grant you a path to survival. You scoundrel. Even if I die today, I will take a few of you down with me. Jiang Yun seethed. Ha ha. She dares to take us down with her? Don't kill her too quickly. I wish to see how long her defiance lasts. Just then, a voice rang out from behind. To draw out the dogs, one must indeed show them the bones. How intriguing. The crowd turned in surprise, witnessing the seemingly gravely injured Chen Nian rising once more. You. Are you unharmed? Jiang Yun gasped in disbelief. Merely dispatching a few trifling creatures. Do they think they could harm me? Chen Nian stepped forward, casting a dispassionate glance at the arrogant Ingwa practitioners. Why do you retreat? Are you afraid? You were feigning it. Were you trying to lure us out of the safe zone? Cunning wretch. Only he can fight. Are we to be afraid of him? Chen Nian smiled. How about this? I shall show you mercy. If anyone is willing to prostrate and bark like a dog 3 times, I may consider sparing him. Seeking death. The man in the floral shirt acted first, a bolt of lightning crashing down upon Chen Nian. However, it was effortlessly absorbed by the blood barrier. This trivial power pales in comparison to Lao Ya. How lackluster. Chen Nian raised his hand, and several crimson chains materialized, binding the man in the floral shirt in place. Sequence 032. The Death Lock of OL. What is this? Why can't I move? Damn it. The man struggled in vain, as his life energy gradually drained away during his confinement, rendering him increasingly feeble. In contrast, Chen Nian's own spiritual energy was replenished, swiftly recovering from his earlier exertion. He drew back his bow, summoning a multitude of blood droplets once more. Yes, that move. He dispatched a demon with it. Get away. The Ingwa practitioners paled. They dared not confront him and scrambled to evade. You cannot do this. Help me. Help. No. Chapter 51. Acquiring the new sequence ability Blood Flame. Chen Nian released the bowstring. The arrow shot forth, striking the man in the floral shirt squarely, obliterating him instantly, leaving not even a morsel behind. The remaining onlookers were paralyzed with terror. I will bark like a dog. Woof woof. Woof woof. Spare me. Well done. Chen Nian approached and plunged a knife into his chest. You all sought to eradicate my Xia practitioners. Do you think I would let you off the hook? Am I a saint? The other Xia practitioners rallied, their blood boiling. Kill. They seek to wipe us out. Can we endure this? Damn them. A fierce battle loomed. The remaining rabble from Ingwa were no match for them. They could have remained safely in the secure zone, but their wicked thoughts led to their ultimate annihilation. Now, Chen Nian merely awaited the conclusion of the time limit to return to the real world. Having slain 4 black lions, he had leveled up by 15, officially reaching the mid-stage of the Shan Mountain realm. Moreover, he had received a divine boon. Activation. 3 options appeared in his mind. 1. Acquire a random killing sequence ability. 2. Acquire the monster ability Lion's Roar. Emit a lion's roar to intimidate foes. 3. Blood Intensity 3. Chen Nian already possessed ample control skills. The lion's roar could not compare to the boundless killing realm. Thus, he opted for the first choice. In an instant, hundreds of cards surrounded him. Chen Nian drew one at random. The card flipped. Dominion Sequence 045, Blood Flame. Main effect. Consume a certain amount of blood to unleash crimson flames that cannot be easily extinguished. Another powerful combat ability. His fortune was indeed remarkable. Chen Nian felt elated. Although he had failed the combat task and gained no ladder points, his other advancements were substantial. In the real world. Haiging District, Office 749. Xie was seated in his office, organizing documents. Brother Chen had mentioned that he should inform him of any supernatural occurrences involving demons and monsters. He would handle them personally. Such a serious attitude is commendable. Just then, someone entered. The newcomer, a blond man dressed in a shirt and jeans, wearing sunglasses with hands tucked into his pockets, inquired, "Is Chen Nian not here? Are you looking for Brother Chen?" Xie asked politely. "My master wishes to invite him to a banquet tonight. The arrangements have been made at a 5-star seaside restaurant." "Oh, Brother Chen typically does not attend such social gatherings. You might want to convey that." "Haha, do you know who my master is?" "Huang Jintian, the biggest boss in Haiging District. You, at 749, should proactively seek out the boss to establish connections. Recently, Chen Nian has gained considerable fame, and the old man has graciously hosted a banquet in his honor. Do you think he would decline? I cannot speak on behalf of Chen Gu, but he is currently unavailable. I shall wait." Upon finishing his statement, Huang Mao attempted to occupy Chen Nian's leather swivel chair. "That chair is our designated workspace at 749. Guests should sit on the sofa. I am merely offering a friendly reminder. If Chen Gu feels displeased, refrain from complaining. A grown man should not act like a child." Huang Mao, accustomed to his usual arrogance, dismissed Xie Yi's warning. "Freeze," commanded Xie Yi, causing Huang Mao to become momentarily rigid. "I genuinely mean to help. Your disrespect towards me is inconsequential, but provoking Chen Gu will lead to dire consequences. If Chen Gu returns, it would be wise to speak to him with respect." "Shut up." At that moment, Huang Mao moved. Indeed, he broke free from the immobilization. After all, it was merely a form of spiritual manipulation, easily escaped by the strong. "How dare you lay a hand on me?" Huang Mao threw a punch towards Xie Yi's face, sending him crashing to the ground, blood oozing from his mouth and nose. Subsequently, Huang Mao settled into Chen Nian's chair, comfortably resting his feet on the desk. Those from 749 should not pretend. Previously, those two, Han Feng and Yuan Zhen, had to call me big brother. Do you understand? Huang Mao waited impatiently for an hour for Chen Nian. Where the hell is this guy? Forget it, I'm done waiting. He'll regret missing my invitation. Huang Mao grumbled as he departed. Less than half an hour after his exit, Chen Nian returned. "Chen Gu, you're back. Someone was looking for you." Upon seeing Xie Yi's bruised face, Chen Nian's expression darkened. "What happened to your face?" "It's nothing, Chen Gu, just a minor issue." "Speak." Chen Nian insisted, his tone firm. Not only is Xie Yi a colleague, but also a roommate. Who dares to bully him? Thus, Xie Yi recounted the entire incident, including how Huang Mao assaulted him and occupied Chen Nian's seat. The local tyrant of Haiging District invites me to a feast? How intriguing. This must be a show of force. Chen Nian then called Luo Xiaoke. "Chen Gu, Xiaoke, I have a question. What can you tell me about someone named Huang Jintian from Haiging District? He is the head of the Huang family, overseeing numerous enterprises. Far more powerful than our Luo family. It would not be an exaggeration to call him the kingpin of Haiging District. So he is quite the influence. However, Boss Huang is a good person. He frequently donates to the Red Cross and often helps the elderly in nursing homes, even funding the construction of schools." "Understood. Chen Gu, remember to visit me when you have time." "Absolutely." After hanging up, Xie Yi advised, "Chen Gu, I'm fine. It seems this boss Huang is a decent person. It's just his subordinates are a bit overbearing, no need to be angry." The The character of a leader reflects upon their subordinates. Anyone who dares to touch me will not escape unscathed. Chen Nian was poised to seek retribution when suddenly the terminal buzzed. It was an urgent communication from Amy. Investigator Chen Nian, a demon attack has occurred on Donghai Road in Chaoyang District. Please proceed to assist immediately. Understood. Chen Nian summoned his flying sword, bidding farewell to Xie Yi as he soared into the night sky. With the speed of his flying sword, the journey from Haiging District to Chaoyang District took mere minutes. In Chaoyang District, a colossal demon bird hovered in the air, spewing forth flames. The office building beneath was ablaze, illuminating the night sky in a fiery glow. Outside the perimeter, security teams and fire trucks gathered. Two stationed investigators in Chaoyang District could only watch helplessly from the ground, as they lacked the ability to fly. Not everyone possesses the wealth to acquire flying artifacts or learns to master them swiftly, as Chen Nian does. Faced with the airborne demon bird, they had no recourse, prompting Amy to request reinforcements. Oh no, there are still many people working inside that building. This is disastrous. Indeed, it's tragic. They will likely perish in the fire. Strangely, the demon bird focused its fiery assault solely on that building, not attacking elsewhere. What nonsense are you spouting? Just that building alone would claim countless lives. Mom, look, there's someone flying in the sky. Stop talking nonsense. How could anyone? Wait, there really is. Chen Nian soared down on his sword, arriving swiftly. The narrative of this book has been thrilling from start to finish, captivating many readers. Yet, Lao Yin prefers to write stories with multiple profound female protagonists, aligning more closely with personal tastes. It appears that readers of high martial arts are less inclined toward female characters, as the chapter featuring female roles experiences a notable drop in completion rates, leading to some hesitation in writing them. Therefore, while continuing to update this book, I have secretly begun another, writing both simultaneously, accepting the fatigue that comes with it. While composing the other book, I fully embraced my creative instincts and felt an exhilarating rush of inspiration. It was simply delightful. I will not release it yet, but will store it until I have approximately 100,000 words, expected to be ready in about a month. This book will not be abandoned and will be updated slowly. Chapter 52. The red wine is delightful. Chen Nian's primary target was, of course, the demon bird circling above and continuously breathing fire. He flew upwards on his sword and leaped down. In midair, blood surged forth, transforming into a 6-meter-long crimson blade. With a swift slash, he severed the demon bird's wing, sending blood spraying into the air. The demon bird let out a shriek and immediately plummeted to the ground with a thunderous crash. The other two investigators watched in astonishment. The reinforcements can actually fly? Such formidable strength. Chen Nian landed precisely upon the demon bird, raising his blood-soaked blade to deliver the final blow. Wait, called out Su Song, one of the male investigators. Do not kill it. If we contain it and bring it back to 749, we can earn extra contributions. Chen Nian plunged his blade through the demon bird's skull. What did you just say? With a blood intensity level permanently at 2. Chen Nian's total blood intensity had reached 89. Just one more kill of a minor demon would grant him another opportunity for a draw. And he had no intention of leaving any witnesses. Su Song felt discontent. This was his jurisdiction, and capturing the demon would grant him contributions, now lost forever. The office building continued to burn fiercely, flames reaching toward the heavens. Look, there's someone hanging off the balcony. They won't hold on much longer. That must be at least 10 stories high. A fall would be fatal. Oh no, how tragic. Inside, the inferno raged, and outside, the towering building left no escape. One could only imagine the despair of that person. They've fallen. The crowd erupted in screams. Chen Nian immediately soared back into the air, using his blood hand to catch the falling man and safely return him to the ground. Although 749 investigators were generally instructed to avoid revealing their abilities in front of ordinary people, saving lives took precedence. Following this, Chen Nian rushed back into the flames, rescuing several others. Finally, the firefighters extinguished the blaze. Thanks to you, I am Zhao Lin, an investigator stationed in Chaoyang District. Another female investigator, Chen Nian, approached, intending to express her gratitude, when she suddenly caught sight of a distinguished commendation on her arm. You are the Bloodhand Butcher Chen Nian. Zhao Lin's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. I had heard of your exploits on the forum. I never expected to meet you in person. What a pleasure. Bloodhand Butcher? Chen Nian chuckled. That is merely a moniker bestowed upon me by others. It is said that I possess the ability to conjure bloodied hands. I witnessed it just moments ago. At that moment, a bespectacled man rushed up to the law enforcement officer, shouting, I am a journalist, and I wish to report a crime. This recent demon attack was no coincidence. It was orchestrated by that heartless scoundrel, Huang Jintian. 2 years ago, my parents' company competed against the Huang family in a bid, and that very night, they were attacked by demons. He has employed such despicable tactics to ascend to his current position. I have been conducting a covert investigation for 2 years. The company in this building that was attacked today is no different. All companies in competition with him have suffered misfortune. Do you think this is mere coincidence? Before long, the loud man was taken away for questioning. Chen Nian frowned. Was Huang Jintian not the big boss who had sent someone to invite her to a banquet? His subordinate had also beaten up old Xia. She was just about to settle that score. How intriguing. Chen Nian quickly returned to Haiging District to find Xia Yi. Old Xia, let us go. Where to, Brother Chen? To a banquet. It shouldn't be too late to go now. The luxurious seaside 5-star restaurant boasted a sumptuous red carpet, exquisite crystal chandeliers, and opulent decor. At the tables, waitresses in uniforms and black stockings stood attentively. The host of the banquet was none other than Huang Jintian, with other guests being the elite of Haiging District, save for one empty seat. Suddenly, a blond man approached Huang Jintian. Boss, we couldn't get Chen Nian to come. What happened? Wasn't she in Chaoyang District? Just in time to save that journalist you wanted to kill? She didn't come to the banquet, and instead caused me trouble? It seems I need to find a time to teach her a lesson. Huang Jintian addressed the crowd. This investigator has matters to attend to. Let us not wait for her and begin dining. Haha, just a mere 749 investigator. How could her influence possibly compare to that of Boss Huang? Why should we wait for her? Indeed, let us eat and drink. Just then, a commotion erupted at the entrance as Chen Nian and Xia Yi made their entrance. Boss, she has arrived. The blond man smirked. No need to postpone. We can enlighten her today. As Chen Nian approached, Huang Jintian stood and said, So, you are Brother Chen? Why did you arrive so late? We have been waiting for you. Am I accustomed to arriving early? Chen Nian replied coolly. The atmosphere grew tense in an instant. The others visibly shifted uncomfortably. He was the first to speak to Huang Jintian in such a manner in Haiging District. Haha, let us sit down first. Come, take a seat. Several people quickly attempted to ease the tension. Brother Chen, I am the CEO of Zhixiang Machinery. Here is my business card. I am from Ocean Freight. Brother Chen, I look forward to your guidance. Chen Nian took the only empty chair and scanned the crowd. I am not concerned about who you are. Which one of you is Huang Jintian? What is it, Brother Chen? Do you seek me for something? Huang Jintian, a middle-aged man dressed in a pristine white suit, wore a friendly smile. Your subordinate injured my brother. I wish to see which expert he is. Huang Jintian immediately turned to the blond man and questioned, Is this true? I apologize, boss. I was a bit impulsive. Apologize to him. Yes. The blond man approached Xia Yi, his gaze fixated on the window as he apathetically said, My apologies. Brother. Huang Jintian smiled and said, Brother Chen, you see, he has apologized. As a favor to me, let us consider this matter settled. Who do you think you are? The air suddenly thickened. Even Huang Jintian's smile faltered. The blond man exploded with rage. How dare you speak to my boss like that? You're crossing the line. Suddenly, a blood spear pierced through the blond man's chest. You. The blond man clutched his chest, hot blood gushing uncontrollably. The waitresses were terrified, their faces turning pale as they fled. The manager dared not approach. I apologize. I dislike hearing petty complaints. I hope you can silence yourself and lie down for a while. Damn it. I'll kill you. The blond man's muscles bulged suddenly. This was the power of the war god sequence. A fist the size of a bowl swung violently toward Chen Nian's head, capable of shattering massive boulders. In the next instant, blood splattered, and with a sickening crack, his head separated from his body, falling to the ground. Blood gushed forth from the severed neck, showering the well-dressed dignitaries present, splattering their pristine white suits and faces with gore. In contrast, Chen Nian was perfectly shielded by an automatic blood barrier. Not a single drop of blood staining him. Chen Nian lifted a glass of red wine from the table and took a small sip. The wine is delightful. Chapter 53. I didn't quite catch that. Who were you planning to kill? Let us set a goal for this year, to write a quality book. The room fell silent. No one dared to utter a word. These capitalists, accustomed to a life of luxury and wielding great influence, felt their hearts skip a beat at this moment. His ruthlessness left no room for mercy. They had never encountered a 749 investigator like him before. Chen Nian stood up and addressed the crowd. I am in charge here in Haiging District. Do you understand? Understood. This assembly of distinguished individuals bowed their heads in subservience, not daring to utter a word of dissent. By the way, Boss Huang, I have heard rumors that you are secretly colluding with demons to have them eliminate competitors. Is this true? I dare not. I have no such capability. If I did, You must contact me. I am quite interested in demons. Assisting 749 in capturing them would indeed be a great accomplishment. With that, Chen Nian left the banquet. As soon as he exited the restaurant, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. That madman is terrifying. Damn it. I've lived for decades and nearly soiled myself for the first time. Boss Huang, let us not discuss business in the future. Farewell. I'm leaving as well. It's best to keep things low-key. Soon, the crowd dispersed, leaving Huang Jintian alone at the banquet. The following morning, as Chen Nian returned to the 749 office, she found Xie Yi with a grave expression. Brother Chen, something has happened. What happened? This incident actually occurred in the neighboring Chaiyang district, but it is related to our district, so get to the point. A journalist in the neighboring district was killed, and even an entire family of 3 met a gruesome fate in their home. Surveillance footage captured a humanoid demon attacking them in the dead of night. A journalist? Is that the one from last night? Brother Chen, have you met him? That journalist had just reported Huang Jintian, and then, out of the blue, an entire family. What a scoundrel. It seems his methods are quite formidable. However, Brother Chen, one thing puzzles me. If Huang Jintian killed him, would that not prove he is guilty and afraid of being exposed? He deliberately provoked me. It seems that the events of yesterday's banquet left him feeling disgruntled, and this is merely an outlet for his dissatisfaction. This behavior can be succinctly encapsulated in a single phrase. Chen Nian, I fear you not. I shall commit murder right beneath your very eyes. What of it? What shall we do, Brother Chen? By all accounts, investigations ought to rely on evidence, and without it, we cannot act against him. He is fully aware of this fact, which emboldens him. Let us go. Lao Xia, we are leaving. Where to, Brother Chen? Even without evidence, I shall deal with him. He has been given too much leeway. High-tech building, 30 stories of commercial space. At this moment, Huang Jintian, clad in a white suit, sat atop the building, gazing down through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the bustling world below, exuding a sense of superiority akin to a sovereign orchestrating affairs from the shadows. Mr. Huang, do you think that after we eliminate that journalist and his family, the one surnamed Chen will come looking for us? Come looking for me? Without evidence. What can he do? Who could possibly ascertain that it was I who acted? Huang Jintian sneered. Last night was simply due to my lack of manpower. Did he truly believe himself to be the arbiter of Haiying district? Had I brought my men, he would have been silenced then and there. Indeed, with your prowess, Mr. Huang, it would be trivial to eliminate a mere 749 investigator. Where's Feng? Brother Feng remains at the underground base. I will summon him in a couple of days. It would be best if he could find an opportunity to dispose of that Chen character, or else it will complicate matters in the future. Brother Feng is a chosen one of the Mind Sequence and a member of the Genius Club, with peak prowess in the Breaking Sky realm. He could even contend with those in the Star Xian realm. Should he emerge, that Chen would kneel immediately. Just then, a phone call came from downstairs. Mr. Huang, there is a person named Chen Nian looking for you. He has already come up. His skills are formidable, and we could not stop him. What audacity! He truly dares to come. I will call the brothers to prepare. If that brat dares to cause trouble, we shall deal with him right here. Soon, Chen Nian and Xie Yi arrived. Isn't this Investigator Chen? What brings you to my company today? Huang Jintian stood up, donning a practiced commercial smile. We meet again, Mr. Huang. Chen Nian directly sat in Huang Jintian's chair. I trust you won't mind my uninvited presence? With his seat usurped, Huang Jintian had no choice but to stand awkwardly. Not at all, Investigator Chen. What brings you here? Nothing much. I merely heard that a journalist and his family were murdered, and he had expressed intentions to report you. Are you aware of this matter, Mr. Huang? I am completely unaware. I generally do not follow the news. Crash. The solid wooden desk shattered under a single blow, causing Huang Jintian's eyelids to twitch. I shall ask you again, truly unaware? Investigator Chen, does your 749 unit not adhere to the principle of evidence in your investigations? Please refrain from slandering. Rather than search for evidence, I prefer to employ extreme measures. If I happen to extract the truth, would that not be more efficient? If I err, I shall personally apologize to you, Mr. Huang. Chen Nian's fingertip revealed a sharp blood stinger. Next, I shall insert this into your nail bed. I hope you can endure. You, do not go too far. Huang Jintian's complexion turned ashen instantly. He had never encountered such an unreasonable maniac. The sheer violence, devoid of any rationality, was utterly insane. Do not be anxious. If I have yet to extract a confession by the 5th prick, I shall deem you innocent. Come in. With Huang Jintian's command, several formidable figures rushed into the office. A total of 5, all of them skilled in the Breaking Sky realm. A civilian company could employ such talents? Money truly does speak volumes. Surnamed Chen, if you wish to tear the mask off our relationship, I shall play this to the end. Want to extract a confession from me? Wait until you have the chance to live. With that, he adjusted his tie and sauntered out of the office. The door closed once more. Huang Jintian's expression turned grim. Once he decided to go all in, the mask of hypocrisy could be thoroughly discarded. Mr. Huang, are you all right? Quickly, summon Wu Feng. Tell him to claim that these 749 investigators were killed by him, lest I end up stained with their blood. Understood. I shall call Brother Feng immediately. As their conversation concluded, a loud crash resonated from behind, the door being kicked open. Chen Nian and Xie Yi emerged. I did not quite catch that. Who did you say you wanted to kill? How could this be possible? Huang Jintian was instantly filled with terror. Inside were 5 formidable individuals, all hired with considerable expense. How could he have emerged unscathed? What happened to those men? Suddenly, he noticed the extensive bloodstains on the floor and walls. 5 men all dead. A chill coursed through Huang Jintian's body, his skin crawling. What manner of monster is this young man? Chapter 54, Beastly Greed. Chen Nian sighed. I initially only wished to interrogate you. Yet it appears you intended to kill a 749 investigator? His tone suddenly intensified. Huang Jintian, you possess audacity. Now, even if you have committed no crime, this is a capital offense. Do not kill me. I will do anything you ask. Huang Jintian hurriedly knelt, begging for mercy. I shall spare you. But you must now atone for your sins. As I mentioned earlier, assisting 749 in capturing monstrous creatures is a great merit. Chen Nian raised a bloodied blade, placing it against Huang Jintian's neck. You have 10 seconds to contemplate. 10. I know where there are monsters. I will take you there. Lao Xie. Remain here to protect the scene. Wait for the Public Security Bureau to collect evidence. After giving his orders, Chen Nian seized Huang Jintian and leaped from the 30th floor. Ah, the sword arrived. The flying sword circled in the air and landed beneath Chen Nian's feet, carrying him through the sky. Do not just shout, guide me. Yes, yes. Under Huang Jintian's guidance, Chen Nian flew on the sword to the outskirts, entering an artificially excavated cave. Chen Nian's gaze swept across the cave, which contained several large iron cages, each imprisoning different varieties of monsters. A muscular werewolf with a black mane, a bird-like demon with wings of steel, and a magic bear adorned with magma-like red patterns, about 5 or 6 in total. This is a significant discovery. Chen Nian felt elated. It seemed Huang Jintian was utilizing these monsters for nefarious purposes. However, a question arose. Why were these monsters so docile in their cages, showing no signs of struggle? How did he manage to command them so obediently? Just as Chen Nian pondered this, a door in the mountain wall suddenly opened, and a man dressed in black athletic gear leaped down. Wu Feng, save me. Upon seeing him, Huang Jintian felt as if he had grasped a lifeline and scrambled over. Chen Nian ignored him, focusing all his attention on the man. The black card is reacting. He is a member of the Genius Club. He appears to be no ordinary fish. Wu Feng, kill him. This brat is constantly opposing me. I shall not rest until he is dead. The man named Wu Feng snapped his fingers. At that instant, the monsters in the iron cages erupted into chaos, nearly tearing their confines apart as they charged toward Chen Nian. Mind Sequence 007, Mental Manipulation. He could control the minds of all living beings, directing their actions. These monsters had been under his secret influence all along. What a splendid gift, thank you. Chen Nian wielded a blood-red blade in each hand, beginning to dance with them wildly, like a dragon subduing the seas. The 2 demons that launched the initial attack were instantly reduced to mere shreds of flesh. The blood intensity surged, and Chen Nian, wielding his blade, leaped into the air to cleave the head of the demon bird. In the moment he landed, the spilled blood transformed into several massive spikes, impaling the werewolf like a porcupine. In Chen Nian's eyes, these manipulated demons were nothing more than vessels of blood intensity. Within moments, they were all eradicated, and the blood intensity escalated from 89 to 102. The increase in blood intensity reached 90, thus granting him a divine reward. And upon hitting 100, he was guaranteed the ability of the 110 sequence. However, Chen Nian did not rush to claim his rewards. His foremost priority was the enemy before him. Your abilities are commendable, Wu Feng remarked nonchalantly. I rank 89. What is your position? Once I dispatch you, your rank shall become mine, Chen Nian replied. You seek your demise. Wu Feng suddenly unleashed his powers, employing mental manipulation. He could directly invade another's consciousness, seizing control of their body. Once ensnared, the victim would lose all capacity for resistance, becoming a lamb for the slaughter. Wu Feng's consciousness successfully infiltrated Chen Nian's mind, but inadvertently, he glimpsed the chaotic essence of the evil god nestled within. My eyes! My eyes! He screamed, retreating from Chen Nian's consciousness, clutching his bleeding eyes in a frenzy. How can such a thing exist within you? You vile monster. Chen Nian sighed. Shall I enlighten you on the concept of mental pollution? What? Endless, slaughter realm. Wu Feng felt the air grow frigid, goosebumps rising uncontrollably. And he realized that beneath him lay an ocean of blood. Come, experience the murderous intent of countless souls. With a snap of his fingers, a sound echoed. Ah, my head. No, no, do not come closer. Wu Feng had gone mad. His mental prowess, already formidable, suffered greater damage from the pollution than an ordinary individual would. In merely 10 seconds, he bled from all 7 orifices, collapsing to the ground in a stupor. Huang Zhentian was left dumbfounded. This was his trump card. An undefeated chosen one, a top-tier genius. Yet before Chen Nian, he appeared as a dog devoid of any capacity for resistance. Not to mention that his realm was even higher. The disparity was staggering, rendering them utterly unreachable. Chen Nian approached the two, swiftly dispatching Wu Feng. His ranking in the Genius Club rose once more, now occupying the 89th position. He then turned his gaze to Huang Zhentian. How do you believe you should be dealt with? Send me to 749. Allow me to receive my due punishment. I am willing to bear all. He pleaded earnestly from his kneeling position. So, you acknowledge your crimes? Chen Nian inquired. I admit it all. I am responsible for the journalist's family as well. I should be tried and convicted, and I will cooperate with everything. Without hesitation, Chen Nian plunged his blade into Huang Zhentian's forehead. I quite prefer this method. It simplifies matters. With that settled, Chen Nian commenced a delightful card-drawing session. First came the divine gift, an option among 3 choices. 1. Blood intensity 3-2. The Blood Moon Great Bow of Ratani, reducing charge time 3. The Blood Moon Great Bow of Ratani, decreasing blood consumption by 50. Chen Nian selected option 3. Previously, a single shot from the Great Bow required 70 units of blood, rendering it unusable for a time if the blood was not recovered. Now, with just 20 units of blood, he could unleash 5 consecutive shots, an exhilarating prospect. Next was the reward for achieving blood intensity 100, guaranteeing an ability from the top 10 sequences. The moment was exhilarating. Drawing. Authority Sequence 007. Beast of Greed, the Wolf. Description: the Greed Star of the Purple Microastrology. Referred to as the Killing Star in ancient texts. The Greed Wolf, the mightiest beast under the god of slaughter. Delights in feasting on corpses and grows stronger with each consumption. After devouring 1,000,000 corpses, it becomes the heavenly killing star, leaving devastation in its wake. Main effect: summons the Greed Wolf to battle. It gains strength with each corpse it consumes. Unexpectedly, the slaughter sequence also possessed summons. Greed Wolf arise. Instantly, a swirl of black mist coalesced into a red-eyed black wolf, exuding an imposing aura and a palpable sense of menace. Go consume these corpses. The Greed Wolf immediately began feasting voraciously. Soon, it devoured all the bodies of the demons and humans, visibly growing in size. Follow me, and you shall thrive. In the future, when I slay monsters, you shall feast. Chapter 55. Brother Chen, there's trouble. Chen Nian had gained considerable fame in the harbor district. Whenever the name Bloodhand Butcher Chen Nian was mentioned, even a 3-year-old would burst into tears. Mischievous children were often warned by their parents, if you don't behave, we will send you to the Bloodhand Butcher. Chen Nian mused that such a state of public order, while seemingly good, could also be a double-edged sword. There were no demons left to slay. One day, as Chen Nian lay on the office sofa, immersed in slumber, Xie sat at his desk, working with his mouth taped shut. If he were not silenced, his incessant chatter would prevent Chen Nian from resting. Suddenly, a visitor arrived. Hearing footsteps, Xie initially assumed it was Luo Xiaoka, who frequently visited Chen Nian, often bringing sumptuous meals that Xie also enjoyed. However, today's visitor was not the well-behaved little girl, but a fiery young woman with a lollipop in hand. Dressed in an orange hooded sweatshirt and fashionable ripped denim shorts, she showcased her long, flawless legs. She was Yaya, the daughter of the deputy director and a key figure of the 749 relations, a chosen one of the Thunder God sequence. Xie instinctively wanted to call out to her, but the tape on his mouth muffled his voice. Shoo! Yaya gestured for silence, stealthily approaching Chen Nian on the sofa, ready to playfully tease him. She took out her phone, activated the special effects camera mode, and aimed it at Chen Nian. Cat ears activated, beauty filter engaged, rosy filter applied. Snap! Chen Nian's sleeping visage was captured. With a mischievous giggle, Yaya promptly uploaded the photo to the 749 forum, captioning it, "Is this truly the legendary Bloodhand Butcher Chen Nian?" The post exploded in popularity. 1. Is this really the Bloodhand Butcher Chen Nian? 2. So adorable. 3. I used to find Chen Nian quite terrifying and was hesitant to approach him. But I never imagined he had such a cute side. 4. Is this the legendary contrast cuteness? I declare myself a devoted fan of Chen Nian. Originally, Chen Nian's unflinching demeanor in slaying instilled a profound fear in people's hearts. But with the release of his candid life photo, the sense of familiarity grew immensely. And his female admirers multiplied. Wait, how does it feel like I've done something good? Yi Yaya found herself dumbfounded. Chen Nian awoke. Laoya, what brings you here? Have you completed your seclusion training? Hee, I've made significant progress. How about we spar and test your skills? Fight you? Are you looking to bully me? Brothers are meant to interact this way. Did you not say not to treat you like a girl? By the way, how did you manage to tarnish my reputation on the forum? I have a slew of girls messaging me, praising my cuteness. You're welcome, buddy. Yi Yaya chuckled. Beside him, Lao Xia longed to interject, but could only emit muffled sounds. Chen Nian finally reacted and tore off the tape binding him. This fellow was so engrossed in reading a novel that he muttered to himself, occasionally exclaiming something about Yanling Xixin, creating an inexplicable commotion. Xie scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yijia, what brings you to Haigang District? Of course, I have a mission. Do you think I came here for leisure? Chen Nian replied. With the New Year's Day approaching, many people tend to gather in public places to celebrate, and such high-density crowds may provoke certain malevolent forces. Thus, Investigator Chen Nian, the Bureau has assigned me to accompany you in monitoring Chaoyang District on New Year's Eve. As for Lao Xia, you shall remain in Haigang District. Chen Nian smiled and said, Laoya, are you inviting me to celebrate the New Year? Using your position for personal convenience. What a jest. Don't hit me for that. In Chaoyang District, a man clad in a black cloak traversed the dimly lit streets. He turned into an uninhabited alley. At the end of the pitch-black passage, he pushed open a door and entered a small wooden house illuminated by candlelight. He lifted a section of the floor, revealing a passage leading underground. Clearly, this was a highly concealed secret base. The man descended into the underground tunnel, where at the end stood a bronze iron door, adorned with a protruding visage of a malevolent spirit. He extended his index finger and placed it into the spirit's mouth. Blood seeped forth. With a rumble, the door slowly swung open. Inside lay a vast stone chamber, flanked by several individuals in identical black robes, all kneeling in reverence. We have seen the high priest. The man referred to as the high priest removed his black hood, revealing a shadowy visage and eyes ablaze with wicked fervor. This was the clandestine gathering place of the outer god cult. The position of high priest was a prestigious one, only attainable by those of the fourth realm. In 2 days, it would be New Year's Eve. Given the proclivity of most individuals to congregate, they typically gather in significant numbers at a designated location to count down the seconds to the new year. Amidst the throngs, they would be jostled about while posting on social media. This would be our prime opportunity to expand our following. One cult member lowered his head and spoke softly. High Priest, we have been particularly discreet recently due to the emergence of a killer known as the Bloodhand Butcher. Lord Ming Shi was slain by him. Ming Shi was the cultist Chen Nian had slain at sea, a figure of considerable renown and strength. Originally a candidate for the next High Priest. What is there to fear? We will act in Chaoyang Square. As far as I know, Chen Nian is not stationed there and should not be able to interfere with our grand endeavor. Furthermore, he is merely an investigator of the third realm. Should we be intimidated by such a figure? Once our plan succeeds, even those of the fifth realm would be doomed. The High Priest is wise. The gods are useless. The fervor endures. The gods are useless. The fervor endures. On the streets of Haigang District, a girl donned in a water blue dress gazed around with wonder, as if everything possessed unparalleled allure for her. This girl was none other than Qianlong, the little dragon girl awakened from the Dragon Palace. She concealed her dragon horns and scales with magic, appearing no different from an ordinary girl, albeit with exceptional beauty. Beside her walked a petite girl wearing a yellow sports t-shirt and a black baseball cap, striding with confidence. Ning Ming, ranked 6th in Jiaxing Tower, was a disciple of Li Bai Yi and the ultimate victor of the genius competition 3 years prior, her striking appearance often eliciting envy. I'm so hungry. Qianlong clutched her stomach. Didn't you just eat an hour ago? Ning Ming retorted. Dragons have a prodigious appetite. It's not my fault. We, from Jiaxing Tower, are not ordinary folk. We lack the funds to treat you to a grand feast. Ning Ming glanced at a milk tea shop named Cha Yin Yu Sei, unconsciously swallowing. How about we look for Chen Nian? Qianlong suggested. You always claim it's too dull up in Jiaxing Tower, yearning to come down. But your true aim is to see how that lad is faring, I assent it? Rest assured, he is doing quite well, even having defeated 2 talented individuals. Just as they waited at the crosswalk for the traffic lights to change, a little girl suddenly dashed out. A truck laden with goods barreled towards her. In the blink of an eye, Ning Ming leapt in front of the girl and delivered a punch towards the truck. Bang, bang, bang. A chain reaction of collisions ensued, leaving the entire street littered with wrecked vehicles. Oops, I might have used a tad too much force, Ning Ming said sheepishly, sticking out her tongue. Given that this was Chen Nian's territory, news of the incident quickly reached him. Brother Chen, a psychic is causing a ruckus. They reportedly demolished an entire street of vehicles with a single punch and then fled. Who dares to be so audacious? I'll go take a look. Chapter 56. A frenzied New Year's Eve. Chen Nian swiftly made his way to the scene of the accident. Fortunately, it was merely a series of vehicle collisions, and no one was harmed. However, the culprit had escaped, which was intolerable. He immediately summoned his flying sword to pursue, his vision expansive, and soon spotted two figures fleeing between towering buildings. If I let you escape on my turf, what kind of reputation would I have? Chen Nian landed on the rooftop of a tall building, effectively blocking the two's escape route. Ning Ming rolled up her sleeves, ready to engage, only to realize the individuals were familiar faces. Why are you two here? Chen Nian. Qianlong stepped forward, her eyes sparkling with delight. Wait, you two are the hit-and-run culprits? Chen Nian was both amused and exasperated. The petite girl was the formidable little sister from Zhaixing Tower, while the other was the little dragon girl who had shared life and death experiences with him. Nonsense. I acted to save her. I simply lost control of my strength and exerted a bit too much. Ning Ming placed her hands on her hips. So what brings you two here? She is worried about the potential backlash of the evil god's power within you, constantly lamenting how dull the mountain is and wanting to descend. I had no choice but to bring her along, Ning Ming explained. No, don't say that. I didn't. Qianlong protested. Her cheeks flushed as two crystalline dragon scales involuntarily sprouted from her forehead. Hearing this, Chen Nian felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Thank you. I'm doing well. Eventually, Chen Nian arranged for the relevant authorities to handle the aftermath of the incident and took the two girls to a buffet restaurant. Welcome to the buffet, 78 per person. Take as much as you want, but do not waste. Gazing at the sumptuous array of food, Qianlong's eyes sparkled like sapphires. I can eat all this. Indeed, it's a buffet. As long as you don't waste, you can eat as much as you desire. Heaven. The restaurant owner could hardly have imagined a dragon would come to dine at a buffet. As Qianlong gathered her food, Chen Nian poured a drink for Ning Ming. Sister, please, don't call me that. You haven't even joined Zhaixing Tower yet. It's far too early. Chen Nian smiled and said, the other day when I saw you use the inch strength, I realized I practiced that technique as well. We share the same master. Surely I should call you sister? You? Practiced inch strength. Ning Ming looked incredulous. Although she did not particularly value her martial arts master, he was still a saint. And inch strength was not something just anyone could comprehend or endure, especially not someone in the mid-stage of the mountain-moving realm. Yes, what nonsense. If you've practiced inch strength, I'll have Chu Wuong be your master. Chen Nian formed a fist with his hand and suddenly unleashed a surge of energy into the air. Oh my! Ning Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. Though it was merely a small accomplishment, it truly was inch strength. As a monster, she encountered a similar creature for the first time. This individual possessed such terrifying talent that there might indeed be an opportunity to join the Zhaixing Lu and become her junior apprentice. What do you think? Are you still willing to keep your word? Chen Nian smiled. Of course. When have I ever gone back on my word? It's merely a wusheng. Ning Ming picked up her phone and made a call. A middle-aged man's surprised voice came from the other end. Ning Ming, my dear. What made you suddenly think of calling me? Are you perhaps looking to practice with me? Stop being so self-absorbed, Chu Wuong. Come to Tianhai City, and I'll introduce you to a promising apprentice. I don't want any other apprentices. Cut the nonsense. He is no worse than me. If you don't come, don't expect me to train with you in the future. All right. I'll come see what kind of person can compare to you, Ning Ming. Chen Nian never anticipated that a simple outing would lead her to such a significant ally. Shortly after, Qianlong had already set up a lavish feast, devouring it voraciously. By the way, Chen Nian, is there anything fun to do around here? Fun. Tomorrow night is New Year's Eve. I can't say for certain if it will be enjoyable, but it will certainly be lively. Ning Ming, shall we go take a look together? No. Ning Ming sipped her milk tea delicately. With tens of thousands of people jostling about, what could possibly be fun? At her height, she would be swallowed by the crowd in no time. That day, I just happened to be on duty. I can take you if Sister Ning Ming agrees. All right. I'll find a place to keep an eye on you. I may not have learned much, but I have certainly picked up on human vices. 2 hours later, the manager of the buffet stared in disbelief at the mountain of plates. How could such a slender girl consume so much food? And her stomach only slightly protruded, which was utterly terrifying. The following night, New Year's Eve, people were about to transition from the last day of 2024 to the first day of 2025. Chen Nian met up with Yi and brought Qianlong along, preparing to head to the large square in the Chaoyang district. Who is this girl? She's so beautiful. She can't possibly be your girlfriend. Chen Nian. She's my sister. You can call her Chen Xian. Chen Nian activated the terminal to summon AI Me, curious to see how the sharp-tongued AI would evaluate the little dragon girl. How would you assess her beauty? Slightly inferior to AI Me. It appeared that not only was she sharp-tongued, but also quite narcissistic. The group arrived at the Chaoyang district, where they met up with two other investigators, Su Song and Zhao Lin, whom Chen Nian had encountered previously. They split up to ensure the security for the New Year's event. As midnight approached, more and more people flocked to the square, the throng nearly filling every corner, bustling and jostling about. The crowd numbered in the tens of thousands. At the center stood a massive stone monument with a clock that struck the hour. Chen Nian, does this have a special significance? Why are there so many people here? The significance lies in welcoming the new year with your closest friends and capturing a moment to share on social media, documenting life. My closest friend, Qianlong chuckled lightly. Though she did not comprehend what social media was, she understood that this night held meaning. In the four corners of the square stood men cloaked in black. They had waited far too long for this moment. Tonight would witness the grandest fireworks display, the ignition of countless sparks. All four plunged their daggers into their own hearts. As a sacrifice, may the flames illuminate the world. Boom. Their bodies ignited, sacrificing their lives to activate an evil formation. The formation encompassed the square, filled with thousands. The crowd remained oblivious to the undercurrents, eagerly beginning the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1. At the moment they reached 0, the clock struck. Countless colorful balloons soared into the night sky, resembling splendid fireworks. People shouted Happy New Year, whipping out their phones to capture the beautiful moment. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, balloons erupted into flames without warning. 1/10. The sky was instantly illuminated by an orange blaze. Terrified, the crowd screamed and sought cover, bewildered by the chaos. A couple clung to each other. Darling, I'm scared. Don't be afraid. I'm here. The man comforted the woman in his embrace, when suddenly, my head hurts. Oh. The once docile girlfriend began to screech, clawing at her exquisitely made-up face, like a frenzied beast. It was not just her. Across the square, many began to go mad. They tore at each other, beat one another, and screamed. Humanity's essence faded away. Chapter 57. If you say one more word, I won't hesitate to take you down first. Let's go? Chen Nian reacted swiftly, cradling Qianlong in her arms, blood wrapping around an advertisement board. Using it to propel herself into the air, she stepped onto her flying sword, temporarily escaping the danger zone. It's the outer god cult. Chen Nian activated her earpiece. Laoya, what's your status? I'm fine for now. Yi adhered to the electromagnetic force. Clinging to the outer wall of a tall building, gazing down at the scene below, which resembled a hell on earth, her heart racing. What on earth is happening? Why did it suddenly turn into this? Just as her words fell, the center of the square erupted into a massive flame. A dark, eerie fire, Dianhua, formed into a towering flame giant, approximately 5 meters tall. Nearby, hundreds were instantly infected. Their pupils ignited with Dianhua. They clutched their heads. Kneeling on the ground, the flames in their eyes shooting energy back towards the flame giant. The giant grew larger, escalating from 5 meters to 10. Its entire body blazed a fiery orange, yet its eyes were as black as the abyss. Whoosh. Suddenly, those eyes shot out laser-like flames. Anyone caught in the blast became a follower of Dianhua. In mere seconds, the followers swelled to nearly 1,000. Thousands knelt, their eyes shooting energy beams towards the flame giant, resembling an ever-blooming Dianhua flower. The flame giant continued to expand. Chen Nian activated her microphone. Addressing the other investigators, attacked the flame giant in the center. Understood. Yi was the first to act. Arcs of electricity dancing around her as she rapidly accumulated lightning energy. When it reached its peak, a coin sprang from her fingertips and was flicked into the air by her thumb. Bang! The coin shot through the air like an electromagnetic cannon, striking the flame giant's chest. Yet, it was as though it had sunk into the sea. No effect. The other two investigators attempted their own techniques, but they paled in comparison to Yi's efforts, proving futile. At this moment, Chen Nian had already drawn her bow. In the present day, the Blood Moon longbow requires only a minimal amount of blood, rendering its use devoid of any psychological burden. With a resounding crack, a circular wave of air erupted around. A shot from the longbow cleaved through the air. Unexpectedly, The flame giant consciously raised its palm and intercepted the strike midair. Its massive fiery hand was punctured on the spot. Did it have an effect? No, it was regenerating. The palm of the flame giant swiftly returned to its original state. I have already called for reinforcements. This entity is beyond our capability to handle. With the increasing number of devotees, the flame giant has absorbed a tremendous amount of energy, its strength likely surpassing the sixth realm. We must find a way to evacuate the civilians. Otherwise, the number of those infected by the frenzy of flames will grow, and the flame giant will only become more powerful. Having absorbed the strength of over 1,000 individuals, its power has already exceeded the sixth realm. There are tens of thousands present. If they all succumb to the frenzy and become followers of the flames, supplying energy to the giant, who knows what terrifying creature it may become? Yet, those outside who remain uninfected are also behaving erratically. A multitude of individuals are attacking one another, engaging in mutual slaughter, showing no intention of escaping this area. At that moment, Qianlong spoke up. Her pupils shimmered with mysterious colors, revealing faint red patterns on the ground, intricately woven into a vast formation. This area has been ensnared by a malevolent array, rendering ordinary individuals incapable of resistance and causing them to lose their sanity. It is evident that this is a premeditated act of terror. Allow me to descend. I can harness the power of the earth's veins to counteract the malevolent array. You? That is too perilous. Chen Nian was acutely aware of Qianlong's significance. She is a true dragon that even the Zhaixing Tower must protect. If she were to be tainted by the power of the malevolent god, it would have repercussions for the entire world. I know my limits. Moreover, this is not solely about saving others. It is to assist you. Qianlong leapt down from the air, crouching on the ground, murmuring obscure draconic incantations. In an instant, a pale blue light emanated from her, radiating outward. Gradually, the frenzied individuals nearby began to calm, seemingly regaining their senses. Those who awoke desperately fled outward. A genuine vacuum zone quickly formed around them. At that moment, over 100 individuals already infected by the frenzy turned their necks to glare at Chen Nian and Qianlong, the flames of madness burning fiercely in their eyes. Block the transmission of fire. Die, 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 die. Kill them, kill them. Hundreds surged forward like infected zombies. Chen Nian had to protect Qianlong. Greedy wolf, come forth. The imposing red-eyed black wolf instantly appeared beside Chen Nian. Kill. At the command, Greedy Wolf launched an arrow, instantly shattering the head of a frenzied cultist. It is a magical beast, impervious to any abnormal states. Greedy Wolf charged in, commencing a frenzied slaughter. Its agility was akin to lightning, and its combat prowess astounding. All of the 100 cultists were annihilated without a single one managing to approach Chen Nian and Qianlong. Before Chen Nian could issue another command, it had already begun to devour the corpses. At that moment, the flame giantess gaze locked onto Qianlong. From its abyss-like pupils, a beam of energy was poised to erupt. Bang! The energy beam pierced through the air. In the blink of an eye, a petite figure suddenly flashed from the side, raising her fist to shatter the energy beam in midair. The embodiment of violent aesthetics, the little girl Ning Ming. Protect her, I shall confront it. With that, Ning Ming shot forth like a cannonball, delivering a punch that smashed a large portion of the flame giant's head. Yet, in less than 2 seconds, it regained its form. Even as formidable as Ning Ming, she could only hold it at bay, unable to completely vanquish it. Moments later, 1,000 to 2,000 individuals had regained their senses and fled from the square. However, this was limited to those near Qianlong. Her power could not extend further. Cough, cough, cough. Qianlong clutched her chest, coughing incessantly, her complexion taking on a sickly pallor, clearly reaching her limit. Are you all right? I'm fine. My power cannot fully suppress the malevolent array. However, I sensed 4 unique energy points just now. Those should be the key nodes. If we destroy the nodes, we can dismantle the array. Take me there. Following Qianlong's guidance, Chen Nian sought out the locations and indeed discovered something unusual behind a narrow alley. A cultist of the malevolent god was kneeling on the ground, self-immolating. The very ground beneath him was a conspicuous dark red formation, unmistakably one of the nodes. Clear. The sound of a blade resonated. Chen Nian suddenly thrust her sword into the ground, but was unexpectedly repelled. No, the nodes are interconnected. They must be destroyed simultaneously, or it will be ineffective, Qianlong urged. Chen Nian, riding her flying sword, scanned the 4 node locations with her terminal, recording them. She summoned 3 other investigators. There are 4 coordinates, each representing a node. Each person will take one. Follow my command to destroy them simultaneously, and those individuals will awaken. Yeah, all right. I will take the upper left. Zhao Lin, the lower left is mine. However, another investigator named Su Song disagreed. Are you insane? I have already contacted the Bureau, instructing us to wait for reinforcements in a safe location. We cannot act recklessly. Of course, he was not being obedient, but was afraid. Charging into such a situation poses significant risks, and he did not wish to sacrifice his life for the sake of others. However, he also did not want to see Chen Nian lead the charge to success, especially since she was brought in as support while he was the stationed officer in Chaiyang District. He initially believed that without him, the plan would falter. To his surprise, Chen Nian paid him no mind. I will handle the 2 nodes on the right. Prepare for action. Did you not understand my words? The Bureau instructed us not to act independently. Chen Nian, on what grounds do you assume command over us? Before he could finish, Su Song was slapped away. Chen Nian placed a foot on Su Song's chest, forcefully stuffing a blood-altered pacifier into his mouth. Hold that pacifier tight, lest you call for your mother in fear later. Speak another word, and I won't hesitate to end you. Chapter 58. A single arrow shatters. The array is dismantled, with Chen Nian pressing him down. Su Song felt a chill run down his spine and dared not utter a word. He sensed that if he spoke even a single extra word, Chen Nian would truly take deadly action. Yiya thought to herself, this is the Chen Nian we know. Typically jovial and playful with friends, capable of joking. But in critical moments, he ensures that everyone understands how he earned the moniker of the blood-soaked butcher. Having a friend like him instills a sense of reliability and security, for he will never falter in crucial times. Unlike Su Song, who would soil himself at the thought of undertaking a dangerous task. Move out. Chen Nian shared the coordinates with Yiya and Zhao Lin. There are 4 nodes in total. They will each handle 2, while she would tackle the other 2. Chen Nian soared into the air on her sword, taking Qianlong with her. At the main battlefield, reinforcements from 749 had also arrived, comprising advanced investigators of the 5th and even 6th realms. B-Class Investigator Gua Hao has reached the scene. B-Class Investigator Jiang Yun has arrived, awaiting orders from headquarters. The command center operator reported, the colossal Dianhua giant in the center is incessantly infecting ordinary people and expanding in size. Attempt to vanquish it. Understood. Exercise caution to protect yourselves. Should the Dianhua penetrate your bodies, you too shall be infected. Acknowledged. Several high-ranking investigators launched a simultaneous assault on the Dianhua giant. Tiangong Xuanbing Palm. How Tianhonging Sting. Waves of powerful attacks bombarded the Dianhua giant. Yet, even Ningmeng could not obliterate this entity, let alone them. Command Center, it is far too large and regenerates at an alarming rate. Our attacks are futile. Caution. Gua Hao was in communication with the command center, oblivious to the sudden emergence of several fiery tendrils from the ground. In a moment of surprise, the fiery tendrils ensnared his body. As they constricted, one tendril penetrated his mouth. Help! The remaining individuals hurriedly rushed over and swiftly severed the fiery tendrils. Are you all right? After a moment of silence, Gua Hao suddenly grinned widely. Of course, I am fine, and I feel extraordinary, an unprecedented sensation, akin to rebirth. This is the power of Dianhua. His pupils ignited with demonic flames. Caution, he has been infected. A normal individual, even one at the pinnacle of the 5 realms, will lose control the moment Dianhua invades their body. Chen Nian's case was an exception among exceptions, so improbable that no one would believe it. Command Center. Gua Hao has lost control. Please advise. Eliminate him on the spot. Infection by Dianhua is permanently irreversible unless one possesses true dragon blood and murderous intent, like Chen Nian, to barely suppress it. There's a saying, darkness enhances tenfold, while redemption weakens by 3. Infected, Gua Hao became utterly unrestrained, driven to madness. The power of the demon surged within him, causing his combat prowess to skyrocket, even sprouting a pair of blazing fiery wings from his back. At that moment, a petite figure suddenly teleported beside Gua Hao, delivering a kick that sent him flying like a cannonball. It was Ningmeng. Gua Hao crashed heavily into the exterior wall of a nearby skyscraper. In the next instant, Ningmeng teleported in front of him, her fingers clenched into a fist. Suanjin splitting the sea. Boom. Gua Hao was instantly reduced to mere scraps. Thanks to her mastery of Suanjin, Ningmeng did not reduce the skyscraper behind him to ruins. What a hassle. I must clean up the mess of 749. However, even she wore an unprecedentedly grave expression, for she could not annihilate this fiery giant, only strive to delay its movements. If only any of the seniors from the Zhaixing Tower were present, perhaps they could effortlessly eliminate it. She still lacked the requisite strength. The 749 command center was in disarray, with several large screens piecing together the form of the Dianhua giant, indicating its immense expansion. If this continues and thousands become infected, its power could potentially engulf the entire Tianhai city. Most individuals were merely driven into madness and had not been infected. What force was controlling them? We must trace the source and find a way to awaken the masses and evacuate the area, or the consequences would be dire. To trace the source, we require a perception-based ability user. The nearest perception investigator is en route. The deputy chief, enraged, slammed his fist onto the command center. Just then, a voice connected to the command center. Investigator Chen Nian is preparing to dismantle the formation and has reached the core location. How did Chen Nian find it? It's impossible. He is not a perception user. The members of the command tower exchanged glances. The deputy chief did not harbor doubts. He had absolute faith in Chen Nian's abilities. Chen Nian, if you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. There is still a core location unaddressed. I have relayed the coordinates. Find a way to destroy it. Understood. I will immediately dispatch a drone. Soon, a drone carrying explosives soared into the night sky, heading towards the location designated by Chen Nian. Chen Nian issued commands on the public channel. On my mark, count down from 10, and simultaneously destroy 4 core locations. Acknowledged. Yaya and the others responded in unison. The countdown commenced. 10, 9, 8, 7. At that moment, an anomaly occurred. The drone was struck by a force from the ground, exploding midair. The assailant was none other than investigator Xu Song. Negative emotions render individuals more susceptible to the corruption of the evil god's power. After being trampled on by Chen Nian moments ago, his negative emotions had swelled to their peak. Under the invasion of the evil god's power, he had succumbed to Dianhua. From his earpiece came a voice. Manic and deranged. You wish to destroy it? I will defend it with my life. As long as I am here, do not expect to achieve merit. Ha 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 ha. Command center. That lunatic is blocking the core. All the bomb-carrying drones have been shot down. What should we do? Is there anyone else available for support? The remaining investigators were engaged in combat with the fiery giant, temporarily unable to assist. At this moment, Chen Nian's voice came through once more. No matter, the countdown continues. Chen Nian, the 4 cores must be destroyed simultaneously? But continue. Chen Nian stood upon his flying sword in midair, drawing his bow and aiming into the distance. Countless droplets of blood converged, coalescing into a crimson arrow. The current blood moon great bow required only 20 drops of blood. However, increasing the consumption would amplify its power. 60. A threefold increase in power. 3, 2, 1. Release. The moment the countdown concluded, Chen Nian suddenly released his grip. The arrow shot through the air. A beam of red light tore through the night, instantly magnified in Xu Song's gaze. Impossible. Boom. The ground was blasted into a massive crater. Xu Song was obliterated, reduced to nothingness, and the core behind him was similarly destroyed. Chen Nian then descended from the air, stabbing through the 2nd core. Simultaneously, Yaya shattered the 3rd core with lightning. Zhao Lin also destroyed the 4th core. The grand formation enveloping thousands was thus dismantled. Splendidly executed. The command center personnel exclaimed in astonishment. This was an incredible feat. Hitting the core from a kilometer away and simultaneously eliminating the tainted traitor was immensely satisfying. The formation has been breached. Let the security team enter to evacuate the crowds. Quickly. In no time, a large number of people were evacuated. However, the crisis was far from over. The Dianhua giant, having absorbed the power of thousands of followers, had grown as colossal as a skyscraper. Even Ningmeng and several strong individuals from 749 could no longer halt its advance. Chapter 59. The launch of the heavenly weapon. 2 minutes remaining. Ha ha ha. At this point, no one can stop it. In the center of the fiery giant, the cult's priest was laughing maniacally. Dianhua Evil God Sequence 015. Dianhua Giant Si Jiao Laita. This is a summoning technique. By using oneself as a conduit, it calls forth the evil god Si Jiao Laita, capable of devouring the powers of surrounding followers to become infinitely stronger. Thus, they chose the location with the highest congregation on New Year's Eve. Embrace death, welcome Dianhua, and attain rebirth. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying energy beams scattered throughout the city. Its range of attack is no longer confined to the square. A skyscraper a kilometer away has instantaneously been reduced to ruins. People are fleeing in terror, with smoke filling the city. The command center is in disarray. We cannot maintain control. Casualties are continuously escalating. Nearly 5,000 individuals have already been tainted by the flames, constantly feeding power to that fiery giant. By the heavens, can that monster grow infinitely stronger? This is utterly monstrous. What should we do, Deputy Director? Deputy Director Yi sits before the command console, the flames reflected in his eyes, hands clasped under his chin, silent. Are there no practitioners from the spiritual sects around Tianhai City willing to intervene? Who would dare to risk battling those lunatics? One careless moment could lead to infection, and death is assured. They are merely trying to hide. How could they possibly engage? Those selfish scoundrels. S-Class Investigator Wei Tianhu is en route and is expected to arrive in 10 minutes. But at this rate, every second brings more casualties. The deputy director said gravely, Amy, verify permissions and activate Apocalypse. Command received. Permission verified. Apocalypse is initializing. Deputy director. That is Apocalypse. Apocalypse, a ground-based orbital cannon, a space weapon of Bureau 749. At this moment, in space 2,000 kilometers above the Earth, the satellite's orbit has officially commenced, and the enormous, technologically advanced barrel slowly rotates, aiming at a designated location. Positioning complete. Aiming complete. Charging. Current energy 123. Expected to reach energy threshold in 2 minutes. At this time, Chen Nian received a communication from Bureau 749. Everyone must evacuate immediately. The area within 300 meters of the square is about to be bombarded by space-based weaponry. Repeat. Everyone must evacuate now. Space-based weaponry. Chen Nian instinctively looked up at the sky. Does this mean that there is already a cannon aimed at this location? Within 300 meters. It is sufficient to annihilate the fiery giant and the thousands of infected devotees. Chen Nian, the Public Security Bureau has already retreated. We must leave soon. Yaya rushed over to remind him. The space-based weapon will obliterate this entire area, will it not? Zhao Lin gazed at the square engulfed in flames. There are still over 1,000 people who have not been infected. They have merely fainted amidst the previous chaos. What will happen to them? It seems the Bureau intends to abandon them to prevent a larger scale of sacrifice, Chen Nian remarked. How could this be? The remaining investigators from 749 also retreated. What are you all waiting for? Hurry and leave. This situation is beyond our control. Ningming also returned to Qianlong's side. Her delicate face smeared with soot, yet she appeared indignant, eager to fight again. Don't go, senior sister. This area is about to be completely destroyed. Damn it. This thing has had its head blown off by me multiple times, yet it won't die. Qianlong murmured. I can sense that there is a person within that flame. Or rather, an energy core controlling it. Inside. Don't make me laugh. Even fighting it from the outside requires utmost caution. Who could possibly enter the madness? Indeed, going inside would be tantamount to seeking death. Perhaps one wouldn't even find the core before being infected. Even someone as fearless as Ningming Wunti dare claim they could emerge unscathed from within, let alone anyone else. At this moment, Chen Nian spoke up. I will give it a try. He is the only one who has been infected by the flames, yet can still maintain control, a truly unique exception. Eyes turned toward Chen Nian. Are you out of your mind, Chen Nian? Hurry and leave. Yaya tugged at him, trying to pull him away. I'm serious. Chen Nian activated the microphone. Command center, give me 2 minutes. I will attempt to destroy that thing. You, Chen Nian, what are you planning to do? Don't act recklessly. Just 2 minutes. I am confident. The personnel at the command center looked to the deputy director, awaiting his orders. The deputy director clenched his fists. Everyone on site restrained the fiery giant's movements to minimize damage. Countdown 2 minutes. All personnel must evacuate after 2 minutes. Amy, pause the operation of Apocalypse. Just as Chen Nian took a couple of steps forward, his clothing was grasped by Qianlong. Come back alive. Rest assured. With that, Chen Nian dashed toward the fiery giant. Along the way, he deftly dodged several blasts of light artillery until he vanished completely into the flames. How dare this kid? Every investigator present was astonished. Being engulfed in the flames, isn't he guaranteed to be infected? Doesn't he fear for his life? In these last 2 minutes, continue the fight. Charge. The investigators launched another assault on the fiery giant, with Ningming also rushing out. Only she could withstand the fiery giant's attacks head-on. Chen Nian enveloped himself in a blood barrier and charged into the flames. However, the blood barrier, known for its formidable defense, was rapidly evaporated in the flames. At this rate, let alone 2 minutes, half a minute would lead to annihilation. If that is the case, then let fire combat fire. Slaughter sequence 045 blood flame. The external blood was transformed by Chen Nian into crimson flames, fiercely burning upon his body. This flame could not be easily extinguished, serving perfectly to counter the madness. Thus, he finally regained basic mobility. Yet, this defense was not flawless. Remnants of the madness still crept up his body, causing his nerves to twitch. Had it been anyone else, they would have lost control. But Chen Nian managed to endure, having previously experienced that state. Within his body, the lingering essence of true dragon blood began to manifest its power. A torrent of strength surged into the myriad spiritual acupoints within Chen Nian, significantly enhancing his spirit, will, physique, and spiritual energy. In this state, he finally caught sight of a silhouette. It was indeed the priest who had initiated the incantation. Found you. The priest also noticed him, disbelief etched across his face. No, it is impossible. You reached here and can still resist the encroachment of the madness? Monster. You monstrous being. Chen Nian grinned. Greed wolf, eliminate him. Dark energy emerged, transforming into a 2-meter-tall black wolf with red eyes. As a magical beast, it could directly disregard the madness. Greed wolf leaped forth, a flash of black light swiftly severing the priest's arm. Ag. On the second pass, it tore away a large chunk of flesh from his thigh, exposing stark white bone. The priest, unable to resist the internal assault, could not maintain the fiery giant's form. No one can stop me. Then we shall die together. With my blood and flesh, I will illuminate the world. He intended to command the fiery giant to self-destruct. Chapter 60, Second Divine Personality? Dragon God. Chen Nian was already mentally prepared. These psychologically twisted outer god cultists, whenever faced with death, always seemed to resort to some peculiar antics. Greed wolf. In the next instant, Greed wolf bit through the priest's neck. As expected, the madness within his body began to swell rapidly, on the verge of exploding. Devour him. Greed wolf treated the severed neck as a bowl, sucking greedily as if extracting marrow, successfully consuming all the energy of madness within him without any consequence. This is the essence of the so-called celestial killing star. A magical beast. The severed head that had rolled onto the ground stared incredulously at the scene before it, finally refusing to close its eyes in death. The priest lay lifeless, and the towering inferno, reaching nearly 100 meters, unexpectedly collapsed in an instant. Talent Blood Hunt Feast triggered. Blood Intensity 10, Divine Gift received. The significant increase in blood intensity was due to the priest absorbing a vast amount of energy from his followers, rendering him exceptionally powerful. And Chen Nian had effectively slain him by transcending several grand realms. However, Chen Nian had no time to revel in his victory. With the efficacy of the dragon blood power waning, he could no longer resist the encroaching madness of the fire, and within his pupils, demonic flames flickered ominously. Outside, the onlookers gasped, "Look, the flame giant is disintegrating. What is happening?" It's Chen Nian. That kid succeeded. It was unfathomable that he had single-handedly infiltrated the core of the flame giant. Yiya promptly contacted the command center. "Hey, the flames are actually dissipating. Chen Nian has succeeded." On the command center's large screen, the flame giant was visibly collapsing. The deputy director immediately commanded, "Amy, cancel the apocalypse launch." Canceling launch order. A collective sigh of relief swept through the command center. No one expected he would truly accomplish it. Had the apocalypse been launched, the area would have been reduced to ruins in an instant, claiming thousands of innocent lives. A miracle indeed. Yet, unlike the jubilation of others, Yi Fuju's expression remained grave. He pondered whether that boy, having ventured into the heart of the madness, could truly emerge unscathed after vanquishing the foe. Qianlong's pupils flickered with fiery determination. Her concern was not for Chen Nian's monumental achievements or the lives he had saved, but solely for his well-being. Just as she was about to rush in, she was seized by Ningmeng. "It's dangerous to go in now. Wait a moment." No waiting. Qianlong broke free from Ningmeng's grasp, enveloping herself in a protective aura of water spirit energy, and plunged directly into the still smoldering flames. Fool. Soon, she located Chen Nian, who was half kneeling, cradling his head in his arms, roaring in anguish. One of his pupils was bloodshot, while the other blazed with demonic fire. It was clear he was desperately suppressing his murderous intent, teetering on the brink of losing control. Without hesitation, Qianlong sliced open her wrist, a cascade of vibrant blood droplets spilling forth. Just as she intended to guide these droplets into Chen Nian's mouth, a massive hand unexpectedly grasped her throat. The grip, so tight it felt like it would crush her. Should Chen Nian succumb to the madness, the first to perish would undoubtedly be Qianlong. The reason was simple. The mad fire evil god was an outer god, while Qianlong represented the last true dragon of this world, embodying the local deity of Daxia. If the outer god sought to invade this realm, it would naturally aim to eliminate its local deities first. Aware of the danger in approaching Chen Nian, she nevertheless charged in without a second thought, for he had once protected her in kind. The blood droplets were finally successfully delivered into Chen Nian's mouth. The power of dragon blood coursed through him, sounding the horn of counterattack, beginning to suppress the evil god's influence within him. Only then did Chen Nian release his grip. Qianlong bore distinct finger marks around her neck as she stepped forward to embrace Chen Nian, wrapping him in her gentle water spirit energy. It's all right, it's all right. Suddenly, she felt a sharp, electric-like pain in her neck. Chen Nian, having tasted the exquisite essence of true dragon blood, triggered a response in his vampire lineage, awakening a ravenous thirst for blood. In an instant, he sank his teeth into Qianlong's fair neck, eagerly drawing forth the true dragon's blood. With her eyes closed, Qianlong fought to endure the tingling pain. She held Chen Nian close, gently patting his back, allowing him to feed, as if soothing a grown boy. Fortunately, Chen Nian quickly regained his senses and withdrew. Are you all right? I'm sorry, that was unintentional. To his surprise, Qianlong had slumped against him, her stunning visage flushed with a captivating hue, extending all the way to her ears. It was as if she had been softened by a kiss. I merely treated you to a meal. You truly needn't be so formal. She was fine, having lost merely a volume of blood equivalent to a donation, and would recover swiftly. Her current state was merely a result of embarrassment. The quantity of true dragon blood Chen Nian had absorbed this time far exceeded the last. Benefiting from his vampire lineage, he could perfectly assimilate the power of the dragon blood. His body's meridians and bones would undergo refinement, further enhancing his physical strength. The most straightforward advancement was that his mastery of inch strength could elevate to a new level, at least achieving the first stage of proficiency. Suddenly, a line of text materialized. Divine rank dragon god has awakened what? Chen Nian doubted his own sight. A second divine rank was awakening. What was happening? In truth, this was a glitch in the system. By an unexpected turn of events, he had acquired the capabilities of the vampire lineage, which allowed him to perfectly absorb the dragon blood's power, and now, through sheer coincidence, had ingested a substantial amount of it. This led to the awakening of a second divine rank. No one in the world could possibly have such an opportunity. More importantly, this was a deity belonging to Daxia, which felt far more reliable than others. Little Dragon Girl had bestowed upon him a magnificent gift. Please extract sequence abilities. In an instant, a multitude of cards swirled around Chen Nian's mind. The familiar card drawing segment commenced. Draw a card flipped open, and suddenly, the roar of a dragon resonated in his mind. An overwhelming dragon aura crashing upon him. In that moment, Chen Nian seemed to glimpse a man striking the heavens with a fist. The terrifying energy resembling a colossal dragon piercing through the 9 heavens. Dragon God Sequence 005 True Dragon Sacred Fist. Main effect. With a single punch, the dragon pierces the heavens, an unfathomable power. This ability, when combined with my inch strength, could potentially surpass the original Martial Saint version, transforming into true dragon inch strength. Thankfully, this harvest was bountiful. Otherwise, risking his life would have been utterly unworthy. Just then, S-grade investigator Wei Tianhu arrived. He was a formidable man clad in tactical gear, known for his ruthless iron grip. Boom. Upon his arrival, he struck the ground with a punch, instantly extinguishing a substantial portion of the madness fire, reducing countless cultists to mere pulp beneath his might. Chen Nian and Qianlong were now exposed to the gaze of the onlookers. He had thought the ordeal was finally resolved and was preparing to leave with Qianlong when a booming question suddenly rang from above. Are you still human? Under normal circumstances, emerging unscathed from the depths of madness fire was indeed unnatural. Wei Tianhu's inquiry was directed squarely at Chen Nian. Chapter 61. You truly do not deserve it. The sky darkened, and a light rain began to fall, seemingly out of nowhere. Are you still human? Chen Nian, having quelled a monumental disaster, had just escaped peril, yet he was met with this accusatory question. Indeed, this was a precautionary measure. Should Chen Nian have been tainted and turned into a cultist of the evil god, it could lead to another disaster, which justified Wei Tianhu's question. Stand still. Let me examine your body. Wei Tianhu, looking down from his elevated position, issued an unyielding command to Chen Nian. If he discovered any abnormalities, he would not hesitate to strike him down. Chen Nian could not allow him to investigate, because within his body, the power of the malevolent deity indeed exists. Yet it is merely his own strength that can suppress it. However, others would not believe this. You assert you can suppress it? What if one day you can no longer do so? Would that not become a ticking time bomb? A dilemma arises. Do you think I appear abnormal? Chen Nian retorted. Do not utter superfluous words. Whether you are normal or not, I shall define. Should you resist, I would not hesitate to employ force to compel your submission. As his words fell, the terrifying aura of the Di Xian realm manifested, for he was the mightiest present. You think you are worthy? Chen Nian's gaze suddenly turned frigid. I acknowledge you have achieved extraordinary merit, but accolades do not grant you a death-free pass. I shall say this once more. At this moment, A resounding voice unexpectedly emanated from behind. You are indeed unworthy. Like an ancient bell, it reverberated in the ears. Who? Wei Tianhu abruptly turned around, clearly aware that the voice was directed at him. There stood two individuals, a very petite girl and a rugged middle-aged man. His fists wrapped in bandages, clad in light and agile attire. The speaker was none other than him. Senior Chu. Wei Tianhu immediately descended from the air, respectfully cupping his fists in salute, his voice quivering slightly. One of the 7 holy beings of this era, Martial Saint, Chu Wuwang. Previously, Ning Ming had mentioned introducing a worthy disciple to him, and he had indeed come forth, arriving just in time. What? Do you take issue with my assertion of your unworthiness? Chu Wuwang countered. Senior Chu, this is an internal matter of the 749 Bureau. I implore you not to intervene. Wei Tianhu spoke in a solemn tone. Get lost. You dare to lay hands on my disciple and expect me to stand idly by? Who do you think you are? A mere nothing. Disciple? Wei Tianhu's body trembled. Chu Wuwang frowned, gazing at the ominous clouds above, and suddenly raised his bandaged fist, striking towards the sky. Boom. The force of his punch shattered the dark clouds, halting the rain. Inch strength, parting the heavens. Come, if you can withstand a punch from me, I shall allow you to deal with my disciple as you see fit. Wei Tianhu, how many can withstand a punch from you? Damn, you dare to remain silent? Then get lost. Ning Ming also shouted at Chen Nian. What are you two dawdling for? Hurry over here. Only then did Chen Nian and Qianlong support each other to approach. Ning Ming stood with her hands on her hips, a look of pride on her face. As if to say, did I not promise you, my dear niece? Let us go? Chu Wuwang asked no further questions, gathering his aura and instantly vanishing with the group. This left the onlookers in a state of bewilderment, especially Yaya, who was utterly astounded. She had thought herself to be the foremost benefactor of the 749 Bureau, only to discover that this Chen Nian had become the disciple of the Martial Saint. What on earth? That is a 10-realm holy being. Can anyone just take on disciples? This is something countless individuals envy. In the future, if those powerful beings wish to target Chen Nian, they must consider not only the 749 Bureau, but also the backing of the Martial Saint. At the very least, the older generation, if they wish to have a foothold in the spiritual energy realm, cannot simply bully Chen Nian due to his youth. On another side, Chen Nian and his companions were brought by Chu Wuwang to a mountain peak. Thank you for your intervention, senior. Chen Nian expressed his gratitude with a cupped fist. Ning Ming, this lad possesses something remarkable within him, as you mentioned. Chu Wuwang merely grazed Chen Nian and sensed the power of the malevolent deity within him. His thick brows knitting together. He does have a peculiar condition, yet he can suppress that power, just as this time, I believed he was doomed. Wait, little dragon girl. Why do you have red bite marks on your neck? Chen Nian felt embarrassed to explain. He had drained Qianlong's blood. Qianlong instinctively covered her neck. Her face flushed as she defended. It was an accident. Bitten by whom? Chen Nian, you didn't drink her blood, did you? Are you a damn vampire? Ning Ming kicked him in annoyance. It was my idea. Don't blame him. Qianlong defended Chen Nian, and Ning Ming shot her a glare, raising her delicate fist in a threat. If I catch you, I'll beat you. Enough. Chu Wuwang interjected. Ning Ming, I am only concerned with one matter. You claimed his talent is not inferior to yours. Is that true? He can perform your inch strength? He can perform inch strength? I don't believe it. I did leave a manual on the cultivation of inch strength at the 749 Bureau, but it is not something a kid of his realm can learn. Initially, I didn't believe it either. Chen Nian, show this old man what you can do. Chu Wuwang pointed to a tree 10 meters away. If you can only produce a slight breeze, that does not count as inch strength. It would be an embarrassment. If you can shatter that tree, then you have passed. The group turned their gaze towards Chen Nian, awaiting his demonstration. Chen Nian took a deep breath. He slightly crouched in a horse stance, fingers extended forward. Suddenly, the spiritual energy coursing through his limbs and bones surged, concentrating in his fist, and with a powerful punch, he struck forth. Simultaneously, the sequence ability, True Dragon Sacred Fist, was unleashed. This combination technique was named True Dragon Inch Strength Mountain Shattering. Boom! This punch unleashed an indistinct azure dragon. In an instant, nearly 100 trees were obliterated. Ning Ming, Chu Wuwang. At this moment, both of them widened their eyes in disbelief as they gazed ahead. Is this truly inch strength? How is it so different from mine? To unleash such terrifying power at the mountain-moving realm cannot merely be termed genius. It is pure monstrosity. Chu Wuwang was lost in thought for a considerable time before only managing to utter 2 words. Impressive. Ning Ming was at a loss for words. Why does your inch strength also possess dragon energy, with such terrifying might? Chen Nian smiled. I initially intended to experiment with merging two techniques. I did not anticipate such power. Young man, your name is Chen Nian, correct? From today onward, you shall be my disciple, Chu Wuong. Chen Nian cupped his fists. I pay my respects, master. He then turned to Ning Meng and smiled. Now I can rightfully call you senior sister, can I not? TSK, you've struck a bargain with the old man. But you only qualify to be my dear second master. Chu Wuong chuckled heartily. Being regarded as a second master by Ning Meng was a tremendous honor, and he was pleasantly surprised to gain a monstrous disciple as well. Young man, I have a gift for you. Oh, the martial saint's gift. Chen Nian began to anticipate. Chapter 62. The martial saint's gift. The martial saint's gift? Chen Nian's heart raced with excitement, expecting something extraordinary. Chu Wuong opened his palm, revealing a pitch-black pill that immediately appeared, exuding a potent and domineering fragrance. It surged forth like a flood beast. Martial essence body refining pill. Since I am called the martial saint, I naturally tread the path of martial arts and physical prowess, unlike those who rely on flashy techniques. It is all about breaking through with strength. Once you consume this pill, it will automatically refine your meridians, bones, and muscles, granting you a more solid foundation. As my disciple, you cannot afford to have a weak foundation. Do not be deceived by its simple appearance. This pill is crafted from the essence of my own strength, and you cannot acquire it within the 749 bureau. Chen Nian gratefully accepted the pill, for it was indeed a treasure. You, my dear friend, are also a chosen child, endowed with a robust essence of dragon energy within you. This, combined with the assistance of the elixir, could forge an extraordinary physique, the likes of which no one can predict. Should you encounter the disciples of the Sword Saint in the future, engage them in a friendly spar and bring honor to me. Chu Wuong is already brimming with anticipation for Chen Nian's future. Previously, he had envied the Sword Saint and the Tao Saint, for they had each taken on exceptionally gifted disciples, while he had never been fortunate enough to do so, until he laid eyes on Ning Meng. Alas, Ning Meng is a disciple of Mr. Li, and no one in the world possesses the capability to vie for disciples with Li Bai. The fists of the martial saint, the sword of the Sword Saint, and the indifference of Li Bai to worldly matters render them the foremost figures. Should Li Bai enter the world, they would merely rank second. Now, with the acquisition of Chen Nian, even if he were to enter the Zhaixing Tower in the future, I, Chu Wuong, would still be his master, while Li Bai would become his secondary master. What a delightful thought. Young man, I perceive your boldness. Thus, I shall grant you a safeguard for your life. With that, Chu Wuong pressed a finger to Chen Nian's forehead, unleashing a surge of hidden energy within him. You are currently at the mountain-moving realm. If you activate this energy, you could easily eliminate foes at the sunlight realm, though it would leave you with internal injuries, so use it only in dire situations. Essentially, this means Chen Nian could vanquish opponents 4 realms above him if absolutely necessary. A terrifying prospect indeed. Following this, Chen Nian added Ning Meng and Chu Wuong as friends to facilitate future communication. Well, I must return to the Zhaixing Tower. If my senior brothers and sisters discover that I brought the little dragon maiden on an adventure, I might face reprimands. I wonder what kind of beings reside within the Zhaixing Tower, to which even Ning Meng must bow her head. Surely, anyone within could lead an era with their extraordinary talents. Chen Nian's greatest ambition at this moment is to become the foremost member of the Genius Club and gain entry to the Zhaixing Tower. As they prepared to part ways, Ning Meng noticed Qianlong had something to say. Fine, I will grant you 1 minute. Speak your mind. Chu Wuong, what's wrong? Ning Meng kicked the martial saint back. Move aside, do you understand? On the cliff, only Chen Nian and Qianlong remained. I'm getting ready to leave. Take care of yourself. Standing under the radiant moonlight, Qianlong's silver hair danced in the gentle breeze of the forest. Her exquisite features adorned with a layer of ethereal silver glow, breathtakingly beautiful. Take care. Do you have nothing else to say? Come visit me sometime. I'll treat you to a buffet. Chen Nian smiled. That is a promise. You must indeed deceive me. What does it mean to stretch out your finger? The little dragon maiden blinked curiously. A pinky promise symbolizes a commitment to uphold one's word for 100 years. Why 100 years? Because a person can live for at most 100 years, which equates to a lifetime of honoring one's promises. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Qianlong's gaze dimmed slightly. A century may not seem long to her, but once that time passes, would not all those she knows perish? She does not wish to witness Chen Nian's demise. Chen Nian comforted her with a smile. However, spiritual practitioners are an exception. The higher the realm, the longer the lifespan. A sage can live for several hundred years without issue. Yet, I have heard that dragon blood can extend one's life. No sooner had he spoken than Qianlong prepared to bite her finger. What are you doing? Just let me feed you some dragon blood. You can treat me to a meal later. I was just teasing you, silly dragon. You villain. A voice called from behind. And Qianlong decided not to linger any longer. After taking a few steps, she suddenly turned back and shouted, Chen Nian, you must become a sage in the future. After proclaiming this, she followed the path illuminated by the moonlight, keeping pace with Ning Ming. Chen Nian first swallowed the martial saint's body-tempering elixir. Soon, he could distinctly feel a sharp sensation coursing through his veins and bones. The elixir was refining his body, akin to gaining strength even in slumber, truly a marvelous item. Following that intense battle, Chen Nian's level had also risen significantly, advancing from level 54 to level 76. Subsequently, he opened the divine gift he had received earlier. Instantly, 3 options appeared before him. 1. Blood strength 3-2. Blood regeneration speed 5-3. Resistance to the evil god's madness fire 10. Upon seeing the third option, Chen Nian's eyes sparkled. A choice to permanently increase resistance had appeared. If he could stack his resistance to 100, then the madness fire would be ineffective against him. Wouldn't it? 3 options to choose from. Resistance to the evil god's madness fire 10. Following this, Chen Nian glanced at his abilities. Slaughter sequence 003 Blood Monarch, 007 Beastly Greed, 009 Infinite Slaughter Realm, 015 Radani's Blood Moon Longbow, 032 Chains of Death, 045 Blood Flame Dragon God Sequence, 005 True Dragon Sacred Fist. In addition, he possessed his own cultivated sword techniques and in strength, making his combat methods quite extensive. Not to mention the mountain-moving realm, even in the sky-breaking realm. He would be unrivaled. Hello? Is this the esteemed disciple of the martial saint, Chen Nian? Came a voice from Yaya. Chen Nian replied, I sense sarcasm in your tone. The Bureau wants us to return and report on our mission, as well as discuss merits and rewards. This time, my little sister has managed to ride on your coattails, so she must treat you with respect, esteemed disciple of the martial saint. If you keep calling me that, I might just swat you. Truly, you're the esteemed disciple of the martial saint, bold enough to swat me. What else can I expect? Enough joking around. Let us find a place to gather and return to 749. Chapter 63. First heal yourself, then let me see. Upon returning to 749, Chen Nian completed the mission report. Soon, an announcement was made. Investigator Chen Nian single-handedly saved thousands of lives, awarded special merit. Reward, 200 contribution points. The 749 Bureau Forum erupted in excitement. He is merely a D-level investigator and has already achieved his second special merit. Is this even fair? Chen Nian is a poet? Being in the same cohort makes me feel utterly inadequate. Let us not forget, he is still publicly recognized as the disciple of the martial saint. Perhaps we shouldn't compare ourselves to him. As for whether Chen Nian had been tainted by the powers of the evil god, could the martial saint be unaware? There is no need for others to fret about it. The next 2 days passed with Chen Nian immersing himself in the bureau, preparing to absorb the full effects of the elixir before accepting new missions. Unexpectedly, a task to enter the reverse world arrived. Received a mission to exterminate a designated demon. Teleport countdown, 240,000. Chen Nian relished the extermination missions, as slaying a monster would suffice. A grand opportunity indeed. He would soon re-enter the reverse world he had long anticipated, with his physique greatly enhanced, making it the perfect chance to test his abilities. In Jia City, at an art exhibition hall, Lu Lin was executing a rather peculiar mission. Case file number, CD 9322. Location, Jia City, High-Tech Zone. Art Exhibition Hall. Overview. During an art exhibition 3 days prior, by 2 o'clock that afternoon, there were 190 people inside the hall, yet none emerged afterward, astonishingly. All 190 individuals mysteriously vanished from the exhibition hall. Mission objective. Investigate the cause of the mass disappearance of visitors from the art museum. 3 investigators were assigned to this mission, including Lu Lin, consisting of 2 D-level investigators and 1 C-level investigator, with Lin Sun as the team leader. A formidable expert of the Xingxuan realm. At this moment, the art museum had been cordoned off, prohibiting entry to all except for the 749 investigators. The interior was brightly lit, adorned with numerous paintings, devoid of any abnormalities. Yet, where could the entire 190 individuals have vanished? Each began to search for clues separately while maintaining seamless communication to report any developments, commanded Lin Sun. Thus, the 3 commenced their individual searches. Lu Lin arrived at the central exhibition hall, standing silently before a colossal mural titled Cun Zhuang Yu Guai Wu. The painting depicted a shattered village from which numerous people were fleeing in terror, pursued by a massive, pitch-black monster. It was unsettling to behold. However, the seemingly fearless San Wu Nyo heir, driven by curiosity, drew closer for a detailed inspection. She discovered that the figures in the painting were dressed in an array of styles, some in elegant dresses, others in modern hoodies, while some donned suits and leather shoes, and others in casual sportswear. Which artist could create such a stylistically incongruous piece? The artist had signed as Hua Jia. Suddenly, a voice echoed unexpectedly from behind her. Beautiful miss. Lu Lin spun around, her body tensing with an imminent chill. Behind her stood a tall, slender man clad in a white magician's outfit. I am delighted to see someone who appreciates my work. I am the artist, the creator of this painting. Just as Lu Lin intended to contact her companions, the enormous painting behind her erupted with a terrifying suction, swallowing her into its depths like a vortex. Originally, there were 190 individuals depicted on the canvas. Now, there were 191. Lu Lin? Lu Lin? Please respond, Lu Lin. The other two rushed to the scene, failing to find any trace of Lu Lin, only sensing a lingering chill in the air. What happened? Her communication has been severed. How could this occur? The two investigators felt a shiver run down their spines, goosebumps prickling their skin. The disappearance of even a 749 investigator rendered the situation truly alarming. Chen Nian received troubling news from Yiya. Chen Nian, did you know that the San Wu Bing Kuai Nyo has gone missing during a mission? San Wu Bing Kuai Nyo referred to Lu Lin. She has vanished. The 749 Bureau's investigators were tasked with probing supernatural occurrences, but they were not invincible against monsters. There were instances of investigators being slain. What is going on? Recently, there was a mission called Terrifying Art Museum, during which over 100 individuals vanished. She took on the task to investigate and has also disappeared. Of course, all surveillance footage malfunctioned, yielding no evidence. It's exceedingly bizarre. However, this matter has been suppressed by the Bureau. They wish to avoid inciting panic. I overheard it from my father. Chen Nian furrowed his brow. The disappearance of an investigator was no trivial matter. What is the matter? Are you worried about her? Of course, we have executed tasks together, and she is a friend. Rest assured, the Bureau has already discreetly assigned 2 senior investigators to look into it. You need not fret excessively. Intervening is a serious taboo. It could breed resentment, Yiya kindly cautioned. Very well. Since senior investigators are already on the case, I have no grounds to intervene and shall focus my thoughts on the reverse world mission. The countdown has concluded. The mission is about to commence. Would you like to teleport? Yes. In an instant, the world transformed into chaos. Current Tian Ti Fan, 1400, entered the ordinary layer of the reverse world. Current mission, exterminate the 9-headed demon bird. Chen Nian surveyed his surroundings, recognizing the familiar safe house, with a round table at its center, where teammates were being teleported in one after another. Just as they engaged in lively discussions, a girl materialized, collapsing onto the table, her body battered and seemingly unconscious. Lu Lin. Chen Nian instantly recognized her. It was unexpected to encounter her in the reverse world. This implied that their realms and Tian Ti Fan were closely matched, making it plausible for them to be paired together. Chen Nian rushed to Lu Lin's side. She bore multiple evident injuries, her condition alarmingly dire, likely having exerted herself to be teleported into the reverse world at the last moment before losing consciousness. Chen Nian retrieved a healing elixir, Ling Yudan. When they first met, Lu Lin had gifted him one. Subsequently, he procured a few more, having seldom been injured, thus never needing to use them until now. Hey Lu Lin, take this elixir, he urged, but she showed no signs of regaining consciousness, leaving him to await her awakening to inquire about the situation. What is going on? We just arrived and already have a burden? Chen Nian mused. This is an extermination mission. Lacking personnel will only increase the difficulty. He scanned the room. Who possesses healing abilities? I do. Hee. A rotund man with a rather unscrupulous appearance stood up, squinting and grinning. I am a healer. I can treat the injured simply by touching them. Hand her over to me, and I assure you I can provide proper care. He salivated at the thought, envisioning the delicate beauty's porcelain-like skin, which would surely feel delightful to touch. Clearly, his healing abilities did not require contact. He was simply a character influenced by urban medical novels, seeing an injured beauty and yearning to indulge himself, seeking both the thrill of NTR and the pleasure of groping her. Is that so? Impressive. Chen Nian suddenly raised his hand, a flash of crimson light appearing. Crack! The lecherous man's arm was severed at once. As the dismembered limb fell, blood splattered across the faces of the remaining individuals at the table. First, heal yourself and let me see. The rotund man knelt, howling as if slaughtered like a pig. After a brief moment of shock, the others began to voice their indignation. How can you harm a companion? Indeed, even if his words were unpleasant, you shouldn't resort to violence. We are already short-handed. Now we've lost more combat strength. Do you wish for our mission to fail? In an instant, Chen Nian became the target of their ire. They were, of course, oblivious to his identity as the blood-handed butcher. Otherwise, even with 100 lifetimes, they would not dare speak so boldly. Chen Nian casually surveyed the crowd and remarked coolly, "Why don't you try taking action instead of just talking?" The room fell silent. The individuals present were not foolish. That swift and merciless strike clearly indicated a formidable combat prowess. Any rash actions might lead to dire consequences. The rotund man, having retrieved his severed arm, summoned a green light, swiftly reattaching it. It seemed he truly possessed healing abilities. You, come here and treat her wounds. But if you touch even a single strand of her hair, I will sever the hand that dared to make contact. With your attitude, you expect me to treat her? Absolutely not. The rotund man hastily concealed himself behind the others, sneering, "First, apologize to me and plead for my help. Otherwise, don't even dream of it. I am a precious medical asset. Everyone perceives me as a vital companion, protecting me at all costs. Should you dare to act against me, you shall bear the consequences. First, you must apologize to me, and then I shall tend to that young lady. Once she awakens, she will undoubtedly develop a fondness for me. What does it mean to flaunt one's prowess and be slapped in the face? This is the true essence of it." Chen Nian rose to his feet and approached the rotund man step by step. "What are you doing? Don't come any closer." The others could no longer bear to watch and hurriedly shielded the plump one. Meanwhile, a man from the side brandished a heavy wolf-tooth club, swinging it down forcefully toward Chen Nian's head. Bang! The sound of bone colliding with metal echoed dully. Yet, astonishingly, Chen Nian remained unscathed. The enchanted wolf-tooth club had been upon impact. What is happening? With the enhancement from the Wusheng Dan and the dragon blood, Chen Nian's physique had reached a level of invincibility among peers solely based on physical might. Get lost. A blood-red hand sent the assailant flying, spinning through the air and crashing to the ground, blood oozing from his mouth and nose. Stop him! Stop him! The rotund man turned pale with fright. Presently, Chen Nian's mood was far from pleasant. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent caused the remaining individuals to retreat in haste. They sensed that this man was indeed capable of taking lives. If this continued, not only would the upcoming mission be in jeopardy, but lives would likely be lost in the safe house as well. Wait, I will help you treat her, don't be impulsive. The terrified rotund man finally relented. Under Chen Nian's watchful gaze, he was compelled to begin treating Lu Lin. After some time, the rotund man, exhausted, said, "I did my best. She is not in critical danger and should awaken shortly." With that, he scurried back to the others like a frightened rodent. Chen Nian had no desire to deal with him further. His immediate concern was to wait for Lu Lin to awaken and inquire about her condition. After all, once the task in the reverse world concluded, she would be transported back. It was evident that she was facing another peril. The others were whispering among themselves. Is he not going to join us in completing the task? Instead, he is tending to that unconscious woman. Let us ignore him. We can tackle the monsters ourselves. That cannot be. We put in the effort to complete the mission, while he does nothing and still receives rewards. Why should that be allowed? Indeed, such a person only knows how to act tough when safe. He must not benefit from lying there. The rotund man sneered. I have an idea. We should provoke that nine-headed monster and lure it here. That brat will surely not flee to protect the woman and will have to fight. Haha, how clever to use a monster-s hand to kill. All right, let us execute this plan. The group began to mobilize. In the dimly lit urban area, beneath a gloomy sky, the city appeared shrouded in haze. They searched diligently and finally located their target. In the center of a plaza, a colossal monster bird with 9 heads lay asleep, its size comparable to that of a helicopter. The onlookers felt a jolt of fear. The 9-headed monster bird, also known as the ghost vehicle, was a creature from the Shanhai Jing. Such a massive creature must be at least of 3rd rank. How do we lure it here? The rotund man chuckled. It's simple. I will fire a gun at it from here, and the bullets will surely attract its attention. Then I will escape to the vicinity where that brat is hiding. The others inquired, how will you escape? Haha, as a medic, I naturally possess self-defense tools. The invisibility cloak will completely conceal my form. Just wait and see. Bang! A gunshot shattered the silence of the reverse world. The 9-headed monster bird suddenly opened its eyes. All 9 heads lifted simultaneously, scanning the surroundings like serpents, their eyes glimmering like alluring rubies. Come here. The rotund man shouted from a distance. The nine-headed monster bird immediately locked onto its target, taking to the sky as its massive black wings stirred up clouds of dust. It took the bait. The nine-headed monster bird soared, while the rotund man led it to Chen Nian's location. The creature's heads gaped wide, ready to unleash terrifying flames. Almost there, goodbye. The rotund man donned his invisibility cloak, vanishing from sight. Boom. Columns of fire erupted from the sky, raining down upon the building where Chen Nian was, instantly turning it into a sea of flames. The inferno blazed, illuminating the darkened sky. The rotund man and the others watched from the shadows, reveling in schadenfreude. Well done. Serves him right for being arrogant. To their astonishment, the monster bird was more formidable than they anticipated. They should all perish within. Perhaps we should abandon the task to save ourselves. That makes sense. Just as they debated their next steps, a figure emerged from the raging inferno. What? He is not dead. The blood barrier around him dissipated, revealing Chen Nian, who held Lu Lin in his arms, his expression cold and unyielding. He looked up to see the enormous monster bird hovering above. Its wings stirred up a fierce black storm, tearing apart everything on the street, leaving cracks in the ground and buildings. Chen Nian raised his hand, gathering energy into his fist, and unleashed it. Dragon fist, inch force. Bang! A dragon ascended from the ground, piercing through the monster bird instantly. In the next moment, the ensuing shockwave obliterated the nine-headed creature midair, scattering blood and flesh like a torrential downpour. Chapter 65. Greedy Wolf, slow down your feast, understand? Blood strength permanently 6, with a single punch. Chen Nian reduced the nine-headed monster bird to nothingness. A blood-red umbrella shielded him from above as he walked through the rain of blood, his icy gaze brimming with disdain. The breathtaking spectacle left everyone utterly stunned. What had just transpired? The nine-headed monster bird had been annihilated. Was he even human? Impossible, impossible. Some covered their heads with their hands. Others trembled uncontrollably, and fear filled their eyes. Under normal circumstances, having such a teammate would be a tremendous boon, effortlessly carrying them through the task. However, no one present could feel joy. They had just conspired to bring about Chen Nian's demise while preparing to watch the spectacle unfold. Now, what were they to do? Would he seek revenge on them? Don't run, and don't panic. Let us maintain our composure and claim that the monster was his doing, unrelated to us. All right, let us say just that. As Chen Nian approached, everyone remained where they were. Their expressions relaxed as they greeted him. Impressive, brother. You were incredible. We were just about to come to your aid, but you single-handedly dispatched the monster. Brother, we've hitched our fortunes to a great one, huh? Amidst the flattery and praise, Chen Nian's cold voice cut through abruptly. Did you think I was oblivious to everything? The atmosphere turned eerily quiet. A cloud of dark mist emerged, transforming beside Chen Nian into a colossal black wolf. The beast, known as Greedy Wolf. The creature was tense all over, its center of gravity sinking, blood-red pupils fixated on the crowd ahead, hot saliva dripping onto the ground. Merely being stared at by the greedy wolf sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers, rendering their breaths heavy. What kind of monster is this? Wait. Don't act rashly, brothers. It was that fat man's idea. He wanted to lure the monster to attack you. Indeed, we were all unaware of this. Chen Nian calmly commanded, Greedy wolf, leave none alive, slaughter them all. As soon as the words left his mouth, the greedy wolf shot forward, directly severing the head of one man. A piercing scream erupted, and the remaining individuals fled for their lives. However, the activity range of the reverse world was limited. They were akin to chicks trapped in a cage, hunted down one by the greedy wolf. Their deaths were increasingly tragic. The instigator, the fat man, hid in a corner, his heart racing to an extreme, drenched in sweat, his pants already damp. He had scared himself to the point of losing control. Who could have imagined that the man possessed such terrifying strength, not only slaying the monster alone, but also annihilating the rest? Thankfully, I have an invisibility cloak to escape this calamity, the fat man thought, feeling relieved. Suddenly, the terrifying greedy wolf approached, sniffing around as if it had caught a scent. You don't think? No one knows you're hiding here, right? Chen Nian's voice resonated. The fat man tightly covered his mouth with both hands, not daring to make a sound, yet the odor of urine had already uncontrollably seeped onto the ground, revealing his position. Greedy wolf, have you ever tasted sweets? Remember, take small bites, don't be too forceful. I don't want to see him die too quickly. With a howl, the greedy wolf lunged, tearing off the fat man's arm and quickly chewing it up before swallowing. The fat man finally revealed himself with a horrific scream. I was wrong. I realized my mistake. For the sake of helping you save people. Chen Nian suddenly approached and kicked the greedy wolf's rear. I told you to eat slowly. If you keep this pace, I won't feed you anymore, understand? The greedy wolf whimpered in grievance. Chen Nian ignored it and turned to leave, the sounds of screams trailing behind until they gradually faded away. Soon, the greedy wolf devoured all the corpses, growing significantly stronger. The next step was to await the task timer to conclude. Lu Lin lay to the side, while Chen Nian sat cross-legged on the ground to absorb spiritual energy. Hours later, Lu Lin finally stirred, her eyelashes fluttering gently as she slowly opened her eyes. How do you feel? Chen Nian inquired with concern. Lu Lin, somewhat dazed, blinked blankly. Am I dreaming? Or have I already died? Is this a revolving lantern? She had initially been sucked into a painting. Arriving at an abandoned village where the previously missing 190 people had all been torn apart by a monstrous creature. The painting titled Village and Monster was derived from this. She had been relentlessly pursued by the monster, but her strength was sufficient to delay her escape. Ultimately, to conceal her presence, she encased herself in ice crystals, burying deep underground for concealment. A turning point arrived when she received a task from the reverse world, preparing to teleport into the reverse world to rest and recover. However, just before entering the reverse world, she was discovered by the terrifying creature. The protective ice crystals shattered, leaving her with severe internal and external injuries. Forcing her to flee desperately until the moment her consciousness faded, she managed to teleport into the reverse world. After that, she lost awareness until now. Awakening to find her injuries mostly healed, the first person she saw was, unexpectedly, Chen Nian. Thus, she assumed this was a dream or a revolving lantern. Chen Nian. Lu Lin bit her lip and said with utmost seriousness, "Can I be your friend?" Under normal circumstances, she would only express such thoughts internally. Yet, since this was a dream or a revolving lantern, she felt no reservations and finally summoned the courage to voice it. Chen Nian couldn't help but laugh. "What nonsense are you saying? Haven't we already been friends? Really?" Lu Lin blinked in innocent surprise. "But you never said so." How do I explain this? Being friends is different from being in a relationship. It doesn't require formal declarations or certificates. It's something understood between us. Oh, Lu Lin felt delighted, realizing they had already been friends. She had been undertaking challenging missions relentlessly, striving to qualify to be Chen Nian's friend. "But I'm not as strong as you. Let me correct you. Being friends doesn't necessitate equal strength. It's not about matching status." Oh, all her doubts and concerns were affirmed. Lu Lin felt a surge of happiness, albeit with a still impassive expression, yet she deemed this experience of the revolving lantern worthwhile. Having expressed her feelings, there was still something she wished to do. She observed that girls often held hands together to go to the cafeteria or restroom, thinking friends should be like that. Unfortunately, she had never done so, and her hands were icy. Surely no one would want to hold hands with her. Seizing this opportunity, she decided to attempt it. Without asking Chen Nian for permission, since it was a dream, she took his hand and intertwined her fingers with his. "How about we discuss the matter at hand first? You should still be in danger, right?" Lu Lin tilted her head, clearly not yet comprehending that this was not a dream. "What I mean is, what predicament did you encounter? After exiting the reverse world, I will find a way to rescue you." Lu Lin's mind momentarily froze, her body stiffening like an exquisite doll. She hugged her knees, burying her head in them, and in the next instant, a chilling frost spread out from her center. "Wait, hey, what are you doing?" Soon, Lu Lin became an ice sculpture, encasing herself in ice. She had shyly withdrawn into herself. Chapter 66. Entering the painting. Once Lu Lin concluded her self-imposed isolation, Chen Nian immediately sought to understand her situation. He learned the crucial information. She had been trapped in a painting called Village and Monster. All the missing individuals had been absorbed into the painting, and she was the only one still alive, pursued by a gigantic monster akin to Godzilla. She had no idea how to escape the painting. "All right, I understand the situation," Chen Nian stated. "Once I get out, I will first request support from the Bureau and then rush to rescue you as swiftly as possible. Just hang on." Lu Lin nodded obediently, her gaze still wandering on the ground, not daring to meet Chen Nian's eyes. "Thank you. If I make it out alive, I will give you something." Chen Nian, intrigued, asked, "What is it?" "It can't be another elixir, can it? It's a secret." Soon, the task countdown concluded. The two were about to part ways, each being teleported back to their original locations. "Take care of yourself and wait for me." Subjugation task completed. Heaven ladder points, 300. Current heaven ladder points, 1700. The moment the task was completed, a surge of spiritual energy flooded into Chen Nian's limbs, causing his level to rise once more. Level 90. He was only a hair's breadth away from the pinnacle of the mountain-moving realm. Chen Nian returned to the realm of reality and promptly contacted headquarters at the swiftest pace. I know where Lu Lin is. She is trapped within a painting. Upon learning of the situation, headquarters immediately instructed the on-site investigators to commence a rescue operation. Naturally, Chen Nian felt a sense of unease and decided to personally fly to Zhe City, arriving at the so-called terrifying art museum. At the entrance of the museum, a cordon was drawn, with several law enforcement officers on duty. As Chen Nian approached, he was immediately halted by the security personnel. 749 investigator. Chen Nian produced his identification. Apologies, please proceed. Crossing the line of caution, he spotted a familiar figure. Was that Director Li's colleague, Mentor Zhang Xian? If memory serves, she is Lu Lin's aunt. It seemed she was deeply concerned for Lu Lin's well-being, even coming to the scene herself. Director Zhang? Chen Nian, what brings you here? I wanted to assess the situation. Have you found Lu Lin? No, I have personally examined the painting, but I could not find a way in. It is driving me crazy. I would like to enter and take a look. There are 2 investigators inside. It may not be appropriate for you to go in, as it deviates from protocol. Chen Nian smiled. Rest assured, Director Zhang, my actions have always been unorthodox. Zhang Xian managed a pale smile and refrained from further obstruction. Although the 2 investigators inside were seasoned professionals of the 5th realm, she had an inkling that Chen Nian's arrival might herald a turning point. This youth exuded an aura of reliability. Inside the museum's grand hall, as Chen Nian stepped in, he observed the 2 investigators lounging on the exhibition platform, smoking. With Lu Lin's fate hanging in the balance, how could they be so nonchalant in their duties? A surge of anger welled up within him. Who are you? Who allowed you to enter? 749, Chen Nian. Upon hearing this name, the 2 investigators momentarily faltered. The titles Bloodhand Butcher, Martial Saint's Disciple, and Special Merit were all associated with him. What is your purpose here? To assist in the investigation. Is this a directive from the Bureau? It is a personal inclination. I am concerned for a friend. What do you mean? Interfering in another investigator's task without permission. Do you doubt our capabilities? The 2 questioned, their displeasure evident. Although Chen Nian was formidable, he remained a junior, and such behavior seemed disrespectful to his seniors. I have little faith. Chen Nian disregarded their objections and began his own investigation within the museum. Damn it, look at his arrogance. We have already examined that painting without any findings. What can he accomplish? Before long, Chen Nian discovered the painting titled Village and Monster. The artwork depicted a ravaged village where people desperately fled, a gigantic monster pursuing them from behind. Lu Lin had stated that she was trapped within this painting. Yet, both the earlier investigators and Director Zhang had already assessed it, yielding no progress. How could he rescue Lu Lin or enter the painting? Just as Chen Nian was scrutinizing the painting, a sudden voice echoed from behind him. At last, I have awaited you, the 192nd sacrificial offering. The moment he heard the voice, a blood knife appeared in Chen Nian's hand, and he swiftly turned to strike in a crescent arc. However, the blade passed through the figure's body, inflicting no harm. It was a man clad in a white magician's attire. Suddenly, a massive vortex emerged on the painting, engulfing Chen Nian within it. The man revealed a sinister smile. At that moment, the 2 senior investigators rushed over. You are the mastermind behind this. Attack. The 2 investigators launched an assault from either side. Yet, their strikes also passed through the enemy's form, inflicting no tangible damage. The magician stood elegantly, as if awaiting the curtain to rise for a theatrical performance. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the painting demon from the 10,000 Demons Hall, with a penchant for painting and murder. Where's that Chen Nian? He seems to have been absorbed by the painting. The painting demon grinned. Soon, you shall witness the grand opening. Do stay tuned. His ability allowed him to materialize the monsters from the painting into reality, provided he had ample sacrifices. This time, in addition to the 190 ordinary souls previously offered, he required 2 psychics. Should all the offerings be slain by the monstrous entity, it would manifest in the real world. This meant that if Chen Nian and Lu Lin were to perish, the monster would come alive. Having been absorbed into the painting, Chen Nian found himself in the dilapidated village. The ground was strewn with blood, severed limbs, and scattered bones, the air thick with the stench of blood and decay. Visibility was poor, shrouded in a thick white fog. Lu Lin. Chen Nian shouted several times, but he could not locate her position. Instead, he attracted the attention of a heavy footfall that echoed like an earthquake. Thud, thud, thud. A colossal monster, reminiscent of Godzilla, emerged from the mist, commencing its pursuit of Chen Nian. This creature towered several meters high, its body covered in scales as tough as steel, with a head akin to that of a dinosaur and a tail sweeping the ground like a giant python. Chen Nian retreated swiftly, stringing his bow as he did so. He unleashed an arrow from his blood moon great bow. Boom. To his dismay, it failed to even breach the creature's scales. Roughly estimating, this monster was at least of the 6th tier. Chapter 67. The Power of the Martial Saint. With no immediate solution, Chen Nian could only flee for the time being. However, he soon discovered that the world within the painting was limited, the surroundings were encased by air walls, and his true range of movement was confined to this village. No matter where he ran, the monster always seemed to know his position. Suddenly, a chilling hand emerged from the fog, unexpectedly pulling Chen Nian behind a wooden shack. Lu Lin. Before he could utter another word, a layer of ice encased his body. Only when the monster's sounds faded into the distance did the ice slowly melt away, revealing the girl beside him, Lu Lin. It can sense sound and temperature. No wonder you encased me in ice. I must have appeared as a red-hot target in its view. Why did you come in? Lu Lin finally inquired. The painting drew me in, but it worked out. Friends should share both fortune and adversity. Chen Nian responded nonchalantly. Lu Lin nodded, finding his reasoning sound. It wasn't so large initially. When I entered, there were many survivors. After they were all slain, it grew to this size. So it gained strength by killing? Chen Nian realized the implication, that those absorbed into the painting became offerings to enhance the monster's power. Suddenly, it all made sense. No wonder Zheng Xian and the other 2 investigators were unharmed while he was the one drawn into the painting. They were stronger, while he was of a lower tier. If a stronger individual were absorbed, they might defeat the monster and break the cycle. Thus it only targeted the weaker ones. Perhaps, if they could vanquish this creature, they would find a way out. Defeat it? Lu Lin gazed at Chen Nian expressionlessly, as if questioning his sanity. Monsters of nearly 6th tier strength can only be defeated by those in the 6th realm. Even with exceptional talent and the ability to fight beyond their rank. One must at least be in the 5th realm, right? Indeed, only Chen Nian possesses the capability to achieve this. Within him lies a remnant force left by the martial saint. Although harnessing this formidable power would inflict internal injuries upon himself, in this critical moment, there is no time to hesitate. The 2 began to devise a plan. To deliver a fatal blow, Chen Nian must unleash this power to its fullest, making close combat the most effective approach. The strategy involved Lu Lin drawing the creature's attention while Chen Nian would strike from behind. There would be but one opportunity. The action commenced. The 2 ran, one leading and the other following. Lu Lin unleashed a barrage of ice spikes at the creature, successfully diverting its focus. The monster, enraged, retaliated with a flurry of energy beams, bombarding the earth with tremendous force. Lu Lin narrowly evaded its attacks. When the creature stomped down, it struck the ground with the force of a meteor, causing violent tremors that cracked the earth beneath. The shockwave alone threatened to hurl Lu Lin's petite figure away. Seizing this moment, Chen Nian ascended on his flying sword, circling wide before landing atop the creature's head. The latent power within him surged forth. In an instant, the strength of the martial saint flooded through Chen Nian's limbs like a raging tsunami. He felt his entire body ablaze, his veins straining to contain the power as his bones quivered and cried out, on the brink of collapse. Such was the might of the martial saint. Had his body not been tempered by dragon blood, he would have surely succumbed. With a raised fist, he concentrated every ounce of strength into it, aiming for the creature's forehead, and unleashed a punch. It was not merely the 1st tier of inch power, but the 2nd tier, known as Dragon Fist Inch Power, shattering the sea. It is no exaggeration to state that the force of this punch surpassed even Ning Meng's full-powered strike. With a resounding boom, the creature's forehead exploded like a watermelon. The force surged downwards like a dominant dragon, instantly shattering the creature's massive body into countless fragments. Flesh and blood scattering in all directions. Ultimately, the monster was reduced to mere remnants, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Blood strength 10, divine gift received, it was a success. Chen Nian plummeted heavily to the ground. His skin ruptured and blood vessels cracked, resembling a figure drenched in blood. This was the price for forcibly utilizing the martial saint's power. The strain was considerable, but at least the monster was slain. Lu Lin rushed over, and upon witnessing Chen Nian's state, she said nothing and began to encase him in ice. Do not worry, I am fine, I am not so easily killed. Wait, why are you freezing me? To stop the bleeding, Lu Lin replied expressionlessly. My injuries are primarily internal, external wounds do not affect me. Do not freeze me, or I will become an ice sculpture. Even if you become an ice sculpture, we could still remain friends. What, are you a Yandera? Lu Lin often sculpted adorable ice figures in her spare time, such as ice rabbits and ice kittens. Subsequently, Chen Nian summoned the greedy wolf, allowing it to feast upon the monster's carcass. The greedy wolf had consumed numerous bodies and had now grown into a colossal black wolf, reaching the pinnacle of third-tier strength. Its power seemed to consistently exceed Chen Nian's by one realm, but not by much. Greedy wolf has comprehended the ability. Transformation can temporarily transform into any prey it has consumed, gaining its powers and abilities. Could this be an unexpected boon? Chen Nian was elated. Could it be that the greedy wolf could transform into that terrifying giant monster? Though it would be for a limited time, it was still remarkable. At a critical moment, it could unleash formidable strength exceeding the 6th tier. Chen Nian activated the divine gift, and 3 options appeared before him. 1. Blood regeneration speed 5-2. Blood strength 3-3. Blood monarch attack range increased by 4 meters after a moment's contemplation. Chen Nian chose the 3rd option. The blood monarch served as his most comprehensive means of offense and defense, and the increase in range was exceedingly beneficial. Now, his attack range expanded from 6 meters to 10 meters, significantly enhancing his overall combat capability. The blood strength had already surged to 128, with an additional increase of 2. He could obtain a new round of divine gifts. After the greedy wolf finished devouring the carcass, it approached Chen Nian, carrying something in its mouth, resembling a pet presenting a gift to its master. What is this? Chen Nian inquired, examining the drool-covered item, which appeared to be a black core, likely dislodged from the monster's body. He decided to keep it for further study later. Upon the monster's demise, the thick fog dissipated, and the visibility of the two improved. They noticed a spatial vortex at the far end of the ruined village, presumably the exit that had been concealed by the fog. Look, there's a spatial vortex. Help me over there. All right, I asked you to help me, not to hold my hand. Are you planning to stroll hand in hand to the restroom? Oh, outside. 2 senior investigators found themselves at the mercy of the painting ghost. Like a phantom, he rendered their attacks ineffective. He could traverse freely between the paintings, using the weapons within them to assail the two. For instance, a knight wielding a great sword in one painting launched the sword towards them, embedding it into the wall. This is untenable. Shall we destroy the entire art gallery? Yet, the two were drawn into the painting. It seemed they were unlikely to survive. Suddenly, a spatial vortex appeared within the massive painting titled Village and Monster. Chen Nian and Lu Lin, supporting each other, emerged. The man clad in a white magician's attire lost his previously composed demeanor, now displaying intense shock. 2 sacrifices have escaped from the monster's pursuit in the painting. Chapter 68. Chen Nian, Containment? Apologies. The other 2 investigators stood frozen, their minds swirling in turmoil. They had assumed this young man was doomed. Yet not only had he survived, but he had also rescued the girl. What the senior investigators could not accomplish, he had achieved. Quickly, let's get out of here. This individual is a notorious demon from the Hall of 10,000 Demons. Extremely dangerous. The painting ghost's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly. Veins protruding from his skin as his barely contained rage resembled an erupting volcano. How dare you escape and desecrate my artwork? This is unforgivable. In response, he resolved to forcibly summon Astaroth. Although the power would be somewhat diminished, it would still suffice to eliminate them. He crouched low, and as his gloved hand touched the ground, a massive purple summoning array materialized. Indeed, this was the summoning array designed to call forth the creature from the painting. According to his calculations, when Astaroth killed all the sacrifices and was summoned, it would emerge as a 7th-tier monster. However, due to Chen Nian and Lu Lin's escape, the lack of sacrifices necessitated a forced summoning using his own blood essence. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat onto the ground, and in an instant, a terrifying energy surged from the summoning array as a dark purple beam of light shot into the sky. Such a grand summoning array suggested that he had been plotting for quite some time. A monster was about to be summoned. What were they hesitating for? They needed to flee. The 2 senior investigators had already begun to entertain thoughts of retreat, yet they noticed Chen Nian and Lu Lin standing motionless in place. Are you seeking death? If you do not leave now, no one will be able to save you. Chen Nian shrugged nonchalantly, remaining silent. Don't mind him. This arrogant fellow looks down on everyone and would bear the consequences of his own demise. Let us go. The 2 of them smashed through the walls of the art gallery and escaped outside, gazing in shock at the towering purple beam of light. After a while, however, nothing happened, and no monsters emerged. Have you finished posing? Chen Nian inquired. The half-kneeling figure of the painting demon was filled with confusion. Impossible. Why is this happening? Why hasn't Astaros responded to my summoning? It's possible that it is asleep. Why not try again? The painting demon spat out another mouthful of essence blood. Come forth, Astaros. Yet still, there was no response. His pupils trembled incessantly, What is going on? Why is this happening? The two investigators outside were puzzled as well. What is going on? Thunderous noise with little rain? Are you just making a show to scare people? Chen Nian casually cleared his ears. Not good business here. Allow me to interrupt, but I have already slain that monster. What did you say? Nonsense, absolute nonsense. The painting demon rose to its feet, its bloodshot eyes glaring at Chen Nian. Even if it had not become a complete entity, it still possessed sufficient strength of the 6th tier. How could a mere 2nd-tier individual kill a 6th-tier monster? Absolutely impossible. But if that were not the case, why hadn't Asteros responded to his summoning? Could it truly be that no? This boy could not possibly possess such combat prowess. Chen Nian produced a black crystal core from his hand. What is this? The moment the painting demon laid eyes on the black crystal core, its heart skipped a beat, and goosebumps erupted all over its body. The reason it was so enigmatic, the reason the two investigators could not harm it, was that it had sealed its heart within this crystal, hiding it in the safest place within the painting. As long as others could not destroy this crystal, it was impossible to kill it. The fact that this boy now held the crystal meant that he truly had killed Asteros? I do not know what this is. The painting demon struggled to maintain a calm expression, cautiously approaching Chen Nian and Lu Lin step by step. That was its only weakness. If the crystal shattered, it would perish. However, it also feared the boy's impulsiveness, so it refrained from attacking directly and instead continued to inch closer. Hand it over, and I will spare your lives. How does that sound? Chen Nian smiled. If you take one more step forward, I will crush this thing. The painting demon immediately halted, as if it had suddenly turned into a rigid statue. Look at how fearful you are. I was merely trying to intimidate you. Chen Nian's earlier statement was a test. If the opponent did not care about the crystal, they would not have halted. But the immediate stop proved that they were concerned, and not just a little. This was quite intriguing. Kneel before me, and raise your hands. But please do not move. Chen Nian held the crystal, grinning widely. The painting demon had no choice but to comply. Imagine, a renowned demon of the 10,000 Demons Hall, an elegant painter, now humiliated by a mere mountain-moving realm individual. What a disgrace. At that moment, the other two senior investigators returned. Upon their arrival, they were met with a scene that left them utterly astonished. What's this, buddy? You were just boasting about annihilating the world, and now you're kneeling? Weren't you quite elegant before, toying with us like puppets? Why now, in front of Chen Nian, do you resemble a submissive wretch? What is happening? Chen Nian replied calmly. I can now confirm that this is your weakness. You fear its destruction. Capture him. The two senior investigators immediately sprang into action, swiftly subduing the painting demon. They were elated beyond measure. Who would have thought they could capture such a dangerous character so inexplicably? If they could bring him back to 749, even if the primary credit was not theirs, they would at least gain secondary recognition. Chen Nian, hand over that thing to us for safekeeping. We will help you bring him back to 749, and we will report your primary contribution. Yes, Chen Nian, after all. It was our task to investigate. If you complete this, we'll be left with no face. In the future, if there are benefits, we will certainly consider you. Upon hearing this, Chen Nian could not help but chuckle. These two had done nothing, yet they still wanted to save face and share in the credit? How could it be so convenient? Who told you I planned to contain him? Crack. Chen Nian crushed the crystal core without hesitation. The painting demon let out a blood-curdling wail. It immediately curled up on the ground, its body contorting and melting away, leaving behind only a white magical robe. Blood strength 8, divine gift received, yet another powerful demon slain, a substantial gain. The two senior investigators stood frozen in place. They had not anticipated that Chen Nian would not even want the credit for containment. Now, the mission report would look quite dismal. They had no achievements to speak of. The credit for slaying the demon and saving the 749 investigator belonged solely to Chen Nian. Let us go, said Lu Lin. MHM. Chen Nian placed a hand on Lu Lin's shoulder, allowing her to support him as they strolled leisurely outside. Chapter 69, returning to 749, Breakthrough in Realm. Breaking Sky Realm. Just as they exited, they ran into Zhang Xian. Lin. Zhang Xian hugged Lu Lin tightly, holding her in her arms like a doll. I was so worried about you, my dear. Are you all right? After a round of inquiries, Zhang Xian learned the whole story. It turned out that if not for Chen Nian, Lu Lin would have truly been in grave danger. It was unexpected that Lin had such discernment. Upon first meeting Chen Nian, she expressed a desire to befriend him, and now it seemed that this friendship was indeed invaluable. How many people would risk their lives to save a friend? Despite Chen Nian being described by others as a ruthless and decisive killer, he was nothing but commendable to those close to him. What a good lad. If you ever make a mistake in the future, I will certainly speak well of you at our mentors' discussion meetings. Zhang Xian was quite protective. In her eyes, Chen Nian now resembled a dear nephew. Under her escort, the two returned to 749 without incident. This time, even Chen Nian was sent to the medical department for hospitalization, as the forced use of high-tier power had inflicted damage on his meridians that required treatment. Chen Nian lay resting on the hospital bed, while Lu Lin sat by his side, watching over him. I'll be fine after a few days. You don't need to keep staring at me. Here, take this. Seeing Lu Lin offering a plump pill in her palm, Chen Nian recalled that she had mentioned gifting him something upon their return. What is this, a healing pill? Lu Lin shook her head. This is Pashao Dan, a reward for completing a hidden task. Consuming it will allow you to break through to the Pashao realm. The ability to directly advance to the Pashao realm is quite formidable indeed. Chen Nian, having vanquished the demon previously, fortuitously absorbed a portion of spiritual energy, achieving the exalted level of LV 100, which signifies that all 100 spiritual apertures within him are now filled. However, this does not imply that a breakthrough in his realm is assured, as such a transition necessitates insight, talent, and a tranquil heart, elements that are rather esoteric in nature. For instance, Chu Wuang experienced a sudden epiphany after delivering 3 punches, ascending to the status of a sage. Thus, such a phenomenon is indeed precious, as it could enable Chen Nian to breach barriers without hindrance. What about you? He inquired. I have already made my breakthrough. When did this happen? It was during my stay in that small chamber in the reverse realm, when Lu Lin awakened and acknowledged our friendship. At that moment, her state of mind transformed, serving as the catalyst for her own breakthrough. She has already reached the breaking sky realm, rendering this item unnecessary for her. Nevertheless, it does not diminish its value, as it is a reward for a hidden quest that others would likely covet. Then I shall accept it gratefully, Chen Nian replied, taking the elixir. May we share fortune and face adversity together, he added, adhering strictly to the principles of friendship. Chen Nian chuckled inwardly, reflecting on the abundance of friends who claim to share burdens in these times. For instance, my finances have been rather tight lately. Could you lend me some money? The notion of sharing good fortune appears to be non-existent, as I must insist on splitting the bill even for a meal. At that moment, the door swung open abruptly, and 2 individuals entered, his roommates, Yi Yaya and Xie Yi. Chen Nian, I heard you were hospitalized, so I came to visit, exclaimed Yi Yaya. Are you hiding a beautiful companion here? Chen Gu, I've brought you some food. From what I understand, you need to replenish your vitamins, Xie Yi interjected. No need for concern. Lu Lin prepared to leave, but was called back by Chen Nian. Don't go, Lu Lin. These 2 are my friends, Lao Ya and Lao Xia. Yi Yaya leaned closer to Chen Nian and whispered, Chen, are you perhaps trying to woo her? What, are you jealous? Get out of here. Aren't you stationed in the harbor district? Did you come all the way back to the bureau just to see me? Ah, you flatter yourself. We are about to participate in a collective training organized by the bureau. We leave in a couple of days. Train well and catch up to me soon. Chen Nian encouraged. Yi Yaya ignored him and turned to Lu Lin, extending her hand. Since you share a good relationship with Chen Nian, you might as well be considered one of us. Lu Lin, maintaining a stoic expression, offered her hand. Wow, so icy, Yi Yaya exclaimed, producing a lollipop from her pocket. Here, for you. No need to be polite. Following the chatterbox Chen Nian, the loquacious Xie Yi, and the fiery Yi Yaya, this circle now included the ice-cold Lu Lin. In the office, the mentors were convening with the deputy director. The painted demon, a formidable foe from the 10,000 demon palace, despite not being of high rank, possessed exceedingly troublesome abilities, and many investigators had previously found themselves at a loss when confronting him. Is it true that he was killed by Chen Nian? Indeed. The task report states, so without error. This kid, at the 2nd realm, vanquished a 6th-tier demon. Can he possibly defy the heavens further? It is said that this was a trump card left by the martial saint. Truly, the benefits of being a disciple of the martial saint are remarkable. Li Xiao cleared his throat and sat up straight. Before the martial saint, I was his mentor. Look at you. You must be delighted. This is your honor. Another mentor remarked, however, although Chen Nian has achieved merit, did he not overstep by intervening in another investigator's task? If everyone acted this way, it would disrupt the order. What disorder? Getting things done is commendable. Zhang Xian immediately countered. Chen Nian's actions were indeed meritorious and of great significance. Zhang, aren't you being a bit too biased? I care not. Should anyone dare to pursue this matter, I will confront them. The others expressed their concern. The 2 senior investigators had already submitted a complaint regarding Chen Nian's interference, and they awaited the outcome. At that moment, the decision arrived. The higher-ups stated that Chen Nian's overreach was excusable and would not incur any penalties. Instead, he would be rewarded? Damn it. Our task was snatched away by a newcomer. Where shall we hide our faces now? Amy, I demand arbitration. Thus, Amy's virtual avatar materialized. Retrieving task records. Making a ruling. Ruling complete. Investigator Chen Nian's assistance to a colleague is excusable. Your abilities were insufficient. Hard work is advised. The forum soon buzzed with related discussions. So, Chen Nian completed the task that the two senior investigators couldn't? Ha ha, how hilarious. How will those two manage from now on? Is it true that Chen Nian could resolve such formidable demons? Don't be ridiculous. He is a disciple of the martial saint. One of the 7 sages of our time. Do you think we are qualified to compare ourselves with him? In the hospital room, Chen Nian first opened the previous rewards from the divine bestowal. The new set of 3 options did not present anything particularly remarkable, so he directly opted to enhance his blood regeneration speed by 5. Subsequently, he consumed the Pashao Dan provided by Lu Lin. As the elixir entered his body, a powerful aura surged through his limbs and bones. The impurities expelled from his body, his flesh transformed, his spiritual apertures expanded, and his spiritual power intensified. In the early hours of the night, Chen Nian suddenly opened his eyes, a breath of the breaking sky realm radiating from his being. The breakthrough was successful. All his abilities and martial skills received further enhancement. Even more gratifying was the complete restoration of all internal and external injuries, his physical condition reaching its zenith. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Upon checking, he found, "You have been invited to join the group chat. Martial Saint Task Force, 3 members. Chapter 70. The Martial Saint training commences. Is this physical strength of yours truly so formidable?" The discussion group comprised 3 individuals, Chu Wuwang, Ning Meng, and Chen Nian. Chen Nian, you have forcefully utilized my strength. Your body must be on the verge of collapse now, Chu Wuwang remarked. Haha, fortunately, I benefited from the power left by my master, Chen Nian replied. I was supposed to take you to the Bailian Gate for training tomorrow, but since you're injured, it seems that won't happen. I'm not going either, Ning Meng stated. Ning, aren't you coming too? Chu Wuwang asked. If this fellow isn't going, why should I? Do you think I am eager to train with you? Chen Nian interjected. No worries, I'm already healed. Impossible. You must have sustained severe internal injuries. You are likely still lying on the hospital bed, thinking your master is foolish, Chu Wuwang retorted. By the way, I also managed to break through a realm. I'm nearly fully recovered. You broke through. You are surprisingly quick. It seems you are indeed my disciple. Shall we all head to Bailian Gate tomorrow? Chen Nian agreed. Sure. Chen Nian, please bring me a few cups of milk tea from the city, with 10 sugars. Ning Meng added. No problem. Xiao Longnu is also clamoring to join me. Ask you to bring her some delicious treats, that gluttonous dragon. Chen Nian replied. All right. See you tomorrow. The next day, Chen Nian greeted Director Li before stepping out. He purchased a large snack package and several cups of milk tea, all placed into his storage pouch. He then took to the skies on his sword, heading towards Bailian Gate. Bailian Gate, founded by Chu Wuwang, embodies the essence of relentless refinement. Within its confines, only the most rugged warriors train, emphasizing invincibility of the corporeal form while eschewing any form of magic. Despite this, Bailian Gate remains one of the most powerful sects, primarily due to the presence of a sage, which alone is sufficient to attract individuals from all corners of the world. Upon arrival, Chen Nian had just descended from the skies, and he immediately spotted over 100 disciples in the mountains, squatting and jumping while carrying a massive stone weighing 1,000 pounds on their backs. Chen Nian. Following the voice, he glanced down to see a young girl waving at him. The bright morning light adorned her radiant smile, and her silvery hair, bathed in golden gleam, resembled a magnificent piece of art. Wherever she stood, she became the most beautiful scenery in the mountains. Beside her was a petite girl with her arms crossed over her chest. Chen Nian summoned his flying sword to descend. Qianlong, Ning Meng, did you bring us some delicious treats? Qianlong smacked her lips, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Yes, indeed, Chen Nian replied as he retrieved items from his storage pouch. Sister, your milk tea. Finally, you are being considerate, Ning Meng huffed, sipping the sweet milk tea with her eyes squinting in delight. This bag is filled with snacks, spicy strips, biscuits, beef jerky, and pistachios. If you like them, I shall bring more next time. Yes, I have brought something for you too. Qianlong produced a delicate porcelain bottle from her waist. Here, what's inside? Dragon's blood. If you lose control again next time, you can drink it to suppress it. Chen Nian hastily accepted the porcelain bottle, casting a glance at Ning Meng, who had previously threatened to punish him if she caught him consuming dragon's blood. Forget it. This time I'll pretend I didn't see it, Ning Meng said as she strode through the gate. Inside the Bailian men, A glance revealed nearly 100 disciples clad in gray training outfits practicing their punches in the square. They've arrived, Chu Wuwang exclaimed joyfully upon spotting them. Is that the new disciple the sect leader has taken in? From his aura, he seems to be merely at the Pashao realm, not particularly impressive. A burly male disciple remarked, do not gossip about others. Senior Chu would not make a mistake. He must possess extraordinary talent. Indeed, Senior Qin. Another disciple chimed in. But who is that short one? Ning Ming, overhearing this whisper, kicked a loose stone, which struck the male disciple squarely on the forehead. Ouch! He clutched his forehead. A conspicuous bruise forming. To think that my flesh could be injured by a mere stone. Her strength is terrifying. The male disciple gasped in horror. Chu Wuwang smiled at Chen Nian. Today, I will show you how we train here. Bring forth a training dummy at the Pashao realm. Soon, several disciples worked together to bring a dummy before Chen Nian. This contraption can absorb spiritual energy and withstand only physical and chi attacks. An ordinary disciple at the Pashao realm would take a full month to break one. Chen Nian, come and give it a try. Yes. The disciple named Chen Nian stepped forward, unleashing his late-stage Pashao aura. Bang! His fist struck the dummy. This punch, capable of shattering a 1,000-pound stone, failed to budge the dummy. Chen Nian, your first training task is to shatter this dummy. As my disciple, I hold you to higher standards. You have 1 day. All right. Chen Nian stepped forward, immediately capturing everyone's attention. The disciples were curious about what kind of strength Chen Nian possessed. 1 day? That seems exaggerated. Senior Qin, at late-stage Pashao, would need at least 7 days. He is only at the initial stage. Chu Wuwang remarked, Ning Ming. Let this boy train on his own for now. I have arranged other training for you. Just as he took a couple of steps, an explosive sound reverberated behind him. With a single dragon fist, Chen Nian shattered the dummy into countless pieces, debris scattering across the ground. The entire assembly gasped in awe. What? 1 punch? I concede. This is utterly terrifying. Wait, perhaps that dummy was on its last legs, which is why he could do that. No, the dummy I just brought is brand new. Even Chu Wuwang himself was momentarily stunned. He had allotted Chen Nian a day, having considered his extraordinary talent, yet he did not expect to be surprised. It seemed this boy's power had surged considerably after his breakthrough. Impressive. Qianlong applauded Chen Nian. Ning Ming, however, proudly declared, now that's more like it. As my junior. You're not embarrassing at all. Master, may we commence the next phase of training? Very well. I shall send you to the Qian Shui Bai Lian room to experience its challenges. Is there anyone else who wishes to compete with Chen Nian? I do. I want to see how much of a gap there is. Count me in. Many disciples eagerly joined in. The so-called Qian Shui Bai Lian room would bombard them with mechanisms from all directions, honing their physical bodies. If they could no longer endure, they could simply lie down, as the mechanisms would only target those who stood. Chen Nian glanced at Ning Ming. With your height, wouldn't you be invincible in there? You cheeky brat. Once everyone had entered, the great door closed, and the Qian Shui Bai Lian commenced. From every direction, various mechanisms sprang forth, blades, spears, and even a Gatling gun emerged from the wall, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the participants. Some stood impervious to the onslaught, while others demonstrated their skills to fend off bullets. Only then did Chen Nian truly realize the formidable strength of his physique. An hour later, nearly everyone lay exhausted and battered, succumbing to fatigue. Only Chen Nian and Chen Lian remained standing. However, the latter was bruised and on the verge of collapse, while Chen Nian showed no visible signs of injury. I can't hold on any longer. After that, Chen Lian collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The disciples, sprawled on the ground, gazed at Chen Nian's calm demeanor, wondering what kind of monstrous physique he possessed that surpassed their daily training so drastically. Of course, not everyone had the opportunity to consume dragon's blood. Chu Wuwang was quite pleased. It seemed Chen Nian could not be evaluated by the usual standards of the Pashao realm. He required a higher intensity of training. Chapter 71. Chen Nian, do not think so ill of me. Chen Nian, follow me. You will train new martial techniques with Ning Ming. Chu Wuwang led them to the back mountain of Bai Lianmen. You have all mastered the inch power. Next, I will teach you a leg technique called Whip Thunder. First, let me demonstrate its practical application. Several hundred meters ahead, a towering mountain stood, with a massive waterfall cascading down its front. As Chu Wuwang's words fell, the ground beneath him exploded, and he vanished from sight. In the next instant, the water in the waterfall parted, and the middle of the mountain was shattered by a single kick, lowering its height significantly. With a whip-like leg strike, the waterfall was severed, and the mountain crumbled. Swift as lightning. This was Chu Wuwang's other renowned martial technique, Whip Thunder. What do you think? In the blink of an eye, Chu Wuwang had returned. That was something. Ning Ming scoffed. This technique consists of two explosive phases. The first phase erupts from the ground, closing the distance instantly. The second phase is the kick, aimed at the enemy's forehead for a decisive blow. Suddenly, Chen Nian raised his hand. Master, what if someone like Sister Ning Ming can't reach the enemy's forehead with her leg? Shut it. Ning Ming retaliated by kicking Chen Nian. Her fierce demeanor seemed to threaten a strike to his knee. Ahem, perhaps one could jump a little higher, Chu Wuwang suggested. Next, I will directly impart the training method for this technique into your minds. With that, he pointed his finger at them. 2 breaths entered Chen Nian and Ning Ming's consciousness. In their minds, a golden figure seemed to repeatedly demonstrate this martial technique, allowing them to observe its essence at any moment. However, practicing this leg technique requires more than mere repetition. It necessitates the use of this. Chu Wuwang detached a leg strap from his leg. What is this? As the strap fell to the ground, it produced a thunderous sound, creating a large pit in the earth. This is weight training. Chu Wuwang chuckled. My master, I have been bound with a dozen of these things, each weighing around tens of thousands of pounds, and I have grown accustomed to it. Wait, does this mean that Chu Wuwang's earlier lightning-fast kick was executed while bearing a weight of hundreds of thousands of pounds? How powerful would he be once he relieved himself of this burden? Such is the might of a martial saint. Chen Nian, your realm is lower. Bind 1,000 pounds to each limb. Ning Ming, you shall bind 3,000 pounds. Soon, Chen Nian had donned the weights, totaling 4,000 pounds across his 4 limbs. Raising his feet proved a challenge, and wielding a weapon was even more strenuous. Fortunately, his physical body had transcended the ordinary, enabling him to move normally under such weight. Though mastering the thunder whip leg would require extensive practice. For the next 2 days, Chen Nian engaged in various training exercises while burdened. Activities included kicking wooden stakes and performing squat jumps up and down hills. After training, he would share snacks and engage in discussions with Qianlong and Ning Ming. Playing games of Go. One evening, feeling bored, Chen Nian browsed the 749 forum. A post caught his attention. I heard that Feiyu Island has merged with the reverse world, and now there are numerous monsters on the island. Many have gone to hone their skills. Feiyu Island? Isn't that the place where Lao Ye and Lao Xia were headed? Wait, the reverse world merging with reality and countless monsters. Why was I not informed of this? That's a considerable number of monsters. Chen Nian immediately called Li Xiao. Oh, that is indeed happening. Did you not follow the martial saint for training? I thought you were informed. Director Li, can I still go? Of course. I will notify you. You can go directly. Chen Nian quickly relayed the message to Chu Wuwang. You may go, but unless absolutely necessary, do not remove the 1,000-pound weights. Consistency is crucial for noticeable results. Understood. Subsequently, Chen Nian bid farewell to Ning Ming and Qianlong, expressing his intent to play with them again soon, and left in a hurry. On by Lian Mountain, a subordinate approached Chu Wuwang and whispered, My lord, we have made some progress on the Wanma Hall stronghold you asked us to investigate. We should have conclusive information in a couple of days. However, you usually do not concern yourself with such matters. Why this time the proactive involvement? The Wanma Hall nearly caused my disciples' demise. Naturally, I must give them a warning. Chen Nian, from what I understand, he actively sought out that painting demon and even killed it. I don't care. If I don't teach them a lesson, will any random person dare to approach my disciple in the future? Yes, I will continue the investigation. Feiyu Island appeared to be an unremarkable deserted isle. However, just days prior, the 749 Bureau detected anomalous spatial merging here, with numerous monsters from the reverse world left stranded on the island. Being an uninhabited area, many young investigators, including Yaya, were dispatched for training. Upon Chen Nian's arrival, he noticed a camp below, adorned with many white tents. This must be the camp established by the 749 Bureau. Chen Nian, Yi Yaya, and Xie Yi were already waiting. We received news from Director Li that you would come. Weren't you training with the martial saint? Why are you here causing a ruckus? Wherever there are monsters, there I shall be. I know, Brother Chen is eager for a kill. Any monster he has slain has never survived. Xie Yi remarked. Hearing you speak is like receiving a profound lesson. Chen Nian pulled the two along. Hurry, let us hunt monsters. By the way, please make sure to leave the heads for me. Rest assured, there are plenty of monsters on this island. We'll explore during the day and return to the camp to rest at night. The trio began navigating the island's jungle. Chen Nian, can you run a bit faster? Yi Yaya, oblivious to the 1,000-pound weights Chen Nian bore, complained, diagnosing as having overexerted. My legs aren't working well. You, a girl, should refrain from using such coarse language. Come on, we are all friends here. Brother Chen, Sister Ya, look, there's a monster ahead. As expected, 200 meters ahead. A black magic wolf appeared in their line of sight. Yaya rushed in first, but refrained from attacking. Xie followed, casting a binding spell. Freeze. Consequently, the magic wolf became immobilized. They tacitly prepared to let Chen Nian take the kill. Suddenly, another trio of investigators sliced in from the side, with their leader swiftly piercing the magic wolf with a spear. Sorry, folks, we acted a bit too quickly. Chao Meng grinned, resting the spear on his shoulder. You're finished, Yaya declared. What do you mean by that? This monster belongs to Brother Chen. You stole his kill. Xie added. Brother Chen? Which Brother Chen? Haha, I'm still Brother Chao here. Don't joke around. It's just a monster. Suddenly, two of his teammates stammered, Chen Nian. Upon hearing that name, Chao Meng's body trembled, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Oh no, it's the Bloodhand Butcher, Chen Nian. When did he arrive at Feiyu Island? Brother. What do we do? I've heard he is ruthless and will kill anyone who crosses him, thus earning the title Bloodhand Butcher. The group retreated nervously, their voices quaking. Chen Nian approached leisurely, raising his hand. What do you intend to do? Chao Meng stammered, his face turning pale. You wouldn't kill me just because I accidentally stole your monster, would you? Chen Nian's hand clapped on his shoulder, sending shivers down his spine. We are colleagues. I am not a murderous demon. Please, do not think so poorly of me. Chen Nian smiled slightly. That said, it's true. However, if you took my monster, compensating me with 10 should not be an issue, right? Please don't say it's a problem. Chapter 72. The Night Assault of Demons on the Camp. Chen Nian ceases to conceal his intentions. Chen Nian began to indulge in a life of leisure, merely requiring others to capture monsters for him to slay, reaping the rewards and enhancing his blood strength. As the afternoon passed, he received another round of divine gifts. 1. Blood strength increased to 3-2. Spirit orifices immediately filled to 10-3. Aurelian execution chains capable of binding even more powerful foes. Option 3 enhanced his skill set, making it an obvious choice. This formidable single-target control skill could restrain even stronger enemies, signifying the ability to challenge those of greater realms. A cross-realm challenge skill. Furthermore, news of Chen Nian's arrival on Feiyu Island quickly spread. I feel that Chen Nian is not all that impressive. Chao Meng, the victim, mused. I observed his movements to be sluggish, lacking the rumored prowess. Perhaps the tales were exaggerated? I concur. If it came to speed, I even feel I could surpass him. Regrettably, I have not had the opportunity to witness his true prowess. I remain uncertain of his true capabilities. I too am curious as to what the martial saint finds admirable in him. Naturally, Yaya and Xie also sensed Chen Nian's peculiarity. That evening, the investigators returned to their tents, kindled fires, and gathered around a table, including Chen Nian and his companions. Chen Nian, could it be that your previous injury has left you with lingering effects? Not at all. Chen Nian replied with a smile and a shake of his head. At that moment, the staff member responsible for counting personnel suddenly announced, we were expecting 27 individuals, yet only 26 have returned. Has anyone noticed who is missing? It's Lu Sungwen. Earlier, he mentioned needing to find a place to relieve himself and told us to proceed without him. Yet, he has not returned after such a long time. Among the two 5th-tier team leaders who had guided the training, one stated, I will go retrieve him. These youngsters lack any sense of time. Pinpoint Lu Sungwen's location. Locating. Location acquired. Consequently, a projection map appeared on the terminal, highlighting a flashing red dot. The 5th-tier investigators soared into the air, swiftly vanishing into the dark forest. The others did not dwell on the matter, believing that with a 5th-tier leader involved, nothing untoward could occur. Please, do not kill me. The missing Lu Sungwen found himself naked and bound to a large tree. A demon stood before him, a creature with azure skin, a bovine head, a fish-like body, a serpentine tail, and wings adorning its form. In the Shanhai Jing, such a monster is referred to as a Lingyu. It resided on this island, often luring passing ships with its sorcery, subsequently subjecting them to cruel torment before feasting upon them. Little did it anticipate the sudden arrival of a group of 749 investigators, all youthful and vigorous. With a resounding crack, it relentlessly lashed Lu Sungwen's body with its thick tail, leaving a trail of gory wounds, a gruesome sight to behold. After relishing in its torment of him, the Lingyu used its horns to eviscerate him, savoring the delectable feast. Monster, meet your demise. With a thunderous shout, a terrifying force surged from afar, heralding the arrival of the 5th-tier investigator seeking Lu Sungwen. Oh, I had yet to seek you out, yet you dare to come here. It taunted. You beast. The investigator swung his sword, only to strike a mere shadow. The creature had already vanished, leaving behind a thick mist of pink smoke that enveloped the area. Come, Let us see whether I shall eliminate you first, or you shall encounter me. Illusory figures emerged from the mist, bewildering the investigators until, upon regaining their senses, they found themselves ensnared by a serpent tail. The Lingyu was also a 5th-tier demon, classified as a disaster-level creature. Monsters of the disaster level are significantly stronger than ordinary 5th-tier investigators. Perish. The creature lunged forward, swiftly decapitating the investigator. After indulging in a satisfying meal, it took flight, gazing toward the distant camp and flickering flames, a smirk gracing its lips. A bamboo flute was clasped in its hand, capable of summoning the island's monsters to attack the 749 investigators. Since you enjoy hunting, let us see how it feels to be the prey this time. In the camp, perplexity arose as to why the leader had yet to return with Lu Sunwen. Indeed, it has been quite a while without news. Wait, what is that sound? A strange melody wafted from the distance, alerting everyone. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, and the utensils on the tables clanged loudly. All personnel, remain vigilant. Another leader commanded. Instantly, all investigators rose, prepared for battle, as if facing an imminent threat. In the darkness of the forest, pairs of eyes flickered to life. Demons. Not just one or two, but a horde. What is happening? Prepare for combat. Scores of demons surged from all directions, nearly the entirety of the island's remaining monsters. The atmosphere was tense, yet only Chen Nian's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a delightful surprise to receive a buffet this late at night. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Blades flashed and energies surged, the clang of metal resonating amidst the monstrous howls and chaos of combat. Chen Nian, what are you doing? Amidst the astonished gazes, Chen Nian removed the burdens weighing down his limbs, casting them aside. With each thud, the ground trembled beneath the impact. What? He has been training with these weights all along. Is he even human? No wonder his movements seemed somewhat clumsy. It all makes sense now. Stunned, the onlookers were momentarily at a loss for words. Upon shedding the weights, Chen Nian felt his body reach its zenith, as if a mere leap could send him soaring. Let me try the leg technique my master taught me, and see if I can execute it. Like a cannonball, Chen Nian shot forth, moving at such speed that only a blur remained, instantly arriving before a tiger demon. He lifted his leg, and it seemed as though thunder crackled through the air. Whip thunder, a leg technique created by the martial saint. With a thunderous roar, the tiger demon's body exploded into a heap of flesh. Chen Nian then raised his fist. Dragon Fist, unleashing a deafening blast, the force summoning a celestial dragon that obliterated the 3 demons before him. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged into the throng of monsters, wielding his blood-soaked blade, confronting the demons with his formidable physique. Amidst the carnage, one could see the thrill etched upon his face. This was the true might of Chen Nian, the Bloodhand Butcher. As a disciple of the martial saint, tearing apart demons was indeed a terrifying spectacle. Damn it! This horde of demons dares to encircle us. Let us vanquish them. The morale surged among the group, bolstered by the presence of a 5th-tier leader, making the task of dealing with these lower-tier demons seem trivial. Yet, unbeknownst to them, an ethereal purple mist had begun to envelop the camp, reducing visibility to less than 2 meters, as if they were ensnared in the mist jutsu from Naruto. Be cautious. These demons are being manipulated to attack us. The mastermind behind this possesses formidable strength. The leader shouted. Damn it, we cannot see anything. The team tightened their formation, striving to shield one another. Within the purple haze, the phantoms of monsters appeared, yet the investigators could not discern reality from illusion, forcing them to attack blindly. In the midst of the chaos, one by one, investigators were ensnared by serpent tails and dragged into the depths of the mist. The chilling cries echoed from within. The mood plummeted, fear gripping their hearts like an unseen hand squeezing their very souls. We cannot continue like this. We must dispel this mist. Otherwise, we will not even know how we perished. I will. The 5th-tier leader ascended, determined to shatter the illusory mist from above. Gathering a vast amount of spiritual energy in his palm, he prepared to strike downward. However, unbeknownst to him, a figure emerged from the mist behind him, a serpent tail coiling around his body. The demon beast Lingyu poked its bovine head forward, grinning wickedly in the investigator's ear. It seems you are the strongest among them. I have caught you. Once I eliminate you, they will all become lambs to the slaughter. Ugh. Feeling the serpent tail constricting around his body, the investigator's bones cracked ominously. He could never have imagined that a formidable wild demon was concealed on this island. Moreover, the strength of this creature surpassed his own. After all, not everyone possesses the casual prowess of Chen Nian, who could casually confront beings of higher realms. An ordinary 5-realm investigator can only contend with Calamity Grade 5 demons. To face Disaster Grade foes, one requires elite fighters. To combat Dragon Grade adversaries, one needs geniuses. And to confront the mightiest Ghost Grade beings, a super prodigy is essential. I shall fight you to the bitter end. With a thunderous explosion, terrifying spiritual energies surged forth, dispersing the violet mist and sending the fish demon reeling back, spitting blood. It turned out that this investigator had forcibly detonated the spiritual apertures within his body, a form of self-destructive attack. Once triggered, the immense spiritual energy erupted like a bursting balloon, propelling the creature away and clearing the mist. However, the price was steep. His blood vessels ruptured, transforming him into a bloodied figure, crashing to the ground, unable to rise. As vision regained clarity, everyone immediately noticed the gravely injured leader. Leader, are you all right? Don't mind me. Run quickly. That monster is beyond your capability to handle. Some individuals, paralyzed by fear, desperately attempted to flee, but after only a few steps, they collided with an invisible barrier. What is this? It's a barrier. We are trapped. What should we do? We can't escape. An overwhelming terror enveloped the hearts of the people, who could never have anticipated that a field training exercise would cost them their lives. Escape? Not a single one of you will leave today. The fish demon had leapt into the air again, looking down with amusement at the panicking investigators, unable to suppress its laughter. Did you truly think I summoned those beasts to attack without purpose? Faced with the onslaught of the demon beasts, they naturally tightened their formation, and as the thick mist obscured their vision, they instinctively sought to shield one another. During this time, the fish demon crafted a barrier cage, trapping the flock of sheep within. Don't worry, I won't kill you so quickly. After all, I've already consumed 2 people today, so it's prudent to stockpile a bit more food. Upon hearing this, realization dawned on the crowd. The missing investigators, including the one who had gone searching, had all fallen victim to the demon's malevolence. Just then, from beyond the barrier, a figure approached, covered in blood. He looked as though he had just returned from a hellish battle. Chen Nian. Indeed, Chen Nian had fortuitously avoided being trapped inside, as he alone had charged deep into the fray to slay the beasts. What? The fish demon narrowed its eyes, revealing a hint of astonishment. It had not anticipated that a lone sheep had escaped its grasp. Nonetheless, it was of little consequence. With merely a 3-realm aura, it could easily crush him. Chen Nian, don't come over. Quickly call for backup from headquarters. Yi shouted. Although she understood Chen Nian's extraordinary combat prowess, she knew he could not possibly contend with this demon. Remaining here would be tantamount to courting death. What are you saying? We're all comrades here. Could I abandon you? Chen Nian looked up at the monstrous fish with a bull's head and serpent's tail, raising his hand to gather his strength, swiftly forming a blood moon great bow. I do not relish looking up at others. Come down. With a resounding thud, the great bow shot forth like a missile. The fish demon dodged, yet was still grazed. This brat dares to attack me? Seeking death, are we? It dove down, intent on crushing this human with ease, perhaps torturing him before devouring him in front of everyone. Suddenly, the fish demon realized it could not move. What is happening? Its hands and feet were ensnared by blood-red chains emerging from the void, immobilizing it completely. The execution chain of slaughter sequence 032, death of AOL. To its surprise, the enhanced skill could indeed restrain a 5-realm demon. Ganlong, come forth. As the command was issued, a massive black wolf materialized beside Chen Nian. Tear her apart. The wolf darted forward but collided with a transparent barrier. Although restrained, the fish demon still wielded formidable spiritual power to create a protective shield. Did you think a mere wolf could challenge me? Once this spell fades, I shall relish in slowly torturing you, human. The fish demon seethed through clenched teeth. Is that so? Chen Nian recalled that Ganlong had recently learned a new skill that allowed it to transform into any creature it had previously consumed. In an instant, Ganlong's form expanded dramatically, metamorphosing into a colossal beast akin to Godzilla, towering several meters high. This was the very creature Chen Nian had forcibly slain with his martial saint powers. The fish demon's expression shifted instantaneously, its lips quivering, eyes reflecting intense disbelief. 6th realm. No, it's impossible. Chen Nian replied calmly. By the way, didn't you enjoy feasting on humans? Ganlong, devour her, slowly. Thus, Ganlong crushed the protective barrier beneath its paws. Extending its claws, it tore through the demon's wings, blood gushing forth as it screamed in agony. The devourer shall be devoured by a human. In her final moments, she experienced nothing but despair. Chapter 74. Invitation to the Divine Weapon Conference. Blood Hunt Feast Effect triggered. Blood Strength 7. Chen Nian's recent monster slaying had propelled his blood strength by nearly 20, granting him 2 opportunities for divine gifts. Gan had begun to feast upon the demon's carcass, and the barrier restraining the crowd finally dissipated. Inside, everyone was left in stunned silence. I can't believe my eyes. Where did that wolf come from? Why did it suddenly assist Chen Nian? That beast must be under his command. Another 5-realm leader weakly raised his head, lost in thought. Initially filled with despair, they now found hope through Chen Nian's intervention. Truly, the disciple of the martial saint, capable of unleashing power far beyond his realm. This is the true definition of a super genius. Chao Meng, who had previously mocked Chen Nian, now felt a surge of anxiety. Thank goodness I had been polite enough to return the beasts to him. Anyone who dares claim that Chen Nian lacks strength is a fool. The nickname Bloodhand Butcher was not earned lightly. Chen Nian, how did your summoned creature become so powerful? Yi inquired curiously. That ability to transform at will turned out to be perfectly timed. Thank goodness you also came to Feiyu Island. Had you not, we might never have seen you again. Why is no one laughing? This is a double entendre. Not seeing you means literally and metaphorically being dead. Before Xie could finish his banter, he received an elbow from Yi. Stop with the nonsense and help take care of our injured companions. Just as everyone had taken a moment to regroup, a large ship appeared on the horizon. The vessel docked, and a group of individuals disembarked. As they approached, Chen Nian recognized their martial attire. Concluding they were not from the 749 Bureau. Who could they be, and what purpose brought them to this deserted island? Soon, the group of over a dozen approached, and the leading man stepped forward, addressing them. Is this the 749 Bureau? Indeed, who are you? We hail from Bingzhong. Bingzhong? Chen Nian inquired of Yaya. What kind of organization is that? As the name suggests, it is an organization dedicated to weapon forging. Many of the magical artifacts and weapons we procure in 749 come from them, including the flying sword you wield. They are undoubtedly the most authoritative weapon forging site in the world. A man explained, a few days ago, our mining vessel was lured and attacked by a monster while at sea. Only 1 or 2 managed to escape. We have come to vanquish that creature and rescue the others. What brings you here? So many of you are injured, as if you have just survived a great battle? The leader chuckled ruefully. Are you looking for a monster that has the body of a fish, the head of an ox, and the tail of a serpent? Indeed. We just fought a fierce battle with it. Upon hearing this, the man was taken aback. That monster escaped? No, it was slain by one of our investigators. It was he. The leader's gaze fell upon Chen Nian. Him? The Bingzhong members scrutinized Chen Nian, their expressions filled with skepticism. We came here with great fanfare to tackle that elusive monster, accompanied by 3 masters of the 5th realm. Yet this lad clearly emanates the aura of a mere 4th realm practitioner, and he managed to defeat the monster? This is quite the jest. The Bingzhong members chuckled but did not respond. Your disbelief is understandable. Had I not witnessed it myself, I would not have believed it either. By the way, my name is Chen Nian. Chen Nian? That name sounds somewhat familiar. A subordinate approached quietly. Recently, the martial saint has taken on a disciple by that name. What? A disciple of the martial saint? They are certainly not unfamiliar with that name. Anyone accepted as a disciple by a saint is undoubtedly among the top talents of this age. For instance, the sword saint's disciple Yi Qinglian and the blade saint's disciple Yu Nongzhou are both exceptional prodigies. However, despite their surprise, the members of Bingzhong held little regard for the martial saint due to one reason. Chu Wuwang had always looked down upon those who relied on weapons, believing instead in the sanctity of the physical body and absolute personal strength. It could be said that he was brawn over brains. Let us conduct our investigation first. The Bingzhong members entered the island and, after some inquiry, quickly located the monster's lair, even discovering numerous torn clothing fragments and bones. It appeared that the previous disciples had indeed fallen victim, and the monster had been dispatched. It seems we owe a debt of gratitude to the martial saint's disciple, the Bingzhong members remarked. Known for their clear sense of grievances, they returned to the 749 encampment to express their thanks to Chen Nian. Brother, thank you. You have avenged us by slaying that monster. A formal invitation from Bingzhong was presented to Chen Nian. Upon opening it, he found the words Shinbing Hui prominently displayed at the top. What is this? Chen Nian asked, puzzled. Yi Yaya exclaimed in astonishment. An invitation to the Shinbing Hui. This is the grand event held every 3 years by Bingzhong. Those who receive an invitation can select a weapon based on their abilities. Indeed, if you are interested, you are welcome to attend. Although outwardly polite, Tang Tai pondered that surely this disciple of the martial saint would disdain to participate in the Shinbing Hui, as they relied on physical prowess. Years ago, Bingzhong had invited Chu Wuwang, only to be outright rejected. Had it not been for a personal favor, They would never have extended an invitation to a disciple of the martial saint. All right, I will definitely attend. To their surprise, Chen Nian accepted with enthusiasm, showing neither disdain nor scorn. This left the Bingzhong group astonished. They had not expected this martial saint disciple to be so reasonable, unlike the brawny and simple-minded Chu Wuwang. I can bring 2 friends along, right? Of course, that is no issue. The Bingzhong group then departed by boat. On board, Tang Tai could not contain his joy and began to hum. Senior brother, what has you in such high spirits? Just think, when Chen Nian attends the Xinbing Hui, he will surely encounter many prodigies from various sects. After all, winning weapons at the Xinbing Hui is all about strength. If he does not perform well, won't that be a slap in Chu Wuwang's face, proving him wrong about us weapon users? Haha, this Xinbing Hui is going to be quite entertaining. If I recall correctly, the Blade Saint's disciple will also be there to select a weapon, right? Indeed. Perhaps we will witness a clash between the disciples of the Martial Saint and the Blade Saint. Chapter 75, Dragon God Sequence, New Abilities? During his rest period, Chen Nian opened the accumulated 2 divine gifts. First time, activate. 3 options immediately appeared. 1. Blood Strength 3-2. Acquire Random Kill Sequence Ability 3. Acquire Random Dragon God Sequence Ability. There is even a chance to gain Dragon God abilities. This was a tremendous surprise for Chen Nian. Previously, through the Vampire Bloodline ability after absorbing the blood of the little dragon girl, he had unexpectedly triggered a bug that awakened the Dragon God's divinity. Now he could acquire the ability of that divinity through this method. Then I choose 3. In the next moment, a plethora of cards surrounded Chen Nian. He selected one, and light erupted. Dragon God Sequence 090. Insight into Dragon Script. Ability effect. Enables you to understand Dragon Script. What is this? What use is that? Chen Nian muttered. Then activated the second divine gift. The options appeared once more. 1. Blood Strength 3-2. Blood Regeneration Speed 5-3. Blood Sovereign's blood can be stored externally. Does this mean that in the future, I won't need to draw blood from my body to activate this ability? That is quite convenient. He only needed to use a vessel to store blood and carry it with him to summon it for battle at any time. That was certainly an improvement. After slaying numerous monsters, the spiritual energy Chen Nian absorbed filled nearly a dozen spirit apertures within him. Breakthrough Realm. LV13. As for his upcoming plans, the Xinbing Hui was set to commence in 7 days. He would join in the festivities. Meanwhile, under the bright moonlight, in a secluded valley, 3 investigators from 749 were concealed in the shadows, all of whom were A-class, even S-class, powerhouses. They were here because a large stronghold of the 10,000 Demon Temple was hidden within this valley. It should be correct. This place is protected by a barrier, and no clues are visible from the outside. Only by breaking the barrier can its true nature be revealed. Let us contact headquarters. Despite their high realms and formidable strength, they dared not act rashly against this stronghold. Headquarters, this is S-Class Investigator Su Yin. We have located a 10,000 Demon Temple stronghold near the Taiwu mountain range. There are likely 8th-tier major demons inside. To eliminate this stronghold, we will need reinforcements. Received. Dispatching high-level investigators will require some time. Please remain hidden and do not act recklessly. After contacting headquarters, Su Yin said to his companions, then we will lie in wait nearby and observe. Understood. Just then, a figure fell from the sky like a meteor, crashing heavily to the ground. The entire mountain range seemed to tremble violently. Who is this fool? It's over. The demons inside are bound to be alarmed. Wait, that person is Chu Sr.? The newcomer is a robust middle-aged man with a disheveled beard, his arms wrapped in bandages, and his dark skin is adorned with powerful muscles. It is the martial sage, Chu Wuwang. A few investigators hurriedly approached. Junior Investigator Su Yin of the 749 Bureau greets you, Senior Chu. May I ask how you came to be here? Naturally. I am here to eliminate the Wanma Temple stronghold. It turns out that Chu Wuwang has been discreetly investigating with his subordinates and just happened to discover the Wanma Temple outpost here. Thus he ventured alone to confront it. Senior, you are here to assist the 749 Bureau. Su Yin rejoiced. Don't flatter yourself. What makes you think the 749 Bureau warrants my attention? I am here to avenge my disciple. Not long ago, the scoundrels of the Wanma Temple nearly caused my disciple harm. You mean your disciple is the one named Chen Nian? Indeed. Su Yin and the others then realized they had inadvertently summoned the martial sage to assist them due to Chen Nian's influence. Chu Wuwang surveyed the surroundings. So there is a protective barrier. No wonder it is not easily detected. In that case, he raised his fist. With a speed so swift it appeared as mere afterimages, he condensed his 5 fingers into a fist and struck forward with a mere inch. Mountain-shattering fist. Boom. The barrier was shattered instantly, and the outpost in the valley came into view. The first thing that caught their eye was a grand altar engulfed in a dark blue flame, surrounded by towering stone monuments inscribed with complex runes. And behind it stood a magnificent black palace. At this moment, a multitude of demons had already been roused from the palace, ranging from the 2nd to the 6th tier, numbering at least 100. It seems the scale of this stronghold is not insignificant. Suddenly, a black mist surged from the palace, transforming midair into a demon with pitch-black wings, its voice resonating with fury. Who dares seek death? Upon seeing this demon, Su Yin and the others gasped in astonishment. It is the 13th ranked of the Wanma Temple, the Darkwing Demon, with a bounty of 200 million on the 749 list. 8th tier, dragon level. They silently rejoiced that they hadn't acted recklessly, unaware of such a formidable demon lurking within. An 8th tier dragon level is not something an ordinary 8th tier powerhouse can contend with. However, fear was now absent. Chu Wuwang laughed heartily, soaring into the air, his voice echoing like an ancient bell, reverberating through the heavens. I am Chu Wuwang, the one who will annihilate this place. Upon hearing this name, the multitude of demons below were instantly frightened out of their wits. Chu Wuwang is the martial sage. A holy figure has arrived. This is not good. Flee quickly. Even the great demon with wings trembled in fear, its pupils dilating. How did the martial sage come here? What business does a holy figure have? Slaying demons like the 749 Bureau? In a flash, it lost its bravado, its first instinct being to escape. Even among the top 10 experts of the Heavenly Demon Palace, none would dare claim to be his match, let alone itself. Want to run? It's too late. From now on, anyone who dares to harm my disciple should think twice. Chu Wuwang raised his fist once more and struck downwards. This time, it was not the mountain-shattering fist. Instead, it was the inch force opening heaven. The force of his punch obliterated everything below in an instant. The demons had hardly begun to escape before they were annihilated on the spot. Even the 8th tier great demon could not evade the range of this punch. It hastily erected a dark shield to withstand it for half a second. Just half a second. No. The dark shield shattered, and it was reduced to mere dust in the air. The palace, the altar, the stone monuments, everything was laid to waste under the might of a single punch. Su Yin and the others could only stare in disbelief. This is the power of the martial sage. Utterly terrifying. Headquarters, reinforcements are unnecessary. The martial sage has already leveled this outpost. Chu Wuwang returned to the ground, feeling somewhat bored. It was resolved so swiftly. He ventured into the ruins of the palace, hoping to find any remaining survivors, but instead discovered an underground chamber. It appeared to be a hidden storage. However, most of the items inside had been destroyed, yielding nothing of interest. Wait. Chu Wuwang noticed a black box protected by a defensive barrier, which remained intact. What treasures could be contained within that required such stringent protection? Upon opening it, he found something akin to a manual. What is this writing? It twists and turns like a worm. I cannot comprehend it. Chapter 76, Longwen Ancient Book. 9 Heavens Dragon Chant. At the command center, Chu Wuwang has resolved all the demons in this area. The martial sage? Why did he suddenly intervene to assist us at the 749? It is said he came to reprimand the Wanma Temple on behalf of Chen Nian, to prevent any random fools from targeting his disciple. In any case, reinforcements are no longer needed. Understood. The 749 Bureau found this situation both amusing and exasperating. Who would have thought they would benefit simply from Chen Nian's influence? Under normal circumstances, inviting a holy figure to intervene is no easy task. Meanwhile, Chu Wuwang took the ancient book back and sought the counsel of a highly respected elder well-versed in both ancient and modern knowledge. What is this writing? I have never seen it before. The elder donned his spectacles and studied it for a moment. His pupils, nearly sunken into his eye sockets, suddenly constricted. Is this the Longwen? Longwen. Though I cannot decipher its contents, this script is historically documented and is likely a genuine Longwen manual. Chu Wuwang furrowed his brows in confusion. How could such a thing be found in the Wanma Temple's underground palace? Perhaps they stumbled upon the legacy of the Dragon Abyss town and acquired this artifact. In terms of archaeology, this is indeed a marvelous treasure. Dragon Abyss town? It is said there exists an isolated town in the world that has formed a bond with the Dragon clan. They are friends with dragons, practice dragon arts, and naturally comprehend Longwen. It is said that anyone who emerges from Dragon Abyss town is a powerful figure in turbulent times. Chu Wuwang stroked his chin, nodding in vague understanding. Chu Wuwang, since you cannot make use of this, why not leave it to me for research? Naturally, should I achieve any breakthroughs, the benefits would not elude you. No, not at all. Chu Wuwang snatched the manual back, grinning. I shall gift it to my disciple. You. Chu Wuwang thought to himself that Chen Nian and Ning Ming were quite close to that dragon maiden. It would be best to let them have a look at this. The elder was infuriated, his beard bristling. You, Chu Wuwang, what use could your disciple possibly have for such a precious ancient book? It is utterly vexing. If he is capable, let him attend the Divine Armament Conference. I would like to see what makes him so exceptional. That is absolutely out of the question. I am a practitioner of martial arts, and so is my disciple. We are not suited for wielding blades or firearms. So what purpose would we have at the Divine Armament Conference? A crude martial artist. If you are afraid your disciple cannot measure up to the young geniuses of other sects, then that is your own insecurity. Your provocation has no effect on me. I bid you farewell. Chu Wuwang opened a 3-person discussion group, informing Chen Nian and Ning Ming of this matter. Ning Ming expressed disinterest. Thus the ancient book fell into Chen Nian's hands. Long one. Chen Nian was unexpectedly delighted upon hearing this news. Due to his prior understanding of sequential abilities, he was fortunate enough to comprehend the dragon script and unexpectedly came into possession of an ancient tome written in this script. Upon holding it, he indeed found himself able to decipher its contents. Dao Fa Jiao Shao Long Yin. The golden scale is not merely a creature of the pond. Once it encounters the winds and clouds, it transforms into a dragon. The 9 heavens dragon's roar astonishes the world as the winds and clouds converge in shallow waters. Merely reading these lines, Chen Nian felt an overwhelming aura of dominance, as if the moment this blade was drawn, it would gaze down upon the world, claiming unrivaled supremacy. The 9 heavens dragon's roar? I have never heard of it. Indeed, it is an ancient martial technique inherited from the dragon abyss that commands respect among the human race. Chu Wuwang smiled broadly. If the Blade Saint were to learn of this, he would likely fawn over me, begging for my favor, haha. Chen Nian expressed his gratitude, realizing he had struck gold this time. However, given the remarkable prowess of this sword technique, it must be complemented by an exceptional blade, right? The blade formed solely from his blood, while possessing hardness and strength, ultimately lacked its spirit and essence. If he could acquire a fine sword at the Divine Weapon Conference, it would be the perfect match for this martial skill. By the way, Master, I intend to attend the Divine Weapon Conference at the Bingzhong to procure a fine sword. Your skills are rather unrefined. Why are you pondering sword techniques instead of diligently practicing your boxing and kicking? Of course, the foundation lies in boxing and kicking, with sword techniques as a supplementary means to diversify combat strategies. Very well, but you must possess an invitation to attend the conference. The Bingzhong will not issue one to your master, given my previous jests at their expense. I already have the invitation. What? Chen Nian produced the invitation, explaining the situation. All right, if that is the case, we shall join the festivities and see how capable those wielding swords and guns truly are. In the following days, Chen Nian departed from 749 and returned home in the Haigang district, immersing himself in the study of Jiao Shao Long Yin. 2 days later, a visitor unexpectedly arrived at his home, a duo consisting of a sweet girl and a fierce little girl. Qianlong, Ning Ming, what brings you here? I, of course, have come to serve as her bodyguard. Quickly, order me some takeout. I want to drink Ba Wang Cha Ji. Chen Nian chuckled helplessly. It is still early. The shops have yet to open, senior sister. Chen Nian, I heard you obtained an ancient book written in dragon script. Let me see. Here. It truly is dragon script. You can comprehend it. I learned it by chance. Qianlong smiled brightly, raising her delicate finger to trace characters in the air, their flowing trajectories forming several words. Let me test you. How do you pronounce these characters? You are truly beautiful. Thank you for the compliment. Hee. Qianlong's eyes sparkled with delight. Chen Nian's ability to understand dragon script endeared him to her further. By the way, this ancient book contains a strand of true dragon's intent, meant to guide future generations in their studies. I can extract it and infuse it into your body. What is its purpose? Chen Nian inquired. The essence contained within this intent undoubtedly holds the secrets and nuances of this sword technique, allowing you to learn it with remarkable efficiency. Such a boon. Yes, please. Chen Nian exclaimed with joy, realizing that this sword technique was indeed profound, and learning it would require considerable time. Unexpectedly, a shortcut had presented itself. It seemed that flattery had its advantages, after all. As Qianlong began to perform her incantation, a strand of intent was swiftly infused into Chen Nian's brow. In an instant, a torrent of insights surged within him. Suddenly, he envisioned a figure skillfully wielding this sword technique, each move appearing as if dancing with a dragon. Previously, Chen Nian had studied a sword technique, Jinghong Yulong Dao, in the 749 Logistics Department. However, That technique was merely a shell without spirit. The difference was stark. The imitation of the dragon's essence could not compare to the real thing. If he could master it, it would surely astonish the world. How does it feel? Thanks to you, my progress in comprehension has accelerated at least tenfold. I'm glad to assist. Just remember to treat us to some milk tea later. In the following days, Chen Nian diligently practiced. Finally, the day of the Divine Weapon Conference arrived. To be honest, another book better suited to the author's personal style is forthcoming. But it'll take some time. It will certainly be released in February. Chapter 77. The opening of the Divine Weapon Conference. The Divine Weapon Conference, hosted by Bingzhong Mountain, takes place once every 3 years, attracting young talents from across the land. The reason is simple. The weapons crafted by Bingzhong are universally acknowledged to be of the highest quality. As long as you possess the skill, you can acquire them for free. After bidding farewell to each other, Chen Nian and Ning Ming gathered Yi and Xie Yi to broaden their horizons. Chen Nian, you finally made it. Let us hurry. Yi exclaimed excitedly. I heard that all major sects have sent their young geniuses to compete for the weapons. It will be quite lively. Most people cannot obtain invitations, so I'm glad to be with you. But neither of you has flying artifacts. My flying sword might not be able to carry 3 people at once, Xie Yi pointed out. How about we squeeze together? Here's an idea, Chen Nian. You can bind Xie Yi with your blood, hang him from the tail of the sword, while we stand on it, and we'll be good to go. That's not a bad suggestion. Huh. Thus, Chen Nian and Yi stood atop the flying sword, while Xie Yi dangled in midair, soaring 1,000 meters high toward Bingzhong Mountain. Bingzhong Mountain loomed majestically among rugged peaks, shrouded in mist, presenting a breathtaking view. Wow, there are so many people. As they looked around, they noticed a continuous influx of individuals arriving from all directions, with various luxury vehicles parked at the mountain's foot. The group successfully landed and had to present their invitations at the entrance to gain entry to the mountain. As soon as they touched down, Chen Nian felt a response from his black card. It seemed that members of the Genius Club had also arrived, which was quite reasonable, as those geniuses were qualified to receive invitations. Please enter. After their invitations were verified, the 3 of them stepped into Bingzhong Mountain. The mountain was adorned with an array of weapons, swords, spears, sabers, and halberds, along with staffs, whips, fans, and hammers, all present in abundance. Along the paths, there were forests of swords and sabers, some rusted while others still gleamed with metallic luster. Soon, they reached a platform halfway up the mountain, where a large crowd had gathered around it. Everyone, an elder's voice boomed from the platform. This is the human weapon platform. Prepare yourselves for the upcoming event, which will commence in 1 hour. Human weapon? What does that mean? Chen Nian and his companions exchanged puzzled glances. You're visiting for the first time and don't even know this. The distribution of weapons by Bingzhong consists of 4 tiers: human weapon, spirit weapon, earth weapon, and heaven weapon. A young man in white, wielding a long sword, explained, the higher the weapons tier, the better it is. This is merely the first threshold. Thank you for the explanation, Chen Nian replied politely, turning to Yi and Xie Yi. Since we are here, our goal is undoubtedly the heaven weapon. Such lofty aspirations. There is only one heaven weapon every 3 years. It is not something that can be obtained through mere words, the young man in white murmured. What if I manage to acquire it? Chen Nian retorted with a smile. If you manage to acquire it, then you shall eat dung? I didn't realize you were such a glutton. Enough of that. I shall not engage with someone so coarse. The young man in white snorted and ignored Chen Nian. Just as Chen Nian returned, he heard Yi whisper, that pretty boy seems a bit effeminate, even less manly than me. Indeed, you are my good friend. Soon, an hour had passed. Around the arena, hundreds had gathered, hailing from various sects and factions. Ladies and gentlemen, 100 weapons of human quality are about to be unveiled. Those who wish to seize them may act freely. The capable shall prevail. As the words fell, a multitude of silver beams suddenly descended from the sky, resembling a cascade of falling stars. Indeed, these were nearly 100 weapons of human quality. Act now. That sword shall be mine. That spear looks splendid. It is destined for me. People leaped into the air, commencing a fierce scramble for the weapons above, igniting a chaotic melee. Naturally, Chen Nian and his companions refrained from participating. The white-clad man also abstained, seeming to disdain the so-called human weapons. It could be said that those competing were merely the dregs of society. Soon, the weapons were completely claimed. Congratulations to all for acquiring your desired weapons. Those wishing to contend for spiritual weapons, please continue up the mountain. Let us proceed. We have come all this way and naturally wish to acquire superior weapons. However, before them lay a fork in the path. Guarding the entrance was none other than the senior from the Bingzhong who had delivered Chen Nian's invitation. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are ordinary guests here to observe, please take the left path. Those wishing to claim weapons, proceed to the right. Someone inquired. What is the difference between the two paths? The left poses no obstacles. The right, however, will subject you to the spiritual pressure of the Mountain Lord. Only those who can ascend within an hour will qualify to compete for spiritual weapons. So there is a test after all. Naturally, with so many participants. Without some form of selection, resources would surely fall short. Yi Ya and Xie Yi were merely spectators, and thus chose the left path. Go ahead. We shall await your arrival above. Very well, you go first. Chen Nian followed the others onto the right path. As he ascended, he immediately felt an invisible and terrifying weight pressing down from above, akin to bearing an immense burden upon his shoulders. Many collapsed on the spot, some unable even to rise. Chen Nian found himself half kneeling, not solely due to the pressure from above, but because his limbs were already tethered with a weight of 4,000 pounds, a burden he had scarcely shed, per Chu Wuwang's instructions. This was akin to enduring double the strain. At this moment, the disparity among individuals became starkly apparent. One individual, seemingly unaffected, moved with remarkable speed. Who could that be? The disciple of the Blade Saint, Yunongzhou, who had slain demons at 10, battled across realms at 15, and reached the pinnacle of the Xiaxijing at 20, an unequivocal prodigy. How could one compare to him? And there was also the robed figure, Li Qingcheng of Qingqing Mountain, rumored to be a once-in-a-millennium talent in Taoist arts. Those ahead were all undeniable geniuses. At this juncture, the previously elegant white-clad man passed by Chen Nian. Are you not here to claim a heavenly weapon? How can you lag behind? Chen Nian detected the sarcasm in his tone. You go ahead, I shall catch up shortly. Well, let me offer you a kind reminder. Do not overexert yourself, lest you suffer internal injuries. I shall proceed first. His intentions were not ill. Chen Nian smiled, rising to face the dual pressures and trudging forward. On the mountain, in the VIP section, seated there were the elders of various sects in the upper echelons of Jinzhong Mountain, all prominent figures within the realm of spiritual practitioners. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky, clad in tight-fitting attire, bandages wrapped around his hands, muscles bulging. Chu Wuwang, what brings him to this gathering? The martial saint? Has he not always looked down upon those who wield weapons? What a rare guest. An elderly man stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Could it be that Chu Wuwang was provoked that day? By the way, Yunongzhou, the disciple of the Blade Saint, has arrived. And Li Qingcheng from Qingqing Mountain is here too. Even the martial saint's disciple has come to join. Yet, where is the disciple of the Sword Saint? Chu Wuwang stepped forward, audaciously seizing a chair from a noble guest, and began munching on the delicacies on the plate. Settle down and watch my disciple's performance. Chapter 78. Chen Nian, is someone trying to show off in front of me? A remark from Chu Wuwang sparked a cacophony of chatter. His disciple has come too? What can he achieve with mere martial skills? He is just wasting resources. Which disciple is this? I am curious to see what remarkable feats he can display. On the live broadcast, the leading competitors swiftly reached the finish line. As time ticked away, others gradually arrived. However, it was not until the last 10 minutes that Chen Nian made his appearance, arriving precisely on time. This is my disciple. Chu Wuwang indicated Chen Nian on the screen. Haha, it seems he is not up to par. This challenge is not particularly difficult, yet he struggles so. Indeed, old Chu, your disciple should possess formidable physical prowess. Yet I see no remarkable traits. What nonsense, he is only getting started. Chu Wuwang leisurely sipped his tea, fully aware that Chen Nian was still under his weighted training regimen, and that now was not the time for him to unleash his full potential. Hundreds had attempted the challenge, 2/3 eliminated, leaving nearly 100 to pass through. Congratulations to you all. You now possess the qualification to contend for spiritual weapons. There are a total of 17 spiritual weapons, still operating on the principle of survival of the fittest. However, I hope you will handle the competition with care and refrain from excessive force. Begin. As the command resounded, the 17 spiritual weapons soared into the air, igniting another frenzied scramble. Securing a spiritual weapon would indeed be a significant gain, for these were the finest produced by the Bingzhou. Such weapons would fetch hundreds of contribution points in the 749 realm. Aren't you going to seize one? The white-clad man gazed at Chen Nian. You cannot possibly wish to claim a heavenly weapon after struggling through the previous challenge. Chen Nian shot a glance at the fair-faced youth. To ensure you eat humble pie, I shall give it my utmost. You are simply. The youth raised his hand but then lowered it in exasperation. Too vulgar. I shan't bicker with you. Soon, the segment for seizing spiritual weapons concluded. A middle-aged man, clad in a trench coat and exuding an imposing presence, hovered in midair. the leader of Bingzhong Mountain. Tanghong. Next, you shall all face 3 trials, each guarded by a sentry automaton. Defeating the automaton will earn you a terrestrial weapon. His booming voice echoed throughout the valley. The main event was finally upon them. Terrestrial weapons, considered rare and formidable in the realm of spiritual practitioners. Bingzhong Mountain had prepared for 3 years, producing only 3. Now, true talents would clash. All participants brimmed with excitement, and the onlooking audience was finally stirred to enthusiasm. Fortunately, in this technological age, each trial could be live-streamed, with the scenes projected onto large screens, allowing those who had arrived early, like Yi Yaya and her companions, to enjoy the spectacle. Chen Nian proceeded with the crowd and soon reached the entrance of a canyon. This trial was named Hurricane Pass, where the guarding automaton would continuously unleash powerful wind blades. Assess your abilities and proceed. Defeating the final automaton will grant you the terrestrial weapon, Windsweeping Sand Gun. Chen Nian pondered. It appears that in order to ultimately qualify for the contest of the Celestial Soldiers, one must successfully navigate through all 3 trials. This serves as a selection mechanism. The strong advance while the weak are left behind. However, this particular challenge poses no pressure for me. The wind blades cannot harm me. With a burden of several thousand jin, I remain impervious to their force. As Chen Nian contemplates, several individuals ahead have already begun to confront the trials. The fierce wind blades, even with my spiritual energy shielding me, still manage to cut my skin. This is untenable. I can no longer withstand it. One unfortunate fellow suddenly finds his clothing tattered, his body bruised and battered, with even his undergarments shredded by the wind blades, as he hastily covers himself and flees. The fair-skinned youth quickly shields his eyes with a look of disgust, exclaiming, "How filthy! What kind of man are you, covering your eyes like that? Mind your own business." The fair-skinned youth glances at Chen Nian, advising, "Worry about yourself. This domain of wind is not for the faint-hearted. Be cautious, or you might end up like that man." "Do not fret. I have no penchant for public embarrassment," retorts Chen Nian, confidently stepping forward into the tempestuous winds. Blood begins to flow from the storage gourd, forming an umbrella before him, perfectly shielding him from the oncoming wind blades. Is he truly capable? The fair-skinned youth observes in astonishment, cautiously activating his spiritual energy shield as he advances step by step, not daring to allow his garments to be torn, for that would be a profound humiliation. Fortunately, while his spiritual energy may be limited, it suffices to withstand the wind blades. In the audience, whispers arise. Who is that? He traverses the wind domain effortlessly, as if strolling through a garden. Dressed in a blue tunic and carrying a wooden sword, he is clearly a disciple of Qingqing Mountain. Could it be that he is Li Qingcheng, the disciple of the Tao Saint? It is quite possible. Qingqing Mountain's techniques are unparalleled, and it is said that he possesses extraordinary talent, harmonizing with nature, causing the wind blades to actively avoid him. Before long, Li Qingcheng reaches the end of the wind domain first, turning to regard the others with a faint smile. "Allow me to increase the difficulty for you." Suddenly, an 8-trigram formation manifests beneath his feet, illuminating the sun position. The winds respond to his command. In an instant, under the influence of his technique, the wind blades intensify several-fold. Within the wind domain, several individuals struggling to advance are instantly hurled away by the powerful wind blades, their efforts rendered futile. Why is he doing this? Yi Yaya protests indignantly. He is merely reducing the competition. This is a legitimate rivalry. After all, in the end, the contest for the celestial weapons is determined by prowess. If one cannot even surpass this hurdle, they deserve to be eliminated. In the audience, a maid anxiously clasps her hands under her chin, her eyes wide as she fixates on the broadcast screen, hardly daring to blink. "Oh no, miss. If you cannot withstand this, you will end up like those others, and your disguise will be utterly compromised." The fair-skinned youth holds his sword before him, his expression grave, as his hair whips wildly in the gusts. The onslaught of violent wind blades nearly overwhelms him. Damn that Qingqing monk. How utterly despicable. He can pass through easily. But why must he make it difficult for others? No, I cannot afford to humiliate myself here. I must maintain my dignity when I return home. Dozens struggle within the wind domain, reluctant to concede, yet unable to progress. At any moment, their hard-earned efforts could be undone. "Li Qingqing, why are you deliberately making this difficult for us?" Someone shouts in protest. "I am doing this for your own good. If you cannot even pass this trial, the subsequent competition will only bring you disgrace," Li Qingqing replies coolly. Just as everyone is struggling to hold their ground, one individual swims against the current, showing no signs of slowing down. It is him. The fair-skinned youth's eyes widen in disbelief. Indeed, it is Chen Nian. While he can pass through with ease, He cannot tolerate anyone showing off in front of him. He raises his fist and strikes out. The technique Cun. Bungshan unleashes a formidable force akin to a mountain descending upon them, colliding head-on with the multitude of wind blades. In an instant, the winds reverse direction, causing even Li Qingcheng to stagger back 2 steps. At this moment, all eyes are drawn to Chen Nian in astonishment. Chapter 79. What is wrong with letting a girl go first? The force of this punch has caused the entire wind domain to reverse flow. How powerful! Why had I not realized this fellow possessed such strength before? The other contestants feel a wave of relief wash over them. Seizing the opportunity to dash toward the finish line, the fair-skinned youth gazes at Chen Nian in a daze. So he had been concealing his strength all along. Fortunately, thanks to this person, I will not suffer a great humiliation on my first venture out into the world. He hastens forward to swiftly pass the trial. However, the most astonished of all is Li Qingcheng himself, a genius in Dao techniques and a disciple of the Dao Saint. Although he had only exerted a slight effort, it was not something an ordinary person could easily withstand. The punch he delivered felt as if a mountain was crashing toward him, the pressure making the air itself feel heavier. This was no ordinary martial technique. How intriguing. It seems this divine weapon conference has an unexpected dark horse, Yunongzhou remarks, cradling his sword with a subtle smile. This hardly qualifies as a dark horse, barring unforeseen circumstances. The ultimate contest for the celestial weapons will likely be between you and me. As disciples of the saints, should they acquire the celestial weapons from Bingzhong Mountain, it would not only enhance their combat prowess, but also elevate their status in the spirit energy realm, a dual boon of fame and fortune. Unfortunately, it is a pity that Luo Qiufeng is absent. His absence diminishes the excitement. It is said that he has been nurturing his sword since the age of 15. Now having spent a decade doing so, showing little interest in other weapons. Who does not know that his goal is to defeat the new disciples of the Star-Picking Tower? If we were to join the Star-Picking Tower in the future, a confrontation with him would be inevitable. After a brief discussion, the remaining participants have largely passed this trial. Those who could not succeed have chosen to concede. As Chen Nian reaches the finish line, the fair-skinned youth approaches, averting his gaze, awkwardly saying, "Thanks for that earlier. Has no one taught you to look someone in the eye when expressing gratitude?" "Thank you." Chen Nian chuckles, giving the fair-skinned youth a pat on the shoulder. "No need for thanks. Just remember, when I claim the celestial weapon, you owe me a red stone." "You." Chen Nian muses that the fair-skinned youth is exceptionally handsome, with a delicate oval face and clear, sparkling eyes, embodying a type that appeals to both genders. Watching him face difficulties brings a certain amusement. The audience erupted in exclamations after Chen Nian's display of skill. What kind of martial technique was that, with such formidable aftereffects? It seemed remarkably similar to Chu Wuwang's Cun. Indeed, that is his new disciple. He certainly possesses some talent. The current Divine Weapon Conference, initially thought to be a contest between Yunongzhou and Li Qingcheng, has unexpectedly become all the more intriguing. Hearing the praise, Chu Wuwang cannot help but smile faintly. This is merely the beginning. Chen Nian's earlier punch did not even unleash his dragon energy. We are far from seeing him at full strength. What lies ahead for Chen Nian and the others are the wind blade manufacturing war puppets, towering humanoid automatons approximately 5 meters tall, blocking their path. Defeating the war puppet will grant them the Earth-grade weapon, the Feng Wan Jingsha spear. However, each individual is permitted to wield but one weapon. Thus those who aspire to claim the heavenly arms are unlikely to act recklessly. Which brother has an interest in this weapon? Please feel free to make your move. For a moment, silence reigned. The capable were disinterested in the inferior quality, while those intrigued feared they might not prevail against the puppet. In light of this, shall I lend you all a hand? Yunongzhou stepped forward, and with a resonant hum, a long blade was drawn. The sword sliced through the air in a graceful arc, and with a clang, a dreadful fissure appeared on the surface of the puppet. Along with the rocky walls of the valley, the puppet collapsed with a thunderous crash, revealing the concealed inferior-grade weapon within. "Please, go ahead." Yunongzhou, of course, had no personal interest. His victory over the puppet was merely a means to advance. Behind him, several individuals hastily began to scramble for the weapon. Chen Nian continued onward. Soon, the second checkpoint emerged, where an elderly judge awaited at the entrance. This checkpoint was named the Lava Pass, requiring participants to traverse the volcanic region. Defeating the puppet at the end would grant them the inferior-grade folding fan, Yanhong. This challenge posed little difficulty. The volcanic area was merely characterized by extreme heat, with occasional fireballs launching towards the crowd. Those who had succeeded in the first trial felt no pressure here. Upon reaching the end, they engaged in a fierce battle with the magma puppet, swiftly vanquishing it. The final challenge was named the Snowstorm Pass, where defeating the puppet at the end would bestow the inferior-grade long sword, Shueji. Before them lay a frost-laden forest, a stark contrast to the volcanic landscape, adorned with jade trees and silver flowers. The difficulty level remained manageable. In no time, they arrived at the final challenge. A colossal ice giant obstructed their path, a long sword sealed within its translucent chest. Shueji is such a beautiful sword. The fair-skinned youth was instantly captivated, though he lacked skill. He thought it feasible to seize this inferior-grade weapon. The sword's exquisite appearance perfectly complemented his swordsmanship. Without hesitation, he soared into the air, engaging in combat with the ice giant. His agile figure danced fluidly, as the long sword in his hand unleashed a flurry of strikes, shattering the ice giant's form. Such elegant swordplay. Chen Nian chuckled. Such exquisite technique. How have I never encountered it before? Which sect does this individual belong to? In the audience, everyone wore a puzzled expression. The swordplay appeared impressive, yet its name eluded them. After a while, an elder suddenly chuckled knowingly. I recognize his origins, haha. Elder, do share with us. Not to be spoken of, not to be spoken of. What a riddle maker. The elder stroked his beard with a smile. Within the realm of spiritual energy, aside from the Zhaixing Tower, the foremost swordsman is the sword saint Yishao. Yet, prior to his ascension, there existed a female swordswoman. Her swordplay was ethereal and dynamic, a true delight to behold. She was once referred to as the Sword Fairy. In a later sword contest, she was defeated by Yishao, and their shared passion for the sword blossomed into romance, becoming a celebrated tale. The technique displayed by this individual is none other than that of the Sword Fairy. I recall they had a daughter. However, Yishao favored sons over daughters, refusing to teach her swordsmanship, which is why she learned from her mother. Given her disguise as a male, she clearly wished to avoid recognition. Thus I shall not expose her. Soon, the ice giant was shattered by the fair-skinned youth, and victory seemed within reach. Brother Yu, I, too, desire that sword. Would you assist me in obtaining it? A young woman pouted at Yu Nongzhou. She was his junior. But we practiced the saber. Why would you desire this sword? Oh, it's so lovely. It would make a delightful addition to my collection. Would you please help me? Very well. Yu Nongzhou raised his hand, and with a resonant hum, the sword cleaved through the air, piercing the crumbling ice giant. At the same time, he retrieved the Shueji sword. Here you go. Hee. Thank you, brother. This action undoubtedly rendered the fair-skinned youth's efforts in vain. He returned, seething with anger, glaring at the two. How could you do this? How so? You've struggled for so long. Who can you blame? The junior female scoffed. Yet I have already dealt a severe blow to that puppet. This is outright robbery. Humph. Brother U.S. intervention could have resolved it easily. Moreover, as a man, how can you be so petty? Allowing a girl to take it is hardly a crime. Is it? Chapter 80. He is a disciple of the martial saint. The fair-skinned youth had not anticipated being bullied on his first descent from the mountain. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words. By her tone, she was Yu Nongzhou's junior. The rules merely stipulated that each person could carry only one weapon, and there were no restrictions on such loophole exploitation. Infuriating. He was about to rush forward to reclaim the sword when he noticed Li Qingqing pointing into the void. As if a dragonfly skimming the water, the air rippled. The fair-skinned youth was immediately jolted backward, staggering several steps before regaining his footing. Sir, do not deceive yourself. Although Li Qingqing felt the junior's actions were somewhat inappropriate, he was still protective, deeming it trivial to offend an outsider. The fair-skinned youth was overwhelmed with an urge to discard his disguise and confront the woman. Had it not been for his father's preference for sons and refusal to teach him swordsmanship, forcing him to secretly learn from his mother, would he possess such limited skills? A wave of grievance surged within him. He had come down the mountain to prove his worth, hoping to gain his father's respect. He never anticipated this outcome. Alas, it is not worth it to expose myself over such trivial matters. Only I would suffer embarrassment. No one in the VIP section spoke up on his behalf. After all, one party was a disciple of the Qingqing Mountain Taoist sect, while the other was an inconspicuous individual. It was unnecessary to offend someone over such a minor issue. Hee. This sword is truly beautiful. I shall hang it above my bed to remind me of my brother. Do not be so naive. The fair-skinned youth retorted. Brother, he insulted me. Woe is me. I cannot endure such humiliation. You must help me teach him a lesson. Suddenly, a blood-red hand unexpectedly lunged from the side, snatching the sword from her grasp. The Shueji sword landed securely in Chen Nian's hands. What are you doing? The young woman was momentarily stunned. Then her fury flared. You dare steal my sword? Such audacity. Chen Nian smiled faintly. Apologies, but I am the man you call petty. What will you do about it? You are quite the nuisance. The woman seethed and struck at Chen Nian's chest, aiming to reclaim the Shueji sword. In an instant, a blood-red palm loomed larger in her vision. Slap! The woman was forcefully knocked away. Had it not been for Li Qingcheng's timely intervention, she would have likely fallen disgracefully. Nevertheless, a large red handprint now adorned her face. The disciples of Bingzhong Mountain had advised against using excessive force. Chen Nian had come to acquire weapons without causing fatalities, and thus maintained a level of decorum. A delightful turn of events. The fair-skinned youth was eager to cheer for Chen Nian, reveling in the satisfaction of the blow dealt. The young woman extended her hand, touching her stinging right cheek, her pupils instantly reflecting disbelief and resentment. Xixiang, how dare he hit me? My father has never laid a hand on me. You must help me take revenge, otherwise I will have no face to see anyone again. Li Qingcheng furrowed his brow. Given his status, he typically wouldn't concern himself with trivial matters, as intervening would be beneath him. However, this time, it was a matter involving the people of Qingqing Mountain, which altered the nature of the situation. If outsiders dared to bully them, as a Xixiang, he could not remain indifferent, lest others perceive Qingqing Mountain as an easy target. The others, having developed a fondness for Chen Nian due to his past assistance at the Hurricane Pass, began to voice their concerns. Brother, you should return it to them. Indeed. Regardless of Li Qingqing's terrifying strength, their background is Qingqing Mountain. It's not to be trifled with. Even if you manage to leave today, the consequences will not be pleasant. At that moment, a fair-skinned youth stood beside Chen Nian, declaring, from now on, you are my brother. I will protect you. His admiration for Chen Nian surged. Regardless of whether he was stepping in for him, such camaraderie was undeniably pleasant. He resolved to befriend this individual. As for the background, his was that of the Sword Saint, the foremost sword sect in the world. Xixiang, you must teach him a lesson. Look at my swollen face. I am utterly humiliated, urged the young woman. Pressured once more, Li Qingcheng had no choice but to act. A terrifying surge of spiritual energy gathered at his fingertips, which he directed toward Chen Nian. Breaking wind finger. As the gesture was made, a tempest arose, stirring up dust and debris. The power of that single finger created a fierce wind pressure, capable of tearing apart everything in its path. Chen Nian met the attack with a straightforward punch. Unadorned yet forceful. Although the finger and fist did not physically collide, the invisible clash of two overwhelming forces stirred the air, sending ripples through the atmosphere. This individual possesses considerable skill. It seems I must take this seriously. Li Qingqing's feet formed a Taiji Bagua formation as the leaf fire hex illuminated. In an instant, his fingertip ignited, the air warping from the intense heat, as he infused the attack with terrifying fire energy. The Taoist arts of Qingqing Mountain are unparalleled, capable of altering the natural world and controlling the forces of nature. Chen Nian, however, relied on no such embellishments. He momentarily retracted his punch, transforming it into a palm before advancing once more. First, he gathered his energy, then concentrated it, and finally unleashed it. The power of his entire being surged into his palm, erupting forth. One force breaks all methods. The impact sent Li Qingqing staggering backward. Fortunately, the defensive talisman he carried projected an energy barrier, shielding both himself and the young woman beside him from harm. Otherwise, he would have found himself in a very precarious situation. Impossible. Li Qingqing's mind swirled with disbelief. The first time he had been pushed back was due to underestimating his opponent and not taking the encounter seriously. Yet this second time was a direct confrontation. Although he exerted his full strength, he had been earnest. To his astonishment, even his protective talisman had been activated. This implied that the punch had the potential to injure him. His aura was merely at the initial stage of the breaking sky realm, while he himself stood at the pinnacle, capable of contending with those in the star transcendence realm. It could be said that he was exceptionally formidable, arguably the strongest breaking sky disciple beneath the star transcendence realm. The power Chen Nian had just unleashed indicated that his potential surpassed my own. You are surprisingly strong. The fair-skinned youth gazed at Chen Nian in shock, prepared to activate his talisman to protect him, only to find it unnecessary. Surrounding them, astonished murmurs arose. How could he seem to have the upper hand? This was impossible. His opponent was a disciple of the Tao Saint. Who exactly was he? The sheer terror of his strength left everyone in disbelief as they regarded Chen Nian. The young woman, appearing forlorn, stood frozen, gingerly touching her burning cheek. Unable to utter a word, it was her first time witnessing her Xixiang falter against a peer. At that moment, the Blade Saint disciple Yu Nongzhou stepped forward, chuckling as he patted Li Qingqing on the shoulder. Haha, Li Xiong, do not be too astonished. I believe I know who he is. Who? If I am not mistaken, he is a disciple of the martial saint. The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. A disciple of the martial saint? No wonder this young man was so formidable. Recent rumors of his exploits had circulated widely, crossing realms to eliminate powerful foes. I had thought them mere fabrications, but seeing his true self today, one could only describe him as unfathomable. The fair-skinned youth stared at Chen Nian, astonished. He had not expected this individual to be a disciple of Chu Wuwang. Earlier, he had heard tales of his extraordinary talents and had never imagined encountering him personally. This meant he indeed had the capability to seize the final heavenly weapon. It's over. Ordinarily, I would be cheering him on, but doing so would equate to ensuring my own defeat. Li Qingsheng withdrew, the Bagua formation dissipating like fireflies. Upon learning of Chen Nian's identity, he relinquished any desire to contend with him. Even if he were to win, it would require considerable effort, jeopardizing his chance to compete for the heavenly weapon. A confrontation should occur only at the final juncture. What a trivial earthly weapon. It is not worth my effort to contend for it. You may have it. Xixiao. The young woman stomped her foot in frustration, but a green light sealed her lips, rendering her unable to speak, only able to emit muffled sounds. Li Qingsheng cast her a glance, refraining from further comment as he continued forward. Seeing her protector depart, the young woman dared not utter another word, covering her swollen face in silence as she walked away. The fair-skinned youth was elated, reveling in the outcome. At that moment, Chen Nian approached him, wielding the Xueji sword. According to the rules of the Bingzhong Mountain, each person could only claim one weapon. Surely, he intended to seize the final heavenly weapon with the Xueji sword, which he was about to gift to me. Take it. Indeed. Chen Nian tossed the Xueji sword in his direction. The sword was elegantly slender, radiating a chilling aura and exuding a sharpness that was both aesthetically pleasing and of high quality. Thank you. We have only just met, and you bestow such a precious item upon me. I feel rather embarrassed. The fair-skinned youth mused, planning to repay this kindness in the future. You have misunderstood. Chen Nian spoke softly. I am entrusting it to you for safekeeping. Once I retrieve the heavenly weapon and leave Bingzhong Mountain, you shall return the sword to me. This way, we do not contravene the rules. What? The fair-skinned youth's eyes widened in surprise, clearly not expecting this turn of events. Are you trying to exploit a loophole? I just helped you settle the score with that girl, and now you wish to take the sword for free? It looks quite nice. Don't get ahead of yourself. Chen Nian chuckled, teasingly. You. The fair-skinned youth stomped his foot in frustration. You, a grown man, are stomping your foot? To say something unpleasant, I am more manly than my friend named Lao Ya. Her disguise was quite comprehensive. Her visage bore some resemblance, even possessing a subtle Adam's apple. Thus no ordinary person would perceive her as female. All right, how do you intend to deal with this sword? Chen Nian inquired. I have a friend who possesses ice abilities. This sword would suit her well, so I plan to gift it to her. The young man scoffed. Are you truly going to give it to a woman? How absurd. Am I merely a storage cabinet for your whims? He grasped the hilt of the Xueji sword, feeling the icy crystals of the sheath prick his palm. Let us assist each other. Harmony benefits us all. Then I wish you prosperity in your martial endeavors. Farewell. Despite his disdainful demeanor, the young man resolved to temporarily safeguard the Xueji sword for Chen Nian. He made his way out, fully aware that he lacked the qualifications to compete in the final contest for the celestial weapons, having only learned some sword techniques from his mother. If only his father had chosen to impart his knowledge to him instead of favoring Luo Qiufeng, he might have had a place in the fray. This thought darkened his mood, and his solitary figure exuded a sense of desolation. Hey! Chen Nian's voice called out from behind him once more. What is it? The young man's eyes sparkled with a hint of hope, momentarily believing Chen Nian had changed his mind. If I manage to seize the celestial weapon, do not forget about Qi Shi. The final stage would not be filled with laughter and jest. The battle for the celestial weapon would commence. It would take 3 full years for Bingzhong Mountain to forge an extraordinary weapon. Why would Bingzhong Mountain choose to bestow such a precious artifact upon someone? The answer was simple. The one who could seize the weapon would undoubtedly be a prodigy of the spiritual realm, and forming a connection with such a genius would provide an additional ally in the future, should Bingzhong Mountain face calamity. Those who had claimed weapons from here would undoubtedly lend a hand. Thus, while there were no saints overseeing the place, the true power may exceed that of any saint. Nearly 20 individuals would participate in the final round, most of whom were young talents from various sections. Though they understood they could not compare to the disciples of the saints, they still held a glimmer of hope. What if? Young talents, welcome to the final trial. An ethereal figure descended from the heavens. It was Tang Hong, the master of Bingzhong Mountain. He raised his fingers, directing an aura into the mountain, causing the entire Bingzhong Mountain to tremble violently. The sound of countless weapons resonated like a symphony, causing pain to the eardrums. And all the weapons embedded in the mountain began to shake uncontrollably. Even the newly emerged earth weapons could not suppress their buzzing. What are these weapons afraid of? Look up. Something is rising. At the summit, an ancient altar gradually ascended, surrounded by 9 dragon pillars, intricately linked by chains that converged at the center, where a blade awaited. This 5-foot-long sword was embedded in a pool of blood, pulsating with a dark crimson glow. This was the celestial weapon known as Shan Shuai. The name alone exuded a potent aura of slaughter. Indeed, merely gazing upon it from a distance is painful to the eyes. Tang Hong began to recount the origins of this sword. Deep within the 10,000 mountains of the southern region lived the Yuyo demon tribe. The demon king forged the blade from the first drop of morning dew, using the eyes of 900 children from his clan. The day the sword was completed, the entire tribe was slaughtered. 3 years ago, I and several friends traveled to the southern region and inadvertently encountered that bloodthirsty demon king, vanquishing him and seizing the demon's sword. We then brought it back to Bingzhong Mountain, subjecting it to the trials of lava, tempest, and profound ice for 3 years to purge its demonic essence and the corrupting influence on the mind, resulting in the celestial weapon you see before you. To tame it is no easy feat. You must gather around the altar. Fighting is prohibited for the next 15 minutes. After that, the final contest shall commence. Chen Nian's heart soared with excitement. This blade was perfectly suited for him. Chapter 82. The Domain Unleashed, Infinite Realm of Slaughter. Begin. With those words, everyone surged towards the altar. Only by enduring for a quarter of an hour could they qualify to compete for the weapon. Outside, the spectators began to engage in fervent discussions regarding the competitors. Who do you think will ultimately seize the celestial weapon? I see that the martial saint disciple Chen Nian shines brightly. He seems to have a good chance. No, Li Qingcheng did not use his full strength just now. Remember, he is at the pinnacle of the Peshao realm, a half step above that boy. And the disciple of the sword saint is rather unassuming. He may not be weaker than Li Qingcheng. Amidst their heated debates, Li Qingcheng's female companion cast a disdainful glance at the young man. A man needing protection from others? How embarrassing. The young man bristled with indignation. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that a woman should be protected by men? Do women possess some sort of gender advantage? How ridiculous. Who are you insulting? I insult whoever deserves it. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of words, nearly resorting to hair-pulling. Just wait. My senior brother will surely teach that boy a lesson. That remains to be seen. Your brother did not gain the upper hand just now. As the words left his mouth, the young man felt a strange sensation. Chen Nian had mentioned wanting the Qishir sword. Why was he suddenly defending him? At the altar, everyone had taken their positions. As Chen Nian stepped forward, a chilling aura of bloodlust enveloped him. The crimson mist swirled around him like a malevolent spirit, its icy breath penetrating his core, causing goosebumps to rise uncontrollably. It seemed that enduring for a mere quarter of an hour would not be a simple task. However, for Chen Nian, it posed no challenge. He could withstand the malevolent flames of the evil god and possessed the ability of infinite realm of slaughter. Would he fear this meager aura of bloodlust? Minutes later, the others began to exhibit various signs of distress. Some turned pale, others trembled, and some had bloodshot eyes. No, I can't hold on any longer. One individual coughed up blood into the central pool, unable to endure any longer, hastily retreating. I cannot persist either. Another knelt, veins bulging, as if they were about to burst. Soon, nearly half had been eliminated. Approximately 10 remained. Aside from Chen Nian, Li Qingcheng, and Yunongzhou, who felt little pressure. The others were under considerable strain, with several on the verge of collapse. At this moment, Li Qingcheng took action once more. A bagua formation appeared beneath his feet, and with hands formed in the Taiji stance, he moved his arms counterclockwise, manipulating the bloodlust aura that enveloped the area. The bloodlust energy coalesced towards his feet, like rivers converging into the sea, before he unleashed it with a single palm. The torrent of bloodlust surged directly toward Chen Nian. It turned out he was redirecting the bloodlust energy from the others, intending for Chen Nian to bear the brunt of it. It was akin to the great cosmic shift. The pressure on the others suddenly diminished, but Chen Nian would likely endure tenfold the strain. Let us see how you will respond. Li Qingcheng's lips curled into a faint smile. The profound techniques of Qingqing Mountain were unpredictable, and he aimed to force Chen Nian into a dire predicament. Of course, this did not violate the rules against fighting. He was merely transferring the bloodlust energy to Chen Nian. The flood of bloodlust surged forth like an awakening primordial beast, swiftly engulfing Chen Nian. The situation took a turn for the worse as Xiao Bai Lian instinctively bit her lip, her hands tightly gripping the hem of her garment, firmly aligning herself with Chen Nian in her heart. What was it I just said? The senior brother shows no mercy. He left him with no opportunity. Beside her, the junior sister wore a mocking expression, arms crossed, satisfaction written all over her face. The elders seated in the VIP area also witnessed this spectacle. That lad from Qingqing Mountain is indeed ruthless, haha. Chu Wuwang, it seems your disciple is in for a tough time. Unable to suppress his furrowed brows, Chu Wuwang acknowledged Chen Nian's combat prowess. Yet this particular technique was the forte of the Taoist practitioners from Qingqing Mountain. Perhaps there was indeed a possibility of elimination. On the altar, Chen Nian covered his eyes with his palm, his head bowed, appearing quite disheveled. Just when everyone believed he was on the verge of collapse, Chen Nian suddenly lifted his head, a manic smile curving his lips. Slowly, he removed his hand from his eyes, revealing a pair of breathtaking blood-red pupils. The domain unfolded, unleashing an infinite realm of slaughter. In an instant, all present on the altar were drawn into this spatial domain. What on earth is happening? Why has the surrounding environment transformed into this? People glanced around, only to see a blood moon hanging overhead and an endless sea of blood beneath their feet. It felt like a silent hell, tenfold more terrifying than the altar saturated with a bloodthirsty aura. Li Qingqing trembled, waves of shock surging within him. Is this the means of that young lad Chen Nian? He actually possesses such techniques, especially of the domain type. In the next moment, an overwhelming intent to kill surged like a violent tide into the minds of the crowd. What is happening? My head is pounding. It hurts. Kill me. Just kill me, no? Some individuals knelt on the ground, wailing, while others bled from their eyes, and some repeatedly slammed their heads against pillars until blood flowed freely, oblivious to their own state. Even Li Qingcheng, a prodigy of unparalleled Taoist skills, had bloodshot eyes and was hemorrhaging from his mouth and nose, staggering unsteadily before ultimately losing his balance and collapsing to the ground. Where was the earlier composure and ease? To onlookers, this scene was utterly hair-raising. What had suddenly happened to them? Why had they transformed in such a manner? The bloodthirsty aura on the altar was so intense. No, it was not the altar, but rather Chen Nian's technique. A technique potent enough to ensnare disciples of the Tao Saint was indeed terrifying. A quarter of an hour passed. Only 3 individuals remained on the altar, while the others had all fled in disarray, the majority being carried away on stretchers. Li Qingqing sat on the ground, forcing himself to circulate his calming technique, and finally managed to return to a normal state. Had he been able to act just moments prior, while he sat down to recuperate, Chen Nian would have already been able to strike. This rule had inadvertently aided him. The remaining individuals were Yunongzhou, who cradled a blade in his arms, casually leaning against a winding dragon pillar, merely focusing on self-preservation. You 3 may now begin to vie for the ownership of the heavenly soldiers. Remember, each of you possesses extraordinary identities, so tread carefully. The 3 disciples of the saints clashing, should anyone perish here, the fury of the saint behind them would be unbearable. Even the heart of Bingzong Mountain trembles at the thought. Li Qingqing rose slowly, casting a cold gaze upon Chen Nian. He never expected to be bested by him again. Yunongzhou, let us join forces to eliminate him before determining the victor, shall we? Haha. Yunongzhou laughed heartily, brandishing his blade. I cannot afford to lose face in this matter. You handle him yourself while I await the outcome of your duel. You wish to benefit as a bystander? Very well. I wield a sword and have no interest in this cursed demonic blade. I will simply assist you in dispatching him. Li Qingqing stepped forward. Come, it is time to test your true capabilities. Chapter 83. I may err countless times, but you can only err once. Heaven is represented by Qian, and earth by Kuan. Open. Li Qingsheng raised 2 fingers, stepping onto the 8 trigrams formation, instantly enveloping Chen Nian within it. Dressed in a flowing azure robe, he spoke with an air of superiority. In this formation, I am the sovereign of heaven and earth. Oh, Chen Nian raised an eyebrow, seemingly unconcerned. Suddenly, the Jin position of the formation beneath him illuminated with brilliance. Jin corresponds to the mountain. Li Qingsheng raised his fingers. Landslide. As the words fell, the ground beneath Chen Nian erupted violently, with sharp stone spikes shooting up from the earth. Chen Nian instinctively leaped to evade, but hampered by the burden he carried. He could not leap high enough, prompting a derisive laugh from Li Qingqing. Only strength without agility makes one a foolish brute. The Zhun position of the 8 trigrams ignited with a blue light akin to lightning. Li Qingsheng pointed, and numerous bolts of thunder shot towards Chen Nian. As the thunder loomed large in his vision, his blood had already formed a protective barrier around him, completely enclosing Chen Nian. Boom! With a deafening roar, a hole was blasted through the blood barrier before Chen Nian's eyes. His defenses had been breached? Indeed, as a disciple of the Tao Saint. He was on a different level compared to ordinary opponents. The force of the attack had surpassed that of the breaking sky realm. Chen Nian smirked. This was beginning to get interesting. After slaying countless insignificant foes, it was only through engaging in a formidable battle that one could elevate their prowess. Truly, the Taoists of Qingqing Mountain are remarkable in their craft. Without relying on sequential abilities. Merely invoking the power of heaven and earth through personal cultivation is his true strength. Wait, Chen Nian withstood the direct assault of thunder and emerged unscathed? His opponent's realm was significantly higher than his own. Isn't the martial saint lineage renowned for its durability? Merely a punching bag that can take a beating. In a flash, Chen Nian had drawn his bow, countless blood droplets coalescing into an arrow. Boom! With a burst of air, the arrow soared forth. Before Li Qingqing, 3 earthen walls rose instantaneously, forming a triple-layered defense. In an instant, all 3 earthen walls were pierced by the arrow. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Chen Nian's arrow displayed remarkable power. A mere trick. The Sun position beneath him glowed, a fierce wind swirling around him to form a hurricane, redirecting the arrow's path by 180 degrees. With a push of his hands, "Here, catch!" the blood moon bow shot back towards Chen Nian. This astonishing technique of reversing fate left the onlookers in awe. Chen Nian exploded at midair with a punch, suddenly feeling a surge of heat above him. Looking up, he saw several massive fireballs hurtling toward him like meteors. Li Hua, with a crisp clang of his blade, Chen Nian sliced the fireballs in two. He charged again towards Li Qingqing. In your dreams, Ken Shui. A torrential deluge surged toward him, yet Chen Nian resisted with his blood barrier, still being pushed back. With the Qiankuan 8 trigrams, manipulating wind, fire, water, and earth, Li Qingqing needed only to remain stationary to dominate his opponent. A smirk crept upon his lips. As long as he prevented this lad from closing the distance, he would remain invincible. Given his painfully slow speed, it was a mere fantasy for him to close in. Even if luck favored him and he managed to approach, with his previous strength, protected by the triple defenses of earth, wind, and water, there was no way he could break through. How could I possibly lose? Ridiculous. Observing this, Chu Wuong couldn't help but mutter to himself. What is going on with this lad? By now, he should have deduced the opponent's capabilities. Why hasn't he relieved himself of his burdens? With a speed advantage, Chen Nian had a significant chance of defeating Li Qingqing. In the eyes of Chu Wuong, if Chen Nian could triumph over Li Qingqing despite being at a significant disadvantage in realm, it would indeed be a source of pride. As for seizing that blade, he could always step forward and shamelessly demand it if necessary. Suddenly, a disquieting thought struck Chu Wuong. Could it be that this young man, Chen Nian, intended to preserve most of his strength for a confrontation with Yunongzhou? To challenge 2 disciples of the Holy Order in succession? Such audacity was rather extraordinary. Look at him. Before my senior brother, he resembled an uncivilized monkey, merely leaping about. Go, my senior brother. Avenge your junior sister and deliver a sound thrashing. The 2 sides had already clashed for over 100 rounds. Chen Nian had determined a strategy to defeat his opponent. Although his most powerful attack, the Tsuanjin Long Chuan, had considerable range, its potency diminished with distance, and the energy would weaken as it spread. It could only unleash its maximum strength within 10 meters. If he could close that distance, victory would be assured. However, each time he approached, he was either swept away by waves, struck by lightning, or blown back by the wind. He needed a plan, and suddenly, inspiration struck. Chen Nian summoned a vast amount of blood, enveloping his body into a sphere. What did this mean? Was he preparing to abandon the offensive, retreating like a turtle? Laughter erupted from the crowd. How amusing. A disciple of the martial saint reduced to hiding. Chu Wuong's friends chuckled and shook their heads. Old Chu, you really exerted yourself today. But it's all right. Your disciple's realm is significantly lower, so it's only natural he can't win. Just let him train more. You don't understand a thing. Alas, old Chu remains as stubborn as ever. Wait, what is that young man doing? Several blood-red tendrils intertwined to form a spring-like net. At the moment of maximum tension, Chen Nian shot forth like a cannonball. The crowd suddenly comprehended. He intended to utilize the tremendous inertia to compensate for his speed disadvantage and close the distance. Li Qingqing was not a fool. Seeing the sphere drawing near, he summoned a colossal wave to sweep it away. However, at that instant, the blood barrier abruptly dissipated, transforming into a massive 10-meter-long blood blade. With a single stroke, the wave was cleaved in 2. Chen Nian burst forth from the fissure, now perilously close to Li Qingqing. The latter maintained his composure, planning to employ a technique to evade and create distance once again. He had already set a formation 100 meters away, allowing for an instantaneous teleportation to its center. What was happening? Li Qingqing suddenly realized he could not move. His limbs were ensnared by blood-red chains emerging from the space around him, rendering him immobile. Sequence 032, the execution chains of O. All displacement forcibly prohibited. Chen Nian's entire being surged with spiritual energy, converging into his fist, a terrifying aura silently coalescing. Winds gathered. The earth trembled. Water surged. In the blink of an eye, Li Qingqing was enveloped by 3 layers of defense. The first was a hurricane wall, capable of shredding enemy attacks. Even if it could not, it would create immense resistance. The second was a towering stone wall, infused with abundant spiritual power, capable of withstanding a strike from a peak-breaking sky realm expert. The last was a flowing water barrier, enveloping him in a gentle water wall that could soften any assault. Li Qingqing was not taking this lightly. He had shown Chen Nian adequate respect. These defensive measures would likely withstand even a full-force attack from a peak star sphere realm expert. Chen Nian launched his fist. The dragon fist Suanjin shattered mountains. Accompanied by an overwhelming, terrifying energy, an azure dragon erupted into the sky. It pierced through the wind wall with an unstoppable force, shattering the 9 stone walls as if they were mere paper. The final water barrier disintegrated like foam, scattering droplets everywhere. Boom! Li Qingqing's complexion paled, and his protective artifact shimmered with golden light. Yet, despite the protection, he spewed blood, his azure robes torn, and was violently sent flying over 100 meters. Crashing into the ground, Chen Nian shook his fist. I may falter countless times, but you can afford to stumble only once. Do you understand? Chapter 84. Who told you I exerted my full strength? The moment Li Qingqing's protective artifact activated, it signified his defeat. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Some rubbed their eyes, convinced they must have misseen. Chen Nian won? Against someone with a significant realm advantage, a single strike to victory? Surely, I must be mistaken. The junior sister's face drained of color, her hands covering her mouth as she murmured, how could this be the outcome? Impossible. How could my senior brother lose? Oh, what did I say? This is delightful. The young man grinned broadly, nearly overflowing with joy. By the way, didn't you mention your father never defeated you? Now that Chen Nian has bested you, perhaps you should acknowledge him as your godfather. Haha, you. The young man had no doubt that Chen Nian's victory was secure. Defeating Li Qingqing had likely exhausted all his strength, leaving no energy for a subsequent battle with Yunongzhou. That punch was spectacular. Truly, our 304's leader is deserving of admiration. Yaya sighed. It seems I have no chance of rising to the top again. Even Chu Wuwang was momentarily stunned. This young man had improved his Tsuanjin, merging it with the essence of dragons, amplifying its might. If he were to cultivate to my level, he might even surpass me. Did you see that? This is my disciple, haha. Coming back to his senses, Chu Wuwang raised his cup in joyous celebration. He truly owed gratitude to Ningmeng for bringing Chen Nian to him. Otherwise, how could he have acquired such a remarkable disciple? In earlier years, he had lamented the lack of good disciples, claiming that all the promising talents had been snatched by the star-picking tower. Yet here, he had stumbled upon one. This dark horse's emergence would surely stir the waters of the genius competition once more. Chu Wuwang approached Tong Hong. Old Tong, shall we discuss a matter? Given how extraordinary my disciple is, perhaps you could show some leniency at Bingjong Shan and allow him to claim that blade. Tong Hong frowned. Old Chu, are you attempting to disregard the rules? It took great effort for my disciple to best that fellow from Qingqing Shan, and now you want him to face another holy disciple? That is unrealistic. He would surely lose. But we cannot break the rules. Otherwise, if the Sword Saint inquires later, how shall we explain ourselves? Tong Hong sighed. Chu Wuwang waved his hand dismissively. Soon, my disciple will unleash his little universe, defeating the Sword Saint's disciple with honor. Haha. What are you laughing at? You don't believe it? Shall we place a wager? Tong Hong replied without flinching. Chu Wuwang pondered. If Chen Nian wins again, then you must unconditionally assist him in spiritual summoning for that blade. Deal? Oh. Tong Hong fell silent, deep in thought. The finer the weapon, the greater its spirit. If Chen Nian wished to wield this blade as an extension of himself, he would need to nurture it with spiritual energy day and night for a decade. However, if a master craftsman were to assist him in summoning its spirit, the process could be significantly accelerated, allowing Chen Nian to wield this heavenly weapon sooner. Of course, Bingjong Shan was not naive. The primary condition for them to assist in summoning the spirit was for Chen Nian to affiliate with Bingjong Shan. Otherwise, he would have to cultivate it himself slowly. This was their clever strategy. Those who can obtain exceptional weapons are indeed the favored ones of heaven. Allowing them to hold a name in Bingjong Mountain would essentially equate to inadvertently enhancing their power. However, Chu Wuwang was unwilling to comply. Chen Nian was already his disciple. If he were to go to Bingzhong Mountain for recognition, it would be a matter of face. As it is illogical for a disciple to serve two factions, except for Zhaixing Tower, of course. But what if your disciple loses? Tang Hong countered. If he loses, he shall learn my techniques for free. Haha, so generous. Very well, Chu Wuwang, I accept your wager. Tang Hong laughed heartily, slapping his thigh in agreement. To gain the martial arts of Chu Wuwang without cost is indeed a rare opportunity. He did not believe that Chen Nian could defeat Yunongzhou again. Unless he were not human. Was this not an apparent winning bet? Father, I fear you may lose, timidly remarked a girl wearing glasses nearby. Her name was Tang Ji, also an investigator of 749, who had previously executed missions alongside Chen Nian and was Tang Hong's treasured daughter. Daughter, what do you mean? When Chen Nian first joined 749, she had accompanied him on missions. His combat prowess may exceed your expectations. Nonsense. How can mere mediocre fighters compare to a disciple of the Blade Saint? You simply do not understand, my daughter. Tang Hong stubbornly defended himself, although a hint of uncertainty had begun to creep into his heart. Returning to the altar, the defeated Li Qingcheng had left in fury, feeling that staying even a moment longer would tarnish Qingqing Mountain's reputation. Ultimately, only Chen Nian and Yunongzhou remained as contenders for the heavenly weapon. Yunongzhou cradled his sword and nodded solemnly. Brother Chen, you are indeed formidable. I underestimated you earlier. You flatter me. Under normal circumstances, I would relish the opportunity to spar with you at your peak, for you are a rare opponent. However, regrettably, I have come to Bingzhong Mountain on the orders of my master to acquire this heavenly weapon. So, thus, I shall not afford you any respite. Do not take offense. Nevertheless, I would advise you to withdraw now for the sake of your dignity. Chen Nian smiled calmly. I bear no offense. Very well, when we engage. You may concede at any moment. I shall strive to ensure your defeat is not too disgraceful. With that, Yunongzhou extended a hand. Make your move, within 30 exchanges. I shall not draw my sword. This is not a sign of disrespect, but a lesson from my master. Drawing the blade must result in bloodshed. Tailing, come forth and entertain him. As Chen Nian spoke, a swirl of black mist coalesced beside him into a massive black wolf, its crimson eyes akin to hellish lanterns. A summoned beast? Yunongzhou shook his head, regarding this type of ability with disdain, for it was not his own strength but a lesser means. Yet, when Tanlang lunged at him like a bolt of lightning, the suffocating pressure compelled him to treat the matter with utmost seriousness. This formidable summoned beast likely possessed fourth-tier strength. Yunongzhou refrained from drawing his sword, instead opting to meet the assault with the scabbard, the dark golden sheath clashing against Tanlang's claws, generating sparks. The wolf and the man engaged in a relentless exchange, leaving behind fleeting shadows on the ground, while the ordinary eye could scarcely follow their movements. Only hearing the resounding clinks of metal. This beast possesses incredible strength and speed. Relying solely on the hilt proves challenging. Soon, 30 exchanges had passed. With a sharp sound, Yunongzhou finally drew his sword. Balongzhan. At the moment of drawing, a sweeping force capable of cleaving through armies surged forth. The blade's radiance sliced through the air, and Tanlang was instantly reduced to black mist in midair. On the ground, a gnarled scar stretched several meters long. Yunongzhou, sword in hand, turned to Chen Nian. Brother Chen, the sword is drawn. If we continue, I shall truly unleash my full power. Who told you I was using my full strength just now? What did you say? Yunongzhou was baffled, believing Chen Nian was merely preserving his pride. Chen Nian raised two fingers. Release. As the words fell, circular artifacts flew from his hands and feet, landing in his grasp. Yunongzhou squinted. What are those? Chen Nian smiled and released his grip. The artifacts struck the ground with a resounding thud, creating a deep crater. Weighted artifacts. Yunongzhou's pupils constricted in disbelief. This lad had been fighting Li Qingcheng while bearing the burden. No wonder his speed seemed sluggish, incongruent with the style of a martial saint. It turns out he was deliberately holding back his strength. In other words, he had never regarded Li Qingcheng as a worthy opponent. Had the latter seen this scene, he would have likely been infuriated to the point of bloodshed, or even shattered his resolve. Thankfully, he had already departed. How liberating. Chen Nian stretched his legs and felt an unprecedented lightness, as if he could leap into the air with a mere step. The effects of weighted training were indeed remarkable. He should now be able to employ that leg technique. Ha 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 ha. Yunongzhou laughed heartily. Excellent. Now this is exciting. I initially thought it would be a dull battle, but now you've piqued my interest. Witnessing this, the guests in the VIP section were left dumbfounded, their mouths agape in disbelief. Wasn't that lad just holding back? breaking through the initial stages of the sky-soaring realm while not exerting his full strength. Those unaware might assume Li Qingsheng was merely a bloated waste of potential. To hold his ground against the disciple of a martial saint, what a monster he is. Tang Hong, observing the scene, sat dumbfounded for a moment. He suddenly turned to Chu Wuwang with a glare. You, Chu, knew all along he wasn't using his full strength and deliberately led me to gamble. If Chen Nian truly wins, Bingzhong Mountain will have to summon spirits for him at no cost. What's going on? How did I not know this lad was burdening himself? Chu Wuwang scratched his head. Old Tang, don't blame me. We martial artists are straightforward. Where do such schemes come from? I trust you as far as I can throw you. Tang Hong felt his blood pressure spike, his face reddening. Now he could only hope Yunongzhou would win. After all, he was a disciple of the Blade Saint and would not fear close combat. The two men exchanged glances for a moment. Powerful spiritual energy surged through their limbs, dust swirling beneath their feet. As a dry yellow leaf fell to the ground, Chen Nian vanished from his position, leaving cracks in the earth where he had stood. Fast. Too fast. Yunongzhou's nerves were taut. The speed Chen Nian displayed now was worlds apart from before. The audience could scarcely react. Chen Nian's figure had vanished from view, leaving those who had previously mocked his sluggishness utterly astounded. Chen Nian, like a bolt of thunder, pierced through the air, reappearing beside Yunongzhou. A whip kick came perilously close to his head. The leg technique of the martial saint, whip thunder. In a moment of crisis, Yunongzhou raised his sword to defend. Bang! A deafening roar erupted as the blade bent under the force of the kick, sending Yunongzhou flying like a cannonball. What a swift whip thunder kick. Isn't that the signature technique of the martial saint? He has even mastered that. It is said that when perfected, it can summon thunder. He has already begun to grasp the initial stages of the sky-soaring realm. Terrifying. Yunongzhou plunged his sword into the ground, skidding for dozens of meters before finally halting. What a remarkable kick. He laughed heartily, offering a commendation, only to feel a dissonance, as if uttering a bizarre line from a play. He quickly added a word, Fa. The blade lay before him, and his fingers grazed it gently. The gleaming blade reflected a pair of piercing black eyes. The aura of a peak Pashao realm expert was unleashed without reservation. The subsequent strike, known as Pajiejian Feng Shi Yi Shi, was about to commence. Amidst Chen Nian's internal mockery of the overly dramatic name, the opponent's blade had already unleashed the first wave of invisible blade energy. The ground was cleaved by the blade energy, and the air was ruthlessly torn apart. What a sharp blade energy! Chen Nian chose not to employ his blood barrier for defense, while the blood barrier rendered him nearly invincible against enemies of the same realm. Confronting a disciple of a saint made perfect defense almost impossible. Much like Li Qingsheng, whose utmost defense might withstand a peak Xing Xian realm powerhouse, yet still succumbed to a single punch from Chen Nian. Defense was futile. One must strike hard to counteract force. Chen Nian unleashed a blood moon great bow. The blood arrow collided with the blade energy midair, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Yunongzhou swung his blade once more. This time, 3 intertwining waves of invisible blade energy surged forth. The quantity tripled, yet its sharpness remained undiminished. Chen Nian advanced rather than retreating, his right foot erupting with power, akin to thunder cleaving the heavens. He executed a lightning whip, shattering all the blade energy suspended in the air. A commendable defense, yet still insufficient. Yunongzhou's blade danced before him like an afterimage. Now, 8 intertwining waves of blade energy rushed at him. Should he fail to withstand it, his body might be cleaved into pieces. Chen Nian extended his palm, inhaling deeply as he mobilized his spiritual energy throughout his body. The surging spiritual energy converged into his fist, thrusting his 5 fingers forward, which transformed into a punch in an instant. The dragon fist's inch force surged forth like a celestial dragon emerging from the sea, stirring a tempest that sent sand and stones flying. It met the oncoming 8 waves of blade energy, tearing them apart in midair, yet the dragon's shadow dissipated. Before the remnants of the explosion faded, both combatants surged from their positions, colliding as if stars colliding with the earth. Fist met blade in a continuous clash, sparks flying, and the air erupting with force. This was the pinnacle of a power struggle, a spectacle indeed. Spectators were entranced, unable to blink. The two exchanged blows for hundreds of rounds. When they finally separated, Chen Nian's formidable body bore scars, but Yunongzhou's injuries were far more severe, his hair disheveled and his body covered in wounds. What a thrilling encounter! Yunongzhou laughed heartily, reveling in the battle he had long anticipated, his entire being trembling with excitement. Chen Nian indeed possessed commendable strength. It was just a pity. A pity for what? The celestial weapon is a blade, And he, relying on his fists and feet, what use is a blade to him? Wouldn't he that be a waste? There is some truth in that. A weapon in the hands of an unworthy master is indeed a lamentable sight. What are you lamenting? Do you truly believe Chen Nian can win? Observe Yunongzhou's aura. What aura? It continues to rise. Half-step Xing Xian realm. Amidst this exhilarating battle, Yunongzhou's realm had actually made a small breakthrough. Half-step Xing Xian is indeed stronger than the peak Pashao realm. Chen Nian, this is my final strike. Should you withstand it, victory shall be yours. Chapter 86. Nine Heavens Dragon Roar. Yunongzhou planted one foot on the ground and soared into the air. With both hands raised high, wielding his long blade, a tempest roared, lifting sand and stones, as an unparalleled and terrifying blade intent began to coalesce. The blade intent adhered to his elevated weapon, extending the blade by several dozen meters. The invisible blade energy resembled a sword aiming to pierce the heavens. What blade technique is this? My blade is trembling uncontrollably. Mine too, hold steady. The elder referee furrowed his brow, urgently instructing the crowd below. Step back 10 meters, everyone. Keep your distance. The spectators were filled with dread, realizing the blade technique was so formidable that they needed to retreat. This is the Zhantian Sanshi created by the Blade Saint. What is that? The so-called Zhantian Sanshi corresponds to the martial saint's Cunjin and consists of 3 strikes. Each strike possesses boundless power. If the Blade Saint were to wield it personally, a single strike could cleave through 100 miles of clear sky. I recall the first strike of Zhantian Sanshi is named Jie Reef and Chuan. It seems Yunongzhou intends to unleash this very strike. Truly a young genius. This strike, considering peers from the last decade, few would be able to withstand it. Wait, something is amiss. While the crowd debated fervently, the ground erupted continuously, and fragments of stone began to levitate mysteriously, adhering to the blade energy. An elder, as if struck by lightning, pointed at the sky, murmuring, "This isn't the first strike, it's the second. Zhantian Sanshi, second strike, Qian Shan Suiyu." What? He has already managed to execute the second strike? It was thought impossible, yet with his breakthrough to half-step Xing Xian realm, he should be able to wield half its power. Even at half power, it surpasses the first strike. A prodigy indeed. The crowd gasped in amazement. If Yunongzhou truly succeeds in executing Qian Shan Suiyu, even if he ultimately loses, he would still be the most deserving of the celestial weapon. Moreover, should he unleash it, defeat would be impossible. Chu Wuwang, are you not going to let your disciple concede? What are you waiting for? Indeed, old Chu. Should this strike be unleashed, it cannot be simply retracted. At best, it results in severe injury. At worst, death. Unless Chen Nian can also execute the second form of Cunjin, lie high, it is impossible to withstand this strike. Hearing this, Chu Wuwang indeed felt a twinge of panic. He never anticipated that Yunongzhou would break through his bottleneck in this battle, advancing to half-step Xing Xian realm and managing to unleash the second strike. In contrast, Chen Nian was certainly incapable of executing the second punch of Cunjin at this moment. He could not withstand it. Chen Nian, do not be reckless. Quickly retreat. He hurriedly conveyed this message to Chen Nian through spiritual energy. Rest assured, Master, I am well aware of my limits. Chen Nian showed no intention of retreating. Had he not mastered the techniques from the Tome of Dragon Script, he would have been powerless against this formidable strike. However, having learned it, there remains an opportunity. Blood coalesced in his hand, forming a blade. His action immediately provoked a gasp. What is happening? Why has he suddenly decided to use a blade? Indeed, he is not employing his adept fist techniques to counter, but is choosing to compete with a disciple of the Blade Saint? How absurd! Is this a display of defeat? Suddenly, dragon energy surged around Chen Nian, wisps of white aura swirling around him, resembling a white dragon in flight. Chen Nian, do you truly intend to receive this strike? Yunongzhou called down from above, aware that his blade momentum was nearing completion, and once unleashed, it could not be retracted. He did not wish to kill Chen Nian. After all, he too had progressed through their clash. Receive it. Chen Nian's surrounding dragon energy continued to swell. Yet, it was still insufficient. Chen Nian shattered the porcelain vial left for him by Qianlong, filled with reserved dragon blood, and consumed it entirely. Dragon energy surged explosively. Countless wisps of hazy azure aura swirled around him as Chen Nian stood poised with the blade, his garments billowing in the tempest. Just then, an unexpected incident occurred. Crack. The blade formed from his blood could not withstand the overwhelming pressure of dragon energy and shattered. The blade comes. Chen Nian sought to borrow a blade. Yi Yaya glanced around. Is there a blade available? Bro, may I borrow your blade? Without uttering a word, She swiftly seized the knife that the elder brother had sheathed at his waist and hurled it towards Chen Nian. However, as the blade approached Chen Nian, it shattered into pieces, revealing its inferior quality. Tang Hong let out a sigh of relief, realizing that Chen Nian was destined to lose and that this round was secure. Yet, at that moment, his daughter Tang Ji extracted a dagger from one of the elders, a weapon of the earth grade. "What are you doing, daughter?" Tang Hong exclaimed in disbelief. "It's unfair for father to be weaponless. I merely wish to borrow a knife. We should not be stingy." With that, she energetically tossed the dagger into the air, tracing a graceful arc. Tang Hong nearly fainted from exasperation at his daughter's audacity. "Excellent." Chen Nian caught the knife with precision. This time it did not shatter, as the strength of the earth-grade weapon was indeed sufficient. In the air, Yu Nongzhou had gathered his momentum, preparing for a decisive strike. "Heavenly slash, thousand mountains shatter," he declared. In an instant, the clouds above were cleaved apart, and the earth opened up a vast chasm, while even the winds were unable to escape the devastating consequences of the blow. The force of this strike was enough to overshadow all living beings. Chen Nian also drew his blade. 9 heavens. The edge of the sword erupted with a blinding azure light, causing the surrounding gravel to levitate 3 inches off the ground. From within the depths of the clouds came a rumble of thunder, as 9 bolts of purple lightning, like dragons, struck repeatedly upon the sword's blade. Dragon's roar. The swirling dragon energy enveloped him, surging forth like a mighty ocean, as 9 lightning dragons ascended from the tip of his sword. In that moment, the blade transformed into a dragon, and the heavens and earth lost their color. Where the blade passed, the very fabric of space seemed to warp. The entire armory mountain resonated with a trembling hum. The 2 blade energies collided mid-air, as the lightning dragon energy clashed against the immense sword, both forces rapidly dissipating into the atmosphere. What manner of sword technique is this? The might of this technique was such that even the blade Saint's heavenly slash, thousand mountains shatter, could not rival it. He not only mastered fist techniques, but also this terrifying swordplay. Their confrontation was a spectacle that shook the heavens and wailed to the spirits. Despite being under immense pressure due to the vast disparity in realms, Chen Nian resolutely parried Yu Nongzhou's most formidable strike with the technique he had practiced merely for a few days, while his opponent had honed his skills over several years. Impossible. Yu Nongzhou's blade fell to the ground, his widened eyes quivering in disbelief. He never anticipated that Chen Nian would counter his strongest blow with swordplay. In his strongest domain, he had not triumphed. Although their strikes were nearly equal, he knew he had lost, and lost miserably. "You have won," Yu Nongzhou admitted, maintaining a calm demeanor. "I did not expect there to be someone beyond the horizon. May I inquire the name of your technique?" 9 heavens dragon's roar. Chen Nian replied. "Thank you." Yu Nongzhou mused that perhaps he would need to rename his own technique to Dragon Slayer 3 styles. "This will not be our last encounter. In the contest of talents, I believe we shall meet again. At that time, you will witness a stronger version of me." The contest of talents was a fierce battle for disciples of the Jiaxing Tower, where only the victor could rightfully claim the title of a true disciple of Ningming. "Then let us meet again," Chen Nian replied with a smile. "How utterly monstrous. I cannot believe this." Tang Hong nearly dug his fingers into his thighs in disbelief, as Chen Nian's victory meant he had lost the wager. He shot a glare at his daughter, who quickly retreated, disheartened. "Chu Wuwang, did you teach him this swordplay?" "Huh, naturally not." Chu Wuwang laughed heartily. "The golden dragon is no mere creature of the pond. It transforms into a dragon upon encountering the winds and clouds. I am but the winds and clouds." Chapter 87. Unity of Man and Blade. I hereby declare the ultimate victor of the Divine Weapon Conference, Chen Nian, with the elder referee's proclamation. Cheers erupted across the mountains. Chen Nian's victory with his sword technique was well-deserved. This divine weapon rightfully belonged to him, a fitting match for his exceptional talent. Approaching the altar, he beheld the sword planted in the center of a pool of blood, its elongated body dark red, glimmering with a chilling light along the blade's edge. Grasping the obsidian hilt with one hand, a surge of bloodthirst erupted, transforming into countless spectral forms that surged towards the heavens. Begone! Chen Nian's will had been tempered through countless trials. He was not afraid of such apparitions. With a commanding shout, clarity flooded his mind. With a sudden forceful twist of his wrist, a resonant hum echoed as he drew out the corpse mountain blood sea. What a splendid blade! Truly a divine weapon. With this sword in hand, Chen Nian's offensive capabilities would dramatically increase. Should he unleash the 9 heavens dragon's roar with this blade, it would not merely result in a stalemate. Yu Nongzhou would likely be cleaved in half. In the audience, The pale-faced youth felt his heart leap to his throat upon witnessing Chen Nian's triumph. No way, no way. At first, I thought he was a novice. How could he actually be so formidable? Chen Nian tightened his grip on the sword and strode forward. At that moment, the pale-faced youth's attendant rushed over. Young master, are you friends with Chen Nian? Why did he come looking for you first after his victory? Avoiding him is precisely what I intend to do. Before he finished speaking, Chen Nian approached, startling the pale-faced youth into a near panic. What do you want? He stammered, bracing himself. Are you truly holding a grudge? I want to eat the red stone. Just kill me if you must. The pale-faced youth puffed out his chest, ready to confront Chen Nian. Chen Nian chuckled, forget it. I'll spare you. Just hand over the sword. Fine, take it. I'm not precious about it. The Shueji sword was tossed over by the pale-faced youth. All right, then we shall meet again. Wait. Just as Chen Nian was about to leave, the pale-faced youth called out. Is there something you wish to say? Or are you simply a glutton, hoping for a treat? Will you participate in the contest of talents for a spot in the Zhaixing Tower? Of course. Then allow me to offer you a word of caution. A formidable individual will challenge the next disciple of the Zhaixing Tower. If it's you, do proceed with caution. Understood, thank you. The pale-faced youth departed Armory Mountain with his attendant. As soon as they descended the mountain, her disguise vanished, revealing a delicate, oval face, her hair cascading down her back. Her true identity was Yi Bailing, the daughter of the sword Saint Yi Shao. The powerful individual she referred to was her senior brother, the true disciple of the sword saint, Luo Qiufeng. Years ago, in a duel against Li Bai, who had effortlessly cleaved through a mountain of peach blossoms, Yi Shao faced defeat, and thereafter only dared to claim the title of second in the world. Unable to surpass Li Bai, he sought to cultivate an even stronger disciple to defeat the disciples of the Zhaixing Tower. Luo Qiufeng was the sharp blade he had forged. Anyone who entered the Zhaixing Tower would be challenged by Luo Qiufeng, and it would undoubtedly be an ultimate battle. Miss, why did you warn him? It's nothing. After all, he helped me settle a score. Miss, I truly believe your talent is exceptional. Having only practiced swordplay for half a year, you can already contend with secondary-tier experts. With more effort, you might even become a primary-tier expert. It's better to call me secondary-tier. I hereby announce your dismissal for simply breathing. Chu Wuwang approached Chen Nian. Your performance has pleased your master greatly. But there is one thing that is lacking. What is it? How can your swordplay possibly surpass the techniques I taught you? This is utterly absurd. I fear they might think you are the disciple of the Blade Saint. Chen Nian, ahem, I must practice my martial arts more diligently in the future. Furthermore, under my master's brilliant strategy, Bingzhong Mountain has agreed to assist you in drawing the spirit. Once the spirit is drawn, you will be able to wield this weapon with utmost perfection. Go ahead. Thank you, master. I never anticipated such a fortuitous event. As for Yi Yaya and Xie, they had enjoyed the spectacle and were now preparing to return to 749 to continue their work. Chen Nian, however, chose to remain at Bingzhong Mountain. Alas, Tang Hong sighed deeply, lamenting the missed opportunity for Chen Nian to establish a name at Bingzhong Mountain. A tremendous loss indeed. Given Chen Nian's talents, he is undoubtedly destined to become a top figure capable of stirring the tides of change in the future. Nevertheless, he was still bound to honor the wager and assist Chen Nian in drawing the spirit without charge. Chen Nian. The process of drawing the spirit involves the weapon's creator guiding you to enhance your affinity with the weapon rapidly, allowing for a quick bond. The creator of this sword is my father, who works at the forge on the back mountain. I will take you to find him. On the path to the back mountain, Tang Hong could not help but inquire. Chen Nian, I have heard that you are colleagues with my daughter. What is your relationship like? Just friends. Why do you ask, senior? Oh, nothing. Merely concerned about my daughter's social interactions. Friends should spend more time together. And you are always welcome to visit Bingzhong Mountain. No problem. If it weren't for Tang Ji lending me the sword, I might not have emerged victorious. I will certainly remember this. Tang Hong nodded, reflecting on how this young man, despite his extraordinary talent, remained humble and possessed commendable character. Go on. The forge is inside the cave. As Chen Nian stepped into the cave, he was greeted by a vast cavern, at the center of which stood a colossal forge. Its surrounding rock walls glowing a fiery red, resonating with the clanging of metal. An elderly man with white hair approached him. Young man, it appears you are the ultimate victor of this year's Divine Weapon Conference. Come, I shall assist you in drawing the spirit. I must inform you beforehand that the results of drawing the spirit can be divided into 3 stages. The first stage is merely an initial bond, allowing you to use the weapon normally, saving years of nurturing time. Most people only reach this stage. The second stage allows the blade to move freely, enabling you to manipulate the weapon with your thoughts, akin to the art of controlling swords. The third stage is the union of man and blade. Unless you share an innate affinity with this sword, the chances are about 1 in 10,000. However, if successful, you may even unlock exclusive weapon skills. The extent of your achievement depends on yourself. Hand me the sword, sit down in the center, close your eyes, and do not move. Understood. Chen Nian sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed. The old man extended his fingers, summoning the blood sea of corpses to rise and hover above Chen Nian's head. The crimson aura cascaded like a waterfall, pouring into Chen Nian's mind. The drawing of the spirit officially commenced. Meanwhile, Chen Nian began taming the sword within the depths of his consciousness. An hour later, the old man nodded approvingly. As long as he could endure for an hour. The first stage was likely successful. The drawing of the spirit was a preliminary success. It seemed this young man had not disappointed the fine sword. 3 hours later, the old man stroked his grizzled beard, his eyes filled with admiration. To smoothly enter the second stage with such a high degree of affinity indicated a fortunate weapon had found a worthy master. Just when he thought Chen Nian would soon awaken, a full night passed without any sign of him waking. The old man began to lose his composure. Could it be that he had successfully entered the third stage of the union of man and blade? Chapter 88. Weapon Skills, Purgatory Blood Fiend Array. Over 10 hours of drawing the spirit indicated a profound bond between the weapon and its master, akin to kindred spirits meeting after a long separation. Naturally requiring more time together, the old man hurriedly exited the cave and emerged outside. Tang Hong was startled. It was rare to see his father. At the age of 120, so exuberant. He rushed forward and asked, "Father, how did the drawing of the spirit go for Chen Nian?" Third stage. The union of man and blade. Haha. The old man laughed heartily. What? Tang Hong was equally astonished. Chen Nian's talent had reached such terrifying heights. And the weapon's affinity with him was so profound. Was he not invincible henceforth? The old man continued. The competition among geniuses is about to commence. If this young man secures the top spot and can apprentice under Mr. Li, it would be a significant honor for Bingzhong Mountain. Haha. Upon hearing this, the old man noticed Tang Hong's expression was somewhat unnatural. Son, you have grown up. Such a grand occasion before you, and you remain unfazed. Well done. Father. Chen Nian did not establish a name at Bingzhong Mountain. What? The old man's smile, etched with wrinkles, instantly froze. According to past conventions, all geniuses who received divine weapons were required to affiliate with Bingzhong Mountain to be granted assistance in drawing the spirit. Thus, he had naturally regarded Chen Nian as one of their own. I lost a bet with Chu Wuwang, so. Before Tang Hong could finish, the old man slapped him on the head. You fool. You absolute fool. You have ruined our chance to etch Bingzhong Mountain into history. Blast it. Tang Hong held his head. But you are my father. You infuriate me. You infuriate me. Unfilial son. Unfilial son. Tang Hong lamented. My daughter is also ungrateful. If she had not lent the sword to Chen Nian, the disciple of the sword saint would likely have won. Am I to blame my precious granddaughter? By the way, why not betroth your daughter to that young man? Then he would become one of our own. Absolutely not. My daughter is my little darling. How could I allow her to marry so soon? As the father and son argued, a surge of blood energy erupted, shattering the cave's ceiling and soaring into the sky. Chen Nian had emerged from his seclusion. Now, Chen Nian felt something extraordinary. With a mere thought, the blood sea of corpses pierced into the rock wall. When he summoned it back, the sword flew directly into his hand. Let's give it a spin, he thought. To his astonishment, the sword began to spin in the air autonomously, requiring no additional control. Manipulating it felt as seamless as moving his own arm. This was the divine weapon. Moreover, the blood sea of corpses had awakened an additional ability. By embedding the sword into the ground, it could create a massive blood array, raising a cylindrical crimson barrier that would enclose the entire space. This could serve as a prison for captives or as a defensive skill. More importantly, any living being ensnared within the array would have their blood slowly drawn out and converted into Chen Nian's own, available for his use. Chen Nian named this skill the Purgatory Blood Fiend Array, effectively granting him a powerful ability that combined control, defense, and offense. With a thought, the sword transformed into blood energy and merged with Chen Nian's body, ready to be summoned at any time. Just as he was about to depart, he encountered Tang Hong and his son. Thank you, senior. No need for thanks. We are all family. The old man affectionately patted Chen Nian on the shoulder. Chen Nian had no intention of lingering. Having concluded his business here, it was time to return to slay demons and continue growing stronger. As the number of geniuses dwindled, those remaining would only grow more formidable. To secure victory in the competition among geniuses, he must continue to enhance his own strength. Xiao Tang. Are you heading back to 749? I can give you a ride. Is that possible? Hop on. With his new sword, Chen Nian could now fly with it, achieving greater speed and stability, rendering his previous weapon obsolete. Upon acquiring a new steed, is it not customary to invite a companion for a thrilling ride? Under the scrutinizing gaze of Tong Hong, Tongji ascended Chen Nian's blade, instinctively clutching his arm from behind. Curse it! Was it the fate of my daughter to be swept away by the boy of ghostly flames? The crux of the matter is that his ghostly flames were pilfered from my household. Holding on tight, they took off. With a mere thought, Chen Nian propelled the blade forward, soaring swiftly over towering mountains, a remarkable evolution from their previous escapades. Tongji tightly closed her eyes. Her forehead pressed against Chen Nian's back, her tears nearly spilling from sheer fright. What a coincidence! Below in the woods, a duo of a lowly and a beautiful girl were foraging for wild fruits and happened to witness this spectacle. Wait, the person who just zoomed by, doesn't he resemble Chen Nian? Ningming squinted into the distance. It is undoubtedly him. Qianlong scoffed, and moreover, he is accompanied by a woman. How carefree. As she spoke, she took a hearty bite of the fruit that had earlier left her feeling sour. Ningming scratched her head. Are you feeling jealous, little dragon maiden? Jealous? What does that mean? When you see a man you fancy with another woman, and it makes you unhappy, that is called being jealous. Oh, I am not jealous. I am indulging in fruits. The little dragon maiden's prideful demeanor persisted. Let us catch a rabbit for roasting. Life is best enjoyed through feasting and merriment. At Qingqingshan, Li Qingqing returned in disarray after recuperating from his injuries. A piece of news soon reached him. Have you heard? Chen Nian has defeated Yu Nongzhou, emerging as the ultimate victor in the contest for the heavenly soldiers. That fellow is exceedingly formidable, appearing out of nowhere to consecutively vanquish 2 disciples of the saints. It is said he did not even exert his full strength against Li Shixiao. Shoo, do not let him hear that. Li Qingqing nearly spat blood again. Chen Nian had held back against him. Initially, he thought he would dominate the competition, only to find himself overshadowed by others. It now seems his shortcoming lies in the inability to contend after his techniques are countered. To combat his overwhelming fist techniques, one must employ softness to overcome hardness. Henceforth, it is imperative to not solely refine spells. The Tai Chi boxing, which embodies the principle of yielding to overcome, must be fully mastered to regain dignity in this contest of geniuses. Meanwhile, Yu Nongzhou kneeled before his master in a gesture of respect. Master, I have shamed you. I was defeated, and it was by the swordsmanship no less. The figure before him was none other than the contemporary sword saint, Shen Fengya. He held a tablet, repeatedly reviewing Chen Nian's swordplay, his brow furrowed in concentration. Your defeat is quite understandable. His swordsmanship may well originate from the ancient Long Yuan, the strongest human lineage of yore. However, the gap between you two is not insurmountable. With targeted training, victory is within reach. Yu Nongzhou urgently inquired. How can I win? First, choose a proper name. All the sword techniques you practice henceforth shall be called the Dragon Slayer's sword. It seems the name was an issue. Yu Nongzhou nodded emphatically. Chapter 89, A New Task. Preparing to depart. The return of Chen Nian sent ripples of excitement throughout the 749 Bureau. After all, Li Qingqing and Yu Nongzhou are both top-tier prodigies within the spiritual energy realm. To defeat them is bound to elevate one's reputation significantly. Following this event, Chen Nian became a legendary figure within the Bureau. Even upon becoming a disciple of the martial saint, he did not forget to return to 749 Ha Jichen. You rascal. Chen Nian's homecoming was met with unprecedented enthusiasm. The latest batch of investigators had even begun to idolize him like a star. You may find it hard to believe, but I have executed a mission in the reverse world alongside brother Chen Nian and even protected him, Luo Xiaoke proclaimed proudly. She had also successfully joined the 749 Bureau, becoming a fresh addition. Do you truly know him? Nonsense, little sister. Indeed. When Chen Nian passed by, Luo Xiaoke waved enthusiastically. Chen Nian paused, smiling as he patted her shoulder. Xiaoke, work hard here at the Bureau, and seek me out if you need anything. Yes. Following this exchange, the surrounding newcomers cast envious glances towards Luo Xiaoke. My goodness, you truly know Chen Nian? Sister, I was blind to the greatness before me. I owe you a bow. From the moment she joined 749, having the youngest genius Chen Nian as a backing made her future seem promising. In the office, the deputy head could not help but express his amazement. How long has he been here? And he has already grown to such an extent. Truly remarkable. This time, Chen Nian has provided significant publicity for our 749 Bureau. The deputy's face must be splitting with joy. Indeed, Our 749 has always lagged behind those major sects because we dedicate ourselves to societal contributions while they focus solely on cultivation. However, with Chen Nian's emergence, he has decisively put 2 disciples of the saints in their place, bringing honor to 749. I do envy Director Li as Chen Nian's mentor. This year's Outstanding Mentor Award is likely a foregone conclusion. By the way, since Chen Nian is back, how about we assign that troublesome task to him as the team leader? That task has seen 2 previous attempts fail. Can Chen Nian succeed? Absolutely. He is no ordinary individual. Upon returning to 749, Chen Nian first sought out Lu Lin. Lu Lin was either out on missions or honing her skills in the training room, a diligent and talented individual. Thus, Chen Nian only invited Lo Ya and a couple of others to join him in observing the commotion at Bingzhongshan. Among the new investigators, her strength was the most comparable to his. It was mealtime when he sent a message to Lu Lin, discovering she was at the cafeteria, prompting him to decline the enthusiastic invitations of the younger girls and head straight there. The cafeteria was bustling with noise. In a corner, a petite beauty sat upright, adorned in a simple white t-shirt paired with a light blue pleated skirt, her slender legs clad in pristine white shoes. In front of her lay a plate of vibrant mapo tofu, contrasting sharply with her porcelain-like skin. "Are you eating?" Chen Nian chuckled as he took a seat across from her. Upon seeing him, Lu Lin displayed no overt emotional reaction, but instead scooped another spoonful of mapo tofu, offering it towards Chen Nian's mouth. Friends share both fortune and adversity. She etched this phrase into her mind. Such a delightful experience of savoring mapo tofu ought to be shared with Chen Nian. Isn't it inappropriate for me to eat from your spoon? Lu Lin tilted her head in confusion. But if you don't mind, why should I? Chen Nian took the spoon and ate the contents cleanly. I swear, this must be the ultra-spicy version. To consume it without showing any expression is nothing short of miraculous. Last time you gifted me a breakthrough elixir. This time I shall bestow upon you a gift. Chen Nian placed the Shueji sword upon the table. Upon seeing the long sword emanating a chilling aura, Lu Lin's gaze fixated upon it, clearly enamored with this weapon that complemented her elemental affinity. After all, she often transformed ice into swords for her attacks. Possessing such a sword would be a splendid enhancement. Here, take it. No thanks necessary. Thank you. Are you a bot? I said no need for thanks. What is a bot? At that moment, Chen Nian's terminal suddenly vibrated, indicating the arrival of a message from Director Li. Chen Nian, there is a rather challenging task at hand. I will send you the details, and you may decide whether to accept it. Case file number, BF 1290. Location, outskirts of Jianglong City, Wushan Tunnel. Overview, Train G7941 encountered an incident in Wushan Tunnel. The rescue team discovered the exterior of the carriage covered in jagged indentations, while inside, a substantial amount of viscous black blood remained, yet not a single corpse was found. Surveillance footage revealed a massive, scaled tail sweeping across the screen. Current progress. 2 waves of investigators have already been dispatched, collaborating with a local sect near Wushan. But no significant progress has been made. It is suspected to be the work of serpent-like demons. Task objective: locate the malevolent demon and either eliminate or contain it. Upon reading the task file, Chen Nian pondered. With demons to hunt, of course, he would accept. Recently, he had not undertaken any missions in the reverse world. And to slay demons, one must embark on field assignments. Director Li, I accept. This task was investigative in nature, encompassing the mountainous terrain surrounding the tunnel. Bring along some assistance. I will arrange for 1 fellow investigator from your cohort and 4 trainee investigators so you can introduce some newcomers to the field. Due to Chen Nian's reliability, he had become a mentor to the new recruits. I want Lu Lin. You can arrange the others as you see fit. Before Chen Nian could send the message, he looked up at Lu Lin and asked, their essay task, will you join me? Lu Lin nodded. Soon after, the remaining candidates were selected. 3 men and 1 woman. Their information files were sent directly to Chen Nian's terminal. Without further thought, he created a group chat. We will gather at the train station at 8 tomorrow morning. Wear your 749 tactical uniforms. In a dormitory, a girl named Jiang Mei suddenly burst into a shriek. Wow. I've been chosen to execute a mission with Captain Chen Nian. Ha! Coincidentally, one of her roommates was Luo Xiaoka. Earlier, Luo Xiaoka had been basking in the praise of her friends for knowing Chen Nian, which had made her quite displeased. Jealousy, as is common in female circles, was now turning against her. Little did she expect that the tides would turn so quickly, and she would soon be on a mission with Chen Nian. Look, Chen Nian has added us to a discussion group. We're departing tomorrow. Really, your luck is incredible, Jiang Mei exclaimed. Sister, you claim to know Chen Nian. Why didn't he select you? This must be an arrangement from above, but it's alright. I'm just worried I might drag Captain Chen down due to my lack of skills. You go for it. Humph, just trying to save face. Captain Chen probably chose me because he has a soft spot for me. After all, I had quite a few suitors before coming here. With that, she confidently flicked the ends of her hair. Luo Xiaoka shrugged. Well, I wish you success in your mission. Chapter 90. Chen Nian, have I been played? The next day at the train station gathering point, Chen Nian, Lu Lin, and the other 3 male team members had all arrived. It's already 8. Why hasn't Jiang Mei shown up? Yeah, several male team members expressed their unease. They had heard of Chen Nian's fearsome reputation. Despite his usual friendly demeanor with acquaintances, he could be lethal. Thus, they had arrived half an hour early. Who would have thought that the girl would dare to be late? Jiang Mei was not late due to oversleeping. She was well aware of the time, but felt no urgency, as she was busy applying makeup in the restroom. Confident in her ability to charm men, she thought that since she had the rare opportunity to work with someone as accomplished as Chen Nian, she needed to look her best. Hence, she had chosen not to wear the uniform, but instead donned a fitted t-shirt that accentuated her figure. Jiang Mei, didn't TU say we were to gather at 8? Why haven't TU left yet? Another roommate inquired. You don't understand. I'm intentionally being 10 minutes late. When I go over, I'll play cute with the captain, and it will help me get closer to him. You really know how to play the game. A woman who can charm her way through life has the best fate, and with my looks, if I can establish a good relationship with Captain Chen, I'll surely rise through the ranks in 749. Jiang Mei had already concocted a scheme in her mind. When Chen Nian reprimands her for being late, she would sweetly say, Sorry, Captain, I was so excited about working with you that I couldn't sleep all night. This response would not only mitigate her fault, but also leave a pleasant impression. What man wouldn't be swayed by such charm? She's here. Finally arrived. But she's over 10 minutes late. One male team member immediately approached Jiang Mei, whispering, Why are you so late? Captain Chen had a stern expression just now. He seems quite displeased. It's fine. I know how to handle this, Jiang Mei said, hurrying to Chen Nian and sweetly chiming. Sorry, Captain. I was so excited to work with you that I couldn't sleep all night. You can punish me however you see fit. It's all right, Chen Nian replied. Indeed. He didn't reprimand her, nor did he criticize her attire. Men are truly easy to manage. Perhaps this mission would lead her to win him over. You can go back now. Huh. Jiang Mei was taken aback. I've already requested a replacement from above. No, Chen Nian contacted Luo Xiaoka through his terminal. Xiaoka, come join me on this mission. Is 5 minutes enough for you to reach the meeting point? That's more than enough. 2 minutes is sufficient. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Mei gaped, unable to utter a single word. She never expected Chen Nian would be so ruthless. Captain, I'm just a newcomer who doesn't know the rules. Can't you give me a chance? Jiang Mei clenched her fists. Chen Nian smiled. Precisely because you are a newcomer, I offered you a chance. If this were the past, I would have already dealt with you with a slap. Do you understand? Jiang Mei was startled and took 2 steps back. Just as 2 minutes passed, Luo Xiaoka dashed over, unmade up and with her hair still disheveled. Captain Chen, I'm here to report. Jiang Mei immediately glared at the little girl beside her. I was here first. How can you just take my spot? You little, before she could finish. A blood-red hand suddenly struck her. With a sharp sound, her head was turned 90 degrees, and a searing pain shot through her. Let us depart, everyone. Yes. Chen Nian disregarded Jiang Mei further and called the others onto the train. With a day of travel behind them, the team successfully reached their destination, Wushan Tunnel. The area was desolate, with the high-speed rail tunnel cutting through the mountainside. Upon arriving at the tunnel entrance, Chen Nian and his team were met by several individuals clad in training attire. Greetings, esteemed 749 investigators. Thank you for your arduous journey. Chen Nian recognized these individuals. They belonged to a nearby sect of spiritual practitioners known as Wushan Sect, a relatively obscure group. Following the incident, they had proactively come to assist with the investigation, displaying great enthusiasm. I am Chen Nian, an investigator from 749. The leading disciple's eyes lit up upon seeing Chen Nian, filled with excitement. You're the renowned Chen Nian. I've heard tales of your valor, how you thwarted the cult's terror attack during the new year and saved thousands. You flatter me. Now, let us discuss the situation. I've heard that 2 waves of investigators have come before us, returning empty-handed. Initially, the Bureau believed that the demon beast had already fled. Was it not your people who reported hearing the movements of that serpent demon at night? Indeed, we heard rustling sounds during the night. That serpent demon must be lurking in this vicinity. Our small sect has been in a state of unease. Investigator Chen Nian, you possess great abilities. You must help us eliminate the demon. Yes, please do lend us your assistance. A few individuals even bowed to Chen Nian in their pleas. Chen Nian did not dwell on it for long. He led the group into the tunnel, where he immediately spotted the wreckage of the train. The carriages were smeared with black blood, and even after so many days, a faint metallic scent lingered in the air. Not a single passenger among the hundreds inside had survived. How brutal. This demon is utterly detestable. A few new investigators reacted accordingly, while only Lu Lin remained expressionless. Chen Nian directed, "The train has 9 carriages. We shall divide into 3 groups, with each group investigating 3 carriages. Lu Lin, you will take Luo Xiaoka with you. Report any findings directly to me." Understood. After several hours of investigation, little useful information was gleaned. The surrounding tunnels yielded no traces of the demon beast either. Chen Nian summoned AI Mi and divided the area around Wushan into 9 smaller sections, continuing the search in pairs. Look for any signs of demon caves or similar structures. Given the serpent demon's large size, it should leave traces on the ground as it moves. Should anything unusual arise, contact me immediately. Understood. The team followed his instructions diligently. Chen Nian appreciated obedience over sheer strength, as he could manage alone. However, as night fell, no discoveries were made, leaving Chen Nian perplexed. At this moment, several disciples from Wushan proposed, "Fellow investigators must be quite exhausted after a day's hard work. Why not stay with us for the night, enjoy a meal, and rest? It is indeed tiring. Captain, perhaps we should accept their kind offer? The visibility is poor at night, making further searches difficult. Very well, we shall impose on you." Upon hearing Chen Nian's agreement, the disciples' faces lit up with excitement, their smiles bordering on unsettling, almost reminiscent of madness. Chapter 91. It has been a while since I last killed someone. I feel a bit restless. Wushan Sect. A small sect nestled within the nearby mountains and forests. Chen Nian and his team trekked for half an hour, ascending dozens of stone steps before reaching their destination. Upon entering, they noticed the courtyard was littered with fallen leaves that had not been swept. "Welcome, esteemed investigators of 749. An elderly man with squinty eyes approached, his demeanor warm and inviting. "I am the head of Wushan Sect. We are in a remote location, and I hope you do not mind." Chen Nian smiled and replied, "The remoteness is not an issue. Rather, I worry this might be a cult attempting to lure us here." The air fell silent for a moment. "Just a joke. I tend to be overly cautious and suspicious." Chen Nian patted the headmaster's shoulder playfully, expressing, "It has been quite some time since I last took a life. My hands have grown a bit restless. I long to encounter an outer god cult or an organization like the Hall of 10,000 Demons to satiate my urges." A somewhat rigid smile crept onto the headmaster's face. "Fellow Chen, you jest. Previously, 2 groups of your 749 investigators have come to rest here and praised my disciples' braised pork. Is that so?" Chen Nian immediately accessed his terminal to inquire with the investigators who had previously completed missions here. To his surprise, there indeed was such an occurrence. "Then I shall be at ease. You are all esteemed officials. We, as a grassroots organization, must extend our hospitality. Please, come inside and rest. Our kitchen will prepare a meal shortly." As Chen Nian and his companions entered the hall to rest, they each found a place to sit. 2 disciples of Wushan Sect stood guard at the entrance. Chen Nian opened his terminal and sent a message in the 6-person task discussion group. "Chen, when the meal is served, regardless of the method, none of you are to eat a single bite." Luo Xiaoka understood. She was known for her obedience and never questioned why. The others, however, were puzzled. "XX, why, Captain?" "XX, after searching all day, I am quite hungry." "XX, did not the previous 2 groups of investigators also eat and rest here?" "Captain, are you being overly cautious?" "Chen, in such a desolate area. Establishing a sect is merely for peace and quiet, much like those monks in temples. Yet they cannot even be bothered to sweep the leaves in their courtyard. Is that reasonable?" "XX, could it be mere laziness?" "Chen, laziness? Our 749 has dispatched 3 batches of investigators here. Each time they were enthusiastic in their assistance and even invited us for meals. Is that the behavior of a lazy person?" The disparity in behavior suggests a strong ulterior motive. It seems to me that they are attempting to gain our trust through such actions. "Luo Xiaoka, I brought instant noodles in my storage pouch. I will share them with you later." In the kitchen, the headmaster and 2 disciples entered a room and closed the door. The benevolent smile vanished in an instant. "My lord, this fellow is quite suspicious. He is clearly no fool. Fortunately, you arranged matters in advance, entertaining the previous 749 investigators to lower his guard." The headmaster's squinty eyes slowly opened, revealing the malevolent fire concealed within. Madness. The tunnel incident was a setup, the assistance in the search was a setup, and inviting them over was also a setup. All of this was orchestrated to catch a big fish, namely, Chen Nian. After the battle at Bingzhou Mountain, He has become a coveted figure in the spiritual realm, drawing the interest of many factions eager to recruit him. However, due to his status as a disciple of the martial saint, they could not approach him directly. The outer god cult, however, could forcibly taint him with madness. Having a top-tier talent like Chen Nian join the outer god cult would undoubtedly create a massive star effect, attracting even more followers. My lord, I have a question that perplexes me. What if the 749 investigators sent here are not Chen Nian? Who told you that we set only this one trap? Various regions will encounter difficult tasks. As long as Chen Nian continues to accept missions, he will inevitably take the bait. This is a grand scheme. It appears that the credit will be ours. The headmaster suppressed the smile on his face, saying, add the sandling powder to the meal. The dosage need not be excessive to avoid arousing suspicion. Sandling powder is not a poison. It has no odor, yet it can dull and slow the body's spiritual apertures. Consuming this will reduce their spiritual power by at least 70%. Once they eat it, by nightfall, the effects will render them incapable of resistance. Dinner is served. Freshly stir-fried twice-cooked pork, sautéed cabbage, and tomato meatball soup. Braised pork. Enjoy your meal, everyone. Several disciples excitedly brought forth the aromatic dishes. One disciple picked up chopsticks and cheerfully declared, to assuage everyone's doubts, I shall taste the dishes first. After saying this, he sampled all the dishes. Oh, there is no need for such caution. We 749 are not so petty. Chen Nian, after saying this, also picked up his chopsticks and took a piece of meat, placing it in his mouth. The moment it entered his esophagus, he activated his sequence ability, turning his blood into blood flames, incinerating it completely. Did not the captain instruct us not to eat? Why is he the first to indulge? The other team members felt a sudden unease. Observing the scene, it appeared that they were relishing their meal. Lu Lin picked up her chopsticks and began to eat, emulating Chen Nian. However, like Chen Nian, she consumed her food only to freeze it with ice, intending to later find a place to discreetly dispose of it, an inconsequential matter. Others, however, could not do the same. At that moment, Luo Xiaoka clutched her stomach and exclaimed, Captain, I suddenly feel unwell. It seems my period has started. I shall return to my room to rest. She had found an excellent excuse. Several male team members felt a jolt of surprise, wishing they too were female at that instant. I'll escort you. One of the team members rose to offer help. The other two male team members fidgeted uncomfortably, realizing they had not anticipated such a reason to leave. What should they do now? Why were these fellows not eating? Did they find the dishes unpalatable? No. One male team member picked up his chopsticks and served his companion 2 pieces of meat, saying, Don't be shy, brother. Eat up. I'm not that hungry, haha. Damn it. He also served vegetables to his friend. You must try this braised pork. Don't hold back. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID displayed advertisement, with 889 reports already logged. Perfect, a telemarketer. He hastily answered, Hello, good day. Hello, sir, this is XX Loans. May I inquire if you have any recent financial needs? Indeed. I certainly do. My mother is hospitalized with cancer, my father had a car accident, and I lost several million in gambling. This shattered family is beyond repair. I'm sorry for your loss, sir. No worries. Please continue discussing the loan details. Your voice is delightful and instantly soothes my troubled soul. He conversed on the phone while stepping outside. What about my buddies? The last remaining male team member felt a chill run down his spine. What should I do now that you all have fled? Chapter 92. Chen Nian. You are surrounded by me. The last remaining individual cast a pleading glance at Chen Nian. What are you staring at? I'm eating. Captain, I feel unworthy to dine. After searching for so long without finding the demon beast, I cannot rest easy knowing so many victims are unable to find peace. He struck the table with a fist, causing the bowls to bounce. You possess quite the sense of responsibility, Captain. I shall return and reorganize today as clues to expedite finding the demon beast. After saying this, he successfully extricated himself. Only Chen Nian and Lu Lin remained at the dining table. Not long after, the squint-eyed leader entered, inquiring with a smile, Why has everyone left? It seems the investigators are unaccustomed to the cuisine here. Oh, they are particular. I actually find your braised pork quite delightful. Chen Nian popped another piece of meat into her mouth before setting down her chopsticks and rising. I'm full. How about you, Lu Lin? I'm satisfied. Let us return and rest. We shall resume our work tomorrow. They bid farewell to the two departing the hall. One disciple approached, saying, Master, the others hardly ate. Only those two consumed a considerable amount. No matter. The rest are inconsequential. Only Chen poses a challenge. We shall act when the effects of the medicine take hold tonight. Prepare yourselves. Understood. The guest quarters comprised 3 rooms, Three male team members shared one. Lu Lin and Luo Xiaoke shared another. Chen Nian occupied a room alone. As night deepened, Chen Nian lay on her bed, closing her eyes to ponder. Thus far, the Wushan sect had revealed no signs of malfeasance. Her caution stemmed from mere speculation. Suddenly, a gentle knock echoed from the door. "Who is it?" Chen Nian rose to open it. Upon opening, she was surprised to see Luo Xiaoke, her delicate figure clad in a pink nightgown, embracing a pillow and trembling. "What's wrong? It's too cold. Come in, then." After inviting Luo Xiaoke inside, Chen Nian learned that Lu Lin emanated a chilling aura, leaving her unable to sleep. Consequently, she sought refuge with Chen Nian. "Chen Nian, may I sleep here? I can manage the floor, if that's all right." Luo Xiaoke pleaded with an innocent expression. "How could I allow a girl to sleep on the floor? Please, take the bed," Chen Nian replied. "Really, is that allowed?" Luo Xiaoke's cheeks flushed. "Wouldn't that mean we?" As she spoke, she bashfully covered her flushed face with her pillow, her heart racing. "If I sleep on the bed, doesn't that mean I'm sleeping with him? How embarrassing." "Hey, where are you going, Chen Nian? Since you're sleeping in the bed, I'll share with Lu Lin." "What?" Luo Xiaoke was engulfed in confusion. Was this something a carbon-based human would say? Is it inappropriate for a solitary man and woman to share a bed? But aren't you and Senior Lu Lin also a solitary man and woman? She's different. There are no feelings involved. I see her as one of the guys. Aren't you afraid of her cold aura? I'm certainly not. It's fine. Hey. Seeing Chen Nian decisively leave, Luo Xiaoke tossed her pillow onto the bed in frustration. Even enduring the cold, wouldn't sleep with her? What a guy? Upon entering Lu Lin's room, Chen Nian was met with an immediate blast of cold air. He found Lu Lin curled up in a corner, hugging her knees. Resembling a small, forlorn kitten, she had faced disdain from her roommates for such matters in the past, despite her efforts to suppress her chill. It inevitably affected those around her, leading to her current feelings of guilt. "Lu Lin, would you mind if I shared this room with you?" She lifted her head, gazing at Chen Nian with a look of confusion. "Don't stay crouched there. I'm not bothered by the cold. Xiaoke doesn't mind you either, rest assured. She simply lacks the adaptability I possess. Let us go to bed." As he spoke, Chen Nian's body had been enhanced by dragon blood. He was unlike ordinary individuals, capable of sleeping in frigid conditions without succumbing to the cold. "Okay." Lu Lin climbed onto the bed, her gaze fixed on Chen Nian. The dappled moonlight filtering through the bamboo window cast a gentle glow upon her face. Yet, the loneliness in her heart dissipated, replaced by a hint of joy. Though her expression remained stoic, Chen Nian had come over primarily to consider Lu Lin's feelings. In the dead of night, Chen Nian felt no chill. Rather, he was increasingly warm, unusually so. Wait, something was amiss. Chen Nian abruptly opened his eyes, and as he swung the door open, he was met with a fiery crimson glow. The light formed a semi-spherical curtain, enveloping the entire Wushan sect. At that moment, others from their respective rooms emerged, their pupils illuminated by the flames. "What is happening? Captain, what is going on? What on earth is this?" This scene filled the other newcomers with dread. The oppressive heat ignited a sense of agitation within them, as though their hearts were ablaze. Luo Xiaoke instinctively leaned closer to Lu Lin. Outside the fiery curtain, 8 disciples of the Wushan sect stood at various positions, their pupils ablaze with demonic fire, continuously channeling energy into the luminous barrier. Demonic fire. Chen Nian uttered the name of this malevolent flame. "Didn't he see this coming? Did you?" He. The master stood outside the luminous curtain, his once kind squint now replaced by a twisted and frenzied visage. "Within this grand formation, in less than a quarter of an hour, you shall be assimilated by the madness fire and become our companions. You are members of the outer god cult." A male team member murmured, his legs nearly giving way in terror. "Chen Nian, everything has been prepared for you, to transform you into one of our followers. We have crafted a celestial trap, solely to ensnare you. Now, it is time to reel you in." Among the group, the 3 male teammates were nearly paralyzed with fear. Having just arrived at 749, they had never witnessed such a spectacle. Lu Lin remained the most composed. Although Luo Xiaoke was somewhat frightened, she was not particularly flustered thanks to Chen Nian's presence. As for Chen Nian, a slight smile curved at the corners of her mouth. "Are you here to indulge my whims? How delightful. You have been laced with scattering spirit powder in your meals, and you still boast. You are utterly incapable of channeling your spiritual energy. You are like fish in a barrel." Chen Nian declared. "Lu Lin, protect them." "Understood." Lu Lin extended her palm, and countless ice flowers coalesced in the air, forming a long sword of ice and snow. The Shueji sword. By invoking the sword, the sequence ability could be significantly enhanced. Absolute zero. In an instant, centered around Lu Lin. The ground was swiftly engulfed by frost, creating an invisible barrier of cold that enveloped everyone. They all felt an immediate sense of relief, the pressure lifting. There is still power. The master scoffed. Very well, unable to breach the grand formation. Let us see how long that girl can endure. At that moment, Chen Nian raised her hand. Corpse, mountain, blood, sea. A surge of bloodlight erupted. Reminiscent of abyssal demons awakening, an eerie aura instantly spreading. A heavenly soldier materialized in Chen Nian's grasp. She plunged the heavenly soldier into the ground, activating the weapon's unique ability, the Purgatory Blood Array. At the weapon's center, a crimson light curtain ascended, its expanse so vast that it enveloped all disciples of the Wushan sect outside. Soon, the light curtain sealed the entire space, transforming the sky into a blood-red hue. What is happening? The disciples gazed in terror. As the ones who set the formation, they never anticipated being ensnared by a larger array. Within my formation, the blood in your bodies will gradually be drawn out. Chen Nian's smile grew increasingly maniacal. Guess what? Will your blood run dry first, or will we succumb first? Chapter 93, Blood Moon Great Bao 2000. The Heavenly Soldier, Corpse Mountain Blood Sea, is now in its first battle. The crimson barrier enveloped all. Chen Nian was surrounded? No. It is I who has surrounded you. The scales of conflict shifted dramatically. Soon, those who were channeling power felt something amiss. The blood within their bodies was uncontrollably seeping out. My blood. What is happening? Blood oozed from nostrils, ears, and even ruptured capillaries. Countless droplets floated from their bodies, drawn toward the center like a vortex. While slow blood loss may not pose an immediate threat, prolonged exposure could lead to death from excessive loss. This fellow is indeed formidable. The master's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that the drugged food would prove ineffective, and to make matters worse, this individual possessed such insidious abilities. He unleashed a burst of madness fire energy against the crimson barrier. Yet, with his immense strength, the energy blast failed to shatter the barrier, merely creating ripples upon its surface. What should we do, master? Hold on. They must also be suffering inside. Let us see who collapses first. But the truth was, those inside felt no strain whatsoever. Under Lu Lin's protection of absolute zero, the madness fire could not penetrate their bodies nor affect their minds. Thank goodness for Sister Lu Lin. Luo Xiaoke clung to her arm. I shouldn't have complained about your coldness last night. Forgive me, okay? Lu Lin nodded expressionlessly. The others also encouraged Lu Lin. She turned to Chen Nian. She was not naive. She understood that Chen Nian was fully capable of handling this grand formation. Yet he deliberately allowed her this opportunity to shine. He wished to foster a closer bond with others, to forge more friendships. This made her happy. However, her joy did not stem from seeking validation or proximity to others. The true source of her happiness lay in feeling Chen Nian's consideration for her. It was his unique tenderness. After a while, those outside were not faring as well. Blood loss rendered their faces pale, their legs weak, and their bodies drained of strength. Some even knelt on the ground. Master, I can't hold on any longer. As one after another fell weakly, the balance of this tug of war began to tilt. The master's heart sank. If this continued, everyone would become desiccated corpses drained of blood. No wonder this fellow has repeatedly thwarted various powerful adversaries. The Outer God cult and the 10,000 Demon Hall had suffered significant losses at his hands. Today, as they truly engaged, they realized just how terrifying his methods were. However, I have prepared a contingency plan. Cancel the formation, abandon assimilation, and eliminate him. The master crouched down, slamming his palm into the ground. Arise, Gui Lin Shi. The earth trembled violently. With a tremendous roar, the ground was violently torn apart. A massive pitch-black serpent emerged, its scales dark as ink, its body towering 10 meters high. A fourth-tier, disaster-class demon beast, Gui Lin Shi. This is the serpent. I never expected it to be kept by this group beneath the ground. These lunatics. Indeed, this was the target of Chen Nian and Company's mission. The entire sequence of events finally came to light. This group of madmen had manipulated the black serpent to assault human trains, resulting in the deaths of hundreds. Before concealing the serpent underground to lure the 749 Bureau personnel into investigation. Other investigators would not act until Chen Nian arrived, at which point they revealed their true intentions. Kill them. The colossal black serpent's eyes glowed with demonic fire. The demon beasts could also be infected by madness fire, becoming even more ferocious and significantly enhancing their attack power upon infection. As the command was uttered, the black serpent lashed its tail, shattering the stone tables and chairs in the courtyard. Lu Lin charged forward, the Shui Ji sword weaving a brilliant frost in the air. With a series of piercing sounds, Numerous ice spikes erupted from the ground, effectively trapping the serpent's tail in place. Lu Lin leaped onto the serpent's head, expressionless, and thrust her sword down with force. Hiss! The great serpent let out a heartbreaking howl. Ice rapidly spread over its body, transforming it into a magnificent ice sculpture in mere moments. Stunning. This sequence of actions was executed with elegance and grace, truly a feast for the eyes. Channel all your power to it. The master immediately commanded. The characteristic of the Madness Fire cult is that energy can be transferred between individuals. When many people concentrate their power onto one, it amplifies exponentially. Yes. The remaining disciples complied, their pupils igniting with flames once more, converging from all directions to infuse the serpent's body. The serpent's eyes erupted with intense madness fire, and the ice layers surrounding it fractured like a spider's web. It is about to emerge. Lu Linjia, be cautious. Where has Chen Nian gone? Indeed, where is the captain? Everyone was puzzled. Logically, this was the moment for Chen Nian to shine, yet he had not made an appearance. He is on the rooftop. The group immediately looked up. There stood Chen Nian, poised with a bow, ready to draw. The blood that had been extracted could indeed be controlled by the Blood King. Now, countless blood droplets were converging. In midair, a colossal arrow was nearing completion. A smirk formed on Chen Nian's lips. This time, he intended to unleash the Blood Moon Great Bao 2000. With so much blood gathered, the power would be multiplied 20-fold, and he felt a sense of anticipation. Lu Lin, step aside. Lu Lin immediately retreated. At that moment, a gigantic serpent burst forth from the ice, its scales adorned with patterns reminiscent of flowing magma. In an instant, Chen Nian released his grip. Bang! The building beneath him was obliterated by the force of the blast. A blood-red super arrow soared through the air, striking the serpent directly. In a heartbeat, the serpent's head was torn asunder, scattering it into countless pieces of flesh and blood. The arrow did not stop there, but pierced the ground, penetrating the entire mountainside. A residual white trail of air lingered in the atmosphere. Simultaneously, those who had been channeling energy to the serpent spat out blood. This was also the drawback of such power. When the main entity was compromised, they would suffer collateral damage. Blood strength. Always 6. Current blood strength. 173. Goddess gift received. How delightful. The long-awaited sensation of slaying demons filled Chen Nian with euphoria. However, his thirst for battle was not yet quenched. There remained several survivors below. Surely he could indulge himself a while longer? Knife, come. Chen Nian summoned the sea of corpses and rivers of blood into his grasp. Come. May you struggle a little longer. The ensuing scene left the newcomers utterly dumbfounded. By the blood-handed butcher. Today, they finally witnessed the spectacle. How fortunate that such a person is our ally, not our enemy. Chen Nian, you are so cool. Chapter 94. Receiving the Reverse World Mission, Ning Meng comes to play. Shortly thereafter, Chen Nian had eliminated all disciples of the Wu Mountain sect. At last, only the kind-hearted sect master remained. He continuously retreated, and the wrinkles on his face betrayed no trace of kindness, only sheer terror. He had thought he had caught Chen Nian, a great opportunity to achieve merit. But he never anticipated this youth's terrifying strength. If he could not be utilized by the Outer God sect, then even at the cost of my own life, I must find a way to completely destroy him. I surrender. The sect master knelt, hands raised high. I know the locations of other Outer God sect branches. If you take me back to the 749 Bureau, I can reveal everything. Surely, you cannot refuse such terms? Heh, the moment you draw near, I will trigger the explosion within, dragging you down to hell with me. Wow, how astute of you. Chen Nian feigned surprise. These terms are indeed enticing. As long as you can divulge the whereabouts of your accomplices, I assure you I will spare your life. Come closer and seize me. Just a few more steps will suffice. Unexpectedly, Chen Nian halted 5 meters away, and 2 blood hands emerged from his back, ensnaring the sect master's wrists. Go. With a thought, Chen Nian unleashed the sea of corpses and rivers of blood. Pooh! The sharp blade pierced through the old man's chest, exiting from his back. You. The sect master clutched his chest, staring at Chen Nian in disbelief, his eyes now bloodshot. I am rather timid, so I thought to stab you first. After all, your kind are fond of self-detonation. I trust you won't mind? Now that you've been stabbed, does it matter if I do mind? True. Chen Nian sighed. Yet I still wish to behead you. Not delivering a final blow would leave me unsettled. Do you understand what a final blow means? You. The sect master finally realized he had been played. Chen Nian raised his finger, slicing through the air as if playing Fruit Ninja. The sea of corpses and rivers of blood followed his finger's motions, continuously slicing and dicing, ultimately leaving behind a ground strewn with remnants of flesh. Greedy wolf. Come and dine. A woo. Chen Nian clapped his hands and returned to the group. The mission is complete. Let us return to the 749 Bureau. At that moment, the newcomers grasped the meaning of effortless victory. This is what they call a free win. Accompanying Chen Nian on a mission requires no additional contributions. No need for extraordinary strength. Obedience suffices. The earlier female had deliberately acted recklessly, only to end up eliminated, truly foolish. Having completed the mission, they too would earn contribution points, which were immensely valuable for newcomers, a tremendous profit. On the way back to the bureau, Chen Nian opened the divine gift he had just received. Familiar options appeared before him. 1. Blood strength 3-2. Instantly fill 10 spirit cavities 3. Acquire a random dragon god sequence ability. Without hesitation, he chose option 3. As Chen Nian made his selection, countless cards encircled him, awaiting his reveal. O god of luck, may you grant me a powerful skill. This one. Chen Nian flipped over one of the cards. As brilliance radiated, a line of text materialized before his eyes. Dragon God Sequence 012, Flame Dragon-S Claw. Main effect. When executing a kick, infuse the leg with the power of the Flame Dragon, significantly enhancing destructive capability. This skill is quite admirable. Previously, Chen Nian had combined Dragon Fist with Inch Force to create an unparalleled Dragon Fist Inch Force. Since this ability pertains to kicking, it could seamlessly merge with the Thunder Whip Leg technique, further evolving its potency. Let us name it the Flame Dragon Thunder Whip Leg. A bit juvenile. Yet it possesses both speed and explosive power. Surely it will not disappoint. Chen Nian and his companions returned smoothly to the 749 Bureau. After completing the report, Chen Nian finally awaited the long-anticipated Reverse World mission. Ding. Received large-scale survival mission. 10 days in the abyss. This mission will encompass monsters from the simple, difficult, and extremely difficult tiers, with participants' ladder scores ranging from 1,000 to 4,000 points. Teleport countdown. 240,000. Chen Nian contemplated, with his ladder score at merely 1,700 points. Could he possibly be matched with those at 4,000 points? This disparity seems rather excessive. Chen Nian summoned the artificial intelligence, Imi, and the silver-haired virtual girl promptly materialized before him. Imi, what level is a ladder score of 4,000 in the reverse world? Answer. According to big data research, ladder scores of 4,000 are predominantly at the initial stage of the Xingxuan realm. The Xingxuan realm. Does that not place me merely one major realm higher? If that is the case, the Boya realm should normally be around 3,000 points. Why am I so low? Answer. Based on your awakening timeline. Your rapid advancement and limited entries into the reverse world have resulted in a lower ladder score. Your actual combat strength far exceeds this score. Imi even knows how to flatter? Thank you for the compliment. I actually know the reason. I was merely playing with you. Fool, 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 fool. Terminate terminal. Imi promptly vanished. In light of these developments, it appears that this undertaking is indeed a large-scale task, with merely 1 day remaining before the transition to the reverse world. Chen Nian had not lingered long in 749, as he was summoned back to the Haiging district by a message from Qing Ming. Qing Ming, we have come to play. Hurry back. The we refers to Qing Ming, and Qianlong. Chen Nian relished the time spent with Qing Ming, who, with her adorable lowly visage and feisty demeanor, was utterly charming. However, he was far more eager to see Xiao Longnu. Qianlong was the true light of Chen Nian's heart, a treasure of selflessness, kindness, and beauty. In the Haiging district, at Chen Nian's residence, Qing Ming and Qianlong had already recorded their fingerprints for the door lock, allowing them to visit at any time. Knowing that Qianlong was a foodie, Chen Nian had thoughtfully placed a snack cabinet in the living room, ensuring that they could rummage through his supplies without needing to purchase treats during their visits. The coffee table was adorned with an array of snacks. Just as Qianlong and Qing Ming were savoring their munchies, they suddenly heard the sound of the door unlocking. Chen Nian had returned. Qianlong hurriedly wiped the crumbs of chips from the corners of her mouth with a tissue, sitting upright on the sofa, her gaze drifting towards the window. Her cheeks slightly puffed. As Chen Nian entered, he smiled and remarked, although the Zhaixing Tower is a sacred place in the realm of spiritual energy, it seems you have been rather bored staying there. Humph, it is not boredom. It is her incessant chatter about wanting to descend the mountain to play that has worn my ears thin. Qianlong retorted. What is wrong with her? Chen Nian chuckled at Qianlong's petulant demeanor. I saw you soaring through the skies with your sister last time, and I grew envious. I heard you later gifted another sister a sword, which only added to my jealousy. Chen Nian mused. I did not expect her to be so well-informed even in the Zhaixing Tower. Qianlong huffed. You have never given me a gift. I heard that a new barbecue restaurant has opened nearby, and the food is particularly delightful. Qianlong glanced at Chen Nian out of the corner of her eye, instinctively swallowing. The slots at that establishment were notoriously difficult to secure. It had taken considerable effort for Chen Nian to obtain a reservation. If Qianlong was disinterested, perhaps it was best to cancel. Chen Nian sighed. Upon hearing this, Qianlong abruptly stood and declared, "Let us go. I want to devour 8 servings of barbecue and leave you financially drained." Chapter 95. The world is vast. I wish to see it. That girl can eat. Indeed. I have never witnessed such an appetite. Is she incapable of gaining weight? Shoo. Keep your voice down, lest the customers overhear. The whispers of the staff caught Chen Nian's ear, prompting him to tease. They are speaking about your foodie nature. It is only natural for a dragon to have a large appetite, Qing Ming remarked while sipping her milk tea, reflecting on how much better it was to eat outside. As none of the seniors at Jiaxing Tower could cook, if Chen Nian were to become her junior, it would be splendid to dine with him daily. Chen Nian, I must remind you of something. What is it? There are not many remaining members in the Genius Club. Once only 8 remain, the competition will commence officially. You should secure a favorable rank, or you will face a significant disadvantage. Understood. Senior Sister Qing Ming, would this be considered granting me a favor? It seems you wish for my ultimate victory. Humph. I merely mentioned it, not that I am assisting you. Chen Nian's current ranking was rather low. However, his cultivation level was slightly insufficient, and it appeared he must strive to enhance it during this reverse world mission. Then, he could commence defeating other formidable competitors to vie for a higher rank. At that point, the contest of geniuses would truly begin. After feasting, Qianlong remarked, "By the way, Chen Nian, have you finished the dragon's blood I gave you last time? I have prepared fresh supplies for you." As she spoke, she produced a delicate blue and white porcelain vial. "I just finished it, so I shall not be polite." Dragon's blood not only refines muscles and bones, but also significantly enhances dragon-type abilities, suppresses the flames of madness, and prolongs life. It is no exaggeration to say that after consuming dragon's blood several times, Chen Nian's lifespan could extend by decades. Just as he reached for it, Qianlong deftly withdrew it. "Humph, if you want it, you must bestow upon me a gift. After all, you are quite generous with others." Chen Nian could only chuckle at her antics. "All right, I shall gift you something. There is a claw machine next door. I will snag you a toy." "What is a claw machine? Can it be eaten?" Qianlong inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity. "You will know once we go." After settling the bill, Chen Nian led the group to the adjacent mall, where a row of claw machines awaited them in the corridor. Chen Nian purchased 100 tokens, explaining, "Insert these tokens to control the claw and retrieve toys from within." "Step aside, allow me." Qing Ming rolled up her sleeves, snatching a handful of tokens from Chen Nian. Eager to try her luck, after 10 attempts with no success, she could not help but kick the machine in frustration, denting its metal casing. "This contraption is faulty. Allow me to give it a try," Qianlong said, taking a pile of tokens as well, but she too was unable to grasp a single toy, her teeth grinding in irritation. "No, I clearly grasped it. Why did it slip away? This is infuriating." Chen Nian still had 10 tokens remaining. "Do you believe I can snag 5 toys with these?" Qing Ming and Qianlong shook their heads vigorously. 2 tokens can secure 1 toy. You think you can catch 5 with 10? You must be jesting. Senior Sister Qing Ming, shall we make a wager? If I succeed, you must set a condition. Chen Nian continued with a smile. "I will declare, should I lose, I shall open a milk tea shop for you and have them prepare your favorite flavor daily." Upon hearing this, Qing Ming's eyes brightened. "If you are so sincere, then if you win, I shall teach you a special technique." "What technique?" Qing Ming cleared her throat and whispered, "It was taught by my master. But you must not disclose it." "Master?" Qing Ming casually referred to Chu Wuwang by name, to be called master by her. It must be none other than the esteemed leader of Jiaxing Tower, Li Bai. "Deal." As Chen Nian inserted 2 tokens, a drop of blood seeped through the coin slot into the claw machine. He began to manipulate the machine, and the blood formed a hook, successfully securing a toy within the mechanical claw. With a thud, it tumbled into the prize slot. "This is possible?" Qianlong gasped in astonishment. "Are you cheating?" Qing Ming accused, hands on her hips. "Times have changed. I am merely utilizing my abilities wisely, and our wager did not specify that cheating was prohibited, did it?" Chen Nian inserted another 2 tokens. This time, he did not even feign effort. The blood transformed into a hand that snatched the toys and tossed them into the prize slot. "Is this real?" In the astonished gazes of the two, a plethora of toys cascaded out. Chen Nian gathered the toys, presenting one to Qing Ming. "Senior Sister Qing Ming, a wager is a wager. This is for you." "Qianlong, all of these are for you." Qing Ming exclaimed, 6. Qianlong accepted the toys and handed the porcelain vial back to Chen Nian. Though it was quite inexpensive, she cherished it nonetheless. As for Qing Ming, her status as the champion of the last genius tournament rendered her incapable of reneging on the deal. After finishing their meal, the group made their way to the beach in Haiging District. Ningming remarked, "Allow me to teach you a particularly fascinating technique known as Shun Fu Gui Zhuan. The effect is that you can draw various talismans, such as the Shun Xing Fu to enhance your speed, as well as fire and lightning talismans. It is indeed a creative form of magic, isn't it? Indeed, this technique possesses a high ceiling. Even I have only grasped the rudiments. Thus its cultivation requires significant insight and is entirely dependent on oneself." Ningming took out several sheets of talisman paper from her storage pouch. As a novice, you can only draw on these talisman papers at first, but later, you may even inscribe talismans directly in the cosmos. These are my recent creations. What are these talismans? De Li Fu. And this one? The De Li Fu. And this? Super De Li Fu. Chen Nian gave a thumbs up. Senior sister, you are impressive. What can I say? It is said that mastering this is quite challenging. This is the technique of the Taoist talisman sect, originating from ancient shamanistic practices. But that lineage has since been severed. Only my master possesses this knowledge. As the first mountain of the Taoist sect, Qing Chengshan desperately sought to join the Zhaixing Lu, primarily to learn this art. If you were to defeat the people of Qing Chengshan using talismans, it would be far more damaging than defeating the disciples of the Sword Saint with swordsmanship. It would likely drive them to despair. Chen Nian nodded affirmatively. I will learn. I must learn. Here, take this. Ningming handed Chen Nian an ancient tome. It contains numerous talismans for you to practice drawing. And here's a stack of talisman paper. The later talismans are increasingly difficult. I remind you again, it is quite challenging. As Chen Nian opened the first page, she was met with the De Li Fu. Wait. Senior sister, you've been practicing for so long and only learned the first one? Nonsense. Ningming playfully kicked Chen Nian's knee. Isn't it true that I independently researched the De Li Fu and the Super De Li Fu? If you have the skill, create your own. Thank you, senior sister. I shall accept it. By the way, do you have a kosher fu? I do have one, but each type of talisman is quite laborious to learn. Why do you want to waste your efforts on that? The world is vast, and I wish to explore it. Chapter 96. The task begins. Chen Nian encounters a pretty boy. A day passed. After Ning Meng and the others departed, Chen Nian was about to enter a new reverse world instance. Countdown complete. Large survival mission 10 days in the abyss is about to commence. Would you like to teleport immediately? Yes. Her surroundings instantly became chaotic, and when clarity returned, Chen Nian surveyed her environment. The entire mission area was an expansive plain. The sky retained the characteristic murkiness of the reverse world, and the air seemed tainted. Abundant patches of black, withered grass adorned the ground, reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic atmosphere. Notably, numerous houses dotted the plain, resembling ordinary rustic wooden cottages. Yet their purpose remained a mystery. Current participants, 14, 263, 849 new arrivals continuously materialized, increasing the throng on the plain. Previously, Chen Nian's missions had only involved a maximum of 10 individuals. She was astonished by the multitude participating in this large survival task. After all, the range of the heavenly ladder spans from 1,000 to 4,000, encompassing the realms of mountain moving, sky breaking, and star sphere. So many people. Could they all be our teammates? Hello, beautiful. I have a score of 3,800 on the heavenly ladder. Bro, let's team up. What realm are you in? Having just arrived, the diverse participants began to forge connections, as none were yet acquainted with the survival mission's rules. Suddenly, Chen Nian noticed numbers floating above the heads of those around her. 1729, 2666, 3800, and so forth. Were these their heavenly ladder scores? In this mission, the scores were openly visible to all. The individual who had just claimed a score of 3,800 to strike up a conversation actually had a score of only 1,800. Scram. Your score isn't even worthy of being my shoe shiner, yet you act like a big shot. Laughter erupted around them. It was quite the spectacle. The individual with an 1,800 score became furious, immediately spotting Chen Nian with her score of 1,700. What are you laughing at? Yours is even lower than mine. Chen Nian could not be bothered to engage. Just then, she spotted a familiar figure amidst the crowd, clad in a white outfit, with a black belt accentuating his silhouette. A fair-skinned man appeared, more delicate than a woman. Chen Nian approached him from behind, her hand unexpectedly resting on his shoulder. Who? The man jolted as if electrified, swiftly turning around, his sword drawn 3 inches from its sheath. Chen Nian. Yi Bailing was astonished to encounter Chen Nian in this reverse world. Since their last parting at Bingzhong Mountain, she had devoted herself tirelessly to her training, practicing swordsmanship day and night under her mother's guidance. A significant motivation behind her efforts was to impress the man who had previously urged her to embrace her true potential. Hey, I merely placed my hand on your shoulder. Why are you so agitated? Chen Nian, unaware of Yi Bailing's true gender, only noted his Adam's apple and flat chest. Don't mind me. By the way, I still don't know your name. Call me whatever you like. Yi Bailing hesitated to reveal her true name, as being the descendant of the Sword Saint would expose her identity. All right, I'll call you Little White. Would you like to form a team? Chen Nian smiled. Humph. I won't team up with someone who forgets their friends for the sake of beauty. Forgetting friends for beauty? Chen Nian was puzzled. You gave the Shueji sword from Bingzhong Mountain to a woman. Is that not forgetting your friends for beauty? Yi Bailing retorted coldly. Come on. It's one thing for little dragon girl to be jealous, but you, a grown man, shouldn't be so petty. At that moment, all participants had gathered. Current participants, 100, survival mission, 10 days in the abyss, rules as follows. Rule 1. You must survive for 10 days. Gather resources during the day and return to the base at night. Monsters will attack between 8 p.m. and 12 a.m. Base? Chen Nian glanced at the wooden houses on the plain. They must be the so-called bases. Rule 2. There are a total of 10 bases, each capable of accommodating a maximum of 20 people. The more people a base holds, the fiercer the monster attacks will be. Rule 3. Bases possess durability. Being attacked by monsters will reduce their durability. When durability reaches 0, the base is destroyed, and the monsters outside are typically too powerful to defeat. Please gather resources to enhance the base's level. Upon reading this, Chen Nian quickly grasped the core of the rules. Gather resources during the day to enhance the base's level and return to the base at night for safety. Surviving for 10 days would lead to success. However, if the base were to be breached, it would likely be a one-way ticket to demise. Quite thrilling. Rule 4. You may leave through the base's portal during the day. The portal closes at night, preventing exit. The bases are now available for occupation. Please select a base to settle in promptly. Available bases, Level 3 Base, 1. Level 2 Bases, 3. Level 1 Bases, 6. The moment for this large survival mission had officially commenced. Quick, seize the bases. Don't rush. These initial bases have varying levels. Let's look for the Level 3 base first. Indeed, a Level 3 base has higher durability and can better withstand monster attacks, providing a natural advantage. Participants hastily began to compete for the Level 3 base. This was akin to gaining a significant lead at the starting line. Before long, the only Level 3 base was claimed by a prominent participant boasting a score of 3,900 on the Heavenly Ladder, while several other powerful individuals from the Starsphere realm also gathered to form alliances. Base 1. With 4 formidable Xingxuanjing experts stationed and being the only initial Level 3 stronghold, it undoubtedly became the most powerful bastion. Others eagerly sought to take residence. Huang Biao, wielding the stronghold token, bellowed, anyone wishing to enter our number 1 stronghold, line up for an interview. I shall review each one personally. Brother, can you take me in? I have 3,000 points on the TNT, and I'm at the peak of the Pashao realm. All right, come in. Brother, what about me? I have 2,000 points. Can I join the fun? You think you qualify? After a rigorous selection process, only the most exceptional experts, predominantly from the Pashao realm, were permitted entry into No. 1 stronghold. Yi Bailing and Chen Nian also joined the queue for interviews. However, the latter was merely seeking amusement and was indifferent about which stronghold to enter. Soon, it was Yi Bailing's turn. Huang Biao declared, there are already 9 people in number 1 stronghold. Considering that more residents attract more monster attacks, we prefer quality over quantity. We shall accept only 1 more. State your realm. I am at the initial stage of Pashao realm. Not bad, Huang Biao nodded. Yi Bailing then pulled Chen Nian forward. Could you possibly take 1 more? His strength is considerable. Huang Biao scrutinized Chen Nian's 1,700 TNT points, and disdain flickered in his eyes. We said we would take 1, and 1 it shall be. He does not qualify. At that moment, a provocatively dressed beauty squeezed forward. Take me. Take me. I can do anything. Upon seeing her, Huang Biao smirked. Accepting a Pashao realm individual might not be very beneficial, but a flirtatious beauty could certainly provide personal enjoyment. You're the one. 10 people are already full. No more. Everyone else can leave. Chapter 97. Chen Nian, I am only interested in women. The only Level 3 stronghold was no more. The rest dispersed in a frenzy, vying for the Level 2 strongholds. There were only 3 Level 2 strongholds, equally coveted yet limited to 10 occupants. After all, no one wished to bear the burden of novice fighters enduring additional monster attacks. Although the pretty boy had just been turned away from the Level 3 stronghold, some were still willing to recruit him into the Level 2 strongholds. Hey, I'm talking to you, come here. A lecherous-looking fatty beckoned to the pretty boy. We still have spots available in our stronghold. The pretty boy glanced back at the indifferent Chen Nian and asked, are there 2 spots? I'd like to bring a friend. Sure, no problem. The fatty was quite accommodating. All right, but the fatty's tone shifted. His greedy gaze sizing up the pretty boy. You'll have to sleep with me tonight. At this, the pretty boy's expression changed drastically. I'm a guy? That's exactly what I want, haha. I don't fancy women. Get lost. The pretty boy, enraged, stormed off. Huh, putting on an act for modesty? You think you're so special? Look around. There are no spots left in the other level 2 strongholds. If you want to come to me, you can just go back to the level 1 stronghold. Chen Nian saw him storming back. What's wrong? Did he make any demands? Don't ask, it's disgusting. Chen Nian immediately understood. Given the pretty boy's physique and looks, he was a prime target in certain circles. Eventually, the two arrived at a wooden cabin beside a small stream, number 10 stronghold. The inhabitants here were all the leftovers, mostly weaklings with scores of 1,000 to 2,000. Their realms likely weren't much higher. Upon seeing the pretty boy and Chen Nian, the crowd erupted in excitement. Welcome. Are you joining our stronghold? After all, the pretty boy was from the Pashao realm, making him a significant asset in this impoverished enclave. Let us settle here, Chen Nian said. All right, let us both join. Everyone assumed Chen Nian was a subordinate, but to their surprise, he was the first to take the initiative. What are your names, brothers? Yi, Chen. Both merely stated a single syllable. Yi brother, Chen brother, I am Ma Xiuwen, temporarily holding the stronghold token. Please, come inside. Upon entering the cabin, Chen Nian could feel an abundance of spiritual energy. Cultivating here would undoubtedly yield far greater results. So it was, if one could survive long enough. There would be ample time for cultivation, instilling a new vigor. The wooden cabin was quite sparsely furnished, featuring 4 beds separated by curtains and a single bathroom. A clock hung on the wall. It was currently 6 p.m., leaving only 2 hours until nightfall. Everyone, nightfall is approaching, Ma Xiuwen announced. Monsters will arrive at 8 p.m. We certainly cannot venture out to gather supplies now. We can only pray to survive the night. However, if anyone wishes to leave, now is the time. You can depart through the portal in the back room. According to the rules, once night falls, you won't be able to leave. The group exchanged anxious glances, concern evident on their faces. Choosing to stay meant they could cultivate within the cabin, but if the stronghold were breached at night, disaster would follow. What should we do? I'm at a loss too. At this moment, Chen Nian spoke up. We should be able to withstand tonight. After all, there are 6 level 1 strongholds. If not, most will be eliminated. I suspect the real competition will be tomorrow. If we fail to gather enough supplies to upgrade the stronghold,